Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Uchiha in the East Blue. Cocoa Village, East Blue. Chica, are you going out to sea today? An old woman stood at the entrance of a butcher shop and called out to a young man. The young man was tall and slender with a handsome face, nearly 2 meters in height. His expression was cold and aloof, and his black hair was casually tied back. His skin was fair, and he wore a black robe with a pattern resembling a ping-pong ball on his back. He had a pair of brown gloves on his hands. What was most unforgettable was his eyes. They were purple, each surrounded by circles of black patterns, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. A faint smile appeared on the young man's cool face as he nodded in acknowledgement to the old woman. The young man's name was Uchiha Chiga. To be precise, he didn't belong to this world. He originally came from a planet called Earth, where he was an orphan. By chance, he transmigrated into the world of Naruto, a manga from Earth, and became a member of the Uchiha clan. There, his second life's parents gave him the name Uchiha Chiga before dying on the battlefield. Relying on his memories from his previous life, he became friends with the early-stage Minato Namikaze. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he believed he had enough power to protect himself. Then, he used a mission as an opportunity to fake his death and stayed outside Konoha. Thus, he developed discreetly outside, using some information from his Earth memories to make a deal with Orochimaru. Finally, with Orochimaru's help, he successfully fused the powers of the Uchiha and Senju to awaken his own Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, while he was immersed in the joy of awakening his eyes, Orochimaru ambushed him. He overused his newly born ocular power and utilized spatial abilities he was not yet proficient with, subsequently losing consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was already on a small island, and his body had reverted to a 6-year-old state. He quickly checked his body's condition after the transmigration. Fortunately, the Hashirama cells and Rinnegan he had painstakingly acquired were still there, but due to his body's regression and the overuse of his ocular power, he couldn't access much of his strength. Since it wasn't his first transmigration, he quickly adjusted his emotions. After exploring the island for a day, he found this village called Cocoa Village. When he saw a woman with wine-red hair and 2 little girls, named Belmir, in the village, his distant past memories once again reminded him. This time, he had arrived in the world of One Piece. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. The villagers were simple and warm-hearted. Although his eyes frightened them, Granny Risa from the butcher shop, seeing him as a 6-year-old child wandering alone, couldn't bear it and took him in. He had lived in this village ever since, settling down to wait for his body to develop and to adapt to the power of his eyes. It had been 10 years now. This year, he was 16. It's about time. Although the overuse back then prevented my Rinnegan's unique abilities from fully developing, due to the special aspects of food and other things in the world of One Piece, my body seems to have developed even stronger than before. The Hashirama cells have also perfectly integrated with my body. As expected of a world where almost everyone is a blood tank, is this a blessing in disguise? Uchiha Chiga mused. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power within him once more, Chiga's heart also swelled with excitement. Based on the power levels shown in the anime from his previous life, Chiga estimated that, without using various special abilities, his current strength had reached the level of a regular vice admiral in the Marines, still a considerable distance from an admiral. However, he believed that with better physical development and subsequent exposure to the power system of the One Piece world, surpassing his past self and becoming a top-tier figure in this world was inevitable, and this wouldn't take long at all. It's time to go out to sea and see. In this world of One Piece, perhaps I can become a true six-path sage. In this life, he planned to temporarily join the Marines. Joining the Marines was, on one hand, because as a former Earthling, he naturally had a greater sense of identification with the military and was more resistant to becoming a pirate. After all, while the Marines in the world of One Piece had some corruption and negative aspects, they were generally good, and the Marines were, after all, the official authority. As for pirates, apart from the protagonist's crew and a few other exceptions, most were villains who committed arson, murder, robbery, and all sorts of evil deeds. Chiga didn't consider himself a bleeding heart. In Naruto, those who provoked him were killed without hesitation, but he still had his moral bottom line. On the other hand, joining the Marines would allow him to learn about this world's power system and provide more opportunities to encounter the unique features of the One Piece world, devil fruits. He didn't plan to eat a devil fruit. With his Rinnegan, he already controlled 6 types of chakra nature transformations, so Logia-type fruits held little meaning for him. The thousands of ninjutsu he had copied during his Sharingan period also meant he didn't particularly need paramecia-type abilities. As for zoan types, they were useless to him, as he already possessed a sage body through the Hashirama cells. So, why at the disadvantage of being a landlubber? However, he had an idea he wanted to confirm. Could his Rinnegan's Predapath affect the abilities or users of devil fruits? And could he use the power of devil fruits to evolve his Rinnegan further? He had a premonition that this might be his opportunity for a breakthrough. Putting his thoughts aside, Chica decided to go fishing one last time before heading out to sea. This time, he would catch a lot, as the old woman's supply might become scarce after he left. Chapter 2, A Glimpse of Power. Chica set out to sea in his small boat. He steered his boat to an area with abundant fish, then cast a huge net into the sea. He then lay down on his small boat to rest. The fishing resources in One Piece were quite rich, and soon Chica felt his small boat begin to shake. Chica pulled the fishing net with one hand, exerting a slight force, and the net, filled with various fish and shrimp, was dragged up. The fish and shrimp in the net were numerous and struggling desperately. Chica raised his hand and released a very low-power lightning release ninjutsu towards the fish and shrimp in the net. Lightning release, fishing net jutsu. A dense beam of electricity spread from Chica's palm, instantly enveloping the entire fishing net. The fish and shrimp in the net were immediately subdued by the new energy fishing net and instantly became docile. A good harvest. Chica was satisfied and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a huge wave surged on the sea, and a massive eel head emerged. Then, half of its body shot out of the water, reaching dozens of meters long. A pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at Chica and the prey in his hands. A sea king. It can't be the only one in this sea area, can it? Chica looked at the behemoth before him with a poker face, thinking to himself. As the weakest of the four seas, especially in such a remote area, sea kings were actually quite rare in the East Blue. However, while sea kings looked intimidating, in Chica's eyes, they were just larger fish. After all, having witnessed the world-destroying power of the tailed beasts in Naruto, a sea king, simply because of its large size, couldn't really compare. Well, it's a good opportunity to test the power of these eyes on you, even if it's a bit overkill. Chica looked up at the sea king. The sea king was looking at the tiny human below it and the pile of prey in his hands, preparing for a hearty meal. Then it saw Chica looking up, and its gaze met the purple Rinnegan. Instinctively, it felt a suffocating fear. Subconsciously, it tried to escape, but it was too late. Rinnegan, Genjutsu. An invisible ripple spread out. The sea king froze abruptly, then its eyes transformed into the same Rinnegan pattern as Chica's, and its life force began to rapidly dissipate. Rinnegan, Genjutsu, as a skill that Sasuke once used in the original Naruto to control several tailed beasts with a single glance, was clearly a dimensionality reduction attack when used against a dozens of meters long sea king. It simply couldn't withstand the mental impact and its consciousness was directly erased. With a splash, it collapsed onto the water, sinking downwards. This is much more useful than any conqueror's Haki, but such a large chunk of meat can't be wasted like this. Chica looked at the sinking sea king, then raised his hand again, and a black vortex appeared in his palm. Universal pull. A huge gravitational force emanated from Chica's palm, and the dozens of meters long sea king corpse was immediately pulled up. After pulling the corpse towards the stern of the boat, Chica turned his head to look in the direction of the island he had departed from, roughly estimating the distance. Then, his Rinnegan eyes slightly widened. Almighty push. Another powerful repulsive force spread out with Chica as its center. The sea king's corpse was instantly pushed away by this powerful repulsion, disappearing from sight. It is worth noting that Chica's Rinnegan was his own and did not require him to sacrifice his life like Nagato. Using the basic abilities of the six paths, such as Almighty Push, also had no annoying 5-second cooldown. Its power also increased infinitely with the growth of his chakra and stamina. A/N, in One Piece, people's stamina is very strong. After being transformed by this world, the protagonist's body will definitely be many times stronger than in his previous lives, which makes it easier to describe his strength. Watching the Sea King disappear from his sight, Chica clapped his hands in satisfaction. This is what they call food and fodder before the troops move. Chapter 3, Gift from the Sea. When Chica drove his small boat along the direction pushed by the Sea King and reached the shore, he found the white-eyed Sea King's corpse had been pushed ashore. A group of villagers surrounded the corpse, chattering about the sudden appearance of the Sea King. This is a Sea King, right? How did it end up here? I don't know, could it be a gift from nature? A gift from nature, my ass. With such a huge body, even if it was washed ashore by waves, it couldn't have been pushed this far, could it? What about Chica? Go out and look for him quickly, it's very dangerous now. Yes, those of you who are young and strong, come with me to find him. Don't let anything happen. In the crowd, a pink-haired Belmir, with 10-year-old Nami and 12-year-old Nojiko, stood silently with her arms crossed, looking at the Sea King's corpse in front of her. Lively Nami pointed at the Sea King's corpse and curiously said to Belmir, Belmir, look, what a big fish. It's my first time seeing such a big fish. I wonder how Brother Chiga is doing. He should have gone fishing today, right? Nojiko, who was usually more quiet, worried about Chiga. Belmir stroked their little heads, not speaking, but a hint of worry also flashed in her eyes. As a former Marine, she deduced from the Sea King's death that its demise was man-made. When did such a strong person appear in the East Blue? Is it a Marine? If it's a pirate, then it's going to be troublesome. I don't care about myself, but Nami and Nojiko. Belmir clenched her fists. No matter who it is, if he tries to hurt them, I'll protect them even if it costs me my life. At this moment, Chiga, who had come ashore, also arrived at the corpse, and the surrounding villagers quickly gathered around him. It's Chiga, you're back. A Sea King appeared, and Granny Risa was worried sick. Yes, don't go out to sea recently. Sea Kings are appearing. Your small boat would be flipped over directly if it encountered one. Brother Chiga, X. The two little ones popped out from the crowd and tightly hugged Chiga's calves. It was Nami and Nojiko. Are you all right, Chiga? These two brats were worried to death about you. Belmir squeezed in as well. Nojiko's face was slightly red, and she hugged Chiga's leg without saying a word. Nami, on the other hand, was like a lit firecracker. She bounced off Chiga's leg and shouted that she wasn't worried, she just didn't want to have no one to catch fish for her anymore. Chiga felt a warmth in his heart from the concern of the surrounding crowd. Such care was precious to him, who had lived cautiously for several years in the Naruto world. Shaking his head, Chiga smiled and said to the people around him. I'm fine, thank you all for your concern. As for the danger, you don't need to worry. This Sea King is my prey. After Chiga finished speaking, he noticed that the surroundings suddenly fell silent. People stared at him blankly. After a while, Nojiko stretched out her hand and suddenly bounced a few times. Chiga looked at her strangely. Realizing her behavior was a bit silly, Nojiko stammered, blushing. Brother Chiga, were you scared silly, or do you have a fever? Nami next to her had the same expression, as if saying, me too. As soon as her words fell, the surrounding villagers burst into laughter. Haha, Chiga, look, even the kids think you're not normal. I always thought you were quite aloof, I didn't expect you to have a talent for telling bad jokes. Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter. Belmir didn't laugh. She looked at the young men in front of her. Her intuition told her that he wasn't telling a bad joke. She knew that Chiga was not an ordinary person, after all, the oppressive feeling from his eyes was too strong. Only a fool would believe that it was just a peculiar appearance. The surrounding villagers had only subconsciously avoided his eyes during their usual interactions, or they had ignored this uniqueness after spending a long time with him and discovering that Chiga was a good person. Chiga wasn't annoyed. He didn't say anything, just raised his hand towards the Sea King and lightly uttered two words. Shinra Tensei. And so, the Sea King's corpse was pushed several hundred meters further away amidst the stunned expressions of everyone. Chapter 4, The Eyes of a Sage. Brother Chiga, are you a fairy? No. Brother Chiga, will you want to eat me? That's a crime. Brother Chiga, can you teach me that move you just did? Once I learn it, I won't be afraid of Belmir scolding me anymore. On the way back, Nami clung to Chiga, chattering incessantly, while Nojiko shook her head helplessly, continuously pulling Nami, who kept pressing against Chiga's leg. When you're a bit older, and as ladylike as Nojiko, perhaps I'll teach you. Chiga flicked Nami's forehead, making a boop sound. Chiga rubbed his hands, quite satisfied with the feel. Nami covered her head with both hands, pouting and grumbling, stingy. I see you only like Nojiko. Woo-woo, aren't I precious anymore? Nami's playful antics made Nojiko blush. Annoyed, she gently patted Nami's little head again, then shyly stole a glance at Chiga. However, her small movements, of course, couldn't escape Chiga's eyes. After all, with the Uchiha clan's excellent genes, coupled with his slightly aloof demeanor, he held a great attraction for these slightly precocious little girls. And then there were his mysterious eyes, dangerous yet possessing a fatal allure. Humph. These damned genes, and this damned excellence. Chiga outwardly remained as steady as an old dog, but inwardly, he was shamelessly indulging in self-admiration. Belmir silently followed behind them, her eyes fixed on Chiga's back. What was that power? Was it the power of a devil fruit? But she had seen Chiga jump into the sea to catch fish, aren't all devil fruit users unable to swim? Numerous questions made the young men before her seem like a mystery she was eager to unravel. Upon entering the village and reaching the crossroads where they would part ways, Belmir seemed to have made up her mind. She told Nojiko and Nami to go back first, saying she had something to deal with. Although Nami and Nojiko were a bit puzzled, they obediently went home. After they left, only Belmir and Chica remained at the crossroads. Chica looked at Belmir, knowing she had something to ask him, and spoke. Sister Belmir, is there something you need? Belmir took a deep breath and cautiously said. Chica, this might be a bit presumptuous to ask, but I mean no harm. Can I ask who exactly you are? After all, it's really hard to understand why someone with that kind of ability would stay in a small, insignificant place like the East Blue for 10 years, right? And those eyes, they aren't just peculiar in appearance, are they? Of course, if this question makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to answer. Please don't take it to heart. Belmir rattled off a string of questions, her 10 fingers intertwined, anxiously awaiting Chiga's reply. Chiga looked at her deeply, then smiled. He greatly admired Belmir, having watched the anime. Although her strength wasn't high, the scene of her smiling in the face of death to protect Nami deeply moved him at the time. He knew she was a good person, so he didn't feel any negative emotions about her questions. After some thought, Chiga said in a low voice. It's fine. You just need to know that I'm not a bad person. As for these eyes, you can understand them as our family's innate talent. They are called the Rinnegan, the eyes of a sage. That move just now was released through them, it's one of my abilities. As for my clan, you could say I come from the sage lineage, the Uchiha clan. Sage, Uchiha, Rinnegan, one of his abilities. Belmir was greatly shocked upon hearing these. Although she had never heard of the Uchiha clan, from Chiga's performance, it must be an extremely powerful clan. Chiga saw Belmir there, with no reaction, so he continued. Some things happened, and I have some memory loss, but I still remember that I'm the last surviving member of this clan in this world. As for why I stayed on this island for so long, have you ever considered that I was only 6 years old when I arrived in the village? Where could I have gone at that age? I guess that's true. Belmir scratched her head awkwardly. So, what are your plans next? With that kind of ability, you surely won't stay here your whole life, right? I plan to join the Marines. Chapter 5, Marines, here I come. Chiga returned home and first reported his safe arrival to Grandma Risa. He then handed over the 80 million berries he had saved in his room to her. The money was bounty Chiga had earned over the years by casually dealing with small pirate groups during his voyages. Since there were no formidable pirate groups around, he had only managed to save this much over the years, but it was enough for the 70-year-old grandma to live comfortably for the rest of her life. The grandma looked at the huge sum of money in surprise and didn't accept it. Chiga quickly explained. Don't worry, I promise this money is legitimate. I'm going to join the Marines, and I'm worried about you being home alone. Please take this money and use it. Only then did the grandma relax. She knew Chiga was a good kid with a cold exterior but a warm heart. He had always been honest and never lied to her over the years. She put the money away in a box behind her. Turning to look at the child she had lived with for 10 years, Grandma Risa had no children of her own, and Chiga had long been regarded as her own grandson. Now that he was leaving, her heart was naturally filled with reluctance. However, she also knew that young people needed to go out and explore, especially Chiga. He was so different. She reached out and patted Chiga's waist, revealing a kind smile as she said. Go, my good child. Grandma believes you will definitely achieve great things. You don't have to worry about me here. Everyone in the village is very kind, and with them around, Grandma will be fine. Go out and explore with peace of mind. Chiga also felt a little sad. He stepped forward and hugged the grandma. I won't disappoint you. It won't be long before I make the sea know my name, and I'll come back to visit you often. After saying goodbye to Grandma Risa, Chiga simply packed his belongings and then went to visit Belmir's family. Both Belmir and Nojiko were people he had grown close to over the years. Arriving at Belmir's doorstep, Chiga knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and a small blue head poked out. It was Nojiko. Seeing that it was Chiga, Nojiko was very happy, but when she saw the small bag of luggage in Chiga's hand, she seemed to realize something. Her expression dimmed a little, but she still showed her brightest smile and called out sweetly. Brother Chiga. Chiga smiled and patted her head, responding before explaining his purpose. Although she had already sensed it, when she truly heard the news, Nojiko couldn't help but her eyes turn red. She forced a smile and said. Then, Brother Chiga, I'll go tell Belmir and Nami. We'll see you off. No need, I'm leaving now. Just go tell them, I won't go inside. Suddenly. How can that be? You've lived in the village for 10 years. How can you leave so perfunctorily? Belmir walked out of the house with Nami, pretending to be angry as she said. Let's go. We'll see you off together. Nojiko also turned to look at Chiga expectantly. Truly, troublesome bonds. Chiga's words conveyed annoyance, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Tsundere. Nami had already seen through everything with her insight that surpassed the Rinnegan. Chiga glared at Nami, then walked forward and picked up the red-eyed, low-spirited Nojiko. Hey, brother Chiga. Nojiko was clearly a little embarrassed and struggled slightly. What's wrong? I'm leaving, can't I hug you? Chiga said with a straight face. Of course you can. Nojiko immediately quieted down, though her clenched fists betrayed her nervousness. Humph. A biased man. How could Nami, the little complainer, be absent at a time like this? This time, Chiga ignored her and prepared to set off. Let's go. Arriving at the shore, Chiga said to everyone. All right, this is as far as we go. Thank you all, let's say goodbye here. Right here. Belmir looked at the empty surroundings and suspiciously at Chiga. Yes, right here. Then, Chiga's body floated into the air in front of everyone's disbelieving eyes. So, are you really human? After a long pause, Belmir took a deep breath and asked steadily. Nami and Nojiko beside her nodded in agreement. Chiga didn't answer that question. After all, his body had evolved towards the Otsutsuki bloodline, so it wasn't wrong to say he wasn't human anymore. After thinking for a moment, Chiga took out a strangely shaped kunai from his pocket and handed it to Nojiko, instructing her, if any danger occurs in the village while I'm gone, just hold this and call my name in your heart, got it? Nojiko carefully put away the kunai and nodded seriously, indicating that she remembered. Chiga smiled and patted her head. The kunai was naturally the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God kunai from Naruto. With his vast chakra and Rinnegan, he could instantly arrive near the kunai no matter how far away as long as he sensed the signal. He had also left a kunai with Grandma Risa, but just in case, he had made extra preparations, as Arlong pirates would still pose a threat in a few years. With his mind at ease, Chiga's body began to float upwards. Well then, goodbye everyone. Nojiko, Nami, you two must eat well and not still be two little sprouts when we meet next time. I got it, brother Chiga, you must remember to come back. Nojiko's face was already covered in tears as she shouted loudly at Chiga in the air. Humph, I won't listen to you, hurry up and go. Anyway, no matter what I become, you won't care, right? Biased Chiga. Nami secretly wiped away a tear and said stubbornly with her neck stiff. Go for it, Chiga. I look forward to the day you become a Marine Admiral, no, a Fleet Admiral. Belmir shouted towards the sky. Taking one last look at the people on the ground in Kokoyashi village, Chiga's gaze was firm. Then, with a burst of repulsive force, he instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Marines, here I come. Chapter 6, Chiga's debut. East Blue. After flying for a day, Chiga spotted a small island and decided to rest there temporarily. Slowly landing, Chiga surveyed his surroundings, finding the vegetation quite dense. He thought. There should be some animals on this island. I should find something to eat first. Chiga searched the island and eventually hunted a giant tiger. He then came to an open space, used fire release to start a fire, and prepared for a hearty meal. Looking at the huge piece of meat in his hand, and thinking about the characters who would appear later in the world of One Piece, Chiga complained. The animals in the world of One Piece really have one characteristic, they're huge. The meat is also very nutritious. No wonder the people here also have such exaggerated physiques. After finishing his food, Chiga stood up to take a nap. Suddenly, a cannon shot caught his attention. Someone's on the island. Is it a pirate crew? If it's a pirate crew, I hope it's a strong one. That way, it'll be smoother when I join the Marines. Thinking this, Chiga casually tossed the roasted meat aside, controlled his repulsive force to fly up, and shot towards the sound. On the other side of the island, a huge pirate ship was docked by the shore, and a group of pirates were gleefully carving up the corpse of a ferocious beast. Haha, they're so weak. Compared to the Grand Line, the animals here are taken care of with just one ordinary cannonball. Indeed, the Marines put most of their forces in the Grand Line. Our Brand pirate crew is invincible here. On the bow of the pirate ship stood the captain of the Brand pirate crew, Brand. Yes, the pirate crew was named after him, which showed his arrogance. He was a devil fruit user, a paramecia type, the Dordor fruit user. This fruit was later eaten by CP9's Blueno, which meant this guy was also short-lived and ultimately couldn't escape the fate of death. However, relying on this fruit, he acted like a tyrant in his hometown, feeling invincible. Soon, he formed his own pirate crew and set off for the Grand Line. As a result, in the Grand Line, people with abilities like his were not as rare as he thought, but certainly not few. He quickly realized his insignificance, and in a naval battle with a vice admiral, he was almost completely wiped out. If it weren't for his excellent escapability, he would probably be at the bottom of the sea by now. Sighing, Brand composed himself. After all, he had returned from the Grand Line. Although his return was a bit embarrassing, at least he had such an experience, just like some people on Earth who have been to big cities always have a sense of superiority when they return. He shouted to the subordinates below. "All right, lads. Carry the prey to the open space. We'll have a feast tonight. Tomorrow, we'll pay a visit to the countries and villages in the sea area. I'm sure they'll welcome us warmly, ha 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 ha." The pirates below became even more excited, strenuously lifting the prey and preparing to head deeper into the island. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. "So, it's a bunch of pathetic losers. I hope your captain's bounty isn't too low." The pirates were immediately enraged and began to look around, shouting that they would find this person and tear him to pieces. But they looked for a long time and couldn't find where the person was. "Stop looking, you idiots. He's in the sky." Brand, being someone who had been in the Grand Line, heard the voice and immediately spotted Chica in the air, arms crossed. "He can fly. Is he also a devil fruit user? Damn it, flying abilities are really tricky." Brand thought, looking at Chica in the air. "Bounty. Are you a bounty hunter?" Brand asked Chica in the sky. "Bounty hunter." Chica shook his head. "Wrong. I just need your heads as a stepping stone for me to join the Marines." "What? You damn brat, don't think you're invincible just because you can fly. Do you dare to come down and play with us old men?" A small fry arrogantly shouted. "So noisy." Chica raised his hand and aimed at the one who was shouting the loudest. "You come up and play first." Universal pull. Buzz. The small fry who had just spoken was horrified to find his body being uncontrollably sucked into the sky by an unknown force. In a short while, he was sucked up to be shoulder to shoulder with Chica. "Now, I'm standing in front of you. What do you want?" Gulp, the small fry swallowed hard. He was about to speak, but Chica already said impatiently. "Never mind. You can go down. You're too disgusting." With that, Chica released the ability he had cast on him, and the small fry fell directly from 100 meters in the air. Splat. A crisp sound rang out, and a puddle of flesh was now on the ground. Chapter 7, Brand, the Demonic Trace. In the blink of an eye, they had inexplicably lost a companion, and the pirates below grew restless. "Damn it, not only can he fly, but he can make others fly too. How are we supposed to fight him? We can't even touch him. Why is our luck so bad? To run into such a tough opponent in the East Blue." The pirates were clearly panicking, some even began to subtly move towards their pirate ship behind them. Bang. A petty officer among the pirates fired a shot into the sky, temporarily quelling the agitated crowd. The pirates all looked at him. "Pull yourselves together. We've seen all kinds of devil fruit users in the Grand Line. Don't forget our captain is also a devil fruit user. Being able to fly isn't impossible to deal with." Seeing that morale was about to collapse before the fight even began, a pirate leader quickly spoke up to stabilize the crowd. Hearing this, the pirates' emotions calmed down a little, and they began to comfort themselves. "Yeah, our captain made his name in the Grand Line. Brand the Demonic Trace, with a bounty of 100 million berries. He'll definitely have a way to deal with this flying brat." "Exactly. Damn flying brat, you'd better not run. Our captain will soon show you how terrifying pirates can be." "Wait. Where's our captain?" The pirates were stunned and quickly turned to look at their ship. They found that Brand, who had been standing at the bow, had disappeared. Did the captain already run away? The pirates couldn't help but think in despair. At this moment, Chiga in the sky was still floating in place, not making a move yet. Because when the pirate crew started to stir, he saw the captain named Brand open a door in thin air and jump into it. Suddenly, Chiga turned his head to an empty space and said, "Come out. If you're planning a sneak attack, I advise you to give up that idea." However, there was no response, as if Chiga had been talking to himself just now. "Looks like you want me to drag you out." Chiga focused his gaze on a spot, his eyes slightly narrowed. Rinnegan, Yamatsu Hirasaka. A spatial ability once displayed by Kaguya in Naruto, creating a black hole in space that allows free travel between various dimensions. It requires no preparatory actions like hand seals or markings to activate. However, the portal cannot open instantly, making it less effective in battles against strong opponents. Its strength lies in its powerful functionality, and it is naturally the most effective ability to use against a spatial ability user right now. A black hole appeared out of thin air in the space Chica was staring at, and Brand emerged from within it. At this moment, Brand's face was ashen. Ever since he obtained the Dordor fruit, he had escaped countless times using his incredibly buggy devil fruit ability, even when facing insurmountable enemies. Just now, in the Dordor dimension, when he heard Chiga's voice and saw his gaze seemingly pierce through space to look at him, a hint of unease flashed in his heart. However, confident in his devil fruit ability, he temporarily suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, calmed down and waited for Chica to let his guard down, and prepared to succeed with one blow. But unfortunately, Chica actually opened his own door space, directly exposing him. He now feels like a little girl who is naked in public. Seeing that the ability he is most proud of is not worth mentioning in front of Chica, Brand already has the idea of shrinking back. He knows that with Chica's ability, he wants to escape. It is already impossible. Can you let me go? I will hand over all my treasures to you, it is definitely worth more than my bounty. Now it doesn't matter, Brand just wants to save his life. Chica tilted his head, but, if I kill you, all of this is mine. No. Not the same, you will never be able to find them after I die. Brand said hastily. Naturally, the treasure is placed in his door space. Once he dies, this space will disappear, even if the next ability user will not open this space again, this is his last means of saving his life. But what happened next left him in despair. I saw that Chica used the trick just now again, and sucked out countless boxes from a black hole. The boxes were naturally filled with the wealth that Brand had accumulated over the years. Damn it, I'll fight with you. Seeing that the last trump card was gone, Brand snapped violently. Armament Haki. Brand's right hand was covered with a layer of black substance, and he slammed it towards Chica's face. Snapped. Brand watched in disbelief as Chica easily stopped his full blow in his palm. This is Armament Haki. It seems that you have learned something in the Grand Line. Chica looked at Brand's black fist and gave a little affirmation, but then shook his head and said. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Without giving Brand a chance to speak again, Chica turned his palm into a claw and grabbed Brand's neck. Reincarnation I, Predapath's absorption. Brand stared, and he felt his vitality draining rapidly. He wanted to struggle, but his body was clearly out of order. At this moment, he was left with endless despair. Chapter 8, Door Fruit. Suddenly, Chica, who was activating his ability, stopped the Predapath's absorption when he realized it hadn't achieved the desired effect. Yes, Chica had anticipated that the Predapath of the Rinnegan could absorb chakra in Naruto, and chakra was essentially energy. In the world of One Piece, that would be Haki and the energy within the body. But that wasn't enough for Chica. He felt that devil fruit abilities also required physical stamina, so why hadn't he sensed this special power when he absorbed it earlier? Could it be that the source of devil fruit abilities isn't actually in the body? But besides the body, where else could it be? I got it. A flash of inspiration struck Chica's mind. Could it be the soul? That's right, besides the physical body, what else is there but the soul? Thinking of it, he acted. For the soul, that would naturally be the human path ability of the Rinnegan. Chica lifted Brand, who had already lost the ability to resist, and with his other hand, he slapped Brand's head and then pulled something out as if grabbing it. Brand, whose eyes were the only part that could move, watched in horror as a humanoid purple spiritual body was torn from his head by Chica. His body instinctively trembled. Sure enough, through the Rinnegan, Chica saw a wriggling mass of black energy in the heart area of Brand's soul body. He directly activated the Predapath's ability. The black mass struggled as if trying to escape, but it was clearly powerless against the powerful suction of the Predapath and was directly absorbed into Chica's body. As the ability entered his body, Chica immediately felt a peculiar energy within him, and this energy quickly surged into Chica's eyes after entering his body, finally forming a black tomo on the pattern of his right eye. Chica felt the abnormality in his eye. He used water release to create a small water screen in the air, and through the screen, he saw an additional tomo in his right eye. Isn't this Sasuke's Rinnegan with tomo? Although it's only one tomo. Chica was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that by absorbing the power of a devil fruit, his Rinnegan could evolve further, and so easily. Using Sasuke's eye as a reference, one Rinnegan can accommodate 6 tomo. So, I have a pair of Rinnegan, which means I can accommodate 12 tomo, meaning I can absorb 12 devil fruits. Chica was genuinely happy this time because finding a way to evolve his Rinnegan meant he was one step closer to the Sage of Six Paths level. With a casual swipe in the space in front of him, a door appeared before Chica. Chica looked at the spatial door before him with satisfaction and thought, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. In that case, I can do what Blackbeard does, and do it even better. This battle had yielded much. Chica no longer dwelled on it and looked at Brand in his hand. With his soul extracted, Brand's eyes turned white. He was truly dead. Casually, like throwing trash, he flung Brand's corpse aside, just like the rest of his lackeys. Thud. Another fresh human-shaped meat patty appeared on the ground. As for why it didn't turn into a meat paste, are you kidding? He was a pirate captain who had returned from the Grand Line, so is it a problem if his body is a bit tougher? From Brand's attack to him becoming a human-shaped meat patty, it was actually less than 5 minutes. The pirates on the ground hadn't even fully reacted before their captain had become the sight before them. Silence. Slowly, some pirates began to tremble and speak. Run away. Devil. He's a devil. Why can he use the captain's ability too? Why are you still asking so many questions? If you want to avenge him, you go. I'm escaping first. The pirates completely broke down, scattering and fleeing like headless chickens. TSK, how ugly. Looking at the rabble below, Chiga felt it was really affecting his mood. He wondered what ability to use to clean them up. Well, I'll use this move. Chiga's eyes lit up as he thought of a move. Clasping his hands together, with his index fingers pointing up, Chiga took a light breath, then slowly exhaled. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A stream of flames erupted from Chiga's lips, instantly transforming into a sea of fire that covered the entire pirate crew, rushing towards the fleeing pirates and instantly engulfing the entire pirate crew. It's fire. It's fire. Save me, it's so hot, so hot. Am I dreaming? Can someone wake me up quickly? Please, sir, spare my life. From now on, I'll be your most loyal subordinate, no. Your most loyal dog. Please spare my life. It's over, it's over. I can't believe our brand pirates escaped the Grand Line only to be annihilated in the weakest East Blue, ha 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 ha. Desperate pleas, agonizing screams, and deranged laughter intermittently echoed from the sea of fire. Chiga frowned, feeling he had been too lenient earlier, so he increased the intensity. Then, the air went silent. The flames dissipated, leaving only piles of human-shaped charred remains on the ground. I need to take these with me. These are all merits. Chiga felt he needed to clean up the scene. He lightly gripped his hand, and the charred remains on the ground were gathered together, continuously compressed, forming a black sphere. Chiga even thoughtfully separated Brand's corpse, which was still somewhat recognizable. Satisfied, Chiga looked at his masterpiece and opened his door space, throwing these trophies inside. Casually tearing down the Brand pirate's flag, Chiga then set the pirate ship on fire. Now everything is ready. I wonder if these will attract the attention of the headquarters. Chiga thought. Never mind, I'll go first and see. Chiga made up his mind and left the small island where he had rested for less than a day. Chapter 9, The Terrifying Recruit. East Blue. Sakura Island. Marine Branch. A young Marine soldier at the recruitment office was yawning boredly. It wasn't time for large-scale recruitment yet, and this was the East Blue, so not many people came to join the Marines. The table in front of him was knocked. The disturbed Marine soldier looked up impatiently, about to speak, but when he saw a pair of purple eyes with strange patterns, a sense of fear rose in his heart, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back down. The person who arrived was naturally Uchiha Chiga. Seeing that the Marine in front of him was slow to speak, he proactively asked. Hello, is this the Marine recruitment office? I'm here for an interview. Ah, yes. The Marine, having regained his senses, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly replied, then began to ask for Chiga's information. Name. Uchiha Chiga. Age. 16 years old. The Marine soldier looked at Uchiha Chiga in surprise, thinking how young he was. Reason for joining the Marines? Just out of interest, I guess. Ah, very honest. Do you have any special abilities? I can fly, breathe fire, summon lightning, control gravity and repulsion, open spatial gates, quite a lot. Hearing this long list of abilities, the Marine soldier looked at Uchiha Chiga with suspicion. If it were anyone else, he would have already frowned, but Uchiha Chiga's eyes had given him too great a shock just now. Seeing the Marine soldier's expression, Chiga knew he might think he was talking nonsense, so he simply performed a few ninjutsu, then used Bansho Tenin to pull the entire branch building into the sky, and gently placed it back in its original spot. Now, can I join the Marines? Chiga turned to look at the Marine soldier, only to find that the soldier was completely frozen in place, with his tongue hanging out, like a comical statue. However, at this moment, the Marine base was in chaos. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The opponent is an ability user, a very terrifying ability. Quick, go out and see. This is bad, an enemy of this level is not something we can handle. For justice. We cannot retreat. Charge out and see. A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and all the Marines in the base rushed to the base entrance, looking around nervously, trying to find the invading enemy. At this moment, the Marine responsible for recruitment had come to his senses. Seeing this situation, he knew it was a false alarm caused by Chiga's ability. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he quickly stepped forward, stood at attention, saluted a burly Marine, and explained. Reporting, Colonel Rod. There is no enemy attack. The disturbance just now was caused by Uchiha Chiga, who came to enlist. As soon as his words fell, the Marines burst into an uproar. What? Caused by someone who came to enlist. Are the new recruits this terrifying now? Scared me to death. Thankfully it's not a pirate. I thought I was going to sacrifice myself for justice this time. Colonel Rod looked at Uchiha Chiga, who was standing quietly in one spot, his face twitching as he spoke. I understand, you may go. He then walked in front of Uchiha Chiga, controlled his emotions, and asked. Hello, I am the highest-ranking officer here, Colonel Rod. Are you Uchiha Chiga, who came to enlist? Rod's tone carried a hint of caution. After all, Chiga's earlier display of gently lifting and lowering the entire building had truly frightened him. He also knew that with that level of power, there was probably no one in the entire East Blue who could contend with it. Yes, I am Uchiha Chiga. I came here to join the Marines, Chiga replied with a smile. Having received confirmation, and with Uchiha Chiga's attitude seemingly good, Rod's hanging heart slightly relaxed, followed by immense joy. He knew he couldn't keep a talent of this caliber. He was born for the Grand Line. His East Blue Marine branch was not worthy. But he could recommend him to Marine headquarters. The merit gained from recommending such a talent could even promote him several ranks directly. Looking at Uchiha Chiga again, Rod's eyes were filled with fervent admiration. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under Rod's gaze, Chiga raised his hand, opened a space-time door, and threw Brand's corpse, the pirate flag, and a large black sphere onto the ground. What is this? Rod looked at Uchiha Chiga in confusion. This black ball is the piled corpses of the Brand pirate crew. The one that still looks somewhat human is the captain. I dealt with them on the way here. Hiss, Rod took a sharp breath. He knew about the Brand pirate crew. They were a group of pirates who had returned from the Grand Line. Headquarters had sent a warning message a few days ago, and they were preparing to send reinforcements, as the damage Brand could cause in the East Blue would be immense. But now, this Brand, who had managed to escape back from the Grand Line, had actually turned into a charred human-shaped lump in front of him, and the other minor pirates weren't even fit to maintain human form. It was truly terrifying. Rod gained a new understanding of Uchiha Chiga's strength. Then please come into the base first, and we can talk slowly. To be honest, with your strength, you probably won't be staying here for too long. Speaking again, Rod's tone already carried a hint of flattery. He knew that if Uchiha Chiga, with such power, went to headquarters, he would definitely enter their elite training camp. Once he graduated from there, he would be a headquarters officer, and his rank would only be higher than his own. It would be a height he could never reach in his lifetime, so he dared not show the slightest neglect, whether in terms of strength or status. Chiga smiled and nodded, then walked into the base first. Looking at Chiga's retreating figure, and then thinking of his young face, Rod couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is the gap between people so vast? Chapter 10, New Recruit. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku was holding his forehead, looking at the military deployment map on his desk, his brows tightly furrowed. With Pirate King Roger's dying words, a large number of pirates began to pour into the Grand Line, and the Navy's military strength was already stretched thin. Although the high-end combat power was guarded by the three Logia admirals, these three were clearly problematic individuals: Kizaru, who clocked in for work and collected his monthly salary, mostly idle; Akiji, who was lazy most of the time; and Akainu, who, compared to the other two, actually got things done. However, some of Akainu's actions were too radical, and Sengoku wasn't very fond of his absolute justice. As for the pirates, the four emperors in the New World were eyeing them covetously. Each emperor possessed the power to easily destroy a country, not to mention the powerful pirates under their command. The current navy needs an influx of fresh blood, especially talented individuals. Sengoku thought, then sighed again. Talent is hard to come by. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded, and a marine soldier entered. After saluting, he took out a den mushi and said seriously. Report, Fleet Admiral. Captain Rod of the East Blue Marine 155th Branch has sent a message, saying he has important information to report to headquarters. East Blue. Could it be that the Brand pirate crew started causing trouble a few days ago? Those damned sea trash. Sengoku's mood worsened. He nodded, let the soldier out, and connected to Rod's den mushi. Moshi, this is Marine Headquarters, I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Captain Rod, what important information do you have to report? Rod's den mushi immediately mimicked an excited expression and spoke. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I am Rod. A new recruit with extremely strong talent has arrived at our branch's recruitment office. His name is Uchiha Chiga. A new recruit with extremely strong talent. Sengoku was a bit excited. Hearing this news at such a time was like a timely help. However, thinking that it was a marine branch in the East Blue, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. After all, it was difficult for an extremely talented new recruit to appear in the weakest sea. He felt that it was highly likely that Rod had been in the East Blue for too long and became overly excited upon seeing a slightly capable newcomer. Thinking of this, Sengoku's recently risen emotions fell back down. I understand. Can you describe what extremely strong talent specifically means? This Uchiha Chiga possesses many abilities. First, his physical fitness is very strong, and he also has an ability that seems to control gravity and repulsion. He can fly, and he can easily lift the entire marine branch building into the sky and gently put it down. Nani? Upon hearing this, Sengoku was no longer calm. As the highest-ranking officer in Marine headquarters and one of the top combatants in this world, Sengoku naturally knew what he was hearing. Flight, control of gravity and repulsion, no matter which ability it was extremely powerful. Could it be a paramecia devil fruit? Furthermore, Uchiha Chiga could already easily lift an entire marine branch building into the sky, indicating that his ability was already very skillfully used. Could it be that a treasure had truly been found? Sengoku was somewhat incredulous. At this moment, Rod's voice sounded again. The Brand pirate crew has been annihilated by him alone. The captain became a charred corpse, and the other pirates were turned into a black ball by him. He says he also has the ability to control flames. And... Rod paused. He's only 16 years old. Silence. FL. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Rod, seeing no response for a while, thought that Fleet Admiral Sengoku found his words too exaggerated and cautiously asked. I'm here. Sengoku snapped back to reality. His face flushed, and he shouted into the Den Mushi. Captain Rod, you've done very well. Headquarters will immediately dispatch a warship to pick him up. During this period, you must ensure he experiences our Navy's sincerity. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku let out a long breath, preparing to arrange for the warship to the East Blue. Bang. The door was roughly pushed open. Sengoku. I want to go back to the East Blue to see my grandson. Entering was the legendary Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, Garp. He picked his nose and rushed to Sengoku's desk, shouting casually at Sengoku. Sengoku looked at his friend, feeling a headache. This guy usually didn't do any serious work, and even Akiji had learned bad habits from him, and he also liked to harass him and steal his senbei. Just as he was about to reprimand this annoying guy, suddenly, Sengoku's eyes lit up. He could use this opportunity to have Garp pick him up. Although Garp was usually unreliable, his reputation preceded him. Wouldn't having him go better demonstrate the Navy's sincerity? He was truly wise. Sengoku's face immediately showed a benevolent smile. All right, I approve. Oh, I haven't seen my grandson in a long time. This time you, huh? Garp was about to argue. Normally, Sengoku would righteously refuse, and then Garp would have to coax and threaten him until he compromised. But this time, it was so smooth. Sengoku's abnormal behavior stumped Garp, and he froze in place for a moment. Sengoku also realized his behavior was a bit unusual, coughed awkwardly twice, and then said seriously. I can grant you leave, but you have to pick someone up for me on the way. He's at the East Blue Marine 155th branch. Pick someone up. Who? A new Marine recruit. His name is Uchiha Chiga. As promised, that's 10 chapters delivered. I'll be uploading a new chapter daily, sometimes 2, depending on my schedule and mood. If you'd like to support the series, consider sending Power Stones. With enough support, I'll release 5 bonus chapters tonight. Chapter 11, The Arrival of Vice Admiral Garp. Half a month passed in a flash. Inside Colonel Rod's office at Marine 155th branch in the East Blue. Chiga sat on the sofa, quietly reading a newspaper. Rod, meanwhile, stayed in his seat, staring at a Den Mushi on his desk, looking somewhat anxious. Today was the day Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp was scheduled to arrive at the branch. Rod held immense respect for this legendary Vice Admiral. After all, forcing the Pirate King Roger into a corner was an incredibly impressive feat, and Garp's strength was undeniably formidable. However, Rod wasn't very familiar with Garp's personality and feared doing something wrong that might displease the coming great deity. Chiga looked up and saw Rod's constipated expression, finding it a bit amusing. From the moment Rod called him into the office that morning until now, Rod had maintained this posture and expression, afraid of missing the Den Mushi's call. You don't have to be so nervous. I know a bit about Vice Admiral Garp, he's quite amiable. Just act as you normally would. Chiga closed his newspaper and said to Rod. Rod's face immediately darkened. Good heavens, so this newcomer knew more about Marine officers than he, who had been a Marine for decades. However, he dared not show any dissatisfaction, as the person before him was also someone he couldn't afford to offend. Seeing no reaction from Rod, Chiga stood up, losing interest, and prepared to go out for some fresh air. Suddenly. Pira. The den mushi, silent all morning, finally stirred. Rod immediately resembled a camel that had finally found water in the desert, grabbing the den mushi and excitedly shouting into it. Moshi. This is Marine 155 branch, Colonel Rod. This is HQ Warship 3. We are about to land at your unit. Please come out to greet us. Understood. Rod saluted, stood up, called Chiga, and rushed furiously towards the warship's landing point. Chigara quietly followed. Upon reaching the landing point, rows of branch marines were already standing in neat formation, eagerly looking towards the warship's hatch. Under everyone's gaze, several rows of headquarters marines emerged first, quickly forming ranks. Then, a burly figure wearing a dog mask appeared at the hatch. The one wearing the dog mask was naturally Garp. He glanced at the formation below, then walked casually down the ship, disregarding the surrounding stares, and shouted. Where's Colonel Rod here? Here. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm here. Rod scurried over to Garp. Garp sized up Rod, nodded, and then asked. Is Uchiha Chiga here? I was delayed for a while back home, so I won't stay long this time. Let's take him and head straight back to headquarters. I'm here. Before Rod could answer, Chiga responded from within the crowd. Garp turned to look, seeing a slender young man with a pair of strange and eerie eyes standing among the marines, looking somewhat like a crane among chickens. So this is the highly talented good seed Sengoku told me about. He looks quite young. Garp thought, then waved to Chiga. Good, come here. We should get on the ship now, back to Marine headquarters. Chiga nodded in acknowledgement. The surrounding marines automatically cleared a path for him. He walked forward and stood beside Garp. Observing the young man up close again, especially those purple eyes, Garp sensed Uchiha Chiga's extraordinary nature. Interesting. I'll have to properly test this kid's strength once we get back to headquarters. Having made up his mind, Garp greeted the branch marines below and, taking Chiga, turned and returned to the warship. Standing at the bow of Garp's warship, Chiga waved to the branch marines and Rod below, thanking them for their care over the past few days. The branch marines below, including Rod, were somewhat moved. For such a prodigy, about to soar, to still remember ordinary people like them was extremely rare. Go, Chiga. I look forward to hearing your name here again. Rod shouted somewhat excitedly. Chiga on the ship gave Rod a thumbs up. Seeing Chiga's actions, Garp's opinion of him rose even further. To him, the quality of getting along with others and knowing how to respect them was sometimes more valuable than strength. In the anime, Garp taking Kobe as his disciple was partly due to this very quality. Of course, Chiga wasn't particularly fond of the character Kobe. In a rather good mood, Garp waved his hand, ordering to set sail. The warship then turned its bow and sailed towards the Grand Line. As promised, the 5 bonus chapters. Chapter 12, Meeting the Fleet Admiral. The first half of the Grand Line, Marineford. The warship docked, and Garp disembarked with Chiga and a group of marine soldiers. Waving his hand to dismiss the soldiers, Garp turned to Chiga and said. Come with me, I'll take you to see Sengoku. You're the person he specifically asked to see. Chiga responded and followed behind Garp towards the Fleet Admiral's office. Along the way, Chiga felt a little emotional, surprised that his performance in the East Blue Marine branch had caused such a stir. This treatment was truly beyond his expectations. Upon reaching Sengoku's office door, Garp didn't bother to knock. He pushed the door open with a clang and yelled. Sengoku. I've brought you the person you wanted. Got any senbei? I'm starving. Chiga looked at the eccentric Garp in front of him, speechless. He thought to himself, he's really just like how he was portrayed in the manga, a one-track mind. However, Chiga didn't dislike it, because such people were actually the easiest to get along with, having no ill intentions. Chiga recalled the Konoha higher-ups and various clan heads he had encountered during his time in Naruto. Every single one of them had 800 schemes up their sleeves. Constantly scheming was truly exhausting, not to mention that as an Uchiha, he wasn't well regarded by the higher-ups, and his life could be lost in an instant. But with someone like Garp, if you treated him sincerely, he wouldn't mistreat you. Not just him, but many generals in Marine headquarters were actually very easy to get along with. No matter how much their justice might deviate, it still leaned towards the good side. This was a significant factor in why Chiga preferred the Marines over pirates. In his office chair, a vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead. He had wanted to leave Chiga with an impression of a wise and dignified senior leader during their first meeting, but that was now completely ruined. Struggling to control his emotions, Sengoku testily waved Garp to sit aside. However, Garp didn't fall for it. He picked a booger from his nose, flicked it with his finger, and a shiny black booger landed on the little goat next to Sengoku. Instantly, a flamboyant beauty mark appeared on the goat's pristine white face. Garp. Seeing his little pet suffer such a fate, Sengoku finally snapped. Just as he was about to erupt, a steady female voice rang out. Alright, you two, how old are you? Settle down, don't make young Chica here laugh. Chica peeked his head out and saw a white-haired old lady sitting on the sofa. Beside her stood a tall, elegant woman. The elegant woman had her long black hair casually tied back. She had a pair of peach blossom eyes with reddish pupils, a delicate nose, and a perfectly placed mole below her cherry lips that maximized her allure. Very beautiful, Chica silently gave her 5 stars in his mind. Then he realized that these two should be Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Tsuru and her adopted sister, the future Admiral candidate, Gion Momoyasagi. These two were also significant figures in the Marines. While Chica observed the two, Tsuru and Gion also noticed Chica peeking out. With just one glance, both were simultaneously drawn to Chica's eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Circles of black ripples were distributed within them like a whirlpool, and purple light occasionally flickered in them. Both of them instinctively released their observation haki. Then, they felt a powerful energy fluctuation and a pressure comparable to Conqueror's haki emanating from those eyes. Terrifying newcomer, both simultaneously gave their assessment of Chica in their minds. It's worth noting that Gion's gaze lingered on Chica's face for a moment longer, then she secretly nodded and looked away. Chica naturally sensed their scrutiny but didn't mind. He stepped out from behind Garp and approached Sengoku's desk, saluting Sengoku. A soldier should act like a soldier, this was something he had been taught on Earth. Good, very good. Sengoku was very pleased. What was a model marine? This was a model marine. Strong talent, strong power, polite, respectful to superiors, and he even knew how to kill pirates. In contrast, what was that thing that only knew how to pick its nose just now? Sengoku declared that he didn't know such a scoundrel. Alright, new recruit Chica, given your inherent strength, I'm prepared to make an exception and arrange for you to enter the Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp. There, you will receive the Marines' most rigorous and elite education. At this point, Sengoku paused, looking directly at Chica, and asked word for word. So, are you ready, Uchiha Chiga? Chica was in a good mood at this moment. Coming here, he had the goal of understanding the power system of the pirate world, and the Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp was undoubtedly very suitable for achieving this goal. Moreover, becoming a military officer would be a good experience. Yes, I am ready, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Without hesitation, Chica gave his reply. Excellent. Then I'll arrange for someone to show you around the headquarters. I'll do it, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I don't have anything else to do anyway. To Sengoku's surprise, Gion suddenly spoke up and took on the task. Sengoku looked at her in surprise. To be honest, Gion's status in the headquarters was not low, and she was also Tsuru's sister. This time, sending Garp to pick up Chica under the guise of giving Garp a vacation was already a bit over the top. Sengoku had originally planned to send a mid-level officer familiar with the environment. Tsuru cast a meaningful glance at her adopted sister, thinking, the old girl can't hold back anymore. Garp continued picking his nose, sitting indifferently. What did this have to do with him? Ignoring the gazes in the office, Gion said generously. I find young Chica quite appealing, and I'd like to get to know him better. We'll surely have opportunities to work together in the future. Since you volunteered, go ahead. It's not a big deal, Sengoku approved. Gion elegantly walked up to Chica in her high heels, one hand on her hip. She smiled at Chica and spoke in a slightly teasing tone. Well then, let's go. My name is Gion, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me from now on, little brother Chica. This Gion is like a vixen. Don't call her Momoyasagi, call her Pink Fox instead, Chica complained wildly in his mind, though he still returned a polite smile on his face. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Gion. Chapter 13, Gion Annoying Admirer. Marine Headquarters Residential Area. Walking side by side with Gion down the street, Chica curiously observed his surroundings. On both sides of the street were various shops, mostly selling daily necessities, similar to a commercial street on Blue Star, but with a bit more modern flair than Konoha. Since it was a marine base, the signs and displays were predominantly blue and white. You can come here to stroll around when you have time, buy some fruits or something to treat yourself. That way you can grow taller, Gion said casually beside him. Chica was a little speechless. At 16 years old, he was already nearly 1.9 meters tall. Was that still not tall enough in her eyes? However, seeing that Gion was estimated to be over 2 meters tall, her words seemed reasonable enough. After all, in this world of One Piece he's quite short. Seeing no reaction from Chica, Gion thought he might be offended that she considered him short, so she quickly rephrased. Actually, you don't need to grow too tall. Your current height is already enough, especially since you're only 16. I don't mind that, Gion. There's an old man over there who keeps staring at you. Chiga noticed a perverted-looking old man in a brown casual suit standing at the entrance of a tavern. He had been looking in their direction since a moment ago, so Chiga decided to alert Gion. Huh. Gion turned her head and immediately spotted the old man Chiga was referring to. There was no way around it, the so-called old man was simply too conspicuous. But not in Chiga's handsome way, his conspicuousness stemmed from being ugly beyond belief. The man had his hands in his pockets, his mouth twisted, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His large face featured two squinting small eyes, which, even if opened, probably wouldn't be much bigger. He looked just like Blue Star's Pigsy. Oh, I know that man. His name is Cake. He's quite annoying. You can stay away from him in the future. Cake. Wasn't that the T-Pig who would later become a candidate for Admiral alongside Gion? Chiga stroked his chin, pondering. At this moment, Cake saw Gion glance in his direction and immediately walked over with his lewd gait. Miss Gion, it's been a whole month since I last saw you. You're still as beautiful as ever. Please accept my 88th confession. Cake approached Gion and Chiga, pulling out a bouquet of flowers from somewhere, and then made his heartfelt confession. However, Gion didn't even spare him a glance. She simply reached out and pulled Chiga, ready to leave. Hey, Miss Gion, don't leave. You haven't rejected me this time. Cake hurriedly chased after them, eager to receive Gion's 88th rejection. I'm tired of saying no. Just give up. Gion said with a look of disgust. Why? Am I not handsome enough, or not excellent enough? Cake asked, his disbelief revealing the question buried deep in his heart. Chiga watched silently from the side, thinking, with your appearance and behavior, where do you get the confidence to ask such a question? Seeing that Gion was too lazy to reply, Cake lowered his head in frustration. Then, he finally noticed Chiga, who was silently observing. And this young man is. Seeing that Cake had finally noticed him, Chiga stopped his eavesdropping and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I'm a new recruit who just joined the Marines. My name is Uchiha Chiga. Oh, hello, I'm Cake. Cake gave a simple introduction as well, thinking, where did this new recruit come from, to have Gion personally accompanying him, and he's so handsome. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Could it be? Gion is interested in him. Thinking of the scene of the two of them walking side by side down the street earlier, Cake shivered and froze in place. Chiga, seeing him suddenly act as if he'd been struck by lightning, wanted to go over and check on him. Then, he abruptly looked up, startling Chiga. He stared intently at Chiga's face for a long time, so long that Chiga thought he wanted to have an Imperial City duel with him after his failed confession. Then, he glanced between Gion and Chiga a few times, took a deep breath, and with a tone as if he had seen through everything, he said. All right, I understand. I wish you happiness, Gion. With that, he walked away without looking back, with a hint of nonchalance. Where did this water come from? Is it raining? Chiga looked at the puddle on the ground where Cake had been standing, a puzzled expression on his face. Don't mind him, he understood again. Gion was already immune to Cake's antics and didn't take them to heart at all. Oh, Chiga shrugged, then turned and followed Gion away. Upon reaching a residential area, Gion pointed to a small building and said to Chiga. That will be your temporary residence for the next few days. You'll be assigned permanent housing after you graduate. Then she pointed to a nearby villa with a garden. Next door is where Sister Tsuru and I live. You can come find me if you need anything. I'll be at headquarters these next few days. Chiga nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing that Chiga had no objections to his living arrangements, Gion gave a few final instructions and then left. Chiga also entered his small building, resting and recuperating, awaiting news from the training camp. Chapter 14, the Duriki Test. He stayed in his small building for 3 days, and even had dinner with Gion during that time. Coincidentally, he ran into Cake at the restaurant again. This miserable fellow, seeing his goddess with another man, acting intimately, or so he thought, immediately lost his appetite. He burst out of the door, snot and tears streaming down his face. Of course, Chiga was already used to it. Gion didn't say anything, so he cared even less. On the 4th morning, Chiga had just finished breakfast when Gion came to his door to inform him that the enrollment date had arrived and that he should follow her immediately to the training camp to report. When Chiga and Gion arrived at the training camp, they found that there were quite a few new recruits reporting. In the center of an open space, there was a machine, shaped like a punch strength tester from Earth, used in one piece to test Duriki values. The officer in charge of the test had not yet arrived. The recruits who had reported were gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing the upcoming test. Everyone had a hint of nervousness on their faces. After all, they had finally made it to Marine headquarters and earned the opportunity to participate in the elite training camp. No one wanted to fall at the first hurdle, the Doriki test. However, this test was fair. It didn't matter what connections you had, if you reached the passing line, you could enter the training camp. At the same time, it was also cruel. Many of those who came here were not first-timers. No matter how they trained, they just couldn't meet the standard. For them, that line was like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Gion was explaining the test to Chica. When it's your turn, you just hit the soft pad of that machine with all your strength. If the value on the display screen reaches 300 or more, it means you've passed. Chica said he could definitely reach that value, but Gion shook her head. She looked into Chica's eyes and emphasized seriously. The chief instructor of the training camp is the former Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. The current 3 Marine Admirals and many headquarters Vice Admirals were once his students. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has already recommended you to him, so this time you must give it your all and not disappoint him. Hearing this, Chica was a little moved. From the moment he arrived at headquarters until now, Sengoku had taken care of him quite a bit. He wasn't an ungrateful wretch, so this time he was going to try his best to show what he could do. Don't worry, Sister Gion. Just wait and see, Chica said with a confident smile, making a promise. Gion said nothing more, bending slightly to help Chica tidy his clothes, which made Chica a little embarrassed, waving his hand and saying it wasn't necessary. Gion covered her mouth and chuckled. You know how to be shy, huh? You can't be sloppy when you're showing off later. So many people are watching you. Chica rolled his eyes, then suddenly squeezed Gion's hand that was on his clothes. While Gion was momentarily stunned, he used a Shunshin jutsu to disappear from the spot. Stinky little brother. If you have the guts to touch me, don't run. Gion, who had reacted, punched the air and laughed, scolding. If you embarrass yourself later, I'll come settle the score with you. Chica, who had escaped from Gion, appeared among the crowd waiting for the test, waiting for it to begin. Soon after, the test officer arrived at the testing grounds. He briefly stated a few precautions and then announced the start of the test. He called out names, and those called would step forward to be tested. The first recruit to be tested was a bit nervous, only hitting a Doriki value of 280. Fortunately, he had a second chance. The second time, he adjusted his mindset and achieved a score of 318, successfully passing. The test started with a good beginning, giving a boost of confidence to the subsequent recruits. One after another, more people passed. Among them, a man and a woman caught Chiga's attention slightly. The man was named Bins, and the woman was named Ein. Both of them were quite strong, achieving excellent scores of 410 and 520 respectively. Compared to most people who barely met the passing line, such scores were already very outstanding. However, this level of strength was not enough for Chica to remember their names. What truly piqued his interest was that their names reminded Chica of a One Piece movie. This movie primarily depicted Zephyr's insane actions after leaving the Marines, and Bins and Ein were his loyal followers. At the same time, these two were also Zephyr's last batch of students. This implied that the initial event that led to Zephyr's disillusionment with the Marines, namely Edward Weevil's massacre of a Marine ship, would occur during this batch of student sea training. Naturally, Chica was not afraid of Edward Weevil. He was confident that once his training was complete, preventing this incident would be effortless. However, it was always good to be mentally prepared. Gradually, everyone around him participated in the test, and Chica surprisingly became the last one. The test officer glanced at Chica, who was standing alone in the testing area. It was well known that among those who came up to demonstrate, the first and last ones usually attracted the most attention from the audience, and the demonstrators were also more prone to nervousness. However, the test officer saw that Chica's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of nervousness. He secretly nodded, thinking to himself that he was indeed the person Fleet Admiral Sengoku had instructed them to pay close attention to. Arranging Uchiha Chiga to be the last to appear was Sengoku's intention. Currently, the Marines' military strength was scarce, and promising talents like Chiga were naturally desired to grow as quickly as possible. Therefore, Sengoku wanted him to attract more attention and accumulate greater prestige, which would be beneficial for his future assignments and avoid meaningless procedures. It had to be said that the current special period had made Sengoku somewhat impatient. Uchiha Chiga, the test officer loudly read out the last name on his list. Here. Chapter 15, Chapter 15:7200 points, a new record. With another body flicker, Chiga arrived in front of the testing machine. This move instantly stunned everyone in the testing ground. Chiga's speed alone made him the center of attention, and the test official's eyes widened in astonishment. This speed. Is it Soro? Where did he learn it? The test official was shocked because Chiga's instantaneous movement just now was too similar to Soro from the Rokushiki, 6 powers. May I begin? Chiga ignored the reactions around him and asked the test official. Ah, yes, all right. Begin when you're ready, Uchiha Chiga. Receiving the signal to start, Chiga closed his eyes. The Dariki value, in essence, was linked to physical strength. To maximize his physical strength, Chiga prepared to use the Sage Mode he had learned in Naruto. Chiga's Sage Mode was from the Ryuchi Cave. During his time outside Konoha, he had always stayed with Orochimaru. Following Orochimaru's guidance, he went to the Ryuchi Cave and learned Sage Mode there. He even made a breakthrough based on the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, beginning to evolve towards a dragon. Under Sage Mode, Chiga's physical body and sensory abilities were greatly enhanced. The power of his ninjutsu, and even his Rinnegan dojutsu, would increase by several times. Opening his eyes again, a pale purple eyeshadow appeared on Chiga's face, making his purple Rinnegan appear even deeper. His entire demeanor underwent a drastic change, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Natural energy frantically gathered in Chiga's right hand. Chiga assumed a charging stance and muttered in a low voice. Senpo, Ryuken, Sage Art, Dragon Fist. There was no grand display, it seemed like an ordinary punch, striking the testing machine. Boom. A deafening sound followed. Sand and dust filled the entire area, and the testing machine flew out from a cloud of smoke. With a thud, the testing machine landed. The test official rushed forward to inspect it. The testing machine, made of sea stone, was now covered in dense cracks. Fortunately, the display screen remained intact due to Chiga's protective distraction. Glancing at the numbers on the display, the test official froze. After a long while, he stammered out the numbers on the screen. 7,200. Uchiha Chiga's score is 7,200. The latter part of his words was practically shouted, and the entire testing ground instantly erupted. 7,200. What kind of number is that? Even some high-ranking military officers can't reach that. Is the testing machine broken? How is this possible? Nonsense. Didn't you see how damaged the testing machine is? That's made of sea stone. The cadets who remained in the venue fiercely discussed Chiga's performance just now. Swish. Gion, hearing such a loud commotion from inside, thought there was an emergency and directly used Sora to enter the field. She found the somewhat dazed test official and asked what had happened. Upon seeing Vice Admiral Gion, the test official quickly recounted the situation. Gion, upon hearing it, also looked incredulous, staring in surprise at Chiga, who was still standing in the center of the field. By this time, Chiga had exited Sage Mode. Seeing Gion enter, he walked over and said to her with a smile. Sister Gion, I haven't failed your expectations. My score should be quite good. You call this quite good? Don't be so modest. Gion frantically complained in her mind. She gained a new understanding of this newly recognized younger brother, Chiga. He was an old master of false modesty. Gion gave Chiga a deep look. She knew that with the score Chiga had achieved this time, many people at Marine headquarters would not be able to sit still. Sure enough, Chiga's score quickly reached the ears of the higher-ups. Sengoku was in his office, having a loving fight with his old friend Garp, when he received the news from the training camp. After receiving the message, he also froze in his seat, not even noticing when he was hit by a snot of love. Garp looked at his old friend in confusion, not understanding why Sengoku suddenly became so dazed. Sengoku suddenly turned his head to look at Garp, scaring Garp off the sofa. Just as Garp thought Sengoku was about to retaliate for his snot of love, Sengoku slowly spoke. Uchiha Chiga scored 7,200 in the Dariki test. Nanny. Even the usually carefree Garp couldn't maintain his composure at this score. Putting away his jovial expression, Garp looked at Sengoku seriously and said, Sengoku, you've truly found a monster for the Marines this time. Sengoku nodded in agreement, wondering what Zephyr's reaction would be when he heard this news. Chapter 16, Elite Training Camp. In the chief instructor's office, Zephyr also learned about Uchiha Chiga's results. He looked at the numbers displayed on the table and then up at the soldier who delivered the documents, clearly thinking, are you kidding me? The soldier gulped, reiterating that he was serious. Only then did Zephyr reluctantly accept the news. I understand, you may leave. Waving the soldier out, Zephyr rubbed his temples, recalling the information on the document. A Marine recruit, 16 years old, Uchiha Chiga, no devil fruit ability, Dariki value 7,200. All this information combined momentarily left Zephyr a bit dazed. This is the talented new recruit Sengoku told me about. You call this talented? This is a monster, for crying out loud. Zephyr felt that Sengoku must be trying to mess with him. Ever since his wife and child were killed by pirates, the quality of new recruits in recent years had been mediocre, and Zephyr had already considered retiring from the Marines. Sengoku, upon learning this, naturally tried his best to dissuade him, and Zephyr, knowing the Marines were indeed going through a difficult time, temporarily put that thought aside. That mischievous fellow. Zephyr fiercely cursed Sengoku in his mind. To be honest, Sengoku was wronged. Heaven knows he just wanted Zephyr to know about this person and to properly guide Chica in the training camp so as not to waste his talent. He was also afraid that if he spoke too directly, it would seem like he was pulling strings, so he put it more subtly. Who knew Chica would be such a freak? I didn't expect such a talented newcomer to appear after Sakazuki and the other two graduated. It seems there's still hope for the future of the Marines. Looking at Chiga's photo on the document, Zephyr decided to focus on teaching this Uchiha Chiga in the training camp. He absolutely couldn't let his talent go to waste, especially his character. There must not be a second Borsellino. Thinking this, Zephyr immediately got up and headed to the training camp, ready to see this monstrous newcomer named Uchiha Chiga. At this moment, Chiga had already entered the Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp with the top admission score, unaware that he had been targeted by a purple-haired old man. He was currently being discussed by a group of new recruits on the road. Look, that's Uchiha Chiga, the monster with a Doriki value of 7,200. What peculiar eyes, is he from a unique race? So handsome. Stop daydreaming, look at the beauty next to him, then look at yourself. Do you think he'd even look at you? Get lost. All sorts of comments reached Chiga's ears. Chiga shook his head helplessly. Whether in the world of Naruto or One Piece, atmosphere makers and infatuated people were always everywhere. What's wrong? You're so popular and admired, yet you have that expression. You must be feeling all high and mighty inside, you tsundere, outwardly cool but inwardly passionate guy. It was Gion speaking. She had followed Chiga in, claiming to see him off to his final stop, definitely not to prevent some horny young girls from eating Chiga up. Nope, definitely not. Alright, stop teasing me. It was you who made me stand out this time. Now I can't even keep a low profile. A true gem will always shine. Talent cannot be hidden. Stop complaining. As they talked, the two arrived at the training camp dormitory. Gion stopped. I'll see you off here. I have to go now. We won't be seeing each other for a while, so don't miss me too much, little brother Chiga. Alright, it's not like we'll never see each other again. When I get out, we'll have a good meal together. Suddenly, Gion's expression changed, and she said fiercely. Did you forget something? Huh? Chiga looked puzzled. Where did you pinch during the test? Chiga was a bit embarrassed. At that moment, he had acted on impulse, and it was indeed a bit out of line. But, seeing Chiga standing there awkwardly, like a dazed goose, Gion covered her mouth and laughed. Alright, look how scared you are. I wouldn't do anything to you. After saying that, she even reached out and pinched Chiga's face. Chiga didn't react in time and was caught by Gion. He quickly dodged to the side, causing Gion to burst into laughter again. You're such a child. I thought you wouldn't care about such things. Gion stopped laughing and composed herself. Just like during the test, she straightened Chiga's clothes. This time, Chiga didn't say anything. He knew that Gion mostly wanted to face the upcoming separation with a happy demeanor. When you graduate from the training camp, if you can become a rear admiral, how about I agree to one condition of yours? Gion suddenly said. Chiga looked at Gion quietly, everything unspoken. Haha, that's almost impossible, right, Chiga? As if talking to herself, Gion stopped adjusting Chiga's clothes. Chiga stepped forward and hugged Gion, whispering in her ear. Is that all? There's no challenge at all. Gion's face flushed, and she hastily pushed Chiga away, leaving with a stop bragging, as if fleeing. Chiga watched Gion's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Then just you wait, Gion Nasan. Chapter 17, The Marine's Six Powers. After Gion left, Chiga turned and went to his dormitory. Opening the dormitory door, his three roommates were already there, he was the last one to arrive. Among the three roommates, there was a familiar face, Bin's. The other two had not appeared in the original work. Seeing Chiga enter, all three were surprised. They hadn't expected their roommate to be Chiga, the first-place student in the entrance exam. He was a big star, and all three stood up to greet him. Chiga responded to each of them, and then the four began their self-introductions. A short, chubby young man with yellow hair spoke first. Hello everyone, my name is Bridge. I'm from the West Blue. I'm the ability user of the Hook fruit. Nice to meet you all. Isn't this a robot setup? Chiga thought of a character from a game on Earth. After Bridge finished his introduction, a rough-looking young man with a full beard started introducing himself in a cocky manner. I'm Graves, also from the West Blue. I'm skilled at using heavy firearms. He then sat back down on his bed in a carefree manner. Good heavens, had he accidentally stumbled into the world of some game? Chiga felt a bit disoriented at this moment. When it was Bin's turn, he spoke somewhat dully. My name is Bins. I'm from the North Blue. I'm the ability user of the Lush fruit. Please take care of me in the future. Finally a character that fit the style, Chiga thought with some relief, then he also began to introduce himself. My name is Uchiha Chiga. I'm from the East Blue. I have many abilities, and I like to use repulsive and attractive forces the most. I haven't eaten a devil fruit. He hadn't eaten a devil fruit but could control repulsion and attraction. The three couldn't help but simultaneously wonder about this. However, everyone had their own secrets, and since they weren't familiar with each other yet, no one spoke up to ask. After the self-introduction session, the four returned to their beds to rest. There would be an opening ceremony and their first training session tomorrow. The next day, the four of them came to the training ground together, lined up with the others, and waited for the instructor to arrive. 5 minutes later, Zephyr, with his purple hair, appeared in their sight. He walked onto the high platform with a serious expression, scanned the students below, and lingered a moment longer on Chiga's position. Those peculiar eyes, he must be Uchiha Chiga. Having found his key training subject, Zephyr began his opening speech. Hello everyone, I am Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp. I believe you have heard my name more or less, so I won't introduce myself too much. I believe that those who can come here are elites among elites. At this point, the students below unconsciously raised their heads, their eyes filled with pride. However, Zephyr's tone then changed. But don't think that coming here means you can graduate smoothly. I want to tell you in advance that we don't need deadbeats here. Next, you will undergo the most brutal and rigorous training. If you can't keep up, I will revoke your training camp qualification. Do you understand? Understood. Those who could come here were all elites, and no one was intimidated by these words. Very good. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Then, the training begins now. Today's training content is Marine 6 Powers. Whoosh. 1 second Zephyr was on the high platform, the next he appeared directly in front of the students. Most unprepared students were startled, but only Chiga and a small number of others remained unfazed. Just now, what I demonstrated was Soru, one of the 6 powers. It's a technique that allows you to stomp on the ground multiple times in an extremely short period, enabling you to burst forth with a speed invisible to the naked eye. After speaking, Zephyr ascended into the air as if climbing stairs, stepping on air. He looked down at the students below and explained. This is Jeppo. Once you have mastered Soru, you can try to stomp on the air. It will give you a similar ability to flying. How long you can stay airborne depends on your stamina. Next, Zephyr raised one leg, and a greenish slash was unleashed at an incredibly fast speed, directly hitting a large rock in the distance. The rock split in the middle, leaving a smooth cross-section. This is Rankyaku. The key is to generate a vacuum slash through super high speed and powerful kicks. After speaking, Zephyr landed on the ground and extended a thick finger, suddenly striking towards Chiga's face, so fast that no movement could be seen. Chiga's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the finger stopped before him, then he looked up at Zephyr. Not bad, very calm. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction, then continued to explain, this is Shurgan. As the name suggests, it is a technique with the power of a gun firing a bullet. The key is to concentrate your strength and exert force through your finger, striking quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. The students were stunned. For them, who were encountering such moves for the first time, these seemed like something only devil fruit users could accomplish. Zephyr withdrew his stance and bent his knees. Next, I'm going to talk to you about the defensive technique among the 6 powers, Tekai. Here it comes, the only genjutsu among the 6 powers, applying a super strong illusion of, I can block it, to oneself, its power rivaling Sakura's, I caught up with them, the strongest genjutsu, is Anami. A/N, the MC is mocking Sakura for what happened in the Naruto series. Chiga was thinking with a mischievous delight, when suddenly Zephyr glanced at him and directly called Chiga out. Question mark. Chiga obediently stepped forward, secretly wondering if he had unconsciously made some expression that Zephyr had noticed. Next is Tekai. It allows a person's body to temporarily possess the hardness of iron, it's a defensive maneuver. The drawback is that the body's movement will be restricted when used. Uchiha Chiga, now you will attack me to demonstrate the effectiveness of Tekai to everyone. Zephyr wanted to use Chiga as a training partner because Chiga had the highest Dariki here. An attack from Chiga would better highlight the defensive power of Tekai and also allow him to personally assess Chiga's strength. Without further ado, Chiga instantly entered Sage mode and once again used Sage Art, Dragon Fist, striking Zephyr's chest. Bang. With a muffled thud, Zephyr's body trembled slightly. He then straightened his stance, adjusted his suit, and commented. Good power. I'd say even the upperclassmen don't have your level of power. While speaking, Zephyr's heart was already turbulent. Damn it. This young man. That punch already has the strength of a vice admiral, and that's without learning Haki or undergoing basic training. Zephyr gave Chica a deep look and then told him to continue attacking him. Next, he was going to demonstrate the last technique of the 6 powers, Kami. Chica took a stance and then directly punched Zephyr. Zephyr's body swayed like paper in the wind, effortlessly dodging Chigara's attack. This is Kami, relax your body, making it as light as paper, allowing you to dodge most physical attacks. Zephyr explained as he dodged. Chica didn't use Dragon Fist for this punch, because Dragon Fist in Sage mode was similar to Naruto's Frog Kyomite. Even if the punch didn't directly hit, the Sage Art energy around the fist could cause damage. In the world of One Piece, this could be compared to Ryuo armament Haki. Here, to cooperate with Zephyr, Chica chose not to show off in that manner. Seeing that his probing punch indeed had no effect, Chica directly pulled back, then raised his right hand, and a black vortex appeared in his palm. It was the power of the Rinnegan Stava Path, Universal Pull. Chica thought, the effect of Kami has already been demonstrated, now I'm going to get serious, Teacher Zephyr. You want to relax your whole body? I'll just use gravity to pull you over and see how you resist. Chiga's sudden universal pull indeed caused Zephyr, who was in Kami state, to be pulled by gravity like a piece of paper, flying towards Chigara. Nani. It was Zephyr's first time seeing Chiga use the Deva Path's ability, and he was in a state of complete relaxation, which was why Chiga succeeded. Seeing that he was about to be caught by Chiga, he no longer cared about demonstrating Kami, and quickly switched to Tekai state. However, Chiga, seeing him suddenly freeze in midair, knew he had switched states. He immediately cancelled Universal Pull and countered with another almighty push. Zephyr, maintaining his Tekai stance, was pushed out, crashing through the training camp's wall and disappearing into the dust. Chapter 18, Zephyr's Test. The surrounding cadets stared dumbfounded at everything happening on the field. Who am I? Where am I? Is that Uchiha Chiga really a cadet like us? Is this what Chiga meant by his ability to control gravity and repulsion? It's so cool, shouted Bridge, one of Chiga's roommates, a blonde, chubby guy, excitedly from the crowd. Graves' tough guy face couldn't hold up either. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, ignoring Bridge's shameless act of directly acknowledging Chiga as his boss. Binz pondered his own devil fruit ability, wondering if he had eaten a fake devil fruit. You brat. That power just now, are you a devil fruit user? Zephyr had returned to the field, unharmed, though his clothes were a bit dusty. As expected of a Marine Admiral, an ordinary pirate would have been severely injured or even died on the spot from the combined force of the attraction of Bansho Tenin and the repulsion of Shinra Tensei. Although Chiga had only used less than half of his power just now, seeing Zephyr's condition, he knew he still had a certain gap compared to an Admiral. After all, Admirals were already close to the peak combat power in the pirate world. I still have a long way to go. I need to quickly improve my physical strength. No matter what ability it is, physical strength is always the foundation. Exiting Sage mode, Chiga briefly explained that his ability was a racial talent. The Uchiha clan was, after all, a lineage of sages. In terms of bloodline, he truly feared no one. Racial talent. There's such a race on the sea. Are all your clansmen like you? Zephyr asked eagerly upon hearing this. No, something happened. I am the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan. What a pity. Zephyr was a bit disappointed, but then he thought, if such a race became numerous, what price would they have to pay to win them over? Moreover, not everyone would want to join the Marines like Chiga. If some people like Chiga became pirates, the situation would become even more dangerous. At least now the Marines had a promising talent like Chiga. Zephyr believed that with Chiga's talent, he should be a genius among geniuses in his clan. Otherwise, the world would have already belonged to the Uchiha clan. Sengoku, you handled this beautifully. Zephyr secretly gave Sengoku a thumbs up in his heart. The more he looked at Chiga, the more satisfied he became. Pleased, Zephyr decided not to torment these new recruits today. Alright. I've demonstrated the 6 powers of the Marines once. Today, go back and review them thoroughly. Tomorrow, we will have physical training. The 6 powers are just flashy moves without good physical support. After speaking, he dismissed the team and went back to prepare to digest the surprise Chiga had given him today. The cadets, who had originally expected brutal training on the first day, didn't expect the first day to pass by so casually. They looked at Chiga in awe, then cheered and returned to their dorms in 2s and 3s. Chiga also left the training ground surrounded by his 3 roommates. On the way back, Bridge was exceptionally excited. Boss Chiga truly lives up to his reputation, he actually made Teacher Zephyr stumble. Chiga corrected him, that's because Teacher Zephyr was completely unprepared, and even if he was hit, it wasn't a big deal. He truly lives up to his name as a former Marine Admiral. Graves on the other side said, it's already very impressive, but I'm still more impressed by someone's thick skin, comparable to a fortress wall. Bridge knew Graves was mocking him and retorted sarcastically, indeed, grass is growing on the wall now. This was mocking Graves' full beard. Bridge always thought that Graves, in his early 20s, having a full beard and that arrogant expression, was truly like a pig with green onions in its nose, pretending to be an elephant. The two seemed to be natural rivals. Since they met, they had unconsciously bickered, so frequently that Chiga and Bins had already gotten used to it. Speaking of Bins, this kid was like a quiet gourd, rarely speaking, preferring to communicate with his eyes. Bins silently gave Chiga an admiring look. Chiga indicated he received it, thinking to himself that his 3 roommates were truly something else. It seemed the days ahead wouldn't be too boring. Chapter 19, Endurance Test. The next day, everyone woke up early again, but this time when they arrived at the training ground, they found Zephyr was already waiting for them. Not bad, you didn't make me wait too long. Zephyr stood with his arms crossed, looking at the cadets below as if they were a flock of docile lambs. Then I won't say much today, let's start training directly. Now, line up and run 50 laps around the training ground first. Both men and women. Everyone groaned. The training ground at Marine headquarters was practically a giant plaza, with each lap easily over 1,000 meters. However, since Zephyr had given the order, no one dared to complain. They all put their heads down and started running. Chiga was the first to run out. He knew the importance of physical fitness. Most battles in Naruto were actually centered around taijutsu, and even later when everyone was piloting giant mechs, the ultimate result was still close-quarters combat. 1 lap, 10 laps, 20 laps. Although people in the world of One Piece had outstanding physiques, they were still human. Gradually, some people started to fall behind, creating distance from the group. By the 30th lap, some people had already collapsed from exhaustion halfway through. A group of medical personnel immediately rushed over to the side of the track, placed the unconscious cadets on stretchers, and carried them away. Humph. Humph. Aine gritted her teeth and persevered. As the only female cadet still going on the training ground, she was already at a disadvantage in terms of physique compared to most cadets. Being able to last until the 30th lap was already quite remarkable, and even Zephyr noticed this persistent girl. That girl's name is Aine, isn't it? Putting everything else aside, just looking at her willpower, she will be an excellent Marine in the future. Zephyr praised her inwardly and told the medical personnel nearby to pay attention, and to immediately provide treatment when Aine could no longer hold on. No, there's less than half the distance left, I must keep going. Aine was a very determined girl. She didn't want to comfortably run a few less laps than others just because she was a girl. Finally, her stamina reached its limit. She stumbled, and just as she was about to fall, a hand steadied her. She turned her head with difficulty, wanting to thank the person, and then she realized she knew the person who had helped her, though that person might not know her. The person who helped her was Uchiha Chiga. He was only 2 laps away from completing his 50-lap task. Seeing a girl whose steps were already faltering but still persevering, he couldn't help but feel admiration. No one would disrespect someone who worked hard. Seeing that she was about to give up, he quickly came up and supported her. Are you all right? Don't push yourself anymore. Everyone saw your effort. Since you've reached your limit, go rest. Harming your body would be a huge loss. Chiga's words of concern made a warm current flow through Aine's heart. Thank you. I understand. You're Uchiha Chiga, right? You're amazing. You've been running for so long, but you don't look tired at all. Haha, no, I'm exhausted too. But with the title of first place in the entrance exam, I have to keep going even if I can't. I've been wanting to faint and go to the infirmary to see pretty nurses for a while now. Chiga deliberately covered his mouth, like a mischievous thief who had done something bad. Aine chuckled, a smile gracing her lips, and some of her fatigue subsided. She knew Chiga was comforting her by being playful, but she didn't dislike it, in fact, she quite liked it. Thank you, Chiga. Aine sincerely thanked Chiga, then stopped pushing herself and went to rest. Chiga waved his hand and continued to run his remaining 2 laps. Below, Aine, sitting on the ground resting, stared blankly at Chiga running on the training ground. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder. It was her roommate who had come to find her. Don't look, Aine. He's a hot commodity, you won't be able to handle him, you know. Her roommate teased Aine with a smile. Aine's face flushed. She slapped her roommate, then stood up and prepared to leave with her. As she left, she looked back at Chiga on the track. Chiga noticed her and waved to her while running. She quickly turned her head away and left with her roommate. On the way back, thinking about everything that had happened today, Aine's lips curved upward unconsciously, and she murmured. Uchiha Chiga, huh? He's really a very good person. Her roommate next to her saw her muttering to herself and didn't quite hear what she said, so she asked. Ein, are you feeling unwell? Did you overtrain just now? Ein waved her hand, indicating she was fine, then gave a playful smile and pulled her roommate's hand, speeding up. Her roommate was pulled along, looking bewildered, and said, Hey, what's gotten into you, little girl? You've really gone crazy from running. Chapter 20, Chica vs. Smoker. Days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chica had been at the training camp for 2 months, and during this time, the name Uchiha Chiga had spread throughout the camp. No matter what kind of training it was, Chiga could complete it smoothly and had even broken many training camp records. Especially his first encounter with Zephyr made the name Uchiha Chiga resonate even more loudly in the training camp. Not only the students of the same grade, but even the senior students knew about this remarkably talented junior. This day, in the training camp cafeteria, a table of senior students was discussing Uchiha Chiga. Did you hear? That Uchiha Chiga broke another record. He learned Sora from the 6 powers in less than a day. Nanny. Heavens. I took a whole year to barely learn it. Your news is outdated. It said that he even improved Sora, making it faster and cover a greater distance. Sigh, truly despair-inducing talent. Now, we seniors might not even be his match. Upon hearing this, someone became displeased. That's you. How strong can a rookie who's been in the training camp for less than half a year be? You're so good at boasting that you even believe it yourself. After speaking, that person, ignoring the unpleasant expressions of others, looked at a white-haired youth with a fawning expression. And if we're talking about talent, who can compare to Smoker? He's the only Logia devil fruit user in the entire training camp. Smoker silently ate the food on his plate, his head bowed, not bothering to acknowledge the flatterer. Seeing that Smoker ignored him, the person awkwardly fell silent, and the dining table quieted down. Look, that Uchiha Chiga is here. Someone else, eager to stir up trouble, exclaimed, and everyone at the table looked towards the entrance. A group led by Chiga entered the cafeteria, followed by his 3 roommates, chatting and laughing, heading to get their food. Chiga naturally didn't know that he had just become the focus of a certain table's argument. At this moment, he was listening to Bridge excitedly bragging about Chiga's amazing performance on the training ground earlier. I'm telling you guys, Chiga's Sora was so fast just now. Even teacher Zephyr praised it. Boss Chiga, from now on, you're the person I, Bridge, admire the most. Just say the word, and I won't hesitate. Graves on the other side looked at Bridge's behavior with great disdain, mocking. That's because Chiga is amazing. Why do I feel like it was you who used Sora just now? Of course I'm happy that Chiga is amazing, he's the boss I, Bridge, acknowledge. I'm telling you, Chiga's strength is already good enough to graduate. Staying here with an idiot like you is just a waste of time. What did you say? These words weren't spoken by Graves. Before he could speak, the person who had been bragging about Smoker couldn't sit still. This person was named Barton, similar to Bridge, also an uninvited #1 fan of Smoker. A mere freshman, so arrogant. I heard that Chiga guy is from the East Blue, right? People from small places really haven't seen the world, ha 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 ha. These words were a bit too much, and Smoker, who was eating nearby, couldn't help but frown. What did you say? Just because you've been a soldier for a year or 2 makes you great. How could a genius like Boss Chiga be like a good-for-nothing like you? Bridge naturally wouldn't show weakness and retorted. I think you're asking for a beating. Rookies should act like rookies. And that Uchiha Chiga, don't you know how to control your dog? Hurry up and apologize to your seniors. At this moment, in a corner of the cafeteria, at a table. Hey, Ein, isn't that Uchiha Chiga who helped you last time? He seems to be in trouble. Yeah, that senior is too arrogant. What's wrong with being a freshman? Didn't they start as freshmen too? I know Uchiha Chiga. His talent is the strongest in our year, but he has a gentle personality, is easy to talk to, and is handsome. I think they're just jealous. No matter what, Uchiha Chiga is in trouble this time. After all, those are seniors, and their strength is definitely stronger than us newly admitted students. Ein's roommates chattered, some reminding Ein, others speaking up for Chiga. Ein didn't join their discussion. She just looked at Chiga's side with worry, thinking that if a conflict broke out, she would definitely go up to help, even if she wasn't a match for the seniors, she would do her part. Just to repay Chiga for helping her up on the training ground and for those comforting words. Barton became more and more arrogant, his nostrils flared, pointing at Chiga's side and shouting, attracting the attention of the entire cafeteria. After speaking, he suddenly noticed that the air around him was eerily quiet. His companions next to him were staring fixedly beside him. Feeling something was wrong, he suddenly turned his head and saw Uchiha Chiga, who had just been standing at the entrance, now standing in front of him. When? This thought flashed through both his mind and Smoker's, who was at the same table. You were very arrogant just now. After Chica finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped him. Slap. The sound of the palm meeting the face echoed for a long time in the spacious cafeteria. You, bastard. How dare you hit a senior? Covering his face, Barton screamed hysterically, looking at Chica in disbelief. His companions next to him also couldn't sit still. No matter what, the one who was hit was one of them. Chica's action also made them feel very uncomfortable. Seeing this situation, Chica's roommates also rushed over, confronting them fearlessly. Some classmates, including Ain and other girls, also gathered. They had witnessed what happened earlier. The seniors were arrogant and provoked Chica. Chica had a high reputation among his peers and was easy to get along with. Many students had received his help during training, so seeing Chica surrounded, they wouldn't stand by idly. Oh. What, are all seniors as disgusting as you? Disgusting things should be beaten. Chica raised his eyes and scanned the standing senior students, speaking calmly. Bastard. I'll kill you. Barton, who had been hit, became enraged. He suddenly stood up, pulled away, and unleashed a Rankyaku. A pale blue air blade appeared, splitting countless tables and chairs as it assaulted Chica. The faces of the people around changed dramatically. Oh no. It's Rankyaku. Damn it, we're all students, isn't using that move too much? Something's going to happen. The lethality of Rankyaku, if you're hit, you'll either die or be crippled. Looking at the incoming Rankyaku, Chiga's face showed no change. He raised his left hand, protecting his chest. Sizzle. A teeth-grating sound rang out. The Rankyaku was pinched in Chiga's palm, unable to advance further. It didn't last 2 seconds before the Rankyaku dissipated in Chiga's hand. How could this be? Barton's eyes were about to pop out. Before he could recover, Chiga also suddenly drew an arc with a single leg. Whoosh! A dark blue air blade, wider and longer than the previous one, was unleashed. It was Chiga's Rankyaku. It's over. I definitely can't block a Rankyaku of this level. Barton closed his eyes in despair. After a while, realizing that he seemed to be fine, he quickly opened his eyes and saw that Chiga's Rankyaku was blocked by a white-haired figure's back. The white-haired figure was Smoker. Seeing that the situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction, he finally decided to intervene and stop this farce. However, Smoker, who blocked the Rankyaku, was not at ease. Chiga's Rankyaku did not dissipate after 2 seconds like Barton's low-level Rankyaku earlier. Thus, a strange sight appeared in the center of the large cafeteria. Smoker, with his white hair, was sweating profusely, pushing back a dark blue air blade with both hands, retreating little by little. Smoker was starting to struggle. He quickly turned his head and shouted at Barton, who was still in a daze behind him. Get out of the way. Hearing this, Barton, who had recovered, quickly scrambled away from his spot. Puff. Smoker's body was split in two. Chiga's attack passed through Smoker and flew towards the wall at the end of the cafeteria, finally disappearing after adding a new door to the cafeteria. This strength, it lives up to its reputation. Smoker, whose body was split in two, felt deeply wary as he saw the destruction caused by the Rankyaku. As a Logia smoke fruit user, he hadn't actually been dismembered. He had entered an elemental state to evade the Rankyaku's attack. Logia's elementalization. It's quite similar to Soijetsu Hozuki's hydrification jutsu. Chiga thought contemplatively, looking at Smoker's two bodies emitting white smoke. The white smoke gradually merged, and Smoker returned to his complete state. He looked at Chiga and spoke. Let's stop here. He was in the wrong this time and has paid the price. We're all students, let's not make a bigger fuss. Chiga chuckled lightly at his words, looking at Smoker with a mocking expression. Are you perhaps overestimating yourself? If you really wanted to stop it, where were you just now? Now you come out to play the good guy. You don't deserve to. Smoker's expression darkened. He knew that this matter would be difficult to handle today. Chapter 21, Logia Elementalization. Does it have to be like this? Smoker's face was solemn. He didn't want to fight because the reason for this fight was truly disgraceful, even a bit ridiculous. At the same time, he also regretted not stopping Barton's foolish behavior in time, which had enraged Uchiha Chiga. You want to end this without even an apology? Who gave you the confidence? Is it the so-called Logia smoke fruit? Chiga clearly wasn't going to let it go. Today, he was going to have a fight with Smoker, the strongest in the upper grades, which would save him a lot of trouble later. Smoker, too, had his pride. Being repeatedly mocked by Chiga in public made him lose his temper. If that's the case, let's fight. Uchiha Chiga. Smoker couldn't hold back anymore and challenged Chiga. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chiga stretched his body, then crooked a finger at Smoker, signaling him to begin. Arrogant fool. White smoke launcher. Smoker fully erupted, his lower body transforming into a thick cloud of white smoke as he charged towards Chica. White fist. Mid-charge, Smoker also turned his arms into smoke. His fists, utilizing the properties of smoke, rapidly extended, revealing their solid form and flying towards Chica with powerful air currents. Chica's body swayed slightly, easily dodging Smoker's attack. It's not over yet. Smoker didn't panic. The two empty fists, still emitting white smoke, quickly turned around in midair and flew back, heading straight for Chica's back. Chica. Watch out behind you. A cry of alarm. Ain, in the crowd, seeing how strangely Smoker's attack behaved, quickly called out a warning. Her friend beside her gently tugged her sleeve, thinking, my dear friend, neither of these two is to be trifled with, don't get involved. Chica remained still, his Rinnegan slightly open. Almighty push. Bang. Smoker's fists were shattered into scattered smoke by a sudden shockwave before they even touched Chica's body. After a moment, the wisps of smoke slowly converged at Smoker's wrists, solidifying and reforming into fists. A Paramecia devil fruit user. Smoker found Uchiha Chiga increasingly troublesome. That shockwave just now clearly countered his smoke fruit. Believe what you want. Chiga couldn't be bothered to explain. A black vortex appeared in his palm as he activated universal pull on Smoker. Smoker's body jolted, and he was violently pulled towards Chiga. Damn it, what is this again? This time, Smoker didn't suffer the same fate as others Chiga had pulled in before, because Chiga didn't grab his neck. As Chiga reached out to grab him, he elementalized again, his head separating from his body, performing a literal, separate head action. Chiga anticipated Smoker's elementalization and didn't panic. He formed a few hand signs with one hand. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chiga exhaled a blast of wind from his mouth. The cafeteria's facilities were immediately blown askew, and some people around couldn't stand firm and were blown over. Smoker, as the direct target of the attack, had been blown into countless wisps of white smoke, scattered everywhere. After a long while, the white smoke converged into a humanoid shape. The first thing to appear was Smoker's pale face. He stared intently at Chiga, demanding. This time it's wind. This is definitely not the same power as the shockwave from before. Did you eat more than one devil fruit? Smoker felt uncertain, slowly concentrating the white smoke to reform his body. The great breakthrough just now had a significant impact on him, a smokeman. You can think of that as ninjutsu. Chiga didn't take the opportunity to follow up with an attack, simply watching Smoker complete his body's reformation. Ninjutsu. Are you a ninja from Wano country? Wano country. Heh, what kind of trash is that, daring to call itself a ninja? Chiga scoffed disdainfully a few times, then his expression turned dangerous. I'm done playing. Next, I have a question for you. What? Do Logia users bleed? Hearing that, Smoker instinctively retreated wildly backward. However, Chiga was faster. Without warning, Chiga appeared behind Smoker and grabbed at him. It's useless. Without armament Haki, no matter how strong your attack power is, it's futile. Smoker saw that Chiga had no special movements this time, relaxed slightly, and scoffed. Is that so? Chiga's hand touched Smoker's shoulder, and then a transparent circular barrier appeared, enclosing both Chiga and Smoker. Rinnegan, Predapath, blocking absorption seal. Smoker discovered with horror that his smoke fruit ability couldn't be used, like severed limbs lacking nerve connections. Let me go. This illogical situation made Smoker completely panic. He could only shout loudly to alleviate the fear in his heart. The blocking absorption seal, as another usage of the Predapath, differs from absorbing the opponent's stamina or chakra. It can absorb the opponent's techniques and has a certain sealing effect. Chiga's Predapath, without the cooperation of the human path to kill the ability user, cannot directly absorb the ability from the user. However, it can temporarily seal the opponent's ability through close contact using the blocking absorption seal. With one hand, he subdued Smoker, pinning him to the ground. In the palm of his other hand, a black rod appeared. Chiga aimed at Smoker's right shoulder and plunged it in. Puffed. Smoker's right shoulder was pierced by the black rod. Blood gushed out, and the pain stimulated him to frantically activate his smoke fruit ability. However, the result was despair. Even though Chiga had dispersed that damned barrier, he still couldn't use his ability normally. To be precise, most of his body could elementalize, but his shoulder area was unresponsive, as if it weren't his own. When he tried to pull it out with his other hand, a wave of weakness surged through him the moment he touched the black rod, let alone pulling out the black rod embedded in his shoulder. The black rod, a product created by Rinnegan users through yin-yang release in their palms, has the effect of sealing or disrupting the flow of energy within the opponent's body. Rinnegan users can even use it to control corpses, just like Nagato created powerful Six Paths ability puppets. Behave yourself. If you keep struggling, the wound will only get bigger. Chica looked at the miserable-looking smoker on the ground and kindly reminded him. What's going on? Everyone, stop it. A reprimand. Zephyr had arrived at the scene. Seeing the dilapidated cafeteria, the standing Chica, and the lying smoker, Zephyr had a headache. Someone tell me, what happened? Aine shook off her roommate's hand, stepped forward, and said loudly. Teacher Zephyr. The upperclassman provoked first, and Barton was the one who made the first move. Chica only retaliated. Zephyr nodded, then looked at Smoker on the ground. Then what happened to Smoker? Teacher, I'm fine. I was just having a normal sparring match with Chica. I'm truly sorry for causing such extensive damage. Smoker endured the severe pain and explained word by word. Chica looked at Smoker in surprise, his opinion of him changing significantly. He retracted the black rod, helped Smoker up, and also explained to Zephyr. Yes, Teacher Zephyr, it's my fault. I didn't control my strength and hit too hard. Zephyr also breathed a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, both of them were his most prized disciples, and he was reluctant to punish either of them. You personally take Smoker to the infirmary. And you too will bear the cost of the damage caused this time yourselves. Yes. Chiga and Smoker quickly responded. Barton. For instigating this, you're to run 100 laps around the track. If you don't finish today, get out of the training camp. Barton, who had been hiding in the crowd, his face falling, dared not say anything more. He dragged his terrified and exhausted body to run laps. After glaring at Chiga and Smoker, Zephyr dispersed the crowd and left with a flick of his sleeve. I couldn't help but drop 6 more chapters. Most people wouldn't read it, if the chapters are less than 20. Chapter 22, Unexpected Friendship. After the two left, the mess hall instantly erupted. That Uchiha Chiga is a monster. Smoker looked like a child in front of him. What exactly is his ability? It's both wind and shock waves. Did you notice his eyes? They're so eerie. Just looking at them made me feel completely powerless. No matter what, Uchiha Chiga is now the undisputed #1 in the training camp. Aine and a group of her roommates stood rooted to the spot, somewhat stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't expected Chiga to win, but they never imagined he would win so easily. He's not in the same world as us at all, one roommate said, looking at the silent Aine and sighing softly. It was good for the person you like to be excellent, but being too excellent was another matter. Aine bit her lip, didn't call her roommates, and turned to leave the mess hall by herself. Meanwhile, Chiga was supporting Smoker, who kept his head down the entire way, his expression unreadable. What I said and did just now was a bit much. Actually, your last few sentences made me think you're not a bad guy. Chiga tried to break the awkward silence. No, you weren't wrong. This was mainly on me. Smoker finally raised his head and looked forward. I didn't stop Barton in time at the beginning, and later I had no right to stop you from teaching him a lesson. Besides, it was my own skill that was lacking. I have no complaints about being beaten like this. Chiga found Smoker increasingly interesting. He extended a hand to him. Smoker looked at him strangely. Chiga smiled and said, Let's be friends. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Uchiha Chiga. Please guide me in the future. Smoker was taken aback, then quickly grasped Chiga's outstretched hand. Smoker. I wouldn't dare to guide you. Next time we face off, just go easy on me. After speaking, the two exchanged smiles, and all their previous grievances vanished like smoke. Sometimes, the way men forge friendships is just that peculiar and simple. After dropping Smoker off at the infirmary, Chiga returned to his dorm. The 3 roommates rushed over to him, surrounding him. Even Graves, who usually looked down on people, and the Dullbins eagerly joined the crowd. Boss Chiga. You were so cool today. You're truly the one I, Bridge, acknowledge. Indeed, I'm truly convinced by you. From now on, you're my boss too. Me too. Chiga looked at his more excited roommates with a wry smile, feeling a bit nostalgic. The 3 jokers reminded him of his dorm life back on Earth. Just as the 4 of them were chatting and joking, an officer knocked on the door and entered. He surveyed the 4 for a moment, finally settling his gaze on Chiga. There was no helping it, those distinctive purple Rinnegan eyes were simply too unforgettable. The officer politely confirmed. Are you Cadet Chiga? Chief Instructor Zephyr is looking for you. He wants you to go to his office. Instructor Zephyr wants to see me. All right, I'll go right away. Chiga followed the officer out. The remaining 3 in the dorm were a bit worried. Bridge was the first to speak. Boss Chiga isn't going to be punished, is he? No, part of this was my fault too. I have to go and see. Possibly. Boss Chiga's fight with Smoker caused quite a bit of damage. Instructor Zephyr is probably going to settle accounts now. Graves didn't argue with Bridge this time. No, he won't. If Instructor Zephyr wanted to punish Boss Chica, he would have done it in the mess hall. He's calling him over now for something else important. We'd best not cause him any trouble. When Bin spoke, Bridge and Graves looked at him in shock. They never expected this usually silent, unopinionated plantman to speak, and what he said actually seemed to make sense. Binns looked a bit shy from being stared at and got up to help Chica tidy his bed. Bridge and Graves stared at each other, sitting dumbfounded on their respective beds, unsure what to do. After a long while, Bridge shouted. Binns. How did you do my job? Get out of the way, making a bed has its own techniques. What a character. Graves once again expressed his disdain for Bridge, then pulled out a box of cigars from who knows where and went to the bathroom to smoke. Bridge, who had finished making the bed, twitched his nose, knowing Graves had definitely gone to smoke cigars again. He felt a little itch himself, he was quite fond of them, and ever since he arrived here, he found that the ones he took from Graves were even more satisfying. Secretly activating his hook fruit ability, Bridge's left hand transformed into a yellow hook, which then detached from his wrist, connected by a thick iron chain. Bridge's hook fruit was a paramecia type, allowing him to transform any part of his body into a hook and extend the iron chain he manifested indefinitely. Objects he touched would be left with an invisible mark, allowing him to track and 100% grasp the target the next time he activated his ability. Graves' cigar box had already been secretly touched by him. Bridge sniffed the air, chuckled, and slowly extended the hook formed by his left hand into the bathroom through the wall. A moment later, Graves, feeling content, pulled up his pants with one hand and reached for the cigar box on the floor with the other. He only felt the cold floor, making him so angry that he hadn't even pulled up his pants before letting out a loud shout. Damn it. Where's my whole box of cigars? Chapter 23, Mastering Haki. The scene shifted, and Chica had arrived at Zephyr's office door, raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zephyr's tone was normal, without a hint of anger. Chica slowly walked in, gave a simple military salute, then found a sofa and plopped down, waiting grandly for Zephyr to speak. After 2 months, under Zephyr's special care, Chica had become very familiar with him. Although Chica's behavior was a bit rude, he actually respected Zephyr very much, and Zephyr also deeply loved his disciple. Zephyr rolled his eyes at him, a hint of amusement in his heart. This Chica, it was as if he wasn't the one who had just gotten into a big fight in the cafeteria. Putting down the work he was busy with, Zephyr rubbed his temples, looked up at Chica, and asked casually. Did you gain anything from your fight with Smoker today? If other students saw Zephyr's demeanor, their jaws would surely drop. Who would have thought that the usually strict and rigid teacher Zephyr could be so easygoing? And Uchiha Chiga had been fighting in public. He was even unilaterally beating someone up. It was fine that you weren't punishing him severely, but were you asking him how it felt? One could only say, the favored are fearless. Chiga put on a thoughtful expression, pondered for a while, and said. The biggest feeling is that the elementalization of Logia users is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with. Zephyr nodded, a smile appearing on his face. This was why he had called Chiga over. He was going to give Chigara private lessons. The Navy training camp's curriculum was progressive. Although 2 months had passed, many students still couldn't skillfully master even one of the 6 powers. The teaching of Haki usually had to wait until the end of the 2nd academic year. Zephyr often took time to check Chiga's learning of the 6 powers and knew that Chiga had already mastered them very proficiently, even more so than some 6 powers users who had graduated years ago and become general-ranked officers. Having him follow the normal curriculum like ordinary students was clearly a waste of Chiga's time, and even a waste of the entire Navy's time. So Zephyr felt that his actions of giving private lessons were perfectly justified and the most correct choice. Simply put, it was for justice. Very good. Do you know what the most effective way to deal with Logia users is? Zephyr set the stage slightly. I know. It's armament Haki, right? Smoker mentioned it himself during the fight. Chiga directly gave the correct answer. Very good. The reason I called you here today is to teach you the method of cultivating Haki. Seeing that Chiga already knew about armament Haki, Zephyr stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Follow me to the wasteland behind. I'll demonstrate Haki for you, Zephyr said, then stood up and called Chiga to leave. Upon reaching a large stretch of wasteland behind the training camp, Zephyr found a slightly open spot, then dramatically flicked off his justice coat. Whoosh! The justice coat fluttered in the wind and landed on a protruding boulder. So flamboyant. Chiga covertly pouted, but inwardly, he felt envious. Whether it was the 4th Hokage wearing the Hokage robe in Naruto or the Marine Admirals flicking their justice coats in one piece, both could only be described with one word: cool, flamboyant. When I graduate, I'll definitely get one to play around with. Alright, Chica was actually jealous, but he wouldn't admit it. Zephyr, on the other side, didn't know he was being scorned by Chica. At this moment, he tugged at his collar and extended a fist towards Chigara. Watch closely. Haki is divided into 3 types. What I'm about to use is armament Haki. With that, Zephyr's fist was covered in a layer of black, and he slammed it hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, centered around Zephyr, as far as the eye could see, the ground cracked inch by inch, the fissures extending all the way to the distant coast. Chica looked at the destruction Zephyr caused and couldn't help but gasp. The power felt more than twice as strong as Tsunade's monster strength. This is armament Haki. It's an innate power that everyone possesses. It can be used for offense and defense, and most importantly, it can be used to attack the physical body of Logia users. Putting away his fist, Zephyr explained the essence and function of armament Haki to Chica. Next, Zephyr told Chica to attack him, as he wanted to demonstrate observation Haki. Chica immediately flashed forward, continuously using Rokushiki to attack. Zephyr moved nimbly, and all of Chica's attacks missed. Zephyr could even predict his movements and make simple counterattacks. This is observation Haki. It can perceive the enemy's position and predict their movements. When cultivated to the extreme, it can even predict the future. Zephyr signaled Chica to stop, then spoke about the last type of Haki, Conqueror's Haki. The last type is Conqueror's Haki. I cannot teach you this. This Haki is different from the other 2, it is a special Haki that only those with the specific qualities of a king can possess. Speaking of Conqueror's Haki, Zephyr felt a bit regretful. Even now, he hadn't awakened Conqueror's Haki, and it seemed he wouldn't awaken it in this lifetime. Chica, however, felt that Zephyr not having Conqueror's Haki might be related to his non-lethal justice. Non-lethal was too benevolent, far removed from domination. As for whether he would awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future, Chica wasn't too concerned. First, he didn't believe he could be knocked out by Conqueror's Haki. If he really was, he'd just have to figure out how to pack up and go back to the East Blue to plant orange trees. Even if Conqueror's Haki could later be imbued to strengthen attacks, and even became the meta, his Rinnegan was a bug outside of the meta. His Rinnegan was not yet fully developed, but it already had many powerful offensive capabilities, and he didn't lack this so-called Conqueror's Haki coding. Once his Rinnegan fully evolved, and finally entered 6 paths mode, a truth-seeking ball would cure all sorts of flashy nonsense. After demonstrating the 2 types of Haki, Zephyr also taught Chica the specific cultivation methods, admonishing him not to rush and harm his body, then picked up his coat and left elegantly. Teacher Zephyr, the back of your coat is so dirty. Chica shouted at Zephyr, who had already walked some distance. Zephyr stumbled, glared back at Chica, patted his clothes, and instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha. You're so old, yet you still show off. Are you bullying me because I don't have a coat to flick around? Chica felt refreshed and couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. After laughing, Chica recalled Zephyr's teachings and favoritism over the past few months, feeling touched. He looked in the direction Zephyr had left, his eyes slightly narrowed. Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr, I won't let certain things happen in this world again. As promised, here's today's 2 chapters. Send me Power Stones so that this fanfic can reach others. Give me a heads up about any plot holes or typos you've seen so I can prevent it from reoccurring. Chapter 24, Haki Heart. Recalling the essentials of Haki training taught by Zephyr, Chica tried to guide this so-called latent power within his body. As someone who had trained in Ryuchi Cave for 2.5 years, Chica was already intimately familiar with sensing his own power and the power of nature. Slowly, Chica's hands up to his wrists became covered in a layer of black. Looking at his jet-black hands, Chica clearly felt a surge of power. In his current state, even without entering Sage Mode, he could unleash Sage Mode level power. But Chica wasn't satisfied. There were still some things he hadn't tried, chakra and natural energy. What would happen if I entered Sage Mode and reinforced my armament Haki with Senjutsu Chakra, a combination of natural energy and chakra? Thinking this, he activated Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, purple eyeshadow appearing around his eyes. Chica tried to inject the Senjutsu Chakra from his body into his hands, which were covered in armament Haki. But as the Senjutsu Chakra flowed in, Chica felt excruciating pain in his hands, as if they were about to crack open. Large beads of sweat dripped from Chica's face. He was about to give up and stopped injecting the Senjutsu Chakra. Chica felt he was being too hasty. After all, everything had to be done step by step, and simultaneously reinforcing both hands was too much for someone like him, who was just starting to learn armament Haki. After a moment, waiting for the pain to subside slightly, Chica continued injecting Senjutsu Chakra. This time, he only injected it into his dominant right hand. Although the injection process was still excruciatingly painful, because it was only one hand, he could perform it more precisely and effectively. Slowly, the jet-black armament Haki covering his right hand began to converge towards the center of his hand. The purple glow in Chiga's Rinnegan intensified, and he let out a low roar. Armament Haki, sublimation. The next moment, the armament Haki on Chiga's entire right hand condensed completely, finally forming a black circular pattern, like a black sun. Looking at the circular pattern on the back of his hand, Chiga murmured to himself. The sublimated armament Haki is all stored here. It's another heart providing me with power. I'll call it the Haki heart. With a thought, the circular pattern on the back of his hand instantly radiated 5 thick black lines towards the fingertips of Chiga's 5 fingers. The 5 thick black lines were like 5 black blood vessels, continuously pouring a destructive power into Chiga's entire right hand. Humph. Chiga clenched his fist and threw a punch at the air. The moment he punched, the circular pattern on the back of his hand pulsed like a beating heart, contracting sharply, and the 5 black thick lines also bulged. A fist-shaped shockwave appeared and blasted towards a small hill in the distance. Boom. With a loud bang, the small hill, dozens of meters high, was instantly leveled, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Chiga was very satisfied with the power of that last strike, but looking at the Haki heart on his arm, which had visibly shrunk, he still felt there was a slight imperfection. He thought to himself. The Haki consumption is a bit severe. My newly cultivated armament Haki can't be used as a regular attack yet. Thinking about the attack form of that punch, Chiga recalled Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack. Although there was still a gap in power, Chiga shamelessly named this move the vacuum attack, a youth version of the 80 Gods vacuum attack. Of course, it would eventually be upgraded to the flagship version. With the initial success of armament Haki sublimation, Chiga also deactivated Sage mode, and the pattern on his hand disappeared. The moment he returned to his normal state, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Chiga shook his head, used the Deva Path's ability to float, and then slowly flew towards the dormitory. Chiga, you're back. Chiga opened the dormitory door and looked at Bridge's bruised face, asking in confusion. Bridge, what happened to your face? Did the seniors beat you up? Ahaha, I was just messing around with Graves and accidentally ran into a table. Sigh, no choice, just bad luck. Graves, with a cigar in his mouth, also walked over, put an arm around Bridge, and whispered with a chuckle into Bridge's ear. You're just too clumsy. How about a cigar? For pain relief. Bridge forced a smile that was uglier than crying and quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not used to cigars, and I won't be smoking them in the future. Don't be like that, come on, let me light it for you, don't be shy. We're buddies, right? No, Brother Graves, really no. You're not giving me face. Light it. Alright, then just one. Why are you sticking your head out? Weren't you going to light it for me? I'm telling you to light it for me now. These two clowns, Chiga shook his head helplessly and walked to his bunk, finding that his blanket and everything else had already been neatly folded. TSK, what thoughtful roommates. If this were on Earth, Chiga would definitely give them the title of good sons. Chiga, feeling gratified, plopped down on the bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 25, Year-End Challenge. Chiga-kun, this is the bento I prepared for you. On the way from the dormitory to the training grounds, Chiga was ambushed. Smiling, Chiga took the bento from a female cadet. The female cadet, seeing Chiga accept it, covered her face and ran off before Chiga could say anything. After the female cadet left, Chiga opened his door space and put the bento inside. Looking at the various bentos and gifts that took up a large chunk of space, Chiga rubbed his temples, estimating how much more the Bridge trio could eat. Just as he was about to close the door space, another female cadet walked up, holding a bento. This time, it was an acquaintance, Ein, whom Chiga had met on the training grounds. Ein glanced at Chiga's still open door space, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Placing the bento behind her back, she playfully teased Chiga. You're really popular, Chiga-kun. It seems I'm late. Seeing it was Ein, the smile on Chiga's face also dropped. He put on a wronged expression and looked at Ein. I don't want to be, either. Ever since I fought Smoker, I seem to have become famous. After speaking, he extended his hand to Ein again. Ein looked at him strangely, not knowing what he wanted to do now. Your bento looks good. I haven't eaten yet, why don't you give it to me? Ein's previous expressions and actions, of course, did not escape Chiga's eyes. He admired this strong-willed girl and naturally didn't want her to be sad. Ein was clearly a bit flustered. But, don't you have so many bentos already? I don't know those people, so I don't dare to eat randomly. Yours is safer to eat. Seeing Ein still standing there in a daze, Chiga took the bento from her hand and then ran off in a flash, a distant voice echoing. Give it to me. Watching Chiga's figure disappear from sight, Ein smiled brightly, like a blooming white orchid. At the end of today's training, Zephyr did not immediately announce dismissal but kept all the cadets to announce a piece of news. Your first year of training is about to end. Next month, we will have our year-end assessment. This year-end assessment will be a practical combat assessment. The top 3 cadets will receive rewards such as devil fruits and great-grade swords. As soon as these words were spoken, the cadets below immediately erupted into an uproar. Everyone was mentally prepared for the year-end assessment, so that was nothing surprising. The main point was the rewards. The top 3 could actually get things like devil fruits or great-grade swords. What were devil fruits? It could be said that eating a devil fruit was the fastest way for a person to increase their strength in this world. What's more, if one ate a powerful devil fruit, it could even allow an ordinary soldier to reach the top in one step. And great-grade swords, for cadets specializing in swordsmanship, were even more tempting rewards than devil fruits. Which swordsman didn't dream of owning a good sword as their weapon? Everyone looked eager, secretly vowing to get second or third place. As for first place, wasn't that prepared for Uchiha Chiga? Everyone naturally assumed that first place already belonged to Chiga, including Zephyr. Zephyr had long anticipated the crowd's reaction. There had been rewards in previous years, but none as outrageous as this. One should know that even for the Marines, treasures of the devil fruit and Mito-grade sword caliber were not common goods. Thinking it over, he could only come up with one possibility, that Sengoku was trying to reward Uchiha Chiga in a roundabout way. Over the past few months, Chiga's repeated astonishing performances had made Sengoku unable to sit still. Coupled with Gion's relationship with Tsuru, Sengoku had completely decided to cultivate Chiga as the next Admiral. But this was also good. For talent, one should value them and provide as much help as possible during their growth. Waiting until they have grown up to do these things would only be adding icing to the cake. Zephyr was undoubtedly a traditional and upright Marine, but this did not mean Zephyr was inflexible. After experiencing the murder of his wife and child, Zephyr's views slowly began to change. One should know that when Chiga joined the Marines, he crushed all the pirates of the Brand Pirate Group into a black ball, which completely went against his non-killing philosophy. In the past, he would certainly have had some prejudice against Chiga, but now, he had no emotional fluctuations at all and even silently supported Chiga's actions in his heart. He taught Chiga everything he knew. Zephyr believed that Chiga would definitely become a Marine Admiral or even higher in the future. He had already retired to the second line, watching Chiga continuously grow, and he felt a long-lost sense of accomplishment. Now, Zephyr regarded Chiga as a form of hope. Chiga was also very excited at this moment. He didn't need a great-grade sword for now, but a devil fruit would greatly enhance him. Since absorbing the Dordor fruit, Chiga had not encountered any new abilities that could be absorbed. The devil fruit as a reward this time would likely not be bad and would be enough to activate the second tomo of his Rinnegan. With each tomo activated, the power of the Rinnegan would increase. Chiga had a premonition that when he reached 3 tomo, his Rinnegan would be able to activate exclusive techniques like Madara's Limbo or Sasuke's Amenodajikara. At that time, being ambushed by Orochimaru caused his Rinnegan to overdraw its pupil power just as it awakened, failing to give birth to an exclusive technique, which had always been Chiga's regret. He absolutely had to get this devil fruit. Chapter 26, Preparations and Promises. For the rest of the day, Chiga helped his roommates train in the morning, and in the afternoon, he went to the wasteland behind the mountain to train his Haki alone. After unleashing 12 consecutive sky smashes, Chiga lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Sky Smash was currently Chiga's strongest single-target physical attack. With less than a week left until the assessment, he could already perform 12 strikes. That's enough. No cadet in this batch could possibly withstand one punch of this move, and since Sky Smash is powered by Haki, even a Logia user wouldn't be able to take it. Lying on the ground, Chiga pondered his current training results and felt that he was more than prepared for this assessment. He then got up, dusted off his backside, and prepared to return to the dormitory early. Just as he stood up, he saw Bridge rushing towards him, shouting as he ran. "Chiga, a beautiful female officer is looking for you." Chiga paused, asking. "A beautiful female officer?" "Yes," she said, "her name is Gion." Alright, so it was Gion, whom he hadn't seen in nearly a year. Chiga had thought that Sister Gion would only come to see him when he graduated. But since she was here, Chiga couldn't let her wait indefinitely. He grabbed Bridge in one hand. Before Bridge could even react, he found himself airborne and immediately let out a scream. "Chiga. You have to hold on tight, my moonwalk isn't proficient yet." Landing steadily and placing the exhausted Bridge aside, Chiga immediately spotted Gion standing at the entrance of the dormitory area. Gion also saw Chiga descending from the sky. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but her face showed a slight frown. She quickly walked towards Chiga, her high heels clicking. Stopping in front of Chiga, Gion pinched his ear and leaned her face close to his, feigning anger. "Little brother Chiga, you're truly a busy man. Do you know I've been waiting for you here for a long time? Chiga ignored his ear in Gion's grasp and calmly said. Sister Gion, I heard you came to see me and immediately flew here like the wind. You're really wronging me, you know. Gion glanced at Bridge, who was lying on the ground, disoriented. She finally couldn't keep up the act. Her expression softened, and she released Chiga's ear, looking steadily at his face. She softly said. Long time no see, little brother Chiga. Chiga smiled slightly and opened his arms. Long time no see, Sister Gion. However, upon seeing Chiga's gesture, Gion remembered their embrace during their last farewell. Her face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at Chiga, remaining still with her arms crossed. Chiga standing there with his arms open looked a bit comical. He quickly lowered his arms and raised a hand to rub his nose, trying to cover up the slight awkwardness from just now. Gion poked Chiga's forehead with her finger and said with a smile. One hug last time wasn't enough, huh? Don't forget what I told you. Once you graduate and achieve your goal, I'll grant you one wish. Chiga said he certainly hadn't forgotten and was striving for it constantly. Seeing Chiga's determined expression, Gion chuckled softly and pinched Chiga's cheek again, then brought up the main topic. Sister Tsuru told me you're having your year-end assessment soon. The rewards for the top 3 are pretty good. How about it, do you have confidence? Chiga shrugged indifferently. I'm determined to win. Gion, seeing him so boastful, increased the strength of her pinch. Oh, quite confident, aren't we? I'll be there to watch this time, so don't make a fool of yourself then. Chiga's expression remained unchanged, and he continued. I've already decided what reward I want. I want a devil fruit. A devil fruit? What do you need that for? Do your strange abilities still require that? If you eat it, you won't be able to swim. Gion felt that Chiga was really not suited for eating a devil fruit and emphasized its drawbacks to him. Don't worry, Sister Gion, I know what I'm doing. And I don't want the devil fruit to eat it. My eyes still have some flaws. The power of a devil fruit can hopefully evolve them further. Upon hearing this, Gion looked incredulous. She thought Chiga's eyes were already abnormal enough. Besides the endless stream of abilities, just the flying ability alone had made countless people envious. But now, listening to Chiga, did that pair of eyes still have flaws and could even evolve? She examined Chiga's Rinnegan and noticed an extra tomo in his right eye. Is the pattern in your right eye related to the evolution you mentioned? Was it caused by a devil fruit? Chiga nodded. He didn't mind this, and besides, Gion was one of the people he knew in this world, so telling her was fine. Gion processed the information she received. After all, using the power of a devil fruit to evolve eyes was truly unbelievable, and didn't this mean Chiga could possess the power of more than one devil fruit? Of course, the fact that Chiga could tell her such information showed that he truly trusted her. Gion felt immense joy about this. No longer thinking about unnecessary things, Gion looked at Chiga and said. So you really need a devil fruit, right? Yes, and the devil fruit's ability can't be too trashy. Chiga never believed in the saying that there are no trashy fruits, only trashy users. A trashy fruit is just trashy. Can a normal zoan compare to a mythical zoan? For example, the string fruit looked strong in Doflamingo's hands, but that was because the person was strong. A normal person eating the string fruit would probably only be able to operate a sewing machine. If Doflamingo had eaten a slightly stronger fruit, even the weapon fruit or the snow fruit from his subordinates, he wouldn't have been taken out so quickly and ended up as the newspaper king in prison. Gion nodded slightly. She hadn't eaten a devil fruit partly because she primarily practiced swordsmanship, and partly because she didn't find a suitable fruit for herself. However, since Chiga needed one, she naturally had to help him. Okay, I understand. Sister Tsuru has a few, all recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia. You can pick a few when you graduate. ? Chiga was truly stunned. Pick a few. Listen to what she's saying, is that something a human would say? So Gion was a small rich woman. What did that make him? A keptman. He never thought he'd have a day where he was a keptman. But, the feeling isn't bad. Chapter 27, Brotherhood. Gion went back. She hadn't greeted Hina since she returned this time, rushing to find Chiga as soon as she got off the ship. Of course, she wouldn't tell Chiga about such things. Chiga returned to his dorm, and as he opened the door, he saw 3 pairs of eyes staring straight at him. You're back, Chiga. Who was that beautiful female officer just now? Can you tell us about her? Yeah, it was an eye-opener. Those female soldiers can't compare at all. Chiga casually explained Gion's identity, and the 3 rascals started making a fuss again. What? A Marine Vice Admiral? My goodness, she looks so young. Hiss, Boss Chiga actually knows such a beautiful female officer. As expected of you. Boss Chica, what's your relationship with her? Should we call her sister-in-law next time we see her? Boss Chica, have a cigar. A friend of mine wants to know if our sister-in-law has any older or younger sisters. Chica looked speechlessly at the fawning Graves, then suddenly thought of something interesting. He nodded seriously and said, she really does have an older sister. Not only is she a high-ranking officer, but she's also single. Nanny. Graves' mouth was practically watering. He turned around and pulled out a large box of cigars from under his bed, making Bridge's eyes go wide. Handing the large box of cigars to Chica, Graves rubbed his hands together, leaned close to Chica, and asked. Chica, no, my friend has also been single for many years. He's eager to find a soulmate. Do you think you could introduce him? Don't worry. If this works out, I'll definitely give you a whole box of treasured cigars, Boss Chica. Chica patted his shoulder and said solemnly. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Chica. Graves was so touched by Chica that he almost recognized him as his father on the spot. Bridge also came over when he saw the scene. Graves, actually, I have a sister too, you see. Get lost. Go look in the mirror first. Graves looked at Bridge's short stature and a pair of hands as big as wash basins, his face full of disdain. Bah. What kind of aesthetic is that? Bridge was dejected. He jumped onto his bed with his hands in his pockets and didn't make a sound. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't win. Binns didn't have any particular thoughts. At this moment, he was twisting his body in front of a pot of cactus, a somewhat eye-watering sight. The cactus in the pot continuously expanded as he twisted, and its thorns became sharper. This was Binns's bloom fruit ability, allowing him to control nearby plants and accelerate their growth. However, this ability seemed to require twisting his body to activate. The faster he twisted, the stronger the ability became. Chica didn't know if every bloom fruit user had to activate it this way, but Chica maliciously thought, if a socially anxious person ate the bloom fruit, they probably wouldn't activate their ability even if they were beaten to death in front of a crowd. Binns was already sweating profusely from twisting. He stopped twisting and sat down to rest. Chica walked up to him and asked. Binns, do you have confidence this time? I've seen you working the hardest these past few days. What reward do you want if you win a spot? Binns thought for a while blankly and then said. To be honest, I don't have much confidence, especially with Chica around. There are only 2 actual spots. But if I'm lucky enough to get one, I want a good bladed weapon. A good bladed weapon. Chica remembered that in the movie, Binns had a sword with a green hilt on his back. Could it be that he obtained it during an assessment? Perhaps Binns could indeed achieve a good result this time. Chica patted Binns's shoulder and said. You need to have confidence in yourself. I think you'll definitely get a good ranking this time. Binns stood up, somewhat overwhelmed. He hadn't expected Chica to have so much confidence in him. Moved, he repeatedly thanked Chica. Chica told him to relax a bit. Among these 3 roommates, Binns was the most honest. Fortunately, the others were all good and didn't bully him because of it. Even Graves, who looked most like a bully, only occasionally messed with Bridge, and of course, Bridge always brought it upon himself. After reassuring Binns, Chica turned to the other 2 and said. You 2 need to work hard these days too. Maybe we'll even be on the same ship after graduation. Bridge and Graves pointed at themselves with confused expressions. Ever since they entered the training camp, one had been focused on smoking cigars, and the other on secretly smoking cigars. They weren't as dedicated to improving their strength as Chica and Binns. Chica suspected that besides himself, the strongest person in the dorm was probably the usually quiet Binns. The sea isn't that safe anymore. The number of pirates is increasing, and the Marines' casualties have been rising these past few years. If we can be assigned to the same ship after graduation, we can look out for each other. I don't want to see any of our names appear on some casualty list in the future. These words were a bit heavy. Bridge and Graves fell silent, and even Binns seriously considered what Chica had just said. After a long time, Bridge, who was usually the most unreliable, was the first to speak. I understand, Chica. Thank you. From now on, I will definitely train hard and smoke fewer cigars. Graves glared at Bridge, thinking, where do you get cigars from? Aren't they all mine? After threatening Bridge with his eyes, Graves also stated. Boss Chica, don't worry. Although I know it's hard to keep up with you in terms of strength, I'm quite good at handling firearms. It would be great if I could be a gunner on your ship in the future. Graves had always assumed in his heart that Chica's future rank would be above Vice Admiral, and having his own warship was a given. Binns didn't speak, just nodded firmly. Chica was also very pleased with everyone's reactions. If they couldn't even listen to this, then it would be no one else's fault if they were eliminated by this sea in the future. Chiga also believed that he would definitely have his own warship in the future. The first group of people to join this warship would definitely have to be his own, and their strength couldn't be poor. At the very least, they had to have their own strengths. His current roommates were good candidates, both in terms of emotional connection and potential strength. Extending a hand, Chiga looked at everyone and said, "Very good. From now on, let's work hard together. Don't fall behind." Bridge and the other two also put their hands on his, shouting in unison, "Let's work hard together. Don't let Chiga leave us behind." Chiga looked at the other three in surprise. The others chuckled and said, "After all, Chiga is just too amazing. If we can just avoid being left behind by you, that's enough to walk sideways in the training camp." Chiga was amused by their words and laughed. The other three also started laughing, and the laughter from the dorm grew louder, echoing out of the room. By this time, it was late, and some dorms were already preparing to rest. Someone roared, "Damn it, are you guys in heat in the middle of the night? Are you going to let people sleep or not?" Chapter 28, Year-End Assessment begins. The year-end assessment was approaching. The assessment venue was arranged at Marineford Central Plaza, the future battlefield of the Summit War. On the morning of the assessment day, the grounds were already bustling with people, and on the high platform sat the high-ranking officers of the headquarters. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Gion, and other headquarters vice admirals were among them. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru also arrived at the assessment site today. Akainu sat in his seat, coldly observing the noisy crowd below, appearing somewhat out of place with his surroundings. Logically, in the past, with his status and personality, he would never have attended a year-end assessment for new recruits. Ever since he became an admiral, he had subtly emerged as the leader of the Navy's hawkish faction, his mind consumed by the execution of his own justice. His attendance rate was arguably the highest among the admirals, making him a model worker for the Navy. But even with his exceptional strength, he felt somewhat overwhelmed, for the number of pirates was simply too great. He knew that he alone could not eradicate all pirates. This batch of new recruits might be the last group personally mentored by teacher Zephyr. Despite not truly agreeing with Zephyr's justice of not killing, Akainu absolutely acknowledged Zephyr's teaching prowess. Therefore, he also wanted to scout for a few outstanding prospects to join his ranks this time. Especially a new recruit named Uchiha Chiga, whose name he had heard more than once, both from his subordinates and from the higher-ups. Glancing at Kizaru and Akiji on either side, he slowly spoke. "I didn't expect you two to be here. It's just a new recruit assessment, are you very interested?" Kizaru, also with his legs crossed, was leisurely trimming his nails with a nail clipper, saying lazily, "Sitting in the office for too long, it's good to come out and liven things up." The only one not crossing his legs was Akiji. He rested his chin in his hand and said indifferently, "Since both of you are here, there's no problem with me coming too, right?" Akainu snorted, saying nothing more, but the temperature around him began to rise steadily. Akiji sat quietly to Akainu's right, oblivious to the change in temperature. From a distance, the space occupied by the two presented two distinct colors, one red and one blue. Sengoku sighed softly. He knew that the reason Akainu and Akiji disliked each other was due to the Buster Call incident at Ohara. It wasn't a big deal originally. Although Akiji wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the matter, he was merely following orders. The problem arose when Akainu ordered the shelling of the ship full of civilians. Akiji watched helplessly as that ship sank, and with his personality, he certainly couldn't just stand by. On the way back, the two were constantly at loggerheads, almost coming to blows. It was Sengoku himself who intervened to temporarily quell the matter. After this incident, Akainu's actions earned the favor of the world government and became important experience in his promotion to admiral. Later, Akiji also became an admiral. The two, both admirals, bore different forms of justice, which further created this rift. If it couldn't be mended, it would surely cause trouble in the future. But repairing such a rift was easier said than done. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt a headache. The friction above did not affect the enthusiasm below. Not only the participating cadets came today, but many headquarters officers and soldiers also came to watch, all discussing this assessment. Did you hear? The rewards for this assessment include a great grade sword and even a devil fruit. I heard. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, each worth hundreds of millions of berries. I couldn't afford one even if I served the Navy my entire life. Tell me about it. If I had known the reward for this assessment was a devil fruit, I would have joined the training camp just for fun. Cut it out. Those who can enter the training camp are all geniuses. Those who enter the elite training camp are geniuses among geniuses. You think you can just waltz in? All right, stop talking nonsense. Do you know who the favorite to win this time is? Uchiha Chiga, of course. I've heard that name so many times my ears are calloused. That's not necessarily true. Because of this reward, many senior cadets who have already gone out for practical combat have rushed back to participate. No matter how strong Uchiha Chiga is, he's still a hothouse flower, lacking experience. Senior cadets are also participating. Isn't that a bit unfair to those who just joined a year ago? Who knows? The headquarters agreed, so maybe the overall level of this batch of cadets is much higher. No matter who ultimately gets the reward, it has nothing to do with us. But it's still good to observe these geniuses and broaden our horizons. Indeed, the battles will definitely be spectacular. The groups are out. The assessment is about to begin. Focus on the matches. Chiga was wearing his favorite black robe with the Uchiha clan crest today. This assessment allowed participants to wear their most comfortable clothes. He had already received information about his first opponent. After a glance at the information sheet in his hand, Chiga casually tossed the sheet into the trash can. Bridge, seeing Chiga's action, leaned over and asked curiously. Chiga, who's your opponent? Chiga shrugged and said. Don't know them. Only know their name is Chris. Bridge, seeing Chiga's nonchalant attitude, immediately started flattering him. As expected of you. You don't even care who your opponent is. Graves immediately added. Indeed, a certain someone was just holding the crumpled sheet, looking at it up and down more than 10 times. I bet he even knows what color underwear the opponent is wearing today. Bridge's forehead steamed with anger as he glared fiercely at Graves, saying. What do you know, you idiot? This is called caution, do you understand? You better pray you're not grouped with me. This time, I'm going to make you see what makes flowers so red. Ever since Chiga had given him a large bowl of chicken soup for the soul in the dormitory last time, Bridge had trained diligently and was currently in his beginner's inflated ego phase, refusing to acknowledge anyone but Chiga. Graves raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile twisting his rugged face as he said disdainfully. All right, I'll be waiting. I'll tell you this up front, if you lose, you have to light my cigars for a year, and when you light them, you have to say, boss, your humble servant is lighting it for you. Bridge was equally unwilling to show weakness, stating that if Graves lost, he would have to do the same, and Graves would have to supply the cigars. Chapter 29, Shinra Tensei. A cannon blast interrupted Bridge and Graves' lovers' quarrel, signaling the official start of the year-end assessment. The host appeared in the center of the arena, and Chiga was surprised to see that the host was none other than Cake, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Cake had finally shed his perpetually brown casual clothes, donning a black suit. However, due to his physique and appearance, he resembled a large black pig. Cake struck a pose he considered dashing and eloquently recited the competition rules. At the end, he even glanced at Gion on the high platform. However, the audience below was not very forgiving. Seeing him dawdle on stage for a long time without announcing the start of the competition, they forgot that he was, after all, a vice admiral, and loudly urged him to get off the stage. Cake's face reddened slightly. He hastily announced the start of the competition and scurried off. The competition rules were simple. Since there weren't many trainees in the training camp, the participants were divided into 4 large groups, A, B, C, and D. 2 people formed a small team for a duel, and the entire arena was divided into 4 sections. Ultimately, 4 winners would be decided, who would then draw lots to form new groups for duels. The winners of the 2 groups would participate in the finals, while the 2 losers would compete for 3rd place. Chiga, Bridge, and the other 2 were conveniently distributed among the 4 large groups, thus avoiding the awkwardness of eliminating their own people at the start. Chiga was in the first group of Group A, meaning he was the first to go on stage. The start of the competition was announced. A staff member came to notify Chiga to step onto the stage. Bridge and the others also went to their respective competition areas. Chiga calmly walked onto the fighting platform and stood in the center. His Rinnegan eyes shimmered in the sunlight. He looked up towards the high platform and gently made a reassuring gesture. The high-ranking marine officials on the platform all looked at Gion. With their strength, they naturally saw that Chiga had been looking at Gion just now. Gion didn't pay attention to the reactions around her. When Chiga appeared on stage, her eyes lit up, and her body unconsciously leaned forward. Tsuru, who was beside her, glanced at her, thinking that her sister might be serious this time. A few days ago, she had even come to her asking to prepare a few devil fruits for that Uchiha Chiga. Good heavens, preparing devil fruits, and several of them at that. Did she even hear what she was saying? Was her good sister treating devil fruits like cabbages? But since it was her own sister's chosen person, what could she do? She could only agree, considering it a dowry. However, agreeing was one thing. Tsuru still needed to carefully observe Uchiha Chiga, both his strength and his character. Chiga on the platform retracted his gaze and turned to look at his opponent. Chris's expression was grim. As a trainee from the same batch as Chiga, how could he not know Chiga's strength? Smoker's miserable state in the cafeteria was still vivid in his memory. How could he encounter such a pervert? Chris thought tragically. Chiga naturally didn't know how rich Chris's inner thoughts were. He stood quietly in place, waiting for the signal to start the match. Finally, a gun fired, and the match began. The moment the gun fired, Chiga remained motionless. He merely lifted his eyes slightly and unleashed a minimal power Shinra Tensei. The next moment, Chris was already embedded in the wall beneath the audience seats. This match lasted only 1 second from start to finish. Contestants in other areas hadn't even made their first move. The audience didn't even know what had happened, and the match was already over. Some were still looking around blankly, searching for Chris. On the high platform, Gion was delighted to see Chiga end the battle decisively. She was the first to applaud, and then one person led the entire audience, gradually filling the entire arena with applause. Although there was no fierce fighting, the impact of such absolute strength was immense. Chiga's first move also made everyone truly realize that his strength perfectly matched his reputation. Chiga on the platform did not rush to leave. He used Bansho Tenin to pull Chris out of the wall, allowing him to land steadily on the ground. Chris hadn't sustained any serious injuries, he was just dazed by the repulsive force and had now regained consciousness. Seeing that Chiga had specifically pulled him down, which gave him some dignity, the slight complaint in his heart dissipated. Before leaving, he cast a grateful look at Chiga. Tsuru on the high platform also nodded slightly at Chiga's actions. No matter how great the difference in strength, he knew how to respect his own people, which she, leaning towards the Dove faction, greatly approved of. Others were more concerned with Chiga's strength. Sengoku smiled as he stroked his small beard. The more astonishing Chiga's performance, the more it proved that his vision and decisions were absolutely correct, didn't it? Kizaru stopped clipping his nails and said in a peculiar manner. Kawaii, how scary, this newcomer named Uchiha Chiga. I heard he didn't eat a devil fruit but has more than one ability. He's truly a little monster. Gion glared at Kizaru upon hearing this, and thought, you're the monster, you perverted, flashing yellow monkey. Akainu adjusted his hat. He wasn't particularly interested in Chiga's attack methods. In his view, any attack method was a manifestation of strength, as long as the strength was sufficient, nothing else mattered. He already had a preliminary understanding of Chiga's strength. Although that Chris was knocked down in one move, it didn't mean he was weak. Chris was from the elite training camp, and Akainu, who had also been there, knew that people from there couldn't be too weak, they at least had the strength of a colonel. For such a person to be resolved by Chiga in one move already said a lot. This Uchiha Chiga possessed at least the combat power of a rear admiral, and he was less than 18 years old. He must recruit this Uchiha Chiga and make him understand his justice. At the very least, he couldn't let him go to Akiji. How could indecisiveness end evil? Akiji maintained his sitting posture, only secretly glancing at Akainu. He knew that Akainu had taken a liking to this Uchiha Chiga and wanted to bring him under his command. Before the Ohara incident, he wouldn't have bothered with this, but after that event, he strongly disagreed with Akainu's justice. Therefore, if Akainu truly tried to recruit him, he wouldn't stand by idly. If a promising talent like Chiga were to join Akainu's crew, it might lead to the emergence of a second Akainu. The high-ranking marine officials, each with their own thoughts, fell silent and quietly watched the remaining matches. Chapter 30, Reverse Fruit. On the other side, Bridge's battle had also begun. His opponent was Ein, and his situation was looking grim. Ein was a reverse fruit user, capable of generating purple flames to attack. Any living creature or object touched by these flames would revert to a state from several years ago. It was an extremely overpowered Paramecia devil fruit, possessing a natural counter to Bridge's close combat fighting style. Fortunately, Ein had not yet developed her devil fruit abilities to the extent seen in the later movie. She couldn't yet launch purple flames from a distance, and even if hit, one would only revert 5 years. At the start of the battle, Bridge accidentally took a hit, and his physical age regressed to 17. The impact wasn't significant, but he no longer dared to attack rashly. He retreated to a corner of the arena, searching for an opening. Ein stood opposite Bridge, each hand cradling a ball of purple flame, also wary of Bridge's attack. During their earlier exchange, Bridge had touched her shoulder. If she relaxed her guard even slightly, Bridge's attack would land. This prolonged stalemate was actually very disadvantageous for Ein. She was inferior to Bridge in both physical prowess and martial arts. She could only rely on her devil fruit ability to find the right moment for a decisive blow. Bridge had already been hit once by the regression. If he took another hit, he would revert to the state of a 12-year-old boy. No matter how strong his physique, he wouldn't be able to make any waves at that age. Bridge grew a little impatient and once again activated his hook fruit ability. His right hand transformed into a hook, extending towards Ein at an incredibly fast speed. Ein didn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly used Sora to dodge. Bridge was proficient in Shurgan, one of the 6 powers, and it was the most suitable technique for him. The flying hook could carry the effect of Shurgan. If Ain were to touch it with her reverse fruit ability at this moment, she would undoubtedly suffer severe damage, perhaps even losing her combat ability. Ain reappeared on another part of the arena, with Bridge's attack following closely. This time, Bridge decided to go all out, willing to take another regression hit to end the battle. Repeated use of Sora consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. After narrowly dodging another hook claw, Ain stumbled, almost falling to the ground. She panted as she watched the hook claw coming at her again. As if making a decision, Ain didn't dodge this time. She thrust her shoulder forward. Puffed, blood splattered. Ain's shoulder was pierced by the hook and locked in place. Her other hand pressed down on the hook in her shoulder, and with a pained grunt, she lowered her head, seemingly having fainted. Bridge hadn't expected Ain, as a woman, to possess such courage, taking his attack head-on with her shoulder. However, he couldn't hesitate in battle. On future battlefields, no one would show mercy just because their opponent was a woman. In his opinion, Ain, having suffered such a severe injury, would find it difficult to even move, let alone activate her devil fruit ability. So, he exerted force with his right hand, the hook dragging Ain's body closer to him. Once she was dragged over, Bridge believed he could end the battle with a single blow. However, things clearly didn't go as smoothly as Bridge had imagined. Ain, who should have been dragged over by the hook, stopped moving after being pulled for a short distance. The almost unconscious Ain suddenly lifted her head. A ball of purple flame ignited in the hand resting on the hook. The reverse fruit ability activated, and the purple flame instantly spread from Bridge's hooked hand to his entire body. Damn it. Bridge immediately tried to deactivate his ability the moment he saw the purple flames, but it was too late. His entire body glowed purple, and after a few awkward screeches, he transformed into a chubby little boy with yellow hair. Bridge stared at Ain with eyes even smaller than before. Even though his body had reverted to its 12-year-old state, he didn't believe he had lost. After all, Ain's condition wasn't great either. But the next scene filled him with despair. Ain saw through Bridge's thoughts and forced a smile onto her pale face. She tremblingly raised her uninjured arm, and a light purple, noticeably smaller flame appeared. Ain pressed it against her body. In a few seconds, the bloody hole in her shoulder vanished, and her own appearance and physique didn't change much. Although Ain couldn't increase the years of regression, she could decrease them. Using it on herself allowed her to recover from injuries. It truly lived up to its name as a time-related paramecia devil fruit. Bridge saw that Ain was now as good as new, then looked at his own height, which barely reached Ain's waist. He gave a bitter laugh. He understood that he had lost this time. The key point was that he had underestimated Ain's willpower due to her gender, and he hadn't thoroughly analyzed her devil fruit ability. In short, he lost fair and square. Actually, he wasn't as obsessed with the competition's reward as others. He had already eaten a devil fruit and wasn't a swordsman. What he most looked forward to was encountering Graves in the competition, giving that guy a good beating, openly claiming a year's worth of cigar enjoyment, and then watching that guy make a constipated face while calling him bro and lighting his cigarettes. Now, it could only remain a regret. Bridge shook his head and then, quite frankly, raised his hand to surrender. Seeing his surrender, Ain deactivated her devil fruit ability, and Bridge returned to his original form. Back in the lounge, Ain collapsed into a chair. From the moment the hook pierced her shoulder until now, both her stamina and physical condition were exhausted. At this moment, a roommate who had just finished her match also returned to the lounge and, seeing Ain in this state, rushed to her side. The roommate got closer and saw that Ain's face was pale, sweat constantly beaded on her forehead, and there was still a bloody hole in her shoulder, continuously bleeding. That was because Ain's stamina was depleted, and her devil fruit ability had automatically deactivated. The roommate quickly called for medical personnel, then turned to Ain and said with concern. "It's just a match, is it worth fighting so hard?" Ain forced herself to cling to the last shred of consciousness. A tall figure appeared in her mind, and she murmured somewhat distractedly. "If I can't even do this much, how can I stand by his side?" At Harry_Key thanks for the Power Stones. At Riley_Doolittle thanks for the Power Stones. Send Power Stones to receive bonus chapters. If there are naming errors, typos, or plot holes, do give me a heads up, thank you. Chapter 31, Chiga against a Vice Admiral. Chiga sat bored in the stands, his eyes slightly closed, as if asleep. He no longer needed to participate in the upcoming matches. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't that he was eliminated. Instead, the assessment rules had changed. Since Chiga's strength was completely on a different level from everyone else, the higher-ups decided to separate him and no longer have him participate in the competition. The unlucky fellow, Chris, who had faced Chiga in the very first match, could now re-enter the competition. Chiga's assessment was changed from sparring with students to being evaluated by a vice admiral sent from headquarters. Before this, headquarters had already consulted Chiga, as this would undoubtedly be unfair to him. However, headquarters decided that no matter how Chiga performed in his battle with the Vice Admiral, he would definitely be given a devil fruit. Chiga had no objections to this arrangement, it saved trouble and avoided the awkwardness of eliminating acquaintances. Today was the third day of the competition. The 4 final contestants from Groups A, B, C, and D were Ein, Smoker, Bins, and Glevs. Ultimately, Graves was eliminated, with Smoker, Bins, and Ein finishing first, second, and third, respectively. Smoker didn't choose a devil fruit or a great grade sword. He made his own request, a jit embedded with sea stone as his weapon. Marine headquarters agreed. After all, Smoker was a Logia user and the first-place winner of this competition, even though Chiga hadn't participated in the final matches. Bins chose a great grade sword with a green hilt, named Green Vine. What puzzled everyone was that Ein, as an ability user, actually chose a devil fruit. And because she was third, she could only choose an unknown fruit not listed in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Ein silently returned to the stands, clutching a devil fruit. Her roommate immediately asked her why. Ein pursed her lips, recalling a conversation she had with Chiga before the assessment. What reward do you want from this assessment? Anyway, besides you, I can't think of anyone else who'd get first place. A devil fruit, I guess. It has a special meaning to me. Special meaning? Hee, it's a secret. I can only say it'll greatly help improve my strength. You're going to eat it? No, if I eat it, won't I become a landlubber? Who are you talking about? Sorry. Never mind if you don't want to say. It's your secret, but... I know. You know what? Hee, secret. Shaking off her thoughts, Ein turned and smiled at her roommate. Because there was really nothing else to pick, you know. A devil fruit might even be worth money later. Her roommate thought about it and agreed, no longer dwelling on the question. She continued. All right, you're quite the little money grubber. Let's watch the match. The main event is next, the showdown between Uchiha Chiga and a headquarters Vice Admiral. TSK, this has never happened before. This Uchiha Chiga is truly a monster, he's not on the same level as us at all. Hearing her roommate call Chiga a monster, Ein gave her a chiding look. Her roommate then remembered that Ein was practically a little fan of that Uchiha Chiga, and she'd been caught red-handed. Smiling awkwardly, she quickly said. Oh dear, watch the match. It's about to start. Ein wasn't truly angry. She put away the devil fruit in her hand and quietly waited in her seat for the upcoming match. By this time, the arena had been mostly cleared and repaired. Cake, wearing his justice coat, appeared on the stage. Today, he wasn't wearing his black suit underneath, but rather his most comfortable tea-colored casual clothes. Cake held the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced to the crowd. Next will be the battle between Uchiha Chiga and a headquarters Vice Admiral. Given the significant difference in strength between student Uchiha Chiga and other students, this special arrangement has been made, and his personal consent has been obtained. Everyone in the arena already knew this news, so there was no particular reaction. Seeing the calm atmosphere, Cake continued. In this match, regardless of victory or defeat, student Chiga will receive a devil fruit as a reward. Furthermore, if he wins, then... At this point, Gakiai deliberately paused, trying to build suspense for the audience. However, the audience didn't buy it. In a moment, many banana peels, eggshells, and other debris appeared around Cake. Wiping a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, Cake no longer delayed and quickly said. If student Chiga wins, then upon his graduation, he will at least be awarded the rank of headquarters Rear Admiral. As soon as these words were spoken, the arena erupted. Before this, even the first-place winner of the elite training camp would at most receive the rank of Colonel. Yet, there was an insurmountable chasm between Colonel and Rear Admiral. One must remember that a Rear Admiral was already halfway into the upper echelons of Marine headquarters. This Uchiha Chiga was only 17 years old, wasn't he? A 17-year-old Rear Admiral. However, on second thought, the prerequisite was to defeat a Vice Admiral, which was even more preposterous. A Vice Admiral of Marine headquarters was a genuine member of the headquarters' high-ranking officers. Although their performance in the anime might seem a bit underwhelming, they still possessed strength. Perhaps it was just a grand promise from the headquarters higher-ups as a gimmick, everyone in the audience thought. Not only the audience but also many high-ranking Marine officials on the high platform thought the same, with the exception of Zephyr and Sengoku. Tsuru heard the news and looked at Sengoku in surprise, asking. Sengoku, what is the meaning of this? Is it just to add a gimmick? Other high-ranking Marine officials also looked at Garp, this was the question they wanted to ask as well. Sengoku shook his head, his gaze fixed on the arena below, and said. I received confirmation from Zephyr that Uchiha Chiga currently possesses at least Vice Admiral level combat power. Nani? Sengoku's words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. They all looked at Zephyr, who nodded with a serious expression. Such growth speed was truly astonishing. Given Zephyr's character, he wouldn't joke about such matters. So, a 17-year-old Chica now had Vice Admiral level combat power. Sitting next to Tsuru, Gion had her legs together and her hands clasped on her thighs, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Chica in the spectator stands, her expression subtle. Chica in the stands seemed to sense something and looked up at the high platform, his gaze settling on Gion, who was watching him. Chica smiled slightly and mouthed a few words to Gion, causing a blush to spread across Gion's face. With her strength, she naturally saw clearly and understood Chica's meaning. Don't forget our promise, Sister Gion. Gion certainly wouldn't forget, she remembered it more clearly than anyone. She also used lip reading to convey her meaning to Chica. Of course, I haven't forgotten, but aren't you getting a bit carried away? Are you so confident you'll defeat that Vice Admiral? Chica didn't offer any further explanation, only mouthing 3 words again. Trust me. Receiving Chica's reply, Gion stopped communicating with him. She had gotten the answer she most desired. Although she didn't know Chica's exact strength, she always felt a sense of security from him. It was this feeling that made her lose herself in it. She murmured softly. You're really going to do it, Chica. Initially I wasn't going to drop a chapter today but I did, 'cause of those that sent power stones. Chapter 32, Chica vs. Cake. Chica and Gion's, exchanging glances, across the entire training ground were fully seen by Cake on the stage. Seeing his goddess's eyes practically dripping with emotion, he quickly picked up the microphone and shouted. I announce that the assessment will now begin. Interrupted by him, Chica withdrew his gaze. The next second, his figure appeared on the stage. The sudden interruption left Gion a little unsatisfied. She licked her red lips and glared fiercely at Cake. It was all this guy's fault for messing things up. Feeling Gion's needle-like gaze behind him, Shaitan shivered but didn't dare to look back. He could only focus all his attention on Chica in front of him. A/N, Shaitan is also Cake, just with a different name. Chica saw that the host hadn't left the stage yet and asked. May I ask where my opponent for this assessment is? Cake sneered, then grabbed his collar with one hand and dramatically flung it. A coat of justice was thrown out by him. However, he used too much force, and the coat was flung into the audience, causing a commotion, followed by various shouts of protest. Damn it, what's with the show-off? What's so great about a broken coat to throw around? Exactly. It almost hit me. If you don't want the clothes, I suggest donating them to those in need, but that's just a suggestion. By the way, why did that person suddenly go crazy and take off his clothes? Who knows, maybe hyperthyroidism. Cake didn't care about the audience's reaction this time. His melon-seed-sized eyes stared directly at Chiga's Rinnegan and said. I am the Vice Admiral sent by headquarters to assess you, Uchiha Chiga. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Cake. As soon as these words came out, both the high-ranking officials and the spectators couldn't help but be a little stunned. Those who knew Cake knew that although this guy usually seemed unreliable, his strength was among the best among the Vice Admirals. Everyone, especially Gion, acknowledged his strength. At this moment, she looked at her sister Tsuru with a resentful expression, feeling that Tsuru was deliberately making things difficult for Chica and increasing the challenge for him. She had only felt her heart flutter at this age, couldn't her path to love be a little smoother? Tsuru looked innocent. She also felt that this arrangement was indeed a bit too difficult. For example, Mihawk and Moria are among the 7 warlords, but with different strengths. But the problem was that this arrangement had nothing to do with her. The high-ranking officials on the platform more or less felt that the difficulty was too great. Only Zephyr and Sengoku remained as steady as old dogs, sitting in their seats with their arms crossed like old monks in meditation, showing no intention of responding to the crowd. It was already obvious who made the arrangements. Below the high platform, Chica felt a long-lost excitement after hearing that his opponent was Cake. Since coming to the world of pirates, Chica had never gone all out. Even he himself didn't know how strong he was now. So when the higher-ups found him and asked if he was willing to change the assessment method, he agreed without hesitation. Moreover, Chica looked down on ordinary marine vice admirals. From the anime's performance, the vice admirals he considered worthy of attention were only Enigmo, Doberman, and Momonga. As for Garp, he couldn't be counted among the vice admiral's combat power. He originally thought that his opponent this time would at most be one of the aforementioned few, but the marine high-ups gave him another surprise. Who was Cake? He was a character who appeared later in One Piece. At that time, he had already been promoted to Admiral Candidate, with strength second only to an Admiral. Such strength was certainly worth his excitement. It seems this will be a very interesting battle. Chiga brushed his hair from his forehead, revealing his Rinnegan more fully. As Chiga's fighting spirit rose, the ripples in his eyes actually began to move, like a pebble dropped into water, spreading outwards in circles. Noticing the unusual movement in Chica's eyes, Cake's expression became solemn. As a high-ranking Marine himself, he knew a little about the peculiarities of Chica's eyes. Just hearing about those endless abilities made one's scalp tingle, so he wouldn't underestimate Chica just because he was currently only a training camp student. Chica raised one hand, forming a hand seal, and asked, "Can we begin?" Cake nodded. Both sides were silent for a few seconds, and then the battle erupted. Cake's entire right arm was instantly covered in a layer of inky black Busosoku Haki. At the same time, he used Soru, punching Chiga's abdomen. Chiga also immediately used Shinra Tensei. However, this time, Shinra Tensei didn't push the opponent away instantly as usual, it only slowed Cake's movements. It should be said that for an elite vice admiral like Cake, Chiga's current ocular power was not enough to instantly push him away with Shinra Tensei, but it was enough. Taking advantage of Cake's slowed movements, Chiga's figure also disappeared from his original spot. Seeing his attack miss, Cake didn't panic and immediately struck behind him. Clang! The sound of a fist meeting a palm rang out. Chiga, who appeared behind Cake, blocked the attack with his palm. A smile appeared at the corner of Cake's mouth. The fist in Chiga's hand trembled slightly. Chiga's expression changed, and he quickly let go. The Deva Path ability activated, and he shot into the sky. Stopping in midair, Chiga looked at the hand that had just held Cake's fist and found that his palm was somewhat red and swollen, and his entire arm was faintly aching. Even with his Hashirama cells, he couldn't recover in a short time. Slightly shaking his numb arm, Chiga looked at Cake below and asked, "This effect isn't ordinary Busosoku Haki, is it?" Cake chuckled but didn't answer. He used Jeppo to quickly approach Chiga. Boom. 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 Terrifying sonic booms continuously echoed from above. Before long, the clouds above the entire assessment ground were dispersed, leaving only a clear blue sky. The audience around the venue was stunned. At this moment, a thought simultaneously appeared in their minds. Is this Uchiha Chiga really just a student? Why does this style seem a bit different? The aerial clash continued for nearly 10 minutes, ending with Chiga's figure appearing on the ground. Chiga's appearance was a bit disheveled. Both sleeves had disappeared, and his collar was torn open, slightly exposing his chest. However, from the exposed skin, it could be seen that he was unharmed. Cake followed closely, appearing opposite Chiga. Compared to Chiga, his condition seemed much better, with only slightly wrinkled clothes. From the current comparison of their appearances, it seemed that Cake had a slight advantage in the previous battle. However, Cake didn't see it that way. He knew that Chiga hadn't gone all out, and of course, he hadn't either. Their previous battle, though seemingly intense, was merely a warm-up for both of them. The real battle had just begun. Send power stones. I don't do Trian, so I can only request power stones from y'all. LOL, I don't even know what they're used for apart from entering power rankings. Chapter 33, Armament Ascension. Chiga and Cake stood on opposite sides of the ring, both adjusting their states. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet, and the audience by the ring didn't even dare to breathe, afraid of missing any exciting parts. After a moment of stalemate, Chiga made the first move. He entered Sage mode, and his speed increased by several times. Cake was unprepared and was sent flying by Chiga's attack, barely stopping at the edge of the ring. Chiga didn't give Cake a chance to catch his breath, and the next wave of attacks followed closely. This time, Cake was prepared and seemingly dodged the attack by turning sideways, but in the next second, he was blasted away again. Spitting out a small mouthful of blood, Cake wiped his mouth, filled with doubt. He clearly dodged the attack just now, so how was he still hit? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked up at Chiga and asked. Advanced Armament Haki. You can use it too. Advanced Armament Haki, also known as Ryuo Haki, which appeared in the Wano Country arc of the pirate anime, allows one to hit opponents without physical contact. Of course, there's even more powerful armament Haki, such as the one that can cause internal destruction. Those who master this kind of armament Haki are all top-tier powerhouses in the Great Seas. Cake asked the question, but in his heart, he was already certain that Chiga's previous attack was an application of advanced armament Haki. Not just him, the high-ranking officials in the stands also thought so. Those who could sit here were all high-end combat forces of the Marines. They were certainly no strangers to advanced armament Haki, but could a Marine cadet master this? Kizaru glanced at Zephyr and said sarcastically. When did advanced armament Haki become part of the training camp's curriculum? These rookies are really, kawaii, scary, now, aren't they, Teacher Zephyr? Zephyr was slightly silent. He knew Kizaru was subtly mocking his act of giving Chica special training. This was a fact, and there was nothing to say. However, regarding Chiga's attack just now, he knew it wasn't advanced armament Haki, because he hadn't taught him that yet. After some thought, Zephyr slowly said. That's not advanced armament Haki. The attack method just now was Chiga's own technique. He calls it Sage Mode. Entering that mode allows him to use natural energy and also wrap it around his fists and feet. It does resemble advanced armament Haki somewhat. Sengoku also came out to help. There is indeed a difference. Uchiha Chiga didn't use Haki at all just now, his arm showed no change. Seeing two people refute him, Kizaru closed his mouth. After all, looking for trouble for no reason wasn't his style, and besides, one of them had to pay his salary. Chiga in the ring didn't explain so much to Cake. Taking advantage of Cake's slightly disordered breathing from the previous blow, he directly raised his hand and used the maximum power of universal pull on Cake. A huge gravitational force appeared. In the direction Chiga's palm was facing, the stone slabs of the ring cracked inch by inch. Even the audience behind Cake found it hard to stay put and were almost pulled towards Chiga. This was still under the condition that Chiga controlled the attack range of universal pull. Cake had just been injured and was suddenly pulled by universal pull. Damn it. Don't be too arrogant, rookie. Cake, who had been continuously frustrated, also became angry. His right hand was once again covered in armament Haki, but this time the color of the armament Haki was clearly different from before, showing a reddish hue, which was true advanced armament Haki. Cake swung violently in midair, unleashing an even more powerful wave that went straight towards Chiga. Chiga also felt the danger of this attack and used another almighty push, but the effect was minimal. Without hesitation, he quickly created a yin-yang black rod with his other hand to block in front of him. Crack! The black rod broke instantly. This time, the one sent flying was Chiga. Forcibly activating the power of the Deva path, Chiga finally stabilized himself after flying over 10 meters. Cake had turned the tide, feeling much better, but he didn't hold back at all. He pulled both arms back to his waist, charged for a moment, and then blasted them towards Chiga. Boar impact. A transparent shockwave resembling a wild boar appeared on the field, even letting out a vivid roar towards the sky, then charging straight towards Chiga. Chiga, who had just stabilized himself, was about to be hit. In the stands, Gion's nails dug into her thigh, and Ain, sitting below the stage, bit her lip tightly. Everyone knew that Cake's attack was incredibly powerful, and anyone hit by it would lose a layer of skin. Boom. The entire center of the field was covered in smoke, and shattered stone slabs flew everywhere. Marine officers guarding the ring rushed to block them, preventing casualties among the spectators. Chiga. A shout rang out. Others didn't pay much attention, but Gion in the high platform looked towards the direction of the sound. The one who shouted was Ain, sitting in the audience. Seeing Chiga disappear into a cloud of smoke, she couldn't control her emotions. Seeing it was a marine cadet, and a beautiful female cadet at that, Gion couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking that Chiga wasn't just on her mind. However, at this moment, she didn't know what Chiga's situation was, so she quickly put these distracting thoughts aside and turned to stare intently at the center of the field. After a long time, the smoke cleared. Chiga's figure appeared in everyone's sight. He was looking down, his right hand facing the direction from which the shockwave came, and white smoke was still rising from his hand. However, what attracted the most attention was the back of his hand, where a black circular pattern appeared. 5 thick black lines connected to his 5 fingertips, and at this moment, that black circle was throbbing in bursts, like a black heart. Chiga slowly raised his head and said softly. Armament, Ascension. Armament, Ascension. What was that? Cake was a little confused, his teacher hadn't taught him this. Putting his arm down and relaxing slightly, Chiga's eyes gradually became dangerous. A terrifying aura emanated from his right hand. Cake dared not be careless, tensing his body, ready to deal with the next attack. Feeling the explosive power in his right hand was ready, Chiga's right arm instantly swung out 12 times. 12 divine sky strikes. He mentioned this earlier in case you forgot. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves formed an air wall, covering a very large area, almost impossible to avoid. Moreover, their speed was so fast that the space they passed through even twisted. Cake knew this attack was unavoidable. He took a horse stance on the spot, his face resolute, and shouted. Iron Body. Hearing Cake shout the name of the technique, Chiga directly pulled out a new set of clothes from the door space and changed into them. Until a thud was heard as Cake fell to the ground below the ring, the referee appeared beside him. Cake eyes rolled, confirming that he had lost consciousness. The referee turned and raised his hand, shouting. Vice Admiral Cake has lost consciousness. I declare the winner of this match is. At this point, the referee swallowed hard, composed himself, and then shouted with all his might. Uchiha Chiga. 3 chapters for today, you're welcome. By the way, give this fanfiction a review. And send power stones. At Daoist Tamer, thanks for the power stones. At Anand_9222, thanks for the power stones. Chapter 34, Mythical Zoan. The referee's words echoed throughout the arena. After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the stands. Well done. That was amazing. Now this is the kind of fight that's exciting to watch. This Uchiha Chiga actually defeated a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Was that Vice Admiral a fake? Get lost. I know that Vice Admiral. Even among that group of Vice Admirals, his strength is top tier. No matter what, we've witnessed the birth of a legend. Chiga, I want to have your babies. Compared to the audience below, the high-ranking Marine officials on the platform seemed calm, though of course, that was only on the surface. Akainu slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and said in an undeniable tone. I want this Uchiha Chiga. Akiji, however, didn't buy into it at all. He continued to rest his chin on his hand and calmly uttered 2 words. Reason. Akainu's right arm turned into magma, dripping magma sizzling on the ground and emitting plumes of black smoke. He said coldly. Because I am a Marine Admiral. Akiji scoffed disdainfully, also elementalizing his arm and radiating bone-chilling cold. He showed no intention of humoring Akainu. He looked at Akainu and said word by word. Then I'm also a Marine Admiral. You say you want him, and I'll just give him to you. It seems you're deliberately trying to cross me, aren't you? Hey, how dare I oppose you? After all, you killed a whole ship of civilians, didn't you? Childish. For justice, sacrifice is unavoidable. Absurd. What kind of justice is massacring innocents? The two became more and more agitated, and the situation was about to spiral out of control. Kizaru was the closest but showed no intention of stopping them. In fact, his body began to photonize, as if he would be the first to leave the scene if they started fighting. Sengoku, of course, couldn't let such a thing happen. What would the cadets below think? Where would the Marine's dignity be? His face darkened, and he angrily roared in a low voice. Enough. Do you want to bring shame upon the Marines? As he finished speaking, an aura mixed with black lightning erupted from Sengoku's body. To quell the situation in the shortest time possible, Sengoku used his Conqueror's Haki. As the supreme commander of the entire Marines, Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki was naturally not weak. Akainu and Akiji, as the primary targets of this Haki, also had their expressions change drastically and fell silent once more. A/N, I think Sengoku have Conqueror's Haki, well I looked it up on Goggle. Seeing the two quiet down, Sengoku also retracted his Conqueror's Haki release and said coldly. No one can interfere with Uchiha Chiga's destination after graduation. He will choose it himself. Akainu wanted to say something more, but Tsuru, who had been silent, gave him a cold look. Seeing this, he could only swallow the words he wanted to say. No matter how unruly he was, he couldn't go against both Sengoku and Tsuru. The Marines, after all, were still dominated by the Dove faction's influence. He could only endure this time. He clenched his fists and thought with resentment. Damn it, if only I were the Marine Fleet Admiral. The near conflict between the two Marine Admirals did not affect Gion. At this moment, her eyes were only on Chiga in the center of the arena. She wished she could rush down and hug Chiga tightly. Forget one condition, several conditions wouldn't matter. She had already decided on this junior, who was more than 10 years younger than her but always brought her surprises and a sense of security. However, age was never an issue. Strictly speaking, Chiga was not just 17 years old. In the stands, Ain tightly covered her mouth with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes. For her, Chiga's final victory, creating a marine miracle, was even more exciting than if she had achieved it herself. At this moment, she was only happy for the boy in her heart. Chiga, still standing in the arena, naturally sensed these two intense gazes coming from opposite directions. He, of course, knew who the owners of the two gazes were. He had also heard Ain's voice in the smoke earlier. Even a block of wood would have understood what the girl meant, but the problem was he already had Gion. Of course, not yet, but wasn't that a foregone conclusion? Chiga greatly admired Ain. This strong, aspiring girl who bravely spoke up in the mess hall had long left an indelible impression on Chiga's mind. What a pity. Chiga sighed lightly, then raised his thumb towards the high platform. On the platform, Gion gave a charming smile, her red lips slightly parted, and mouthed. The match is over. I'll be waiting for you at the dorm building in trance. Hiss. They definitely gave her the wrong codename. She should be Pink Fox, right? Chiga roared in his heart, but then he thought about quickly claiming his reward and rushing back to the dorm. So the real reward was still to come. One must say, a certain orange-haired lowly's evaluation was indeed accurate, fair, and insightful. Ain in the stands naturally saw this scene and felt her heart suddenly constrict, as if she had lost the most important thing. Ain's face instantly turned pale. Her roommate next to her quickly asked. Ain, what's wrong? Did your old injury from that battle relapse? Let me help you back to rest. I forced a smile and waved her hand, weakly saying she was fine and that her roommate shouldn't worry. Then she fell silent, staring blankly at Chiga on the stage, who had his back to her, as 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her cheeks. She whispered. I know now that you might not be my moon, but for a moment, the moonlight did shine on me. And this year's annual assessment concluded successfully after Sengoku stood up and gave a speech. After the match, Chiga was also led by a referee to Sengoku's office. The other high-ranking marine officials had already been sent away by Sengoku, especially Akainu and Akiji. Who knew if those two would start bickering again if they saw Chiga in person? Putting aside those 2 troublesome individuals, Sengoku liked Chiga more and more as he looked at him, a young man who had brought him so many surprises in less than a year. I heard that girl Gion is particularly fond of this kid. Why doesn't she make a move quickly? The person I fancy can't be bad, right? Sengoku could only think these words to himself, he would never say them aloud. Of course, it wasn't because of Tsuru, absolutely not. Chiga, seeing that Sengoku hadn't spoken for a long time, pretended to cough twice to remind Sengoku. Sengoku also came back to his senses and coughed twice, easing the awkwardness. One must say, coughing twice for no reason is always effective in breaking awkward situations. Sengoku resumed his usual serious expression and took out 3 exquisite boxes from the cabinet, pushing them towards Chiga. These 3 boxes were the rewards prepared by Marine Headquarters for Chiga, 3 powerful devil fruits to choose from. Chapter 35, 2 Magatama. Marine Headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office. Chiga looked at the 3 boxes in front of him, thinking that these must be the devil fruits awarded by the headquarters this time. Sengoku didn't keep him in suspense and directly introduced what was inside the boxes. These 3 boxes contain the rewards for you coming in first in the assessment, 3 devil fruits for you to choose from. Upon confirmation, Chiga nodded. Next would be the information on the 3 fruits. According to previous information, the fruits awarded for first place were all recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, to prevent a trash fruit from ruining someone's future. Sengoku saw Chiga's calm reaction and thought he was worried about the quality of the fruits, so he continued. Don't worry, these are all abilities recorded in the encyclopedia, and I've even helped you filter them slightly. They shouldn't disappoint you. Chiga looked at Sengoku in surprise. The Fleet Admiral of the Marines personally filtered them slightly. He was really afraid that the back door he opened for him wasn't wide enough. Was he directly leading him in now? Regardless, Chiga appreciated it. Sengoku had helped him a lot, and so had Zephyr. Although a large part of their help was due to his talent and strength, the fact remained that they helped him. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions, right? He also had to give something back. It wasn't good to always owe favors. He wondered how Corazon was doing now. Chiga knew that Sengoku had deep feelings for Corazon. In the anime, upon hearing of Corazon's death, Sengoku cried out loud, showing his grief. So, if he had the chance, he would step in to save Corazon. Sengoku, of course, was unaware of Chiga's thoughts. He continued with the introduction of the devil fruits. The one on the far right is the Paramecia side fruit. Its ability is to generate air slashes like sharp scythe blades, with decent offensive power. The one in the middle is the Zoan cat fruit, ancient Zoan, saber-toothed tiger form. It offers a more balanced improvement to your physical abilities, but it might have some impact on your personality. When he got to the last one, Sengoku specifically looked up at Chiga. Seeing that he had no reaction to the first 2 fruits, he thought, I knew this kid's standards weren't low. These 2 fruits are already abilities that people would fight over outside, yet he doesn't even care. But no matter how high your standards are, I don't believe you can remain indifferent to this last fruit. This is a treasure among treasures in the Marines' collection. Compared to the last one, the first 2 are just a warm-up. Thinking this, Sengoku still introduced the last fruit with an unchanging tone. And this last one, it's also a zoan, but a rarer mythical zoan. Its name is the cat fruit, Bakeniko form. Chiga's expression finally changed upon hearing this name, not just because this last fruit was a precious mythical zoan, but more so because of the fruit's name. Isn't this the tailed beast from my previous life? Chiga was a bit confused, but then he thought, there are indeed Bakeniko in Japanese mythology. They should be 2 different creatures. Sengoku saw Chiga's expression finally change and thought, little brat, you're stunned by my generosity, aren't you? Do you understand the value of a Marine Fleet Admiral? I personally retrieved this one. It seems you do know a thing or 2. I'll take this Bakeniko fruit. Chiga no longer hesitated and immediately made his choice. Sengoku saw that Chiga indeed chose the Bakeniko fruit and stroked his small beard with satisfaction. He pushed the box containing the Bakeniko fruit towards Chiga and asked, do you want to eat this fruit now, or do you want to do some preparation? Now. Chiga didn't want to waste time. When the box was pushed in front of him, he felt his eyes heat up, and an uncontrollable, intense craving arose in his heart. He hadn't expected that ever since absorbing the Dordor fruit, devil fruits had become increasingly tempting to him. Sengoku, seeing Chiga's eagerness, thought, he's a young man after all, quite impatient. But he could understand. Eating a mythical zoan devil fruit, as long as one's body wasn't too weak, could secure them a place on the seas. However, devil fruits were very difficult to eat. Sengoku, having eaten one himself, still couldn't forget that taste. They said it tasted worse than excrement. He had certainly never eaten excrement, but he could confirm that this statement was absolutely not an exaggeration. So, upon hearing that Chiga was going to eat the devil fruit now, Sengoku stared intently at Chiga, ready to enjoy the expression on Chiga's face after eating something that tasted like excrement. However, the subsequent scene was destined to disappoint Sengoku. Chiga opened the box, revealing a black fruit shaped like an apple. He then slapped it directly, activating the Predipath ability. In a moment, the fruit devolved into a normal red apple. A whole devil fruit was just a special energy body to Chiga. He didn't even need the human path's cooperation, he could directly absorb the ability using the Predipath, which was convenient, effortless, and worry-free. Having completed the absorption, Chiga clapped his hands and pushed the box back to Sengoku, indicating that it was over. Sengoku's eyes almost popped out. He looked at the large red apple on the table, then looked up at Chiga and asked. Done. Done. Just like that. Where's the eating excrement face I was promised? And what kind of eating method is this, Chiga? Why is it so different from how I did it? Sengoku was truly about to lose his composure. Chiga, meanwhile, touched his right eye. At this moment, another Tomo had appeared in his right Rinnegan. However, this time the feeling was somewhat peculiar. He always felt that this Tomo was restless, as if it had a life of its own. He tried to activate the fruit's ability. The next moment, black flames ignited on Chiga's exposed hands, but there was no burning sensation, instead, it carried a hint of coldness. Black fur appeared on the skin within the flames, and his nails became sharp. This was a partial beastification of the zoan type, which was Chiga's favorite combat state. In this state, attack power, recovery power, and stamina would all be greatly enhanced, especially the speed of feline animals, which saw the most significant improvement. But even after using the ability, the newly formed Tomo in his right eye continued to pulsate, as if trying to break free. This feeling made him uncomfortable, and he didn't know how to resolve it, so he could only temporarily close his right eye. Sengoku's heart tightened when he saw his action. He worried that something had gone wrong with Chiga's method of absorbing devil fruits, and the problem was in his eyes. That wouldn't do, Chiga's eyes were more precious to the Marines than any mythical zoan devil fruit. He quickly asked. What's wrong? Is there something uncomfortable with your eyes? Do you need a doctor? Chiga waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Sengoku was still somewhat uneasy and pressed on. Is it possible that your absorption method caused a problem? Can you explain this method? To be honest, he hadn't intended to ask Chiga about this. Everyone had their own secrets, especially concerning their strength. However, he was worried about Chiga, which was why he asked. It could be said that apart from Corazon, Uchiha Chiga was Sengoku's most concerned junior now. Chapter 36, Medes, the mythical zoan cat. Faced with Sengoku's questioning, Chiga pondered slightly, thinking of the most concise answer. Covering his right eye, he said to Sengoku. I'm fine, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, thank you for your concern. You can understand this absorption method as my eye eating the devil fruit. Chiga wasn't afraid that exposing this secret would lead to him being subjected to human experiments by the world government. He was well protected in the Navy by Sengoku, Zephyr, and others, and his own strength was enough to protect himself. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God, the Dordor fruit, or Yamatsu Hirasaka, Chiga was fearless. It could be said that if he wanted to leave, very few could stop him. Question mark. However, upon receiving such an answer, Sengoku's face instantly turned into a black question mark. He wondered, can an eye eat a devil fruit? Does that mean ears, noses, and so on can also eat them? So, I've been at a disadvantage by only eating with my mouth, only being able to eat one, right? Knowing that Sengoku would react this way, Chiga added. Only my Rinnegan can. Alright, at this point, Sengoku could only accept this strange setting. However, despite accepting it, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, just how outrageous is Chiga's family. I heard Chiga is the only one left. Could it be that even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore? Alright, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there's something wrong with my right eye. I'm going back to rest. I'll take my leave now. The anomaly in his right eye was getting stronger, and Chiga no longer wanted to stay. He planned to find an uninhabited place to investigate. Alright, if it gets too bad, you must go to the infirmary, got it? Yes, got it. With that, Chiga disappeared. He had left one of his flying thunder kunai in the wasteland behind the mountain. His flying thunder wasn't as proficient as the fourth's, so he couldn't leave the marks on objects at any time, but it was very useful for fixed-point teleportation. Training camps back mountain wasteland. Whoosh! Chiga's figure appeared beside the marked kunai. As soon as he arrived, a voice echoed in Chiga's mind. "Master, let me out." Chiga was startled. This feeling was truly bizarre. He tried to communicate with the voice in his mind. "Who are you? How are you inside my body?" The voice sounded again. "According to that human just now, I am Matatabi, and you created me." Nani? Chiga was completely bewildered. Animal-type fruits had this kind of situation. But the current problem was to quickly release this Matatabi. Having a voice constantly in his mind was too strange. "How do I release you?" "I don't know either. I'm trapped in your eye, and there are also three-headed dogs, chameleons, and so on next to me. Aren't those the Rinnegan's animal path summons?" Chiga hadn't used the animal path ability since awakening his Rinnegan and had almost forgotten about it. Mainly, he didn't need it much. The size advantage of animals wasn't very prominent in the world of pirates, and the chameleon's invisibility was completely countered by observation Haki. Moreover, he didn't want to run into a chameleon's mouth. Since Matatabi was born in his animal path, it was easy to handle. Chiga directly bit his finger and slapped it on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. A large cloud of smoke appeared, accompanied by a piercing cat's cry, and then instantly dispersed. A giant demon cat, completely black with black flames flickering on its back, appeared before Chiga. It was Matatabi. Matatabi saw Chiga and immediately lowered its head, rubbing its massive head affectionately against Chiga. Matatabi's fur was soft and smooth, carrying a hint of coolness. Being rubbed like this, Chiga couldn't help but shiver. Reaching out to stroke Matatabi's head, Matatabi immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. Chiga looked at the giant Matatabi before him and confirmed that this Matatabi was a completely different creature from the Matatabi-tailed beast in Naruto. After thinking for a moment, Chiga asked two questions he was more concerned about. "Do you have any special abilities? Also, if you come out of my eye, can I still use your abilities?" Matatabi respectfully replied. "My black flames have extremely low temperatures and can freeze targets. I can also use black flames to control corpses. Corpses struck by my black flames can exert 50% of their original strength. And please rest assured, Master, even if I am outside, you can still use all of my abilities, including beastification." Hearing Matatabi's answer, Chiga nodded in satisfaction. Setting aside the offensive nature of the black flames, the ability to control corpses alone was very practical, definitely stronger than impure world reincarnation without a white Sabaody. Although he could also control corpses with black rods, the effect was not as good as Matatabi's black flames, not to mention that Matatabi itself could serve as a powerful summon to assist him in battle. All in all, Chiga gave this assessment reward a 5-star rating. In a good mood, Chiga found Matatabi more and more pleasing to the eye. However, it was getting late, and he was ready to return to his dorm. But he couldn't just take Matatabi, with its large size, back like this, could he? As if sensing Chiga's thoughts, Matatabi's voice echoed in Chiga's mind. "Master, I can change my size. Can I sleep next to you tonight? That space in your eye really isn't comfortable, Master." As it spoke, Matatabi's cat face actually made a pitiful expression, and even carried a hint of cuteness. Looking at such a Matatabi, how could anyone bear to refuse? Chiga agreed without hesitation. Matatabi, having received its master's permission, let out a happy meow, then its body gradually shrunk, finally transforming into a normal-sized black cat. It jumped onto Chiga's shoulder, affectionately licking Chiga's cheek. Chiga stroked Matatabi's head down to its tail. When he touched its tail, Matatabi's fur bristled a bit, but it didn't resist. Interestingly, even though Matatabi was a black cat, its face could still be seen blushing. Chiga only felt that the sensation was excellent, like sticking one's hand out of a car window on a highway, feeling as if grasping something. What Chiga didn't know was that when he had this thought, Matatabi's face turned even redder, and it secretly rolled its eyes at Chiga. With the Rinnegan issue resolved, Chiga was ready to return to his dorm. Before leaving, Chiga gave Matatabi a name, Medes. Matatabi loved the name and tightly hugged Chiga's neck with its two small paws. The figures of one person and one cat appeared so harmonious and beautiful under the setting sun. At Harry_Key thanks for the power stones. At Eater of the Dead thanks for the power stones. At Penguin_Gaming_0181 thanks for the power stones. At Anand_9222 thanks for the power stones. 10 power stones for a bonus chapter. Chapter 37, The Promise. Chiga didn't leave a Flying Thunder God kunai near the dormitory because after every training session, he always liked to walk back slowly by himself. But today, Chiga wasn't alone. There was a small black cat on his shoulder. At this moment, the men and the cat were leisurely walking on the road in silence. However, this was only on the surface. In Chiga's mind, Medes' mature female voice was chattering non-stop. Master, can I stay by your side forever? Of course. Hee hee, I love you, master. Actually, I'm a girl. I know that. Not the kind of little female cat master is thinking of. Forget it, you'll know later. A/N, you're a cat, you want him to get turned on by that. I've noticed since just now, can you hear my inner voice? I can hear a part of it. If what master is thinking about is related to me, I can hear it. Oh, okay. That's not bad. Chiga was chatting animatedly with Medes when a spherical figure appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching in his direction. Medes immediately became alert. Having just been born, she was wary of all other creatures except Chiga. Master, someone's coming. I see him. Don't worry, it's fine. Chiga reached out and comforted Medes, indicating that the person approaching was one of his own. The figure got closer and closer. Chiga had already recognized who it was Bridge. Bridge's face lit up when he saw Chiga, and he waved and shouted. Chiga. That beautiful female officer is here again, waiting for you by the dorm building. Hiss, he almost forgot about Gion. Chiga slapped his forehead. Just like last time, he picked up Bridge and shot straight into the sky. Bridge, who was experiencing flight again, was already beyond caring. He didn't struggle. How did the saying go? Sometimes life is like that. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. As soon as they landed, a figure pounced into Chiga's arms, hugging his waist tightly. It was none other than the beautiful female officer Bridge had mentioned, Gion. Although she had waited for Chiga all day and even been stood up by him in the afternoon, she wasn't upset. She had heard from Sengoku that Chiga's eyes seemed to be having problems. Knowing how important those eyes were to him, she rushed over and even conscripted someone to find him. Now, seeing Chiga appear safe and sound, she finally felt completely relieved. Chiga looked at Gion in his arms, his eyes softening. Without any reservations, he returned the embrace, holding her tightly. Gion also straightened up, but because Chiga was still a head shorter than her at the moment, his face ended up buried between the two soft mounds on her chest. Feeling Chiga's warm breath on her skin, Gion's cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. Bridge, seeing this from the side, quickly ran away using sorrow. But the few of them had forgotten about the small black cat present at the scene. In Chiga's mind, as he was currently enjoying a face wash service, a voice suddenly rang out. Master, are you going to mate with that human? Puffed. Chiga directly spat out a mouthful, startling Gion into thinking his eyes were still having issues. Ignoring the clothes on her chest that Chiga had just soaked, she quickly cupped his face with both hands and stared intently at his Rinnegan. Eh? Besides an extra tomo, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Ugh. I'm fine. I just choked. Cough cough, choked. Gion's grip was a bit strong, squeezing Chiga's mouth into a pout. He patted her hand to reassure her, taking the opportunity to free his face. At that moment, Gion also noticed Medes on Chiga's shoulder. Since it was getting late and Medes' fur was very dark, she hadn't seen the cat until now. Seeing her, Gion couldn't help but clap her hands and exclaim. When did you get a cat? She's quite cute. As she reached out to hug Medes, the little black cat instantly vanished, reappearing on Chiga's other shoulder a second later, even giving Gion a provocative look. This startled Gion. Medes' speed just now was more than twice as fast as Bridge's sorrow. This absolutely wasn't an ordinary cat. Ignoring the provocation, she turned to Chiga with a curious expression. Chiga didn't hide anything from her. Gion was the closest person to him in the entire navy. There was nothing to hide. He simply explained Medes' birth and identity. After a long moment, Gion finally managed to accept everything she had just heard. If it weren't Chiga, this man who defied common sense, telling her these things, she would have slapped the speaker straight to the great Buddha. Taking a deep breath, Gion slowly spoke. So, you're saying this black cat is the true form of that mythical zoan devil fruit, the baked Nico? Yes. I named her Medes. Medes. That's a nice name. So she's also a little female cat. Ah, yes. Chiga looked at Gion somewhat puzzled. As a cat, was gender that important? Gion, of course, didn't think so either. But Medes' human-like expressions and actions had just now triggered a different kind of crisis in her, as a woman. And it wasn't the kind related to combat. Still, she couldn't possibly contend with a cat over something like that, right? Shaking her head, Gion extended a finger and poked Chiga's chest, saying seductively. All right, little brother Chiga, do you remember what I promised you? Of course I remember. Here it comes. The final reward. Chiga's heart raced a little, and the arm holding Gion subconsciously tightened. You're hurting me. Gion, both amused and exasperated, patted his arm. Chiga quickly loosened his grip, realizing he'd been too eager. This wasn't really Chiga's fault. This was his third life, and he was still a complete virgin. On Earth, he'd been an orphan, his own survival was a struggle. In Naruto, he'd constantly faced life-threatening danger. When could he have had time to think about these kinds of things? Gion, of course, didn't blame him. She continued. It's good that you remember. You've already accomplished what we talked about, so tell me your condition. After saying that, she avoided Chiga's gaze, turning her head. Chiga released her from the embrace, gently cupped her chin, and made her face him. Then he said seriously. My condition is. I want you to date me, become my woman. Is this condition acceptable? Gion stared blankly at him. Without a doubt, this was the very answer she had most hoped for. When she proposed that goal to him at the dormitory entrance, it was her way of confirming Chiga's feelings. She had already developed emotions for him but hadn't been sure how he felt. In a moment of impulsiveness, she gave him what she thought was a difficult goal. She never expected him to achieve it in just 1 year. And now he'd given her the very answer she wanted to hear. At this moment, Gion felt nothing but immense happiness. Being bashful wasn't her style. The moment Chiga finished his sentence, she assaulted him with a pair of red lips. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Chiga responded just as passionately. The only witness to this moment was Medes, perched on a shoulder. Her small paws covered her face, but through the slight gap between them, the little cat was clearly peeking. Chapter 38, Rear Admiral Chiga. The next day, Chiga appeared at the training ground looking refreshed. Bridge, standing beside him, leaned over and whispered to Graves. Boss Chiga must have found love. Look how happy he is today. Graves gave Bridge a sideways glance and said nothing. He didn't dare gossip about Chiga. He still remembered Chiga promising to introduce him to that beautiful female officer's sister. Good heavens, if she looked anything like Miss Gion, how bad could she be? Just the thought made his heart race. Now was the time to draw a clear line between himself and this blabbermouth Bridge. Seeing Graves wasn't biting, Bridge shut his mouth in frustration. He turned to Binns, giving him a pointed look that screamed. Ask me. Come on, ask me what happened last night. But as expected, Binns remained silent. Fine. You guys are amazing, huh? All high and mighty, too good for gossip. Whatever. I'll just savor it by myself. As usual, Zephyr appeared on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the assembled cadets before he began to speak. Today, I have 2 announcements. First, congratulations to Chiga for taking first place in this year's annual assessment. Thunderous applause broke out immediately. Many cadets' faces turned red with excitement, as if they had won first place. After all, this assessment included not just their class, but many upperclassmen as well, yet the top spot still went to someone from their group. It was a glorious achievement. At least now, they wouldn't have to hear Zephyr's favorite line, "You are the worst class I have ever taught." Once the applause died down, Zephyr continued. The second announcement, Cadet Chiga will be temporarily leaving the training camp. Headquarters has decided that, given his strength, he will be assigned to a special post for the next year. After saying that, Zephyr looked directly at Chiga. His eyes held pride, some reluctance, but mostly, relief. Chiga was his most accomplished student. That student had matured early and was ready to head out to sea. As a teacher, all he could do now was support him. Chiga's roommates looked visibly reluctant. Bridge outright hugged Chiga, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Boss Chiga, don't go. Medes, sitting on Chiga's shoulder, looked disgusted and shoved Bridge's chubby face away with a little paw, as if trying to avoid getting any snot on Chiga's clothes. Graves didn't care about appearances anymore and quietly lit a cigar. Bin simply stared at Chiga with wordless emotion in his eyes. Chiga looked a little speechless. He pried Bridge off and spread his arms. What's wrong with you guys? We'll meet again soon. Maybe in less than a year, you'll be on my ship. Believe it. The other 3 froze. Bridge was the first to react. Right. With Boss Chiga's strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to rack up military merit? Then he'd rise through the ranks, and, well, chickens and dogs ascending to heaven might be a bit off, but the meaning fit. The trio quickly calmed down. Chiga patted their shoulders, then suddenly glanced off into the distance. Bridge noticed. What's wrong? He asked. Chiga just shook his head. Nothing. Far off, Ain quietly lowered her gaze. She looked down at her feet, or at least tried to. Thanks to her development, her view was blocked by 2 prominent peaks. Will we meet again? Chiga-kun. After the announcements, Zephyr declared a day of rest to celebrate the camp's outstanding performance. Cheers rang out, and the heavy mood of parting was diluted. Later, Chica was summoned to Zephyr's office. This time, the former admiral didn't wear his usual stern expression. As Chica entered, he saw Zephyr smiling, gently, almost fatherly. "Teacher Zephyr, is something wrong?" "No. I just wanted to see you again. You'll probably be very busy from now on." Seeing Zephyr like this, Chica felt a pang in his chest. The men looked lonely. Those damn pirates. The more he got to know Zephyr, the more Chica hated pirates. This was once an admiral known as the Unkilling. How could they do that to him? Suddenly emotional, Chica asked, "Teacher Zephyr, what's your view on pirates now?" Zephyr froze. He stayed quiet for a long time, then instead of answering, he asked in return, "What's your view on kindness?" Chica thought for a while, then answered firmly, "Kindness must have a sharp edge. Softness without boundaries only lets others take advantage. Benevolence without principles just gives evil room to grow." Zephyr stared at him, then chuckled quietly and shook his head. Kindness must have a sharp edge, well said. He fully agreed. In a way, these words denied the very justice he once stood for. But what did that matter now? Would his refusal to kill bring back his wife and child? Had it ever made a pirate truly repent? Chica's words weren't just for him, they were a warning to the Navy's pacifist faction. They're too kind, justice was sometimes nothing but weakness in disguise. And though Akainu's version of justice was extreme, the truth was, this sea needed people like him. Chica already had a justice of his own. You couldn't say whose justice was truly right or wrong. But Zephyr, he approved of this student. Fully. This boy wouldn't stop at being an admiral. He'd reach the position of fleet admiral. Maybe even beyond. And Zephyr. He'd live to see it. He had to. For the first time in a while, he felt full of energy again. No longer an admiral, but he'd use every ounce of his strength to help Chica reach the peak. He stood up and placed a firm hand on Chica's shoulder. "Go forth with confidence, Chica. Your teacher will always be your strongest support at headquarters. If I do create AP at Trian account, would you guys help me with it? Send Power Stones for more bonus chapters." Chapter 39, Internship at Sabaody. Marine Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Chica, this is the appointment letter from headquarters. You haven't officially graduated yet, but they've decided to make an exception. You're being given the rank of colonel and assigned temporarily to Sabaody Archipelago, said Sengoku, handing over a neatly folded uniform and a sealed document. Chica glanced through the letter, then met Sengoku's eyes. "Understood, Marshal Sengoku. Should I head out immediately?" "Yes. This assignment has already been delayed. Your deployment to Sabaody isn't just a marine decision, it comes directly from the world government as well. Be careful." Chica raised an eyebrow. The world government. Were they already watching him? Do they have any specific instructions? Sengoku shook his head. "Nothing direct. But I have a hunch. You've stood out during your time here, and they've taken notice. The government probably believes you'll be someone important in the future, and they want to observe you up close. You should know, the celestial dragons frequent Sabaody to buy slaves. Your attitude toward them will be watched closely." He paused before continuing, "I don't need to tell you how things are. You've seen enough to understand. But as Marshal, I still have to say this, don't provoke the celestial dragons. If you can't tolerate them, avoid them. They rarely bother with the Marines anyway." Sengoku's expression was serious. He clearly feared that a strong-willed recruit like Chica might act rashly. After all, one wrong move near the celestial dragons could destroy a future as bright as Chica's. Chica nodded. He wasn't some hot-headed kid, not mentally. He understood the weight of what was being said. "I promise, I won't cause any unnecessary trouble." Only after hearing that did Sengoku allow himself to relax. He waved a hand. "Good. You're dismissed." As Chica stepped out of the office, he nearly ran into Garp. The grizzled vice admiral grinned and immediately slung an arm around Chica's shoulders. "Isn't this Chica? Come on, let's grab some senbei from Sengoku's stash." Chica chuckled and shook his head. "Just came from there. I'll pass on the freeloading." Garp noticed the document in his hand. "What's that? Assignment letter? You graduate early or something? Where are they sending you?" Chica replied, "Not early graduation. Just, sort of an internship. I'm being stationed at Sabaody." Garp froze. "Sabaody? That damn place. Why are they sending you there?" "That's where the celestial dragons crawl around. Rotten bastards, the lot of them. GARP. What nonsense are you yelling now? Get in here. Sengoku's furious voice roared from the office. Garp made a face toward the doorway but quickly turned back to Chica. Anyway, kid, seriously. Be careful. Stay away from the celestial dragons as much as you can. Chica nodded once more. Thanks, Vice Admiral Garp. I'll keep that in mind. With that, he took his leave. As soon as he stepped outside the building, he activated his ability and flew off toward the port. Medes, resting lazily on his shoulder, stirred. Master, what are celestial dragons? Why is everyone warning you about them? Are they that strong? Chica scoffed. Strong? No. Just trash wrapped in gold. One day, I'll carry a few bags of rice up the red line. Rice. Medes blinked. Are we delivering food to them? No. I mean I'll crush them. Oh. Then I'll help carry the bags. Let's bring lots of rice, master. I believe in you. Chica chuckled and reached up to scratch her under the chin. Medes purred in delight. You sure believe in me a lot. Of course. Master is unbeatable. Soon after, they reached the port. Chica scanned the ships until his eyes landed on one bearing a familiar, bold character on its sail, Crane. He smirked. Vice Admiral Tsuru's warship. There was no mistaking it. As he approached, he spotted someone leaning over the railing, Gion. She waved at him cheerfully. Since their verbal skirmish that night, this was their first meeting. Chiga's lips twitched slightly as he recalled it, earning a roll of the eyes from Medes. Today, Gion wore her standard justice cloak and a crisp uniform, radiating confidence and elegance. Chiga glanced at his own uniform. No cloak. He felt slightly cheated. Shrugging, he skipped the stairs and soared through the air, landing smoothly on the deck. Immediately, he noticed the crew, entirely made up of female Marines, turning to look at him. Who's that? He's cute. Wait, isn't that a colonel's uniform? He looks so young. Is he here to see someone? Didn't Vice Admiral Tsuru ban men from boarding without official reasons? Before they could gossip further, Gion approached, heels clicking confidently on the deck. She smiled brightly, though she kept her hands to herself. Surprise. It's me again, your ride to your new post. Chiga smiled. I didn't expect this, but I'm not complaining. Hee hee. Vice Admiral Tsuru isn't on board. Nope. She stayed back at headquarters. This warship's all mine now. Well then, I'll be in your care, Sister Gion. That depends on how obedient you are, little brother Chiga. Can you send power stones? So that this FIC can reach others too. Chapter 40, Secretary Khalifa. On this day, the weather was clear and beautiful aboard Crane's battleship. Chiga lay on the deck, his head resting in Gion's lap, sipping juice she held for him. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. The female Marines standing guard nearby stared straight ahead. They had long since grown used to such scenes, moving from initial shock to complete nonchalance. Gion gently patted Chiga, who was about to doze off, and asked. Hey, do you have any plans for this trip to Sabaody? Chiga stretched lazily and replied. No plans. I might just stay there for a year. The main reason this time is to build up my resume with the world government. The world government? How did you get on their radar? According to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, they're planning to observe me. Since the celestial dragons like to visit the place, they're stationing me there for a while. Celestial dragons. Chiga, do you even know what that name means? Yeah, it means a bunch of trash. Seriously, I've heard so much about them I could grow calluses on my ears. Don't worry, if they don't provoke me, I'm too lazy to care. Seeing this attitude, Gion said no more, only hoping he truly knew what he was doing. Since Marine headquarters and the Sabaody archipelago were close, the battleship arrived quickly. As soon as they disembarked, rows of Marines awaited them, already assembled to welcome their arrival. Leading them was the highest-ranking officer on site, Rear Admiral Ambust. Ambust wasn't here just to welcome Chiga, after all, Chiga was only a colonel. With a gentle whoosh, Gion appeared behind Chiga. Ambust immediately stepped forward with the Marines to greet her instead. Chiga could only smile and shake his head. Clearly, his rank still didn't earn much attention. But he didn't mind. Gion, on the other hand, waved lightly at Ambust, signaling she had completed her task and was ready to leave. She turned to Chiga with a faint smile and said, This is as far as I go. I'll be heading back. Chiga returned her smile and said, Thanks for the ride, Gion. Gion feigned annoyance, puffing her cheeks. Why are we being polite with each other? Then she pinched his face lightly. The action was natural, intended to create some prestige for Chiga so he'd have an easier time here. Ambust noticed their interaction. He wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, this Uchiha Chiga has serious backing, and he's so young. I'd better tread carefully. Gion gave Chiga a few last-minute reminders before turning to leave. She didn't linger, partly because their relationship wasn't what it once was, and partly because her post was nearby, so she could visit any time. After Gion left, Ambust approached Chiga without a shred of arrogance and said kindly. You must be Colonel Uchiha Chiga from headquarters. I'm Rear Admiral Ambust, in charge here. If you need anything, please don't hesitate. Chiga smiled and replied. I won't be doing much, I'll be under your command for now. Please take care of me. Chiga's friendly demeanor reassured Ambust. This Uchiha Chiga seemed easy to get along with. It had to be said, having the right background really made everything smoother. Despite holding a higher rank, Ambust didn't dare show the slightest disrespect. After the greetings, Ambust personally led Chiga to Zone 66, the marine base within the Sabaody archipelago. He pushed open the door to an office and was stunned to find two women already seated inside. He had no idea who they were. One had short, curly golden hair and wore a long orange dress. She sat with her hands gracefully clasped, smiling in a refined manner. The other looked younger, also blonde, but with long hair. Her expression was cooler. She wore glasses, a cropped black blazer, a tight skirt, fishnet stockings, and black high heels. Who are you? How did you get in here? Ambust snapped, his tone sharp. He wasn't in the mood to admire beautiful women. His eyes narrowed in wariness. Chiga, on the other hand, remained composed. Based on appearances alone, he had a rough idea who they were. The woman with the hat was Stussy from CP0, and the younger one was likely Khalifa, who would later join CP9. Noticing Ambust's defensive stance, Stussy stood and gracefully handed over a document, then covered her mouth with a light chuckle. Oh my, Rear Admiral Ambust, don't be so tense. We're not here to cause trouble. Let me introduce us, we're from the world government. My name is Stussy, and this young lady here is Khalifa. World government. Ambust's pupils contracted as he glanced at the document. Another group I can't afford to offend. What exactly was Uchiha Chiga's identity? Why did all these high-level figures appear the moment he arrived? Well, if someone could use abilities without devil fruit and the WG doesn't investigate, that alone would be weird. Still, regardless of who they were, Ambust wasn't in a position to complain. He steadied himself, returned the document respectfully, and said. So it's Miss Stussy. My apologies. May I ask what brings you here? Stussy returned to her seat, elegantly crossed her legs, and sipped from a cup of tea. Medes grumbled in Chiga's mind. Master, this old lady is so pretentious. Let me claw her face. Chiga replied inwardly. Let it go. She's got big backing, and she's here for me. Let's see what she wants. After taking a slow sip of tea, Stussy set the cup down. This time, she focused entirely on Chiga and said, still smiling. I came to meet our promising new marine star, Colonel Uchiha Chiga. Ah, so it's me after all. Fine, you big shots can play your games, just don't drag me into it. Ambust, realizing this wasn't his business, slipped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Once they were alone, Chiga asked. What can I do for you, Miss Stussy? Stussy smiled and pointed at Khalifa beside her. While I was curious to meet the rising star myself, I'm not the main event here. I'm simply here to deliver her to you. This is Khalifa. She'll be serving as your secretary during your time in Sabaody. Khalifa stood and walked over to Chiga, bowing at a full 90 degrees. From Chiga's angle, her deep cleavage was impossible to ignore. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me, Colonel Chiga. Chiga didn't reply immediately. He looked to Stussy instead. She had expected his suspicion and gave a prepared explanation. Assigning Khalifa as your secretary is the government's arrangement. She'll assist with daily affairs, meals, schedules, logistics, the works. Since you're fresh from the training camp and Sabaody's a special place, this is just the government being considerate. Sounds sweet, but she's clearly here to monitor me. Testing if I'll become their loyal dog, huh? Still, he had no reason to refuse. Knowing the truth and accepting reality were two different things. With that, Chiga extended his hand. Khalifa blinked in mild surprise, but Chiga smiled and said. I'll be counting on your care, Secretary Khalifa. I dropped about 10 chapters today. At Kasuko_Cultivasi thanks for the Power Stones. At Anand_KR thanks for the Power Stones. With this mass release is over, if you want 3 chapters daily. Help me get in top 20 spots in collections and popular rankings. Or it'd be 1 chapter per day. Chapter 41, Blood Rat Jerry, LOL. Seeing Chiga's actions, Stussy couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking that Chiga was quite sensible, and her evaluation of him unconsciously rose. With the main task completed, Stussy was ready to leave. Before leaving, she handed Chiga a card, threw a wink, and left a message telling him to find her if he wanted to relax in the entertainment district. Then she left. After Stussy left, only Chiga and Califa were left in the office. Califa, as expected of an intelligence agent who had undergone special training since childhood, quickly assumed her secretarial role. She brought Chiga a cup of hot tea and then respectfully stood by, awaiting his instructions. Chiga was experiencing secretarial service for the first time and found it quite novel. Although this secretary was actually a spy, the experience was far from lacking. After some thought, Chiga asked Califa to organize all the major and minor events currently happening on Sabaody Archipelago. He wanted to get a general understanding of the current situation. He couldn't just laze around here for a year, could he? Upon receiving the task, Califa quietly went to organize the data. Before long, she brought in a stack of documents half her height and placed them on Chiga's desk. It had to be said that her efficiency was truly top-notch. Chiga thought to himself that if she weren't a world government agent, he would definitely make her his true secretary. Shaking off these random thoughts, Chiga lowered his head and scrutinized the documents Califa had compiled. Through these documents, he also obtained a lot of useful information. For example, areas 1 to 29 of Sabaody Archipelago were primarily zones for shady dealings, human trafficking and other illegal activities. The celestial dragons also liked to go there to purchase slaves. After reading for a while, Chiga closed the documents in his hand and stood up, saying to Califa, "Prepare yourself, we're going to Area 16. Califa immediately notified a team of Marines to stand by, then retrieved a white suit for Chiga to put on and followed closely behind him as they headed toward Area 16. As soon as they stepped into Area 16, Chiga keenly noticed he was being watched by malicious gazes. It seemed there was a reason this place was called an illegal zone, even a Marine's identity held limited deterrent power here. Chiga walked along the street as if on a casual stroll, vaguely hearing some cries and screams, likely from trafficked slaves or pirates engaged in infighting. He wouldn't interfere with slave trafficking. If this practice could exist openly under the world government and Marines' noses, there had to be people backing it. Neither the celestial dragons nor other high-ranking officials would tolerate anyone disrupting such operations. What Chiga could do now was to be a good Marine. As for everything else, he would deal with it once he had more power and higher status. At that moment, inside a house by the street, a group of pirates had been watching Chiga and his group for a while. In the center of the room sat a thin, short man guzzling a barrel of beer almost as large as himself. A minion pulled back from the window and respectfully said, "Captain Jerry, those Marines aren't doing anything, just strolling around." The short man, Captain Jerry of the Blood Rat Pirates, with a bounty of 120 million berries, put down his beer, wiped his mouth, and said in an extremely high-pitched voice, "Who's leading them?" "Ambuster. Don't recognize him. Looks like a new face. There's also a woman following behind. Quite pretty. A pretty woman." Hearing this, Jerry's booze-clouded brain suddenly sobered up. What did a pretty woman mean in this place? A walking bounty. In recent years, the supply of goods had been drying up, and quality was lacking. The mention of a pretty woman immediately spurred him to action. He darted to the window, pushed the minion aside, and observed. Through the window, he spotted Califa walking behind Chiga. Califa's shapely figure and cold, beautiful face were instantly labeled top grade in his mind. Then his gaze fell on Chiga, and he sneered. So young and already a colonel. Another second gen coming to gain experience, huh? Too bad for him. Why come here of all places? I'll take the weapons, and the woman too. Be smarter in your next life. With that, he motioned for his crew to rush out and block Chiga's group. He pointed arrogantly and said, "Kid, this ain't a place for little brats. Be smart, hand over the woman behind you and your weapons, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me, Blood Rat Jerry, for being nasty." Blood Rat Jerry? Chiga frowned. He hadn't expected to encounter someone who would jump out just from patrolling. Califa pushed up her glasses and dutifully gave Chiga the intel. Blood Rat Jerry. Bounty, 120 million. Devil fruit, zoan type, rat fruit, great-toothed rat form. Known for robbery and torturing women. Recently involved in slave trafficking. Chiga listened with arms crossed. Jerry was a complete scumbag. In that case, there was no need to let him live to reach Impel down. Lowering his arms, Chiga prepared to act. Califa noticed and narrowed her eyes slightly. Was he going to make a move? She was also evaluating Chiga's combat abilities, but the result would disappoint her. Chiga was indeed about to act, but was stopped by Medis on his shoulder. Medis meowed. Master, leave this rat to me. Confident. His bounty isn't exactly low. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. He had to be a rat, didn't he? Chica thought it over. Medis hadn't done anything since she was born, this was a good chance to test her. So, while Califa looked on with expectation, she didn't see Chica make a move. Instead, the black cat on his shoulder leapt down and landed in front of Jerry and the pirates. What was it going to do? Not just Califa and the Marines, even the pirates were confused. Sending out a pet cat in this situation. Jerry, however, froze. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw the cat, every hair on his body stood up. He felt a deep, irrational fear. He shook his head, confused. It was just a cat. Even if he was a rat fruit user, he shouldn't be scared of it, right? Medis, now on all fours, let out a loud meow toward the sky. A black flame suddenly enveloped her. The fire grew larger and larger until it reached the size of a small house. When the black flames dispersed, everyone's pupils constricted. The small pet cat had vanished, replaced by a large, black demonic feline, its body flickering with dark flames. Medis licked her lips and locked her glowing eyes on Jerry. Chiga heard her voice in his mind. Master, I'm starting. Chapter 42, Jerry's demise. Jerry's unease grew stronger, especially after Medis revealed her fighting stance. Damn it, what's wrong with this cat? Not to mention the surrounding pirate crew members, the hellish, cold aura emanating from Medis froze them in place, making them unable to move. If this continued, there would be no need to fight, they would just surrender. Jerry didn't dare to be overconfident and immediately activated his devil fruit ability, going into a half-beast form. His entire body instantly expanded several times over. His originally scrawny frame grew to the size of a normal person, covered in gray fur. Most prominent were his two front teeth, which became enormous and gleamed with a cold light. However, Medis became even more excited when she saw him in this form. She instantly charged in front of Jerry, her claws wreathed in black flames, and swung them fiercely. Her massive cat paws were almost as large as Jerry's half-beast form. Jerry hardened his beast form claws and crossed them in front of his chest, attempting to block the attack. Zzzt. A teeth-grinding friction sound emerged, and Jerry was sent flying by Medis' single blow, smashing through several houses and disappearing into a cloud of dust. Califa, standing beside Chiga, pushed her finger against the center of her glasses, watching Medis, who had just displayed such power, with apprehension. From the force and speed of that attack, this cat's combat power had already surpassed her own, even after all her years of special agent training. Where did Uchiha Chiga get something like this? In Califa's eyes, Chiga's existence became increasingly mysterious. Back to the battle. An explosion sounded, and Jerry leapt out from a pile of rubble and broken tiles. He was as disheveled as could be. His shirt had already torn off due to his expanded beast form, leaving only his pants, and now even those were nearly ruined, barely covering him. The worst part was his chest, where several deep claw marks ran across it, but strangely, no blood flowed. The wounds had been sealed by a layer of solid ice. This ice wasn't there to stop the bleeding, only Jerry himself knew that threads of bone-chilling cold were constantly invading his body from the wounds. He now felt the blood flow in his body slowing down, and his consciousness growing hazy. Slapping himself across the face, Jerry cleared his head slightly. He looked gravely at Medis, who was unhurriedly licking her paws nearby. He knew that if this battle dragged on, he would die here today, and that young Marine behind the cat hadn't even made a move yet. If the cat was this strong, how strong must the owner be? He didn't dare think further. All he could do now was unleash his strongest move, end this quickly, and look for a chance to escape. Thinking this, Jerry frantically pushed his devil fruit ability further. His body expanded even more, his eyes turned bloodshot, his nose protruded, his ears elongated, and his front teeth became absurdly huge. He shifted fully onto all fours. This was the complete beast form of a zoan devil fruit. At this moment, Jerry had fully transformed into a giant gray rat with monstrous teeth. With two sharp squeaks, his pure white front teeth became coated in pitch-black armament Haki. This was his strongest move. Blood rat, black tooth. Aiming straight for Medis' neck, he pushed off with his hind legs, launching like an arrow. His speed was so fast that the crowd couldn't even see him, except for Chiga, of course. Chiga looked calmly at Jerry, who had transformed into a large gray rat. The physical boost from a zoan's complete form was indeed impressive. This level of speed already required Chiga to focus slightly to track. However, Medis remained unfazed. She let out a disdainful meow, and the fur on her neck erupted into denser black flames. Jerry's front teeth froze the moment they touched the black flames, and the ice began to spread instantly from his fangs through his entire face. Panic surged through him. Seeing the ice creeping toward his brain, he grit his teeth, aborted his attack, and slammed down violently. Crack! Jerry's proud front teeth shattered into countless fragments upon impact. The disappearance of his front teeth sent him crashing face first into the ground. If not for the toughness of his fully beastified body, he might have lost consciousness then and there. Still somewhat conscious, the combined injuries and loss of his main weapon made him unable to maintain his beast form. He reverted to human form, lying flat and gasping. Seeing their captain in such a state, the small fry of the blood rat pirates dropped their weapons and fled. Pirates are pirates, loyalty isn't often their strongest trait. Like captain, like crew. Chiga wasn't about to let these scumbags get away. A purple glint flashed in his Rinnegan, and he raised his hand. Universal pull. Almighty push. The fleeing pirates suddenly froze in terror. Then, one by one, blood leaked from their noses, eyes, and ears. They collapsed like rotten sacks of meat. This combo of opposing gravitational forces had pulverized their internal organs silently, efficiently, and without giving them time to scream. Chiga's move was so fast that even Califa hadn't processed what happened until the entire enemy crew lay dead before her. Thinking this might only be the tip of Chiga's power, cold sweat ran down her back. She glanced at his glowing purple eyes, thinking. Is this his ability? What a terrifying man, and he's only 17 years old. The Marine soldiers nearby, who had just been spectating, had red faces. None had expected that this young-looking Colonel Chiga, freshly dispatched from headquarters, would be this absurdly powerful. Only someone like him could truly earn their respect. Still lying on the ground, Jerry looked at his fallen subordinates and forced a broken smile, one uglier than crying. Short-sighted, so short-sighted, ha 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 ha. Splish. The sound ended abruptly. Medes had suddenly appeared above Jerry. In his weakened, reverted state, he was barely larger than her paw. Without hesitation, she raised her paw and brought it down. Jerry the Blood Rat, with a bounty of 120 million berries, vanished from this world with a single slap, leaving behind only blood. Looking distastefully at the remains, Medes activated her black flames, freezing the mess. She then blew gently, turning the gore into crystalline shards that scattered in the breeze. Letting out a smug meow, Medes shrank back into her small black cat form. She jumped gracefully onto Chiga's shoulder. Califa and the Marine soldiers instinctively stepped away from Chiga. Looking at the tiny cat now affectionately rubbing against Chiga's cheek, it was hard to imagine this was the same creature that had just executed Blood Rat Jerry. Chiga gently pinched Medes' tiny backside, causing her to let out playful meows. He turned toward the Marine soldiers and gave a simple order. The battle's over. Don't just stand there, clean up the field. The soldiers snapped out of their trance, rushing to gather the dead and collect the loot. They had contributed little to the battle, so now was not the time to disappoint this fearsome young officer. Power Stones. Chapter 43, Teasing Califa. After the soldiers finished taking care of the battlefield, Chiga ordered the whole team to leave. On the way back, Califa kept a hesitant expression until she followed Chiga back to the previous office. Helping Chiga take off his suit and hang it up, Califa slowly walked behind him and instinctively started massaging his shoulders. Closing his eyes and enjoying the massage, Chiga thought to himself, no wonder the bosses back on Earth liked having secretaries, especially beautiful and young ones. This life is truly decadent. Opening his eyes slightly, Chiga saw Califa staring at him. When she noticed he was looking back, she quickly turned away. Amused, he said. If you have something to ask, do it now. Opportunity doesn't come twice. Califa hesitated for a moment before asking. I heard that Lord Chiga defeated a lieutenant general during the year-end assessment and earned a mythical zoan-type devil fruit. May I ask, have you not eaten it yet? So the intel from the world government really is fast, Chiga thought. Well, that's to be expected. A mythical zoan fruit is extremely rare, especially for someone newly recruited like me. Thinking for a second, he came up with a reason and replied. Well, I didn't eat it. I gave it to my pet cat. It's the one on my shoulder. You saw it earlier. Chiga tilted his head toward Medes on his right shoulder and added, by the way, its name is Medes. Califa examined Medes again with a serious look, secretly nodding. That explains the cat's unusual combat ability, it must be from the mythical zoan fruit. But then she thought, what is Uchiha Chiga thinking? A mythical zoan fruit could be worth a fortune or win battles at sea, and he gave it to his cat. Still, she couldn't help but glance at Medes with envy. Chiga noticed Califa's gaze and figured she probably hadn't eaten a devil fruit yet. Casually, he said. You haven't eaten a devil fruit yet, right? Be a good secretary. If I get any extras in the future, I might reward you with one. He deliberately emphasized the word I. Califa, of course, understood what he meant. It was a tacit agreement between the two that she was sent by the world government to keep an eye on him. Still, she didn't take his offer too seriously. A devil fruit alone wasn't enough to make her betray the world government. Chiga also knew it was a stretch to buy loyalty with just a fruit. Still, he was testing the waters. The fact that she didn't resist too strongly meant her loyalty had its limits, and that made her all the more useful. Chiga was already somewhat reluctant to let her go. Touching the Rinnegan in his right eye, Chiga thought. I only need one more devil fruit to awaken the third tomo in my right Rinnegan. I have a feeling it'll be a game changer. I need to move fast. Thinking about this, Chiga raised his head and said to Califa, who was still massaging him. Do you know any channels to get devil fruits, preferably ones with specific abilities? Califa was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Chiga had given his fruit to his cat. So, he hadn't eaten a devil fruit himself yet. Being a professional, she quickly responded. Devil fruits sometimes appear in auctions in Area 1 of the Sabaody archipelago, but most of the time those are slave auctions. Auctions. Chiga recalled that Luffy's group had also been at such an auction when they first came to Sabaody. They even made a scene, beat up a celestial dragon, and caused a stir that forced Admiral Kizaru to intervene. That must be the place. And if the celestial dragons like to attend, there's bound to be something worth getting. Chiga nodded and said. All right, arrange it. You'll come with me to Area 1 tomorrow. Let's try our luck. Yes. Califa bowed slightly, stopped massaging him, and started preparing auction details and the next day's itinerary. But just as she stepped out from behind the chair and walked past him, Chiga suddenly pulled her into his arms, catching her off guard. She ended up sitting on his lap without resisting at first. As a girl, she quickly realized what happened. Flushing with embarrassment and anger, she glared at Chiga and snapped. Let me go. This is harassment, Colonel Chiga. Chiga looked at her with a half-smile. As she regained her composure, the grip around her waist tightened slightly, making Califa squirm uncomfortably in his arms. But Chiga leaned close to her ear and said softly. You're a very useful secretary. I honestly don't think I could function without you. The whisper sent a shiver through Califa. She hadn't expected Chiga to be so unorthodox. She had heard rumors about his relationship with Vice Admiral Guion. Was he really unafraid of getting reported? Right, Guion. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Vice Admiral Guion? At the mention of Guion, Chiga paused, then chuckled and kept holding her close as he said into her ear. Why would I be afraid? Guion is mine, there's nothing she doesn't already know. But what about you? If I take you, the world government might be very pleased. So really, it's you holding the risk, not me. You're crazy. That's dangerous thinking. Califa panicked. She knew Chiga was right. If she traded her body for influence over someone with such potential, who might become top-tier naval combat power, the world government might actually endorse it. They might even gift-wrap her and hand her over to Uchiha Chiga willingly. The only reason they hadn't done it yet was because very few top-level naval combatants were ever this approachable. Most were ice-cold and indifferent. The idea never even crossed the world government's mind. Even in the Uchiha clan, few were like Chiga. After all, Chiga's soul was from Earth. Realizing she couldn't break free from his grasp, Califa's legs, wrapped in fishnet stockings, tensed up. She prepared to use one of the Navy's 6 powers techniques. As a senior agent of the world government, she was proficient in Rokushiki. Even if her Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, couldn't hurt Chiga, she could at least break free. But just as she was about to strike, Medes, still perched on Chiga's shoulder, let out a sharp hiss and leapt into the air. With its body arched, eyes gleaming with black flames, it locked onto Califa with deadly intent. Gulp. Califa swallowed hard and immediately dropped the idea. She obediently sat back on Chiga's lap. She had no doubt that if she so much as twitched, Chiga's cat would freeze her solid in an instant, just like what happened to Jerry. Seeing Califa behave, Chiga let her go. He didn't want to tease his lovely secretary too much. Once was enough. Califa stood up quickly and fixed her clothes. She wanted to glare at him, but the warning look in Medes' eyes made her hesitate. She left in a hurry, only throwing back one sentence as she fled the office, leaving Chiga grinning in his chair. Like it. Add to library. Chapter 44, Gravity Fruit. Califa, who had escaped from Chiga's office, was now leaning against the wall of a room, her right hand, covered by a black leather glove, pressed against her chest, where her heart was still pounding. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Califa slightly calmed herself, then reached into the cleavage of her chest, magically pulling out a Den Mushi, and dialed a number. After a moment's wait, the Den Mushi reacted, its face becoming feminine, and it spoke. This is Stussy. What do you have to report, Califa? Indeed, Califa had dialed Stussy, her current direct superior in CP0. Everything that happened today was extremely important intelligence. As a qualified spy, she wouldn't let personal emotions interfere with her work. Today's surveillance target, Uchiha Chiga, went to the illegal zone in Area 16 and annihilated the Blood Rat pirates. Oh. Any survivors? Not a single one. All the pirates were crushed internally by his strange ability, and the captain, Jerry, was flattened into a meat paste by his pet cat. It seems this Uchiha Chiga leans toward the hawkish side. That's a good thing. And regarding the pet cat, tell me more. According to Uchiha Chiga himself, the mythical zoan devil fruit, which was a reward from the assessment, has been fed to his pet. That black cat is extremely powerful, it can use black flames with freezing properties. Jerry the blood rat, with a bounty of 120 million, was like a toy in front of it. A mythical zoan devil fruit, huh? It makes sense for it to have such combat power. Good. Your intelligence is very valuable. Is there anything else you need to add? Califa pursed her lips, speaking with some difficulty. Uchiha Chiga seems to be very interested in me. What do you mean? You're referring to? He wants me to become his. Including the kind of relationship between a man and a woman. Heh. I didn't expect our Navy rising star to have such tastes. But this is good news. Don't give in easily for now, continue to observe. If we can use this method to make him completely lean toward the world government, it would be a great achievement for both you and me. Do you understand? Understood. Hanging up the den mushy, Califa let out a soft breath. It was just as she thought, sacrificing herself to gain Uchiha Chiga's favor was an extremely cost-effective deal for the high-ranking government officials. But would she just become a sacrifice like this? Although that Uchiha Chiga was indeed handsome, strong, and seemed very reliable, but... Sigh. At this point, she could only take it one step at a time. The games of these big figures were not something a rookie spy like herself could influence. All she could do now was quickly arrange Chiga's schedule and prepare for tomorrow's auction. The next morning, Chiga set off for Area 1. This time, he only brought Medes and Califa, and he wasn't wearing his Navy uniform, but rather his favorite black robe. It could be said that this outing was meant to be low-key. Even so, when Chiga and his party entered the auction house, they still attracted quite the attention. The news of Chiga annihilating the Blood Rat pirates yesterday had spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago in a very short time, and Chiga's image had been remembered by many important figures, so he was recognized as soon as he entered the auction. That person is the new Marine colonel sent from headquarters, Uchiha Chiga. He's really young. Indeed. I heard from my friend at headquarters that this Uchiha Chiga was the top student in this year's Marine elite training camp. He even defeated a vice admiral in the year-end assessment, and because he was too strong, he was sent here early to take up his post. Yesterday, he also wiped out the Blood Rat pirates completely. After all, he's young and full of vigor. Some pirates in Sabaody are going to have a bad time. Don't worry, some big figures won't let him cause too much trouble. You know what I mean. Sitting down in a good spot, Chiga once again praised Califa's professionalism. This spot must have been arranged by her in advance. Ever since he had her, Chiga felt like he was getting lazier. Califa's expression remained unchanged. She pushed up her glasses and sat down next to Chiga. However, as soon as she sat down, Chiga pulled her closer, and she ended up pressed against his body. This time, Califa symbolically wiggled a few times before giving up resistance. She just turned her head and glared at Chiga. He smiled, patting Califa's shoulder with the arm he had around her, and said, "The auction is about to begin. Behave yourself. You're the one who's not behaving." Califa helplessly adjusted her posture and looked at the stage below. After an opening dance, a host appeared and announced the start of the auction. The first item brought onto the stage was a mermaid girl in a water tank. Her looks were only average, but rarity made her valuable. The mermaid's fishtail was a huge bonus for many nobles with special preferences. After the host announced the start of bidding, many people eagerly raised their bids. Soon, the mermaid girl's price broke the 100 million mark, which made Chiga a little speechless. These people are really rich. Califa glanced at Chiga and said, "Aren't you interested? That's a mermaid. Even at this auction house, they don't appear every day." Slap. A certain part of Califa's body was heavily slapped by Chiga. She gasped, her face flushed as she looked at him, and whispered, "Colonel Chiga, you're sexually harassing me. Just a little punishment for you. What kind of person do you take me for? What do you think?" Well, in Califa's mind, Chiga's name was now completely associated with pervert. Looking back at the stage, after several more rounds of slave auctions, finally, a purple fruit with strange patterns was placed on an exquisite tray by the auction staff and brought out. It was a devil fruit. It's finally here. As soon as the devil fruit appeared, Chiga withdrew his arm from around Califa, leaned slightly forward, and narrowed his Rinnegan, examining the devil fruit on the stage. Judging by its appearance, it should be a paramecia-type devil fruit, and his Rinnegan was fluctuating quite intensely this time, indicating it was a good one. Indeed, the host's next words confirmed Chiga's premonition. Next up for auction is a treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, paramecia-type, gravity fruit. Hearing the name of the fruit, Chiga smiled. It's actually the gravity fruit. He knew that as his opponents grew stronger, his basic Deva Path abilities were becoming somewhat insufficient. If he absorbed this fruit, his Deva Path abilities would definitely be greatly enhanced. Making a grasping motion with his hand toward the devil fruit, Chiga murmured. I'm taking this devil fruit. Even Jesus can't stop me. I said so. Send power stones or your DCK get reduced by half smiley face. Thanks to y'all that gave power stones. This 4 bonus chapters are for you, respect. Chapter 45, Dark King Rayleigh. Compared to the slaves, the devil fruit didn't cause as much of a stir. It might have been Chiga's good luck, almost no one at the auction today was interested in that particular devil fruit. However, there were still bids, just not as high as the ones for the slaves. After a few rounds of bidding, Chiga successfully acquired it for 280 million berries, which was quite a steal. Based on the general market price of devil fruits, the average value is around 100 million berries. So the final transaction price for this gravity fruit was already quite substantial. For Chiga, though, the 280 million berries nearly emptied his pockets. I'm still poor, he thought with a wry smile. But he didn't dwell on it, money was ultimately just a means. Strength, on the other hand, was everything. Soon, a servant respectfully brought the gravity fruit to him. At this auction, no one would dare cause trouble, so there was no need to be cautious. From the information Chiga had gathered, the auction house was likely backed by Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Taking the fruit, Chiga casually tossed the gravity fruit into his door space. He certainly wouldn't use the Predapath's absorption ability here, a flashy move like that would draw the attention of Khalifa, his little spy. The secret of the Rinnegan was one only he, and his most trusted allies could know. If anyone else discovered it, he wouldn't hesitate to silence them, even Khalifa, his very capable assistant. Sure enough, upon seeing Chiga's action, Khalifa immediately asked. Aren't you going to eat it? I already possess gravity abilities. I'll keep this one in storage for now. Hearing this, Khalifa didn't press further. She was afraid of giving Chiga another reason to control her. At this point, she had no power to resist him. After acquiring the devil fruit, the subsequent auction items didn't interest Chiga. He leaned back in his chair, looking like he might fall asleep. Khalifa saw Chiga's relaxed posture and asked considerately. Would you like to leave early? Chiga thought for a moment and agreed. Staying any longer would just be a waste of time. Just as he was about to get up and leave, another slave was brought onto the stage. Compared to the rare and exotic races from earlier, this one seemed wholly unremarkable, an old man with white hair. The only notable thing was his expression. Unlike the defeated or desperate faces of the other slaves, this old man wore a constant smile, as if he didn't care about being auctioned off at all. One might even think he was here for sightseeing. When the audience saw that it was just an old human man, they quickly lost interest. The auctioneer called out a starting price of 10 million berries, but no one bid for a while. Just as things were about to fall silent, a calm young voice rang out. 15 million berries. The auctioneer lit up as though he had been saved. He called 3 times for higher bids, and when no one responded, and fearing the bidder might change their mind, he immediately struck the gavel and finalized the sale. The one who had bought the slave, of course, was Chiga. Seeing that he had actually spent money on such a seemingly useless old man, Khalifa asked in confusion. Why did you buy him? He's just an ordinary human. He doesn't even look strong enough to clean. Chiga smiled without answering. Others might not recognize the man, but he had seen the anime. Who would have thought that the unassuming old man was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, known across the seas as the Dark King. 15 million berries for Rayleigh. That was a bargain. Waving his hand, Chiga didn't explain. He took Khalifa and exited the venue. At the back door, a servant was already waiting with Rayleigh, collar still around his neck, ready for pickup. Upon seeing Chiga, the servant bowed slightly and handed over the old man, then left quietly. Rayleigh looked curiously at the young man who had purchased him. He often sold himself at auctions to make quick money when needed, then escaped using Conqueror's Haki. Usually, his buyers were bored nobles. This time, though, it was a young man. Because he'd been in custody for the past few days, Rayleigh didn't know that a young marine captain had recently arrived at Sabaody archipelago and destroyed the Blood Rat pirates. Chiga, meanwhile, was also examining Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King himself. Rayleigh looked younger than he had during his first appearance in the anime timeline. Although age still showed in his features, Chiga knew how powerful the man truly was. Rayleigh was one of the few legends from the previous era who still lived. Not intending to waste time, Chica got straight to the point. How much longer are you going to pretend, Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, the Dark King. The moment those words were spoken, both Khalifa and Rayleigh visibly reacted. Rayleigh hadn't expected this youth to recognize him. Ever since Roger died, Rayleigh had kept a low profile, and his appearance had changed enough to almost disappear from public records. Khalifa, on the other hand, was stunned. This old man was the Dark King Rayleigh. The world government's records had highlighted his existence in red. She'd read those classified files. They emphasized how incomprehensibly powerful Rayleigh was. And yet, here Chica was, casually exposing his identity in broad daylight. Khalifa was almost furious. If you recognized him, couldn't you be a little more discreet? At least give me time to report it. Does Uchiha Chiga really think that just the two of us, and a cat, can subdue the Dark King Rayleigh? Of course, Chiga knew that with his current strength, even with Medis, he couldn't hope to defeat Rayleigh. Khalifa's combat ability wasn't even factored into his calculation. But Chiga also understood Rayleigh's character. At this stage in life, Rayleigh wouldn't make a big scene over this. Even if they fought, Chiga knew Rayleigh wouldn't kill him. In fact, that was the plan. Chiga wanted to fight Rayleigh, not to win, but to measure himself. The Uchiha clan had always thrived in battle. Rayleigh wasn't like the foes Chiga had faced until now, not even Gion compared to this man. Fighting Rayleigh would let him see his limits clearly. It was a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. You know who I am, and you still dare to call me out. What exactly are you after? After. I'm a Marine, and you're a pirate. What else is there? When a Marine meets a pirate, are we supposed to sit down for tea instead of fighting? Rayleigh blinked at the bold response. A Marine. This kid. Rayleigh shook his head and laughed. These young people today really didn't know their place. But if the kid wanted to fight, then so be it. It had been a while since the Dark King stretched his old bones. Thanks for the Power Stones. Chapter 46, Conqueror's Haki. Chiga followed Rayleigh into a vast open field, the air still and heavy with tension. Rayleigh came to a halt, glancing over his shoulder at the young man trailing behind. This should do, he said calmly. But before we begin, tell me, how did the Marines find me? Rayleigh couldn't wrap his head around it. If even a young officer like this one had found him, then word of his location must have spread far and wide across Marine headquarters. And yet, he had gone to great lengths to remain hidden. No matter how much he pondered it, he couldn't fathom how he'd been exposed. Of course, the answer was beyond his imagination. Chiga wasn't just a Marine, he was a transmigrator. A man who had watched One Piece. Chiga obviously couldn't say that out loud. So, with a smirk and a touch of mockery, he replied. Pirates like you shouldn't underestimate the Marines. The word sent a chill down Khalifa's spine. Standing behind Chiga, she mentally groaned. My little ancestor, don't boast on behalf of the Marines. Intelligence like this is the world government's domain. Even they didn't know Rayleigh's whereabouts, how could we? And worse, stop provoking Rayleigh. She cast a glance at the legendary pirate, a cold sweat forming. If you piss him off, we, and even the cat, might not leave here alive. Rayleigh, however, remained unfazed. With the poise of a man who had seen too much to be surprised by anything, he merely gave a faint smile. So the Marines are bolder than I thought. Very well, he said. If you want to fight me, survive this first. Only then will you be worthy. With those words, Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. Buzz. A crushing aura burst forth from his body, Conqueror's Haki. Invisible and overwhelming, it surged outward like a tidal wave. Khalifa had no time to react. Her knees buckled, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. But before she could hit the ground, Chiga caught her. Kneeling, he gently pried open her eyelids. His Rinnegan flickered, and Khalifa snapped awake, gasping for breath. Disoriented, she blinked up at him, only to realize she was in his arms. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly wriggled free. Surprisingly, Chiga didn't stop her this time. That uncharacteristic restraint left her momentarily stunned. But then it hit her, Rayleigh had knocked her out with nothing but presence, and Chiga had caught her and brought her back. So this is the gap between us. Her heart skipped. Trying to mask her embarrassment, she mumbled. Thanks. Sorry for causing trouble. Chiga didn't respond right away. The sudden softness in her voice caught him off guard. The always composed Khalifa, apologizing. Still, he didn't let it show. Waving a hand dismissively, he said. That was Conqueror's Haki. You're not suited for what comes next. Stay out of it. Khalifa wasn't the type to argue when she knew she was outmatched. Nodding, she used Sora to vanish to a distant corner of the field, crouching low behind a rock, eyes locked on the two men. Rayleigh, watching her go, made no move to stop her. Someone who fainted from a single wave of Haki didn't even register as a threat. His attention was squarely on the Marine who had withstood it like a passing breeze. Interesting, he mused. That level of Haki should have taken down rear admirals, even vice admirals would have struggled. But this kid. He didn't even blink. Chiga turned to face him fully, a thin smile tugging at his lips. That was Conqueror's Haki, right? As expected of the Dark King. I nearly passed out. Rayleigh chuckled. You're lying. You looked completely unaffected. Chiga's grin faded, his eyes narrowing. The Rinnegan flared, its purple light deepening as two black tomo spun slowly in his right eye. Then how about this? Suddenly, a pressure burst from Chiga's body, his own Conqueror's Haki awakening. Unlike before, this time it came roaring out like a storm. A/N, bro got King's Haki. Rayleigh remained still, arms crossed, letting the aura wash over him. Not bad, he admitted. Seems you have the disposition of a king too. That's rare, especially among Marines. Chiga smirked. He hadn't expected to rattle Rayleigh, who had long mastered this power, but holding back felt wrong. And besides, his Conqueror's Haki wasn't ordinary. The energy within his Rinnegan surged, twisting and magnifying his aura. Then, boom, an explosion of pressure erupted in all directions. Rinnegan, pressure. Shock waves burst outward in a 360-degree arc, each like a blade of wind. Trees, massive, ancient ones, were sliced clean in half as if made of paper. Ravines tore through the earth like scars, the once serene forest turning into a battlefield of devastation. Rayleigh's eyes widened. He leapt into motion, dodging the flying slashes with Kenbunchika Haki, but his mind was racing. This is still Conqueror's Haki. No, it's mixed with something else. But he just awakened it. That surge, it was real. The truth, of course, was that Chiga's power wasn't limited to traditional Haki. His technique infused it with the destructive force of the Rinnegan, creating a hybrid, an overwhelming force that turned aura into devastation. The shockwave storm continued for 5 whole minutes, leveling everything in its path. When it ended, silence reigned. The entire landscape had changed. Forest turned to wasteland. Trees fallen. Earth torn open. It was as if nature itself had submitted. Khalifa stared blankly from her corner, unable to comprehend the destruction. He didn't even move his hands, and he destroyed everything. Is this really just a Marine captain? Medes, perched on Chiga's shoulder, watched with sparkling eyes. As expected of my creator, he's a god. Rayleigh, no longer smiling, slowly drew the sword from beneath his cloak. Young man, he said solemnly, you've earned my respect. Tell me your name. Chiga raised a hand, brushing his hair from his forehead. Uchiha Chiga. Imagine if I added .d. And it's like Uchiha d Chiga. Ha ha ha. Anyways, send power stones. Chapter 47, The Eyes of a Sage. Uchiha Chiga. The moment his name left his lips, a wave of oppressive pressure swept across the battlefield. Purple pigments formed around Chiga's eyes, and jet-black Haki surged onto the backs of both his hands. Ever since his clash with Cake, he had achieved simultaneous manifestation of Busosoku Haki on both hands. Now, standing at the edge of battle against the legendary Dark King, Chiga was in peak form. His opponent, Silver's Rayleigh. Even a fraction of hesitation meant death. Without delay, Chiga launched forward with a burst of killing intent, his arms moving in a blur. 12 divine sky strikes. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves burst outward, each glowing with compressed Haki. They sealed off every escape path, trapping Rayleigh in an invisible cage of destruction. But Rayleigh was. Rayleigh. Not even blinking, he raised his sword with one hand and casually swung. Shing. A silver arc split the air. The shockwaves were cleanly cut in half, parting like curtains, and dissipated behind him. Though it seemed effortless, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. His arm trembled. He masked it instantly, but Chiga noticed. Compressed Busosoku Haki, and something else. Rayleigh muttered, eyes gleaming. You're packing more than raw force. Chiga said nothing. The Dark King smiled, and vanished. Too fast. Even with his Rinnegan, Chiga barely caught the blur. But his danger sense from Sage Mode and Kenbunchika Haki screamed louder. He reacted instinctively. Boom. With a burst of Soru and a shockwave of Shinra Tensei, Chiga blinked 100 meters away. A moment later, the ground where he had stood erupted. A deep fissure carved itself into the earth, bottomless, black, and jagged. Rayleigh stood in the settling dust, sword raised. Chica stared at the crater. That would have been annoying to survive. The simplicity of Rayleigh's attack masked its apocalyptic force. No wasted movement, no theatrics, just mastery honed over decades. It reminded him of Kaido's Thunderbagua, a mere swing, yet capable of caving in skulls. Even Mihawk was infamous for his basic slashes, capable of slicing through fleets. No. Close combat was Rayleigh's domain. Chiga knew it. Testing him there would be suicide. So he changed the game. Clap. Rayleigh's brow twitched as Chiga brought his palms together. The earth groaned. Wood release, deep forest emergence. He has Hashirama cells. Massive trees exploded from the ground like serpents awakened. Their trunks cracked stone, their branches twisted unnaturally, guided by will, not nature. Vines lunged at Rayleigh's limbs, wrapping around him in a heartbeat. The moment he touched them, Rayleigh felt it. Drain. They sapped stamina like leeches. Chiga didn't let the opening go to waste. He formed seals in a flash, index fingers and thumbs touching. He inhaled deeply. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of fire surged from his lungs, sweeping over the summoned forest. Trees ignited instantly. The inferno spiraled upward, painting the sky in orange and red. Even Rayleigh's eyes widened. *T. The flames devoured the battlefield. Watching from afar, Califa saw the inferno mirrored in her glasses, and her expression cracked. She didn't even know what emotion to feel anymore. Who am I? Where am I? Is that thing even human? The blazing forest exploded, then, all at once, fell still. Boom. A colossal surge of Haki erupted from the flames. The fire collapsed inward and was extinguished by a force more absolute than heat or oxygen. Slash. 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 Several black sword waves tore through what remained of the forest. Trees fell like toothpicks as Rayleigh emerged, singed and silent. His upper clothes were in tatters, revealing his scarred chest. His shorts remained untouched, clearly spared by deliberate Haki reinforcement. He exhaled smoke. You've got a lot of tricks. What the hell are you, Marine? Chiga smirked. Actually, I'm a ninja. Rayleigh blinked. From Wano. You know Odin. Here we go again. Chiga clicked his tongue, irritation surfacing. Ninja from Wano. Don't make me laugh. Those clowns dress up in cosplay and pretend they're shinobi. You call that ninjutsu? He scoffed. And Odin. Trash. The worst kind. Rayleigh's pupils contracted. What did you say? Insulting Kazuki Odin, Rayleigh's old friend and brother-in-arms, was like spitting on his own pride. Rayleigh's grip tightened. Then he vanished, this time, faster than before. With a flash of light, he reappeared above Chiga, two hands gripping his sword. Reiwa. The sword came down like divine judgment. Chiga grinned. This is what he wanted. Medis. From a rift in the air, a dragon-serpent hybrid burst out. Her jaws opened wide, releasing a torrent of freezing black flames, halting Rayleigh midair, if only for a second. That second was enough. A dimensional rift opened beside Chiga. He reached into it, palm closing around a swirling fruit, the gravity fruit, fresh from the auction house. In the darkness of the rift, his Predipath ability activated, draining the fruit's power into his body like a sponge drinking blood. Power erupted in his core. His ocular force surged. Chiga hissed and clutched his right eye. His Rinnegan was changing. Rayleigh shattered the ice and flipped midair, landing gracefully. But the moment he looked at Chiga, he stopped. Something had changed. The battlefield fell deathly quiet. Then. Ha, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Chiga threw his head back and laughed, voice echoing through the scorched forest. When the laughter died, he lowered his hand. His right eye was now a Rinnegan ringed with a black tomo. Power pulsed from his presence like a tidal wave. In a voice low and lethal, Chiga said. The show has just begun. Dark King Rayleigh. Need bonus chapters. Send power stones. Chapter 48, Meteorite. Rayleigh hesitated, wary of Chiga's strange presence. The young man's overwhelming array of techniques had carved a lasting impression into his mind. Meanwhile, Chiga quietly took advantage of the lull to fully digest the power of the gravity fruit. The transformation was profound. His ocular abilities, particularly those linked to the Deva path, had surged dramatically. Now, if he unleashed another universal pull or almighty push, even opponents armored with armament Haki would be severely wounded on impact. Then Chiga looked upward. He could feel it, his Rinnegan's power now reached beyond the atmosphere, into the void of space. He was ready. Without dragging it out, Chiga raised his hand. Universal pull. The gravitational force roared to life, far stronger than before. Rayleigh's stance faltered. He slammed his sword into the earth, anchoring himself, while behind him, trees, stones, and debris were helplessly dragged forward, smashing into his back. Grimacing, Rayleigh layered his back with armament Haki to endure the blows. He was old. Too old to tank this kind of abuse for long. In front of Chiga, the rushing debris compressed rapidly into a single, massive sphere. With a flick of his eyes, Chiga activated Almighty Push, launching the orb like a cannonball toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh didn't dare hold back. Ripping his sword free, he swung it horizontally, releasing a massive energy slash. He expected it to cleave the sphere clean in half. It didn't. The slash bit into the orb, but it didn't split it. It kept barreling forward. Damn it. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. Did he compress the mass to this degree? Understanding the technique didn't stop its momentum. And it wouldn't stop the damage. Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Energy surged through his sword arm as his blade crackled with black and red lightning, an overwhelming aura building around it. Dark King, severing void. The blade sang with fury. The slash tore through the sphere, vaporizing it completely, and still surged forward, roaring toward Chiga. Chiga's eyes gleamed. That power. Conqueror's Haki coding, huh, he said. I, Uchiha Chiga, acknowledge you. Among my enemies, you're decent. He'd almost said the strongest, but held it back. There was still a long road ahead. He wouldn't cheapen it. If nothing else, you've got a silver tongue, Rayleigh growled. Block this, if you can. He meant it. That strike should have killed anyone short of a monster. In the distance, Khalifa felt it too. Rayleigh's gaze shifted toward her, and for the first time, the ruthless pirate inside him stirred. If she was his weakness, should she be removed? Her breath caught. His gaze alone chilled her to the core. But oddly, she still believed in Chiga. Unshakably. Just thinking of him brought her peace. Dragging her weakened body back another few hundred meters, Khalifa braced herself. She couldn't help him, but she wouldn't be a liability either. If she had to, she'd buy him a few seconds. As long as Chiga was alive, there was hope. Back at the front line, Chiga stood still, eyes locked on the approaching slash. As it closed in, he raised both hands. Super Almighty Push. The world stopped. A titanic repulsive force burst from his body, vaporizing everything in a multi-kilometer radius. Earth scorched. Trees, dust, and matter simply ceased to exist. Silence. Then rubble shifted. Rayleigh staggered out, coughing blood. Even with his armament Haki defenses, the Super Almighty Push had racked his insides. But he wasn't done. He must die. If this Marine survived, he'd surpass even the Admirals one day. Haki surged once more into his sword. Conqueror's lightning exploded around the blade. This would be his final strike. But Chiga didn't give him the chance. With a few flickers of body flicker, he appeared beside Khalifa, cradling her gently. She leaned into him instinctively, head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Did you win? She whispered. Chiga smiled faintly. Not yet. He's too strong. But one day, I'll bring him down. A dead Dark King is more valuable than a living one. Will he let us go? Chiga glanced over his shoulder. He will. I left him two parting gifts. Khalifa blinked, puzzled, but stayed silent. Chiga looked down, eyes flashing. He activated Yamatsu Hirasaka, and a black rift opened beneath them. With Khalifa in his arms, they vanished. Rayleigh saw the distortion and raised his sword, but suddenly froze. His observation Haki shrieked in warning. He looked up. A 200-meter-wide meteorite was crashing down from the sky. Gasps echoed across the region. Is that a meteorite? It's headed for Sabaody. That's insane. Something's not right. Meteorites don't just fall here. And then came the answer. As the meteorite neared impact, a devastating sword slash cut it clean in half, Rayleigh's unspent attack, redirected upward. But his warning Haki still screamed. Another meteorite, twice as large, now hurtled down. Rayleigh's breath hitched. Bitter laughter escaped his lips. 2 gifts, huh? He had no choice. Drawing deep into his final reserves, he coated his sword in Conqueror's Haki one last time. 2 slashes followed, shattering the meteorite to dust. The ground still trembled from the impact. Rayleigh dropped to one knee, sword embedded in the earth, gasping for breath. And as the dust settled, he stared at the sky, at the place where Chica vanished. Captain Roger, he murmured, I think I just let a monster walk away. ___. How's it so far? Need bonus chapters? Send Power Stones. Chapter 49, Gorosei-sama. Sabaody Archipelago, Area 16, Marine Base. Buzz. A swirling black hole abruptly tore open the air inside Chiga's office. From it, two figures emerged, Chiga and Califa. As Chiga stepped out, his footing faltered. Califa immediately moved to support him, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Are you injured? Chiga's face was pale, but he offered a weak smile. I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted. A little rest, and I'll be back to normal. Besides, with your concern, my dear secretary, I already feel much better. Califa gently patted his arm, eyeing him with playful disapproval. You're still in the mood for jokes in this state. Go sit down. Rest. She helped him to his chair, then walked over to pour a cup of hot tea. After blowing on it a few times, she brought it to his lips. Here. Drink slowly. Chiga took a few sips, obedient for once. Califa watched him closely, then stepped behind his chair and began massaging his shoulders with her slender hands. Eyes closed, Chiga relaxed into her touch. After a moment, he murmured. You still have work to do, don't you? News of my fight with Rayleigh will spread fast. If your report is late, it won't look good. Califa's hands paused for a beat. Her voice softened. You saved my life. Taking care of you is more important right now. Chiga reached up and gently pressed her hand, turning to face her. His tone grew serious. I'm fine now. Go. Besides, letting the government see what I'm capable of might actually work in my favor. But. Califa. Go. All right. Reluctantly, she turned to leave. At the door, she glanced back. Chiga offered a small, reassuring smile. She turned away quickly, shutting the door behind her. The moment she left, Chiga closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the three tomo in his right Rinnegan flared to life, pulsing once before returning to normal. Instantly, the pallor drained from his face, replaced by a healthy flush. The fatigue vanished, he looked completely refreshed. This miraculous effect was thanks to the unique Mangekyo Sharingan ability in his right eye, Ishinagaheim. Named after the Japanese goddess of longevity and agelessness, Ishinagaheim purged all negative conditions from the body, restoring the user to peak condition. The only limitation, it could be used just once per day. But even that drawback wasn't much of one. Imagine if Akiji had this ability during his 10-day battle with Akainu. He could have recovered 10 times. That fight wouldn't have lasted 10 days. Akainu would have dropped from sheer exhaustion halfway through. In essence, this was a cheat ability. As is often the case, Mangekyo Sharingan powers are born from deep emotional trauma. Chiga's came from the fear of death, crippling, inescapable fear. Born an Uchiha in Konoha, he had been ostracized, his eyes coveted by Danzo, and then forced to witness the infamous Uchiha massacre. He knew the plot too well, and knew death was inevitable. When a small war claimed the lives of all his comrades, the mental anguish triggered the awakening of his Mangekyo. From that came Ishinagaheim. The final trigger for the dojutsu's return today was the lingering weakness from his battle with Rayleigh. The timing was perfect, it let him recover instantly from the immense drain of his high-level techniques, Chibaku Tensei and Tutengai Shinsei, in addition to standard Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Not to mention, his body here was still under 18. And why didn't he use it the moment he got back? It absolutely wasn't because he wanted to enjoy Califa's care a bit longer. Definitely not. Elsewhere, Califa's quarters. Back in her room, Califa picked up her Den Mushi, dialing a secure line. Gulu Gulu. The receiver clicked to life. This is Stussy. Califa, do you have updates on Uchiha Chiga? Yes. Uchiha Chiga just engaged in battle with Silver's Rayleigh. Nani? Silver's Rayleigh. The Dark King. Roger's right-hand man. Yes. Unbelievable. That man was hidden there all this time. Truly, the darkest place is under the lamp. What was the result? Is Uchiha Chiga still alive? Stussy's voice, usually composed, trembled slightly. She remembered Rayleigh's terrifying might, the ease with which he had once dismantled a fleet. In her mind, Chiga had no chance. He had to be dead. A pity. Such talent, gone so young. Califa's voice stiffened as she replied. Uchiha Chiga is alive. He's just exhausted and resting in his office. As for Rayleigh, he didn't gain much advantage. In fact, he was injured. Silence. Stussy's mind reeled. Eventually, she said. Califa, do you take full responsibility for what you've just said? I do. You've been performing well lately. I'll report this to the higher-ups. That will be all for now. Yes. Khalifa ended the call and sat still for a long while. She hadn't reported everything. Not the gravity devil fruit. Not Chiga's peculiar abilities during the fight. Some things the world government didn't need to know, not yet. Maybe it was a small repayment for saving her life. Or maybe, something more. Meanwhile, Stussy's office. Stussy exhaled deeply, trying to suppress the emotions bubbling beneath the surface. After a moment, she reached for a different, concealed den mushi in her cabinet. She took a deep breath, then dialed. Gulu gulu. The line connected, and an old, commanding voice came through. What is there to report? Stussy straightened her posture, speaking with utmost reverence. Respected Gorosei-sama, this is Stussy. I have critical intel to report, concerning Uchiha Chiga and Silver's Rayleigh. Chapter 50, The Prodigy. Red line, Holy Land Marie Joys. Alright, we understand. You may go. Yes. The bald Gorosei with a birthmark on his forehead ended the den mushi call and turned to the other four elders. You all heard that, didn't you? It seems we may have underestimated Uchiha Chiga. The only Gorosei not dressed in a suit, cradling a samurai sword against his chest, nodded slowly. Indeed. We all know the strength of Silver's Rayleigh. For Uchiha Chiga to injure him and escape unscathed is no trivial feat. His strength deserves serious attention. The golden-haired Gorosei in the crimson suit crossed his arms and looked down thoughtfully. I've heard Chiga aligns more with the hawkish faction of the Marines. The long-haired Gorosei with straight white locks tapped his armrest lightly. That's accurate. Every pirate crew he's eliminated has left no survivors. Not even corpses intact. The last Gorosei, identifiable by the flat hat and scar across his left cheek, paused in contemplation before speaking. Right now, Sengoku's dovish faction dominates the Marines. Their leniency toward pirates, and sometimes even toward us, is out of step with our objectives. If another strong Marine like Akainu were to rise, it would be in our favor. Agreed. Let's use this battle with Rayleigh to boost Chiga's image and public standing. According to Stussy, this Chiga has a habit of collecting devil fruits. Any idea why? Does it matter? We can offer him a high-quality devil fruit as a reward. Besides, isn't he also showing interest in that new agent, Khalifa? She's practically a surveillance asset. I believe Chiga was aware of her from the start but chose to let her stay. That shows he's tactful. Then here's an idea, Khalifa has outlived her usefulness. Have Stussy inform him that the authority to deal with her now lies with him. A fair trade. I support it. Seconded. Thus, Khalifa's fate was decided, treated like merchandise. Simultaneously, news of Chiga's clash with Rayleigh began spreading across the seas, carefully orchestrated by the Gorosei. Across the seas, reactions to the battle. On the Moby Dick. Pops. Silver's Rayleigh reappeared, and fought a new Marine. A man with pineapple-shaped hair burst in, waving a newspaper excitedly. Whitebeard, mid-swig from his sake jug, raised an eyebrow and took the paper. The headline blared. Shocking clash. Marine rookie Uchiha Chiga injures Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh escapes in disarray. A bold image of Chiga accompanied the article. Whitebeard crumpled the paper and bellowed with laughter. Gururara. Rayleigh still alive. That's good. As for fleeing in disarray, that's just Marine propaganda. That boy's still wet behind the ears. The pineapple-haired crewmate added with concern, even if the report's exaggerated, this Chiga must be strong. At the very least, he survived a clash with Rayleigh. Whitebeard downed another gulp of sake and wiped his mouth. So what? Just another Marine brat. I am Whitebeard. Elsewhere among the Yonko. Big Mom, Mama. Boring. Now where's my cake? Kaido, Rayleigh. Just an old relic. And that Marine brat, if he gets in my way, I'll show him what real power is. Shanks, Vice Captain Rayleigh, it's been a long time. I'd like to meet you again. There's something I found in East Blue. In the underworld. In a dark chamber, Doflamingo held the paper, eyes fixed on Chiga's photo, and let out his signature chuckle. Foo. The Marines really know how to polish their image. Still, this Uchiha Chiga, he's worth watching closely, don't you think, Corazon? Next to him, Corazon, cloaked in black feathers, remained silent. A cigarette dangled from his lips as his gaze lowered. But his heart was far from calm. When did the Marines get such a monster? I need to find a way to reach Sengoku. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stared at the report in disbelief, rereading it for the third time. Bang. The door slammed open. Garp burst in, newspaper in hand, followed by Tsuru and Akiji. Slamming the paper on Sengoku's desk, Garp barked, spit flying. Look. That punk Chica fought Rayleigh and injured him. Who writes this garbage? Sengoku ignored Garp and silently passed him the official report. Garp grabbed it, scanned it quickly, and froze. It's true. He really injured that Rayleigh. Behind him, Tsuru crossed her arms and asked calmly, Sengoku, if Chiga's strength has reached this level, what's your take? Akiji remained silent, his expression unreadable but clearly disturbed. Sengoku answered after a long pause. This news was released under orders from the Gorosei. They've instructed us to publicize it aggressively. They seem optimistic about Chiga. Tsuru nodded. He annihilated 2 pirate crews, ruthlessly. That probably impressed them. He's also polite, well-mannered, a far cry from most admirals. She glanced meaningfully at Garp and Akiji. Garp didn't even flinch. Akiji, likewise, ignored the jab. Garp cracked his knuckles with a grin. That kid's something special. Next time I see him, I'm testing him myself. Sengoku didn't acknowledge the outburst. He turned to Tsuru. Pass this to the Public Affairs Division. Make it a big deal within the Marines. That's what the world government wants. Tsuru nodded and left, Garp and Akiji in tow. Left alone, Sengoku stared at the newspaper photo Garp had left behind. In it, Chiga wore a faint smile. His Rinnegan gleamed, and his palm was raised toward the lens, a black vortex swirling within. Sengoku muttered softly to himself. Is it good or bad for you to be exposed to the world so soon, Chiga? If I were to tag y'all that sent stones, it'd make the chapter unnecessarily long. But you have my thanks. Chapter 51, Arlong Pirates. Marine Training Camp. Zephyr also received the news about Chiga. He was surprised at first, but once his emotions settled, what remained was a strong sense of pride. Yes, he was proud of Chiga. Recalling every moment spent with Chiga in the training camp, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly, muttering to himself. I didn't expect you to reach such a level. Keep it up. The future of the sea belongs to you, Chiga. In the girls' dormitory, a roommate excitedly handed a newspaper to Ain, shouting. Ain, look. That Uchiha Chiga is in big trouble. Upon hearing this, Ain, who had seemed a bit downcast, suddenly widened her eyes. Her roommate's words were vague and made her think Chiga was in mortal danger. She snatched the newspaper from her roommate's hand and, with trembling fingers, read the article word by word. Ain finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chiga was fine. Her roommate found Ain's reaction a little strange and insisted. That Chiga injured Rayleigh, you know. The Dark King Rayleigh. The Pirate King's right-hand man. Ain remained calm, merely nodding to acknowledge the information. Seeing this, her roommate lost interest and returned to her bed. After she left, Ain gently sighed and quietly picked up the newspaper again. Her eyes lingered on Chiga's image in the photo. As she gazed at it, she unconsciously raised a hand to stroke the picture, whispering. Are we really from 2 different worlds? Can you slow down? It's so hard to catch up to you. On a warship. Guion also gently ran her fingers across Chiga's photo in the newspaper, then pressed the page to her chest, thinking. The battle must have been dangerous. I'm so sorry I couldn't be by your side. East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. A slightly taller Nami, clutching a newspaper in both hands, rushed home and shouted to Nojiko, who was tending the tangerine trees. Nojiko Nichan. There's news about Chiga and I. Plop. Hearing the name Chiga, Nojiko got so excited she accidentally clipped off an unripe tangerine. Normally, she would have been heartbroken over that, but not this time. She had no time to worry about the poor little tangerine. Wiping her hands on her apron, Nojiko eagerly took the newspaper from Nami and read it word by word. Nami clasped her hands in front of her chest and said admiringly. Chiga and I is so amazing. He beat the Dark King Rayleigh so badly he ran away, and the news even reached all the way here. Hearing that, and seeing Nami's expression, Nojiko covered her mouth and chuckled. This Nami, when Chiga and I was around, she always argued with him and acted like she didn't care. But ever since he left, she talked about him constantly. And now she was openly admiring him. Nojiko gently stroked Nami's head. Nami squinted in delight at the touch, then said. Let's go tell Belmir. She doesn't know yet. Nojiko nodded and took Nami's hand, getting ready to head out. Stepping outside, the 2 girls joyfully ran down the country road. Suddenly. Bang. Ouch. Nami hit the ground, clutching her head with her eyes closed. When she opened them, she was cast in shadow. Huh. Why is it dark? Tears gathered in her eyes as she looked up, and froze in fear. A massive humanoid creature, nearly 3 meters tall, loomed above her. Its face resembled a shark's. Behind it stood other creatures with similar features. The overwhelming fishy stench made Nami's stomach turn. Nojiko, catching up, was equally frightened. But as the older sister, she forced herself forward and helped Nami up. Standing shakily, Nami looked at the creature blocking their path and stammered. Who are you? The creature looked down at them with a cold gaze, sending chills through their bodies. After a brief pause, it bared its jagged, serrated teeth and spoke in a chilling voice. Humans. I am a noble fishman. You lowly humans, gather everyone in this village to welcome the mighty Arlong pirates. Or I'll kill every last one of you. Nojiko's eyes widened. She grabbed the terrified Nami's hand and ran back toward the village. Behind them, Arlong, captain of the Arlong pirates, stood with his arms crossed, a wicked grin on his face. He raised a hand and called out. Minions. Let's show these lowly humans just how powerful we fishmen are. Oh. A group of fishmen charged after the two girls, heading straight for the village. Belmir. Something bad's happened. Monsters have come to the village. Wah. Nojiko found Belmir at the village chief's house. Genzo, the village's security officer, was also there. As soon as she saw Belmir, Nojiko burst into tears. She was only 13. There had been no adults around earlier, and as the older sister, she couldn't cry. If she cried, what would Nami do? But now, in Belmir's arms, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Belmir hugged her tightly, gently patting her back. Then she turned to Nami. Nami, what happened? What kind of monsters is Nojiko talking about? Nami, still in shock, snapped out of it and said. They're huge, and they have fish faces. They said they're the Arlong pirates. Fish faces. Arlong pirates. Belmir's heart sank. She knew the name. A pirate crew made up of fishmen. She'd heard about fishmen before. They were born stronger than humans, with most having arm strength at least 10 times greater. The worst part? They hated humans. This was serious trouble. Belmir's face darkened. After a moment, she turned to Nojiko. Nojiko, take Nami and find a place to hide. Don't come out until I say. Nojiko nodded, then suddenly shook her head and grabbed Belmir's shirt. What about you? Why aren't you coming with us? Belmir forced a smile and spoke gently. I'll join you later. I need to warn the others first. Nojiko didn't believe her. Her gut told her something terrible was going to happen. When she refused to leave, Belmir's patience snapped. Listen to me. Take Nami and run. Don't let me down. It was the first time Belmir had shouted at her. Nojiko had always been obedient, never making her angry. But now she was clearly desperate. Nojiko wiped her tears, then silently pulled the stunned Nami by the hand and ran home. Behind them, Belmir watched their small backs disappear down the road. A warm smile bloomed on her face as she whispered. Nojiko, Nami, my dear daughters, you must survive. Bonus chapters for y'all. Thanks for those power stones. Send more, and get more bonus chapters. Chapter 52, Flying God Thunder. Nojiko, where are you going? We're going home. Home? But didn't Belmir tell us to hide first? Our house is too big a target, isn't it? Nojiko didn't answer Nami's question. Instead, she fell silent and pulled Nami along, speeding up their pace. Finally, the two returned home. Nojiko rushed into her bedroom and pulled out the flying thunder god kunai that Chiga had given her from under her pillow. Nami looked at Nojiko in disbelief. At a time like this, you're still thinking about the kunai brother Chiga gave you? Nojiko shook her head, her mind replaying what Chiga had told her when he left. If anything dangerous happens in the village while I'm gone, hold this and call my name in your heart. She hugged the kunai tightly to her chest. Although she didn't know what good it would do, at this moment, the only one who could bring hope to Nojiko was her brother Chiga. Nami was getting anxious. She stepped forward, grabbed Nojiko's sleeve, and shouted, "Don't waste any more time. Let's find a place to hide first. Don't let Belmir down." Hearing Nami's plea, Nojiko nodded as if waking from a dream. The two turned to leave the house, which could no longer provide them any sense of security. However, just then, several gunshots rang out, freezing the two girls in fear. After a moment, Nami said, trembling, It's gunshots. They're coming from the mayor's house. Belmir is still there. Whack. Nojiko grabbed Nami's hand again and ran frantically towards the mayor's house. At the mayor's house, almost all the villagers had gathered here. At this moment, they were staring in terror at the grinning, devil-like fishmen before them. Arlong held a gun, its muzzle pointed at the villagers. He had his foot on Belmir's head and was laughing maniacally. Around him lay several dead villagers. Ha ha ha, what a weak race. In front of the noble fishman race, you truly are just a bunch of ants. After speaking, he bent down, pressed the gun to Belmir's bloodied head, and said coldly, "You damned human woman, how dare you try to escape with these people and resist the noble fishmen? What? You don't welcome the great fishman race?" Belmir, with a gun pressed to her head, spat out a large mouthful of blood and coughed violently. She said fearlessly, "What noble fishman race? You're just a bunch of damned pirates. The Marines will catch you all eventually and lock you up and impel down." At the mention of impel down, Arlong's expression turned grim. He had just been released from there. Belmir's words reminded him of terrifying memories from his time in prison. It wasn't just the physical torment of cruel punishments, but the mental toll that truly broke him. Inside, he constantly felt as if he were on the verge of death. No one treated him like a living being. His time in impel down had become a lifelong nightmare he couldn't shake off. How dare this woman reopen that wound and mention the Marines, the ones he hated most? Arlong pressed his foot down harder. The pain made Belmir let out a piercing scream. Yet she quickly endured it, biting her lip so tightly that blood seeped out. Arlong's rage surged at her resilience. In his eyes, the more she resisted, the more it felt like humans were mocking the fishman race. Then, a twisted idea struck him. Hadn't this woman just mentioned the Marines? Was that where her hope came from? That was laughable. A wicked smile spread across Arlong's face, making his shark-like features all the more grotesque. He bent even lower. Looking into Belmir's eyes, he said playfully, "Human woman, it seems you have a lot of faith in the Marines, don't you?" Belmir struggled to open her eyes, squinting at Arlong. "Justice will surely come, and that'll be the end of you pirates." Ha 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 ha. Arlong threw his head back and laughed, even shedding tears. Then he looked up and scanned the villagers. He could see that Belmir's words had rekindled their hope. Heh. With a sneer, Arlong raised his voice and taunted, "How ridiculous. Don't you know I'm only here because your Marines allowed it? You wouldn't be unaware of Captain Nezumi, would you? Just a small box of treasure and a few threats, he happily pointed me to a village, and that village happened to be yours." "What did you say?" Belmir's eyes widened. She couldn't accept the truth. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. The Marines you placed so much faith in are the ones who sold you out. What a disgusting race, humans. Aren't you just a bunch of traitors who stab each other in the back? Two clear streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. The collapse of her beliefs drove Belmir into despair. Her body slackened. She no longer had the will to fight. Seeing her spirit break, Arlong felt immense satisfaction. "Tiger-sama, do you see? I've avenged you. I'll make them taste betrayal too." To him, nothing was more pleasurable than psychologically destroying a human. Since Belmir had given up, Arlong decided not to waste any more time. He slowly tightened his finger on the trigger, dragging out the moment to torment her one last time. Belmir sensed the approach of death. She wasn't afraid. All she cared about now was Nojiko and Nami. Closing her eyes, Belmir silently prayed. "Nojiko, Nami, this might be it for me. I'm sorry I won't get to see you grow up. I wasn't the best mother, but I love you. Please, live." Suddenly, two desperate cries shattered her thoughts. "No. Let Belmir go." Those voices. Nojiko and Nami. Belmir's heart dropped. She hoped she was already dead and that these voices were only hallucinations. But reality was cruel. "Oh. Aren't these the two brats from earlier? I almost forgot about them. And now they've delivered themselves right to me." Arlong stopped, twirling the pistol in his hand, looking at Nojiko and Nami with twisted amusement. Before he could speak, Belmir erupted with strength, breaking free from under his foot and rushing to her daughters. Whack. Whack. Two sharp slaps landed on Nami and Nojiko's cheeks, leaving bright red marks. Her face bloodied and streaked with tears, Belmir roared, why are you so disobedient? Why did you come back?" Nojiko clutched the kunai from Chica, covering her cheek silently. But Nami shouted, "Because you're our mom." Belmir froze. "Oh. I didn't expect these two brats to be your daughters. That's even more interesting, ha ha ha." Arlong slowly approached and grabbed Nami by the neck, lifting her into the air. Let me go. Belmir, save me. I feel sick." Nami clawed at his arm, but her strength was nothing to him. Ignoring her, Arlong looked at Belmir and sneered, "Do you want me to let her go? Then kneel down, scream that the Marines are trash and that humans are scum, then kill yourself right in front of me. One life for these two brats and the rest of the villagers. Quite a bargain, right?" "No. Belmir, don't." Nami stopped struggling and begged her not to agree. Belmir looked at Nami, then at Nojiko and the villagers. A determined gleam flickered in her eyes. She slowly stood and walked toward Arlong. No. Belmir, please don't. Somebody save us. Please. Nami's screams pierced the air. Arlong licked his lips in anticipation as Belmir stepped forward. Nojiko, who had been silent, stared at Belmir's back. The flying thunder god kunai had been buried in her thigh this whole time. Now, she pulled it out. Blood sprayed from her leg, but she didn't care. Closing her eyes, Nojiko screamed toward the sky with all her might. Brother Chiga, where are you? Puffed. At that moment, a thick, blue arm flew into the air, twisting violently, followed by Arlong's agonizing scream. Nojiko opened her trembling eyes to see the hem of a black robe fluttering in the air. A gentle voice rang out, "Long time no see, Nojiko, Nami. You've grown quite a bit." Tears gushed from Nojiko's eyes. She desperately threw herself into the figure's embrace. Feeling the long-lost warm embrace, she seemed to lose all her strength in an instant. Nojiko buried her head in Chiga's arms and whispered, "Long time no see, Chiga. How's that?" The suspense though, phew. Chapter 53, Noble Race. Puffed, Brother Chiga. Nami, who had landed on the ground, saw Chiga appear and immediately rushed over, squeezing into his embrace. Chiga held the two little ones in his arms, one in each hand, and quietly waited for their emotions to calm down. After crying for a while, Nami lifted her tear-stained face, which looked like a little calico cat, and the first thing she said was, "Brother Chiga, why do you always call Nojiko first?" A drop of cold sweat trickled down Chiga's forehead. He thought, at a time like this, you still notice that. It seems Nami holds quite a grudge about this. Nojiko also raised her head from Chiga's embrace, gazing at him blankly. Noticing Nojiko's eyes, Chiga gave her a reassuring smile. Then, he gently placed the two little ones on the ground. After that, Chiga turned to face the group of fishmen behind him, his Rinnegan eyes chillingly cold. Arlong, his face pale, clutched his shoulder, which had lost its right arm. Seeing Chiga turn around, he stared intently at him and said, "Who are you? How dare you attack me?" Chiga ignored him, only turning his head to Medes on his shoulder and saying, "Medes, do you like eating fish?" "No, master. These fish are too disgusting, I can't eat them." Nodding, Chiga seemed to be talking to himself. What a pity. Seeing that the human in front of him had severed his arm and was still ignoring him, Arlong somewhat lost his composure. He opened his wide mouth and used his remaining arm to pull out the saw-like teeth from his mouth. Miraculously, after the teeth were removed, new saw-like teeth grew back in their place. Holding the saw-like teeth in his hand, Arlong fiercely charged toward Chiga. He aimed the teeth at Chiga and shouted, "Die, human! Iron tooth!" Boring. Arlong's speed was no different from a snail's in Chiga's eyes. Armament Haki instantly covered his right hand, making it pitch black and gleaming with a metallic luster. Chiga raised his hand and struck fiercely at Arlong's hand holding the saw-like teeth. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking and flesh bursting erupted simultaneously. Arlong, who had just been charging, instantly fell to the ground, face-planting. Ah! Both arms were gone, and the second arm was violently shattered. The intense pain overwhelmed Arlong, causing him to roll wildly on the ground. Whoosh! Chiga appeared beside Arlong. A black rod had appeared in his hand at some point, and he thrust it fiercely into Arlong's shoulder. Arlong let out a few more agonizing screams. Before he could scream for long, another black rod appeared in Chiga's hand, and he thrust it into Arlong's other shoulder again. Two black rods pierced through Arlong's shoulder blades and stuck into the ground. A strange energy emanated from them, constantly impacting Arlong's mind. Chiga's Rinnegan eyes even appeared in his thoughts, and this bizarre situation made him even more terrified. Puffed, puffed. Two more sounds of flesh being pierced rang out, and Arlong's two legs each had an additional black rod. Clapping his hands, Chiga looked at Arlong, who was like a dead dog on the ground, and deliberately showed a surprised expression. He walked up to Arlong, squatted down, grabbed Arlong's head, and lifted it, making Arlong's unfocused eyes meet his Rinnegan. A devil-like whisper came from Chiga's mouth. "What's wrong? Is this all the noble fishman tribe is capable of? Did you pass out?" With that, a purple glow flashed in Chiga's Rinnegan. Arlong immediately widened his eyes, as if he had seen something terrifying. After he regained consciousness and saw Chiga's Rinnegan, he screamed even more in horror. Chiga annoyedly covered his ears, then punched Arlong in the mouth. The punch was extremely powerful. After Chiga retracted his fist, a handful of white debris spewed out of Arlong's mouth. Those were his teeth, shattered into powder. However, Arlong's racial talent was truly impressive. Even though his teeth were pulverized, new ones appeared in his mouth in no time. Chiga raised an eyebrow, feeling that these teeth were really trying to defy him. A ball of black flames appeared in his hand, and he pressed it onto Arlong's mouth under Arlong's terrified gaze. Arlong's large mouth was sealed by a layer of ice after being touched by the black flames, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Satisfied, Chiga withdrew his hand and continued to examine Arlong's face. After a while, he found the long nose to be a real eyesore. So, Chiga's hand was once again covered in armament Haki. He grabbed Arlong's nose and began to exert force, slowly twisting counterclockwise like twisting a motorcycle throttle. This inhuman pain caused Arlong's veins to bulge. He wanted to faint but couldn't, and he wanted to scream but couldn't open his mouth. He could only express his pain through violent trembling of his body. The fishman minions, who had been standing frozen in fear, finally came to their senses. It must be said that they were somewhat loyal. A few bravely picked up weapons and approached Chiga step by step. Chiga had his back to them, still focused on twisting the throttle. Nami and Nojiko, who were watching from the side, became anxious. They thought Chiga hadn't noticed the danger and quickly shouted to warn him. "Brother Chiga. Behind you. Danger." Hearing their warning, Chiga didn't want to disappoint their concern. He slowly turned his head and indifferently glanced at the approaching fishmen. Swept by Chiga's eyes, the fishmen holding weapons immediately froze in place as if a pause button had been pressed. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and then they fell down one by one. The others behind them ran forward to check on their companions. They were horrified to find that the fallen fishmen were already cold corpses. One of them sat down on the ground with a thud, staring blankly at the corpses, muttering to himself as if he had gone mad. "Devil, he's not human, he's a devil." Ignoring the fishman riffraff, Chiga continued twisting Arlong's nose. At this moment, Arlong felt he had never hated his nose as much as he did now. The pain continued. Everyone present silently watched this cruel scene, and no one stepped forward to stop it. Arlong's actions had enraged everyone. Now, they felt only one thing, satisfaction. Crack. Finally, with a crisp sound of bone cracking, Arlong's nose was twisted off by Chiga. MMMPH MMMPH MMMPH. Arlong rolled his eyes and trembled violently. Chiga, on the other hand, stepped on his head, playing with Arlong's nose in his hand. Nami, seeing this, ran to Chiga's side and hugged his thigh. "Brother Chiga, can I have that thing?" Chiga looked down at Nami, puzzled. "What do you want it for?" "It's pretty dirty." Nami bit her lip, glanced at Belmir, whose face was covered in blood, and seemed to have made a decision. She looked at the dying Arlong and said through gritted teeth, "I want to use it as a weapon. I want to kill all pirates from now on. I hate them." Chiga frowned, wondering if Nami had gone dark. On second thought, hating pirates wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If he, a marine, still had compassion for pirates, he wouldn't tolerate that, especially thinking of Kobe. If Kobe dared to run up to me and ramble in the future, Chiga thought, I'll crush him without hesitation. As for Shanks's face. "Sorry, what's that?" Chiga stroked Nami's little head and said. "This thing is too bloody and dirty. How about I find someone to forge you a dagger later?" Nami nodded vigorously and hugged Chiga, no longer speaking. 20 reviews and I'd drop 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 54, Scum of the Marines. After comforting Nami, Chiga kicked Arlong, who was still gasping for air. After some thought, Chiga waved to the remaining fishmen underlings, signaling them to come over. The fishmen looked at him blankly, pointing at themselves, unsure who Chiga was calling. Chiga glared at them impatiently, and the fishmen immediately scrambled over. Clang. Chiga threw a gun onto the ground and said, "Whoever takes this gun and shoots your captain once, I'll spare their life." The fishmen immediately looked at Chiga in horror. For a moment, no one dared to move. Chiga didn't waste any more words and simply said to himself, "I'll count to 3. 1. 2. Bang." Before the second number was even finished, a slightly shorter fishman had already snatched the gun from the ground and fired a shot at Arlong without hesitation. Arlong, lying on the ground, trembled violently, but he still wasn't dead. The fishman's physique was simply amazing. The fishman who fired the shot immediately looked at Chiga with hope. Chiga nodded, indicating that he could leave. The fishman felt as if he had been granted a royal pardon. He bowed 3 times to Chiga with all his might, then took off running. He swore in his heart that he would never appear in a human town again. The other fishmen, seeing the scene, immediately went crazy, scrambling for the pistol on the ground. As they fought, they started hitting each other. Before long, several fishmen corpses lay haphazardly across the ground. Chiga watched the scene with interest, then kicked Arlong again and said, still breathing, "Look how noble your fishman race is. They really fight their own kind to the death." Arlong didn't say a word. At this moment, he was more despairing than Belmir had been just now. His faith had completely collapsed. There would be no salvation. He just wanted to die. Chiga clapped his hands, and the fishmen, who had been fighting moments ago, immediately quieted down. All right, the one who looks like an octopus, yes, you. Come here. Chiga was referring to Hatchin. During the previous struggle, he had remained motionless, standing there with a sorrowful expression as he watched his own kind slaughter each other. Hearing Chiga's summons, he shivered and walked toward Chiga, trembling. Chiga used universal pull to draw the gun from a fishman's hand, then handed it to Hatchin and said, "You, fire the last shot." Hatchin held the pistol with trembling hands, feeling as if it were the heaviest thing he had ever held in his life. Seeing Hatchin still standing motionless, Chiga raised his hand toward the group of fishmen behind him and unleashed a Shinra Tensei. After consuming the gravity fruit, Chiga's Shinra Tensei was more than twice as strong as before. A single ordinary Shinra Tensei now directly blasted the group of fishmen into a pile of scattered parts. Ah! Seeing this horrific scene, Hatchin completely broke down. He aimed the pistol at Arlong and fired several shots in quick succession. Arlong finally fell silent, tears still visible on his face. Chiga nodded in satisfaction, indicating Hatchin could also leave. Hatchin numbly turned to go, but Chiga suddenly called out to him again. "Oh, by the way, if you go back to Fishman Island, tell Jinbe that Arlong and these fishmen were killed by me. Tell him he can come find me if he has any business. My name is Uchiha Chiga, and I'm currently a Marine Headquarters captain. Got that?" Hatchin nodded, and Chiga waved his hand, letting the mentally shaken Hatchin leave. At this point, the Arlong pirates, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, were nearly completely wiped out. The villagers of Kokoyashi village subconsciously shook their heads, confirming that they weren't dreaming. Chiga turned around and gave the villagers a kind smile, which caused them to instinctively take a step back. Although Chiga had lived there for 10 years, they still couldn't connect the men who had just slaughtered fishmen like dogs with the quiet fishing boy they remembered. However, Nojiko and Nami didn't care. The two girls, one on each side, helped Belmir approach Chiga, sweetly calling him Brother Chiga. Belmir, on the other hand, looked at the somewhat unfamiliar young men in front of her with a complicated expression. Less than a year had passed since their last farewell by the sea, and yet the young men before her had grown to such an extent. She had already heard of Chiga's battle with Silver's Rayleigh, and now she knew, the power he displayed just now was likely only the tip of the iceberg. What terrifying talent! Why was the gap between people so vast? Belmir smiled bitterly and shook her head. Nojiko, beside her, asked with concern, "Belmir, what's wrong?" Belmir turned to her with a smile and said she was fine. Nami, looking at Belmir's injuries, had hatred flash in her eyes. She looked at Chiga and said, "Brother Chiga, I want to join the Marines. I want to kill pirates." Nami was completely fed up with pirates. Chiga looked at the determined orange-haired girl with a bit of helplessness, thinking that if he took her to join the Marines at her age, he'd be scorned by the rest of the force. Belmir, despite her injuries, grabbed Nami's ear and said, "How old are you? What kind of Marine are you going to be? And did you forget what Arlong just said?" Nami shook her head like a drum, defiantly replying, "But Brother Chiga is also a Marine, and he saved us. And he's a high-ranking Marine now, isn't he? Can't he decide something like that with just one word?" Hearing that, Chiga smiled. While being a Marine Headquarters captain wasn't a low rank, it wasn't exactly high command either. Still, he noticed Belmir's earlier words. He pinched Nami's cheek and said, "We'll talk about joining the Marines when you're older. First, tell me what Arlong said." Nami's expression hardened. She immediately exaggerated the story about Captain Nozumi, and Nojiko, beside her, nodded tearfully. She knew that as long as Brother Chiga was here, they wouldn't be mistreated again. Chiga's expression darkened. He stood silently, then glanced in one direction and asked, "I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this. How is Granny Risa?" Belmir replied weakly, "She's safe. When we got word of the Arlong pirates, I hid her and the older villagers in a secure room." Chiga nodded, relieved, and bowed to Belmir in thanks. Belmir struggled to stop him, saying, "No, you saved us. What I did was nothing." Hearing this, the villagers, who had been frightened earlier, came forward one by one. "That's right, Chiga. You're the hero of the village. We were just scared, we didn't even thank you. Thank goodness we had you, Chiga." Chiga looked at the villagers quietly. Their sincere gratitude made his anger burn even hotter. His body began to float upward. He closed his eyes, sensing something in the distance, then shot off like a bullet. Below, Nami tugged on Belmir's sleeve. "Belmir, why did Brother Chiga leave so suddenly? Where's he going?" Belmir watched the sky and replied, her voice laced with hatred, "He's going to clean up the scum in the Marines." Drop a review, if the review reaches. I drop an additional chapter. I created it today, and I'm still trying to learn how to use it. One thing I noticed was I couldn't group each fanfic. So I took another approach by creating a folder and adding the links to each chapters. It's more organized and easier to read. I pinned the folder, you can check it out. I'm going to be posting 5 different fanfiction on the Patreon account. And I bet y'all would love it. Chapter 55, Differences between Captains. Thanks for the support, I really appreciate. __ Naval Base, Marine 16th Branch, East Blue. Inside the office, Captain Nozumi's eyes gleamed as he stared at the small box of treasure on the desk, his drool already soaking the documents. He pushed the wet documents aside and hugged the treasure-filled box tightly to his chest, carefully counting the gold and jewels inside, muttering. Pirates are so generous. I wouldn't be able to save this much even if I worked for the Marines for years. Does it look good? A voice suddenly appeared in the office, startling Captain Nozumi, who trembled and dropped the treasure box to the floor, scattering its contents everywhere. Chica stood at the office doorway with his arms crossed, behind him a group of Marine soldiers holding guns, though their faces looked rather pale, and their legs were trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, Chica had descended from the sky. The surrounding Marine soldiers immediately surrounded him, but Chica didn't even move, merely releasing a faint burst of Conqueror's Haki. The Marine soldiers instantly rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground, still unconscious. The remaining Marine soldiers dared not advance. They knew they were no match for the person in front of them, but their military duty compelled them to follow Chica all the way to Captain Nozumi's office. At this moment, Captain Nozumi was on the floor, frantically trying to gather the scattered treasure with his hands. But the more he rushed, the more disobedient the treasures became. Every time he tried to scoop them with his arm, a few defiant gold pieces would slip through the gaps. The Marine soldiers behind Chica looked at their superior, who was sprawled on the ground looking utterly pathetic, and lowered their heads in shame. To be honest, they all knew more or less about Captain Nozumi's conduct, and every one of them looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. But there was nothing they could do, a higher rank crushes those below, and he was the highest-ranking officer here. Seeing that using his arms was inefficient, Captain Nozumi began picking up the gold pieces on the ground one by one. As he picked, his hand touched a shoe. He looked up in a daze, meeting Chiga's lowered Rinnegan eyes. As if he had seen something terrifying, Captain Nozumi plopped down on the ground, staring blankly at Chiga, his voice trembling as he asked. "You, who are you?" Chiga looked at this Marine disgrace with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man and said indifferently. "Marine Headquarters Captain, Uchiha Chiga." "You're a Marine." Hearing that the newcomer was also a Marine, Captain Nozumi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, since the person was a Marine, there wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, they were colleagues, weren't they? Thinking this, Captain Nozumi calmly stood up, casually patted his backside, then pressed his palms together in front of his chest and greeted Chiga with a fawning smile, asking. "So it's Captain Chiga from headquarters. May I ask what instructions you have for me?" It must be noted here that even if Marine headquarters officers and branch officers held the same rank, their status and strength were on completely different levels. And Chiga was so young, if Captain Nozumi didn't know Chiga's importance, then he had wasted all these years. He knew that he had climbed to the position of Marine branch captain by being good at reading people's expressions and flattering them. Otherwise, with his lacking strength, he would only be able to slowly accumulate seniority and eventually retire as a lieutenant. Moreover, in his opinion, no matter how high Chiga's status was, he was just a young man. A few flattering words from himself could make him so overjoyed that he might even advance his own career. However, what responded to him was Chiga's big slap. Slap. A loud slap echoed in the small office. Captain Nozumi spun around 10 times before finally stopping. When he finally stopped, Captain Nozumi covered his face, which had swollen to the size of a soccer ball, and looked at Chiga in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "I'm a Marine." Hearing that this guy still dared to call himself a Marine, Chiga was directly amused by this shameless behavior. Chiga took out a jagged nose from his door space, with undried blood still clinging to it. Chiga dangled the nose in front of Captain Nozumi. Seeing the object in Chiga's hand, Captain Nozumi's pupils immediately contracted. He recognized it as Arlong's nose. At this point, even someone as shrewd as he understood Chiga's purpose in coming to find him, and he fell silent for a moment. Chiga held Arlong's nose in his hand, staring at him and saying, "Marine. How does that word coming out of your mouth disgust me so much? I ask you, when you accepted bribes from pirates, did you remember that you were a Marine?" At these words, the Marines behind Chiga all widened their eyes. They knew Captain Nozumi had a bad reputation, but reputation was one thing. Accepting bribes, and from pirates no less, was a matter of principle. The impact of such a thing on their sense of justice was unimaginable. A Marine soldier asked with a trembling voice. Captain Nezumi, is what Captain Chiga said true? Even now, this upright Marine soldier still held a sliver of hope, and even left Captain Nezumi some face when speaking. At least he didn't remove the captain. Captain Nezumi couldn't care less about that now. He shouted at the Marine soldiers with a false bravado. Of course it's not true. I'm the highest-ranking officer here. I now suspect this person isn't a Marine at all. Quickly, arrest this guy. Hearing their superior's order, the soldiers were in a dilemma. In fact, their hearts were more inclined towards Chiga at this moment, simply because Captain Nezumi's usual conduct was too poor. Chiga ignored the soldiers behind him. He no longer wanted to waste time with this Marine disgrace. With a flash, Chiga appeared before Captain Nezumi, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up like a small chicken. Captain Nezumi was just over 1.8 meters tall, already appearing somewhat small in front of the over 2-meter tall Chiga. Now, being held in midair by Chiga, his legs could only kick wildly, and he continuously yelled. Let go of me. Let go of me. Even if you're from headquarters, you have no right to deal with me. Oh. I have no right. Chiga looked at the disgrace in his hand with disdain. With his other hand, he took out a den mushi from his pocket and dialed it in front of everyone present. Gulu gulu. In a few seconds, the den mushi was answered. The voice that came from the den mushi's mouth stunned everyone present except Chiga. This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It must be Chiga, right? Your incident with Rayleigh caused quite a stir. What do you need me for at this time? Join my Patreon to read advanced chapters. Chapter 56, Judgment. Sengoku's voice came from the den mushi. Just as Chiga was about to speak, Garp's voice rang out again. Chiga, you're something else. To actually injure the Dark King Rayleigh, you truly live up to being someone I brought back, haha. The laughter abruptly stopped as Sengoku once again reclaimed the den mushi. He shot a glance at Garp, his eyes full of disdain. You brought him back. Clearly, it was my discerning eye that spotted him, and I just happened to give you the opportunity. Now you want to take credit. What were you doing before? Go spend 2 more days with your grandson. After silently despising Garp, Sengoku quieted down in front of the den mushi, awaiting Chiga's reply. In his opinion, Chiga always acted with composure and certainty. This sudden call surely meant something very important. However, Chiga's next words instantly caused Sengoku's face to contort, and even Garp, standing behind him, looked grim. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I am very disappointed in the Marines right now. Hearing this, Sengoku felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would have immediately rebuked them. After all, for a Marine to say they were disappointed in the Marines, what was their intention? But for these words to come from Chiga's mouth, it was different. Chiga was already subtly being seen by Sengoku as his successor, and even the 5 elders had a good impression of him. For such a person to now say he was disappointed in the Marines was truly an extremely terrifying matter. This was not only a blow to the overall prestige and morale of the Marines, but losing Chiga would be an immeasurable loss to the current institution. Thinking of this, Sengoku urgently asked. What happened? What's going on, Chiga? Don't rush, where are you now? I'm at Marine Branch 16 in the East Blue. The East Blue? Weren't you at Sabaody? How did you end up there? It took several days to travel from Sabaody to the East Blue by warship. Not much time had passed since he received the news of Chiga's great battle with the Dark King at Sabaody, so how could Chiga already be in the East Blue? Without explaining how he arrived in the East Blue, Chiga spoke in a cold tone. How I got here isn't important. What's important is that I saw the filth within the Marines here. Captain Nezumi, this rat, actually accepted bribes from the Arlong pirates, allowing them to attack my village. What did you say? Hearing such a thing, Sengoku was also incredibly furious, golden light even emanating from his body. Garp, beside him, clenched his fist, a faint black aura subtly appearing on it. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Sengoku spoke in an extremely repressed tone. I understand. Where is that Captain Nezumi now? I have something to ask him. Before Chiga could speak, Captain Nezumi, who was being choked by Chiga, immediately shouted into the den mushi as if he had found a savior. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'm here. Save me. This Uchiha Chiga attacked me without any evidence. Is this what a Marine should do? I'm a Marine too, after all. Hearing Captain Nezumi's words, Sengoku frowned. He had never doubted Chiga's words, but as the supreme commander of the Marines, he couldn't simply make judgments based on personal feelings when facing matters like this. For example, when Akainu ordered the shelling of a civilian ship, although Sengoku, like Akiji, felt angry, from the perspective of the Marines and the world government, Akainu's actions were understandable. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, feeling troubled for a moment. Garp, beside him, didn't bother with such considerations. He directly slammed his hand onto the table with such force that the entire table shattered into a pile of fragments. Sengoku stared blankly at the ruins in front of him, and it took him a moment to regain composure before glaring at Garp. Garp was truly enraged at this point. He retrieved the den mushi from the fragments and shouted. Chiga, don't listen to what this bastard says. You can do whatever you want with this scumbag. Whatever happens, it's on me. Damn it. Sengoku looked at the emotional Garp with a complex expression. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. He tacitly approved of Garp's actions. However, for the consequences to be on Garp was impossible. This matter, he, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, would bear it. It was just a branch captain. Even if he had some background, the impact of executing him without evidence, none of that mattered anymore. This time, he chose to unconditionally trust Chiga and support him. After all, Sengoku himself was once a passionate young marine. Listening to the voices from the den mushi, Chiga's gloomy mood improved considerably. These two lovable old men trusted him so much, so he wouldn't make things difficult for them. Don't worry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, I'll make him talk. With that, Chiga slowly turned his head, his Rinnegan locking onto Captain Nozomi in his hand. He spoke indifferently. Before these eyes, you have no secrets to hide. Locked onto by Chiga's Rinnegan, Captain Nozomi was so terrified that he began to struggle desperately again, yelling that it was against regulations and urging the marine soldiers present to save him. However, no one responded to him. The only response he received was Chiga's icy words. Naraka Path, King of Hell's Judgment. Captain Nozomi looked back in horror at Chiga. In his vision, a hole emitting a purple aura suddenly appeared there, and a terrifying large face emerged from it. That face had a pair of eyes identical to Chiga's, which eerily rotated a few times before slowly looking at Captain Nozomi. This bizarre sight immediately caused Captain Nozomi to wet his pants, literally. The surrounding marine soldiers, however, looked at Captain Nozomi, who was scared stiff like a dead dog, with puzzled expressions. In their eyes, nothing had happened, yet Captain Nozomi was directly scared into wetting himself. The King of Hell's face summoned by the technique could only be seen by the Rinnegan user and the target of the technique, others could not see it. Chiga looked at Captain Nozomi expressionlessly and explained to him. What you see is the King of Hell. If you dare to lie, your tongue will be pulled out by him, and you will not survive. Do you understand? Captain Nozomi frantically shook his head, still clinging to a sliver of hope in his heart. Chiga ignored the scoundrel and asked. I ask you, did you accept bribes from the Arlong pirates and allow them to plunder villages? Captain Nozomi said nothing, only shook his head. However, the King of Hell would not indulge such a man. A long purple tongue uncontrollably extended from Captain Nozomi's mouth, then was grasped by a tentacle-like hand extending from the King of Hell's mouth and slowly pulled inward. Captain Nozomi's eyes widened. He had a premonition that as soon as his tongue was placed into the mouth of the terrifying face, his life would end, and even his soul would not find peace. I'll talk. I'll talk. Everything was my doing. The treasures Arlong gave me are right there. What Uchiha Chiga said is true. I'm a disgrace to the Marines, I deserve to die. Please let me go, it's so scary, I don't want my tongue eaten by this thing. Hearing Captain Nozomi's confession, both the soldiers present and Sengoku and Garp on the den mushi involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. No one wanted Chiga's future to be affected by this. Captain Nozomi, who had spoken all at once, looked at Chiga with a hopeful expression and said fawningly. Lord Chiga, I've said everything. Can you let me go now? Chiga revealed a faint smile and said. All right. Captain Nozomi's face instantly showed wild joy. However, before he could celebrate for long, the King of Hell behind Chiga suddenly exerted force on its hand. Snap. Captain Nozomi's tongue broke off in his despairing gaze. Munch, munch. The King of Hell chewed vigorously in front of him, each chew gnawing at his soul. The pain was so intense, he couldn't even cry out. Finally, with a gulp, the King of Hell swallowed Captain Nozomi's tongue. Captain Nozomi had already rolled his eyes, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, completely dead. Releasing his grip, Captain Nozomi's corpse fell to the ground like trash. Chiga looked indifferently at the body and said faintly. I can let you go, but you have to die first. With that, Chiga turned and left the office under the reverent gazes of the marine soldiers. Send power stones. __. Join my Patreon to read advanced chapters. Chapter 57, Government Dogs. After eliminating the scum of the Marines, Chiga returned to Kokoyashi village, ready to bid farewell. His arrival this time was quite sudden, almost like an unauthorized absence, so he couldn't stay in the East Blue for long. At the farewell, Nami's eyes were red from crying, and Nojiko also hung her head, sobbing softly. Helpless, Chiga promised Nami that she could join the Marines after she turned 18. Only then did Nami feel a little better. As for Nojiko, Chiga found this quiet girl even more troublesome. She was much more mature than Nami, and the more mature someone was, the harder it was to comfort them. Sighing, Chiga walked over to Nojiko and picked her up, just like he did during their last farewell, making Nami pout again. It had to be said that people in the world of One Piece grew up fast. In just 1 year, Nojiko had already reached 1.6 meters in height, though she was still not tall standing next to Chiga, who was over 2 meters tall. Nojiko cried in Chiga's arms for a while until her tears soaked his clothes. Only then did she raise her head and smile shyly, a little embarrassed. Chiga reached out and gently hooked Nojiko's nose, saying softly, "All right, don't cry anymore. If you want to join the Marines too, you can enlist when you turn 18. Nojiko pointed to herself in surprise, a little hesitant. Me? Can I? I'm so weak." Chiga waved his hand, interrupting her. "You're not weak. Weren't you brave when facing Arlong? And don't worry, you have me." Nojiko responded clearly, finally smiling. After comforting the two girls, Chiga gently put Nojiko down. He turned to the villagers, led by Belmir, who had come to see him off, and waved with a smile. "Well then, goodbye everyone." With that, Chiga's figure disappeared from their sight. Looking at the spot where Chiga vanished, both Nami and Nojiko secretly made up their minds, they would definitely join the Marines when they grew up, so there would be no more partings. Area 66, Sabaody Archipelago, Marine Base Office. Swish. Chiga's figure suddenly appeared in the office, startling Khalifa, who had just entered to deliver documents. The papers scattered all over the floor. Khalifa shot Chiga an annoyed glance, then bent down to pick up the documents, inadvertently displaying a charming curve. Chiga felt a little embarrassed. At the time he had received the Flying God Thunder signal, Khalifa had been sitting on his lap feeding him tangerines. When he disappeared like that, she probably fell flat on her back. Thinking of this, Chiga raised his hand and activated a low-powered Bansho Tenin. All the documents on the floor were pulled onto his desk and, under Chiga's precise control, stacked neatly. Seeing the files already on the desk, Khalifa stood up, adjusted her black skirt, and gracefully walked behind Chiga, naturally beginning to massage his shoulders. Chiga gently squeezed Khalifa's hand, signaling her not to bother. He turned and looked at his dutiful secretary, feeling a tinge of guilt. His sudden disappearance probably left Khalifa to handle everything. She must have had a tough time. It must have been hard these past few days. "Aren't you going to ask me where I went?" Khalifa tilted her head. "It doesn't matter what you did. As long as you're back safely." Ever since she received the message from Stussy that she had been assigned to Chiga by the Five Elders, Khalifa had come to terms with it. Although she'd technically been treated as a bargaining chip, she didn't resent it, because if she belonged to Chiga, then it wasn't such a bad deal. Her words moved Chiga deeply. He pulled Khalifa into his embrace, slowly lowering his head. Khalifa, sensing what he was about to do, naturally closed her eyes, anticipating the moment. Suddenly, bang! The door was roughly pushed open, and two men in black suits and sunglasses walked in, carrying a box. They walked up to Chiga's desk and dropped the box with a thud. One of them said arrogantly, "You must be Uchiha Chiga. This is the devil fruit bestowed upon you by the Five Elders, the zoan, mythical beast type, human fruit, Ashura form." Then, one of the blonde agents glanced at Khalifa in Chiga's arms and grinned lewdly, making her feel deeply uncomfortable. The other man, who had a buzz cut, was more straightforward. After delivering the fruit, he called to his companion and turned to leave. Throughout the exchange, Chiga had remained silent, expressionless, his eyes like those of a predator sizing up prey. Just as they turned to exit, Chiga finally spoke. "Good dogs. Have you been crawling for so long that you forgot your place? What did you say?" The blonde agent spun around in fury, ready to retaliate. In his eyes, Chiga was just some marine the higher-ups were hyping up. How dare he speak to him like that? But before he could act, a large palm filled his view. Boom. The blonde man was slammed into the wall by Chiga's hand. The buzzcut agent froze, he hadn't even processed what happened. Chiga's speed was simply too fast. Marine soldiers, alerted by the noise, rushed in and pointed their rifles at the agents. To them, Chiga, who had fought Silver's Rayleigh, was already a living legend. Being stationed under him made them proud. After all, only a superior that strong could command such loyalty, and offer such overwhelming security. Without acknowledging the crowd, Chiga slowly retracted his hand. The blonde agent slumped in the wall, stripped of his arrogance. His face, especially around the nose, was completely caved in. His sunglasses had shattered, and the shards had embedded into his eyes. Even if he survived, he'd be blind. Seeing this, the buzzcut agent trembled violently. Chiga, whom he now saw as a devil, slowly turned his head toward him. Under Chiga's cold gaze, the man immediately stopped shaking. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, kneeling in terror. Yo, send power stones. Join my Patreon to read advanced chapters. Chapter 58, Calipha's Tease. We've reached 100 power stones and as promised here's 10 bonus chapters. Uchiha Chiga walked up to the kneeling, short-haired man in black, looking down at him. The short-haired man in black immediately bowed, muttering repeatedly, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. Please, don't kill me. Seeing how humble this guy was, and how he had been relatively honest just now, Chiga lost interest in dealing with him. He simply squatted down, patted his shoulder, and motioned for him to look up. The man in black looked up blankly, with a pleading expression on his face. He thought Chiga was about to make a move. Let me ask you, are you and that guy the 5 elders' bodyguards? No. We are not worthy of being their bodyguards. We are from Marie Joy's. That fruit was given to you as a reward by the 5 elders, who instructed Lady Nerona to take it from her collection. Then what was with your behavior just now? The short-haired man in black paused for a moment, then realized Chiga was referring to their arrogant attitude earlier. He stammered, Lady Nerona felt that giving you this fruit was somewhat wasteful, so she told us to pay attention to our attitude. At this point, Chiga understood what he meant. This celestial dragon named Nerona was dissatisfied that her collection was given as a reward to a mere navy captain, and she wanted these 2 lackeys to annoy him. A cold smile appeared on his face. Chiga stood up, motioned for the surrounding navy soldiers to retreat, then walked past the kneeling man in black and returned to his office. Although Chiga had left, the man in black remained kneeling, not daring to move, fearing he would give Chiga an excuse to act against him. Not until Chiga's voice came from the office did he stir. You can scram. Remember to deliver a message to your master. Tell her, thank you for her devil fruit. I am very satisfied. Tomorrow night, I will visit her. I want to thank her in person. Yes. I will, Lord Chiga. Scram. Hearing him say that, the short-haired man in black felt as if he had received a great pardon. He hoisted his barely conscious companion onto his back and stumbled and crawled out of the navy base. After the man in black left, Chiga stood in the center of his office, arms crossed, pondering how to deal with the celestial dragon named Nerona. He had almost completely offended her this time. Tomorrow night, they would most likely fall out. If things truly escalated beyond control, he could only hope Nerona would try to not complicate things in regard of the 5 elders. If they favored this Nerona, then there was nothing more to say. Prepare to get spanked. A/N, yeah, we both know he ain't beating them with his current strength, lol. Suddenly, Chiga felt a soft pressure on his back, and a pair of fair arms wrapped around his waist. Turning his head, Chiga saw the person embracing him, his little secretary, Calipha. Calipha had never felt such warmth in her heart as she did today. She was sent by her father to the world government to be trained as a spy since childhood. Her childhood was mostly her being detached. Everyone around her was equally cold-blooded and ruthless, no one had ever helped her. Growing up in such an environment, and then being sent to monitor Chiga's every move, she had almost become a machine-like existence. But in her interactions with Chiga, her heart keeps getting softer. Then Chiga saved her from Rayleigh again. That was Dark King Rayleigh. Even Chiga could have died on the spot in such a battle if he wasn't careful. A/N, she's Delulu, LMAO. Yet, he still distracted himself to take her with him. One could say that from then on, she had become reliant on Chiga, and he keeps flirting with her. Now, he had even directly taught that guy a lesson for being disrespectful to her, completely disregarding that they were the bodyguards of those people. A/N, not really, but okay. Not my fault, I've been trying so hard to make all this cringy line sound realistic. But man, it's tough. Just for such a somewhat ridiculous reason, just for her, an insignificant person. Calipha buried her head in Chiga's back and chuckled. As she laughed, tears flowed from her eyes. Sensing the dampness on his back, Chiga frowned. He said in a deep voice, what's wrong? Not satisfied enough? Or are you worried about Nerona's retaliation? Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Chiga's tone carried a strong confidence, and this Chiga made Calipha even more captivated. Lifting her head from Chiga's back, Calipha's eyes were filled with a sea-like tenderness, which made Chiga's heart tremble. She stood on tiptoes, her pretty face slowly approaching Chiga's, as she pressed her lips against his. Medes, experiencing the scene once again, rolled her eyes and squatted directly on Chiga's shoulder, quietly enjoying the show. After a long time, their lips parted. Calipha reached out and caressed Chiga's face. Although tears still lingered on her face, a breathtaking beauty blossomed, and she softly parted her red lips. Boss, from now on, I am yours. Chiga was still immersed in the feeling from just now, unable to extricate himself. Hearing Califa's voice finally brought him back to his senses. However, at this moment, his emotional intelligence seemed to have been sucked away by that kiss, as he asked a somewhat mood-killing question, why do you call me boss? Califa also didn't expect the usually quick-witted Chiga to suddenly become so slow. But looking at Chiga like this, she only found him so adorable and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, because I was sold to you, wasn't I? Aren't you my boss? Ah. Oh, okay, hello, boss. Chiga's emotional intelligence finally came online at this point. Realizing how awkward he had been, he could only mumble, trying to cover up the embarrassment. Califa just stared at Chiga, staring for a long time, as if she couldn't get enough, making Chiga feel a bit unnerved. He unconsciously touched his face and asked, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Califa narrowed her eyes and said seriously, nothing, I just thought about how handsome you are. I can't get enough of looking at you. Alright, Califa's combat power at this moment was simply too strong. Even Chiga, who had fought Dark King Rayleigh, felt a bit overwhelmed and was completely silenced. Seeing that Chiga wasn't speaking, Califa stopped her teasing him. She gently brushed off the dust that had gotten on Chiga's clothes and asked, boss, what are you going to do about meeting that celestial dragon tomorrow night? At this point, hearing this question, Chiga felt it didn't matter anymore. The more pressing concern for him now was what to do about Gion. Thinking of Gion, Chiga felt another headache, and his brows furrowed again. Seeing Chiga's expression, Califa thought he was also troubled by this matter. She pursed her lips and said with some concern, what's wrong, boss? Are you worried about tomorrow night? It's all my fault, I've implicated you. Chiga looked at Califa in surprise, then realized his little secretary had misunderstood. He quickly explained, no, those people are nothing. I'm thinking about Gion. Huh. Hearing Chiga's words, Califa also froze. She hadn't expected Chiga to still be thinking about this at such a time. This offbeat thought directly made her laugh. Chiga looked at Califa in confusion and said, what are you laughing at? Califa laughed for a while, then reined in her laughter and pointed a finger at Chiga's chin. What are you worried about? You're my boss, and I'm just your secretary. Chiga fell silent. He knew Califa was telling him not to worry, that she wouldn't ruin his relationship with Gion. In other words, she was putting herself in a very low position. Sigh, my Califa. Chiga couldn't help but curse himself inwardly, I'm really a scumbag. Well, this matter would be a marvel even within the Uchiha clan. After all, among a group of pure love warriors, there appeared a scumbag like Uchiha Chiga, which could be considered bringing glory to his ancestors. Jeez. Man, I'm cringing so hard RN. Anyways, join my Patreon account. Chapter 59, Saint Nerona. The next evening, Chiga and Califa appeared before a luxurious mansion. Tonight, Chiga was wearing his favorite black robe with the Uchiha clan crest printed on it, instead of his marine uniform. This way, if he really had to run away after causing trouble, it would be more convenient. Califa's attire was still primarily black. At this moment, she nervously gripped Chiga's hand. Chiga released her hand, patted her back, and gave her a reassuring smile. Then, he turned and walked into the mansion, with Califa hastily following him. Two men in black stood at the entrance of the mansion. Upon seeing Chiga and Califa, they immediately extended their arms, blocking their path. Who are you? This is the residence of Saint Nerona, not a place for commoners. Get out. Chiga said nothing and continued walking inside, ignoring them. You're asking for death, you. Thud. The two men in black suddenly rolled their eyes in unison and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Califa secretly sighed. It seemed her boss was already prepared to turn hostile. Who goes there? It had to be said that, as a celestial dragon's mansion, the security level was quite strict. The two men in black at the entrance had fallen silently, yet the moment Chiga stepped inside, countless other men in black appeared around Chiga and Califa, glaring at them with ill intent. Chiga had already lost patience with these loyal black-suited dogs. His eyes narrowed, and an overbearing aura erupted. All the men in black present followed the fate of the two at the entrance, leaving only one thin man in black standing there, bewildered. Califa, behind Chiga, looked at the men in black lying on the ground and couldn't help but recall how she herself had lost consciousness from a similar attack by the Dark King. It's this again, the technique that Dark King Rayleigh called Conqueror's Haki. I didn't expect the boss to have mastered it so skillfully already. Chiga looked at the remaining thin man in black and said indifferently. Go notify Nerona. Uchiha Chiga has arrived. The thin man in black said nothing, turned his head, and went to notify his master. A moment later, the thin man in black returned. This time, his face was covered in blood, as if he had been severely beaten. Seeing Chiga, he hastily said, "Saint Nerona wants to see you. I'll lead the way." As he spoke, Chiga noticed that the man's front teeth were missing. It seemed Nerona had done it to him. She really was as arrogant and tyrannical as the rumors said, treating people as less than human. Nodding, Chiga followed the thin man in black, preparing to meet the so-called Nerona. Entering a large hall deeper inside, there was a wide red carpet stretching to the far end of the hall. Led by the men in black, Chiga and Califa walked to the end of the red carpet, where there was a high platform. Chiga slightly raised his head and saw Nerona sitting at the top of the platform. Beside her were two even more muscular men in black and a panting pug. The woman was wearing the Celestial Dragon's signature astronaut suit. Her orange hair was exaggeratedly styled into a topknot, and she wore tinted sunglasses. Below the glasses, a transparent purple silk scarf was wrapped around her face, giving her a somewhat attractive appearance. At this moment, Nerona lowered her eyelids, looking down at Chiga and the others with the gaze one would give to ants. Upon seeing Nerona, a trace of fear appeared on the thin man in black's face in front of Chiga. Nevertheless, he stepped forward, respectfully preparing to report. "Saint Nerona, I have brought Uchiha." Bang. Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out. The thin man in black clutched his chest, looking incredulously at Nerona above. He opened his mouth to say something but spat out a large mouthful of blood, finally collapsing to the ground unwillingly. Nerona held a smoking golden flintlock pistol in her hand. She glanced at the fallen man in black and said disdainfully, "Useless trash." After speaking, she didn't look at the fallen man again. Nerona turned to Chiga and said in a cold tone, "Are you Uchiha Chiga? Do you know that you injured my people a few days ago? Do you think that just because you have the support of the 5 elders, you can forget your place, huh?" Chiga scoffed and replied, "I merely disciplined 2 dogs. Is there a problem?" Hearing Chiga dare to retort to her like this, Nerona angrily raised her pistol again, aiming it at Chiga, intending to kill this disrespectful marine. However, Chiga no longer wanted to waste words with this woman. The moment Nerona aimed her gun at him, he had already appeared beside her, grabbing her arm. Nerona was startled. The 2 men in black on either side of her had their pupils constrict, terrified by Chiga. In their eyes, Chiga's actions were a crime punishable by extermination of 9 generations. Recovering their senses, the 2 men in black dared not hesitate. They immediately used Busosoku Haki, one on each side, attacking Chiga. Chiga didn't even bother to look at their attacks. Although these 2 were clearly more than a level stronger than the other men in black, they were still no match for the current Chiga. Chiga's body remained still. Repulsion erupted, and the 2 men in black were repelled before their fists could even touch Chiga. They slammed hard into the walls on either side of the Great Hall, then slid down like 2 broken rags, leaving 2 crimson bloodstains on the walls. The fate of the 2 men in black completely panicked Nerona. Having been pampered and adored since childhood, she had never experienced such a scene. For a moment, she stood frozen, unable to speak. Chiga's hand, gripping her arm, slid down and grabbed the golden flintlock pistol in her hand, snatching it from Nerona. With the gun taken away, Nerona's last bit of confidence vanished. Her face finally showed a terrified expression. This was probably the first time she had felt fear in her life. Chiga applied slight pressure with the hand holding the gun, and the valuable golden flintlock pistol instantly turned into a pile of fragments in his palm. He held his hand above Nerona and released the fragments. They fell like snowflakes onto her transparent bubble headpiece, coating it with a layer of gold dust, sparkling quite beautifully. Nerona rigidly turned her head to look at Chiga, feigning composure as she said, "You lowly commoner, do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid that a Marine Admiral will kill you and everyone connected to you?" Without responding, Chiga directly slapped her headpiece. The bubble headpiece cracked before a second passed under Chiga's slap, and then Chiga's hand made intimate contact with Nerona's face. Smack. The sound of the slap echoed repeatedly in the empty hall. Nerona was directly knocked to the ground, rolling down the stairs from the high platform, all the way to Califa's feet. Califa hastily dodged as if avoiding a plague. Chiga had not used much force in that blow. Nerona's strong reaction was simply due to her extremely poor physique. However, her consciousness was still clear. Nerona, lying on the ground, struggled to get up after a moment, one hand covering her swollen cheek, looking fearfully at Chiga on the high platform. Chiga looked down at Nerona, who no longer had her arrogant demeanor, and sneered. "Now, tell me, who are you? Bruh ain't thinking about consequences lol. Join my Patreon to read advanced chapters." Chapter 60, Celestial Dragon in Love. The Great Hall was eerily quiet. Califa stood silently in a corner, her gaze sweeping over the 2 figures on and below the high platform. She thought, my boss has really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. I should probably prepare to run away with him later. Narona stared blankly at Chica on the high platform. For some reason, after being slapped by Chica, she felt a lingering sensation that left her flustered and unsure of what was happening to her. Chica had no idea what Narona was thinking. He frowned at her still figure, then turned and sat down in the chair she had been occupying. He looked down and said, "You, crawl up here." "What did you say?" Narona couldn't believe her ears. She never expected this Uchiha Chiga to make such a demand. Is he even from this world? Does he truly not understand the weight of a celestial dragon? Ironically, Narona had unknowingly stumbled upon the correct answer to her question. Seeing that she still hadn't moved, Chiga grew impatient and raised his voice. "I told you to crawl up here. Can't you hear me? Or do you want to die?" Startled by his tone, Narona hesitated, then actually prostrated herself on the floor and began crawling forward, inch by inch. As she crawled, Narona was filled with humiliation and confusion. Why was she suddenly being so obedient? Why did his command trigger such a strong instinct to comply? After some time, she finally reached Chiga's feet. She looked up at him, her face filled with shame, stunned by her own behavior. Chiga hadn't expected her to comply so readily. He had only intended to provoke her. In his mind, there was no way a spoiled celestial dragon would actually obey. In fact, he had been prepared to kill her if she dared to resist, but her reaction caught him completely off guard. Since she was being so obedient, Chiga temporarily suppressed his killing intent. He extended a finger and lifted her chin. What, even a high and mighty celestial dragon would do something like this? Narona said nothing, silently allowing Chiga to touch her. Her eyes shifted to the side, avoiding his. Chiga frowned. "No, did you forget you're a celestial dragon? Be arrogant, damn it." But things still needed resolving. Chiga stood up and raised his hand, preparing to strike Narona, who remained on the ground. At that moment, Narona finally spoke. "Are you going to kill me?" Chiga paused slightly, then nodded coldly. "Whether I kill you or not doesn't matter. You already know that everything I've done tonight is unforgivable to someone like you. If I say I won't pursue anything that happened tonight, will you let me go?" Chiga raised an eyebrow. If she was telling the truth, sparing her might be an option. After all, he had originally planned to climb the ranks of the Marines before making any drastic moves. Abandoning them now would throw off several plans. But could he trust her? The reputation of celestial dragons wasn't exactly honorable. Use genjutsu. She already seemed a little off. If she fell into genjutsu, she'd probably lose her mind. The 5 elders might notice. Thinking it over, Chiga shook his head and began gathering transparent chakra in his palm. Seeing this, Narona panicked and quickly said, "I'm telling the truth. As long as you promise that when I come to Sabaody again, you'll protect me, I'll pretend none of this happened. I swear." After speaking, she blushed slightly and stole a glance at Chiga. What the hell is happening tonight? Chiga thought. Her performance seemed oddly sincere. After a moment of silence, he decided to be cautious. He reached out and grabbed Narona by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Narona stared at him in fear. Why is he still treating me like this? I was being sincere. How can he be so cruel? Tears welled up in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. Annoyed, Chiga snapped at her. Quiet. Look into my eyes. Huh? Oh. Startled, she immediately stopped crying and obediently looked up at him, murmuring. 1, 2, 3. Chiga narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? Narona froze and stammered. Your eyes are so beautiful. I wanted to count the rings in them. Chiga lost count of how many times he'd been speechless tonight. Without another word, he activated his ability. Naraka Path, King of Hell's Judgment. A terrifying demonic face rose from the purple-flamed void behind him. Narona's eyes widened in horror, and she began kicking her legs wildly. Behave. Okay, but the monster behind you is really scary. Stop talking nonsense. I ask, you answer. If you lie, this thing will rip out your tongue and eat it. I understand. Were your words just now true? Will you really forget everything that happened tonight? Really, I swear. Narona practically shouted. After a moment, she lowered her head and added quietly. But you have to promise to be my bodyguard when I return to Sabaody. Ignoring her, Chiga glanced back at the King of Hell. Since it didn't react, he knew she was telling the truth. He released his technique. The terrifying face behind him faded from Narona's view. She watched in awe as it vanished. Your abilities are amazing. Is that a devil fruit power? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Hearing the warning in his tone, Narona quickly shut up. Chiga jumped down from the platform and walked toward Khalifa. Let's go, he said, grabbing her hand. He was about to leave when Nerona called out again. Are you leaving already? Without looking back, Chica replied impatiently. If I don't leave, should I stay here with you? There's such a good, never mind, it's not impossible. Chica was numb from her strange behavior. He grabbed Califa and disappeared in a flash of flying thunder god. Nerona stood in place, blankly staring at the empty space where Chica had vanished. After a long while, the gulu-gulu sound of a den mushy buzzed from inside her clothes. Snapping out of her daze, she reached in and pulled it out. An old voice came through. Nerona, has Uchiha Chiga been there? What was his attitude like? Adjusting her clothes, Nerona stood tall and replied in a composed tone. His performance was excellent. I'm very satisfied with him. Didn't he kill your people? Did he threaten you? No. Just a few disobedient dogs. Colonel Chiga not only apologized, but also promised to be my bodyguard next time. He'll personally ensure my safety. Oh. Well, he sounds like a good fellow then. Very well, we understand. As the call ended, Nerona let out a breath and patted her chest. The matter was over, but why did she feel so strange? In case you're wondering if she's ugly or not, answer is nah. So should she get added to the harem or not, lol. Send power stones. Chapter 61, Rear Admiral Chiga. Area 66 of Sabaody Archipelago, inside the Marine base. Whoosh. Chiga and Califa appeared in the office. As soon as they arrived, Chiga grumbled. Is that Nerona sick? Are all celestial dragons like this? Califa stood silently behind Chiga, her gaze on him a little strange. She had actually noticed something but wasn't sure, so she could only remain silent. Suddenly, the den mushy on the table rang with a gulu-gulu sound. Chiga picked it up casually, and Sengoku's voice came through. Is that Chiga? What did you do tonight that even the 5 elders specifically contacted me about you? They said you've been diligent and conscientious during this period, and even said your military rank is too low. Chiga was momentarily stunned. Me, diligent and conscientious during this period? Did they mean the Super Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei that destroyed almost an entire area of Sabaody, or giving Nerona a big slap in the face tonight? I just met a celestial dragon named Nerona. Nothing else. What? Are you talking about Nerona from the Roswald family? Yes. Sengoku was silent for a moment on the other end of the den mushy. He knew about the Roswald family. They were a typical group of celestial dragons, possessing all the vices they were known for. Nerona, as the daughter of Saint Roswald, the head of the Roswald family, had always looked down on other races. But the 5 elders informed him that Chiga was to be commended after meeting such a person once. He didn't believe there was no connection between the two. Still, the outcome was good. The faster Chiga was promoted, the more openly he could grant him authority. The future of the Marines was destined to be the era of young people like Chiga. All right, then return to Marine headquarters tomorrow. I'm preparing to award you the rank of Rear Admiral. Just attend the promotion ceremony. Yes, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Chiga looked up and saw his secretary, Califa, looking at him with a strange gaze. He looked down at himself, confirming there was nothing unusual, and asked. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Califa shook her head helplessly, indicating it was nothing. Yes, my boss, you gave a celestial dragon a big slap tonight and then came back to be praised. This is simply unreal. Chiga rubbed his temples, his gaze sweeping across the box on the table containing the Azura fruit. He then remembered he had such a fruit. To leave a mythical zoan-type devil fruit here for a day and a night, he truly was carefree. He reached out and opened the box, revealing the fruit inside. It was a golden mushroom-shaped fruit, but this mushroom had 3 heads, looking rather peculiar. Califa walked over to Chiga, curiously examining the fruit, and asked. Boss, are you going to eat this fruit? Chiga nodded. After all, it was a mythical zoan, perfectly meeting his requirements. This time, he didn't avoid Califa. Chiga reached out and placed his hand on the middle mushroom head of the fruit, activating the Predipath to absorb it directly. In a moment, the ability was absorbed, and a normal mushroom appeared on the table. Califa covered her mouth, watching the miraculous scene before her, thinking, as expected of the boss, things that happen to him are always so peculiar. Chiga closed his eyes, sensing the newly acquired ability. When he opened them again, his right eye had an additional 4th tomo. Califa also noticed the change in Chiga's right eye and asked curiously. Boss, are the symbols in your eyes caused by absorbing devil fruits? As expected of my good secretary. Smart as ever. Boss, you, never mind. So, do these 4 patterns mean you've already absorbed 4 devil fruits? Did you also absorb the gravity fruit? Yes, that's why I need devil fruits. But don't worry, I'll find a suitable fruit for you in the future too. Nodding, Califa leaned against Chica and said nothing more. To be honest, whether she had a devil fruit or not was no longer important to her. She just wanted to be a good secretary to Chica now. The next day, aboard Tsuru's warship. Just like when they went to Sabaody archipelago, Chica was casually basking in the sun with his head resting on Gion's lap. Gion gently stroked Chica's hair, a soft smile on her face, quietly watching him rest. Suddenly, Chica opened his eyes. A pair of Rinnegan eyes shimmered with divine light under the sunlight, making Gion involuntarily entranced. With a slight smile, Chica reached out and tapped the spider tattoo on Gion's thigh, saying, "What's wrong? Haven't had enough of looking? No, I really want this moment to last forever." Chica chuckled, then got up and stretched. He turned and said, "When I become an admiral, I'll transfer you to my ship, so you can look at me every day. Let's see if you ever get tired of it." Gion stood up, walked in front of Chica, helped him straighten his slightly wrinkled marine uniform, and smiled. "All right. I'll wait for the day you become an admiral. Just don't keep me waiting too long, okay? Don't worry. That day isn't far off." Inside the fleet admiral's office. Knock knock knock. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Chica walked in with one hand in his pocket. Seeing Sengoku buried in documents, he said with a smile, "Long time no see, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." As Chica spent more time in the Marines, his relationship with Sengoku and others had become more relaxed, no need for excessive formality. "Ah, Chica. Come, these are your Rear Admiral epaulets and uniform." Sengoku pushed a small box and a coat with the word "Justice" on the back toward Chica. Chica barely glanced at the box containing the epaulets, his eyes were drawn to the coat. Anyone who's watched One Piece probably admires the Marine officers' coats with "Justice" printed on them. Wearing one feels like donning a Hokage's cloak, one word, cool. Chica had always admired the one Zephyr wore. Now he could finally wear one himself. Without hesitation, he grabbed the shoulders of the coat and gave it a firm pull. Whoosh! Chica donned the marine coat. With his height over 2 meters and long black hair, the coat gave him a sacred and imposing presence. Sengoku was momentarily stunned. When he came to his senses, he thought somewhat shamelessly. "He's quite handsome, but still a bit short compared to my younger days. Maybe just 10 times more handsome than Garp." Chica shook his body vigorously and found the coat held firm. No wonder Marines wore these during major battles and still looked cool. After savoring the moment, Chica remembered to visit his teacher, Zephyr. Zephyr had been genuinely kind to him, and Chica never doubted that. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is Teacher Zephyr still at the training camp? I'd like to go see him. Hearing this, Sengoku looked at Chica with satisfaction. This was one of the reasons he admired Chica, he knew how to show gratitude. People who respected their mentors always stood out. However, Chica's good intentions might be in vain this time. Sengoku waved his hand and said, "No need. This batch of cadets has been training diligently, and Zephyr is preparing to take them out to sea for drills ahead of schedule. They've already departed." What? Drop a review. Chapter 62, Zephyr's Crisis. Sengoku didn't know why Chica reacted so strongly to the news of Zephyr going out to sea. It was just a sea drill. Was it really that big of a deal? However, out of trust for Chica, he still asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the sea drill?" Of course, there was a problem, and a huge one at that. In the movie film, Z, it was mentioned that Zephyr was attacked by Whitebeard Jr. while taking the last batch of students on a training ship. Only Ein and Bin survived, and Zephyr even lost an arm. Although history had changed and Zephyr had gone out to sea earlier, there was no guarantee that Zephyr wouldn't still encounter Whitebeard Jr. if the outcome was good. It would be fine, but what if it was worse? Thinking of this, Chica's face darkened even further, and he anxiously asked, "Where did Teacher Zephyr go?" "I don't know the exact location. I'll ask him with a Den Mushi." With that, Sengoku dialed Zephyr's Den Mushi, but after a long wait, there was no answer. This abnormal situation made Sengoku's face sink as well. He looked up at Chica and asked, "What exactly happened, Chica? Do you know something?" There was no time for further explanation. The southeast direction was too vague. However, at this point, Chica couldn't afford to think too much. He directly opened the window of Sengoku's office, activated his Deva Path ability, and soared into the sky. The documents on Sengoku's desk were scattered all over the floor by the gust of wind created when Chica left. Sengoku had no time to worry about that either. He immediately summoned Akiji and ordered him to quickly lead a ship of soldiers to rendezvous with Zephyr. In a certain sea area, a giant head suddenly emerged from the calm surface. A serpent-shaped sea king over 100 meters long burst out of the water, biting a huge whale in its mouth. With a forceful bite, the whale's corpse was directly torn in half and swallowed by the sea king. The well-fed sea king smacked its lips in a human-like manner and was about to sink back into the sea when suddenly, a continuously expanding black dot in the distant sky caught its attention. It squinted its massive eyes, trying to see what it was. However, the black dot, which had just been small, expanded in an instant. It finally saw that the black dot was a human, and this was its last conscious thought. Get out of the way. Puffed. The sea king's head was smashed into a pile of minced meat by Chica, and for a moment, a rain of blood fell over the sea area. After this delay, Chica, who had been flying at high speed for some time, also stopped. At this moment, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. This sea area was simply too vast. Even with the perception of his Rinnegan and observation Haki, Chica still hadn't found any trace of Zephyr's ship. Damn it, our teacher Zephyr and those students destined for this calamity. He hated himself for not leaving a Hiraishin mark for Zephyr. Was it Zephyr's strength that made him careless? Chica slammed his fist hard onto the sea surface. Hundreds of tons of seawater were immediately blasted into the sky, turning into a curtain of rain. Chiga's body trembled as seawater splattered on his face. A forgotten jutsu suddenly appeared in his mind, sensing rain. The sensing rain jutsu, originally used by Pain in Naruto, created rain clouds imbued with chakra, allowing the user to perceive everything within the rain's range. It was perfectly suited for the current situation. Chiga closed his eyes, clasped his hands together with his middle and index fingers raised, and activated the sensing rain. As the jutsu was activated, the sky above the sea area for several hundred kilometers, which had been clear, instantly became covered in dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. After calmly sensing for a while, a small cluster of life energy appeared in one location, with one of the fluctuations already very weak. Receiving the information, Chiga immediately opened his eyes and once again activated his Deva Path ability. His figure instantly disappeared from above the sea surface. In another sea area, on a lifeboat, a group of marine soldiers wearing blue and white striped vests were gathered together, many of them familiar faces, including Bridge, Graves, and Binns. At this moment, their bodies were more or less stained with blood, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. However, none of them cared about their own injuries. They just sadly watched a blonde female marine crying while holding another female marine with sea blue hair. These two female marines were Ayn and her roommate, whose name was Alice. Ayn, held in Alice's arms, was in a very bad condition. Her eyes were half closed, and her long eyelashes trembled continuously due to the pain in her body. There was a terrifying wound across her entire abdomen, constantly gushing blood. No, Ayn, don't fall asleep. We'll be back at headquarters soon. Damn it, why is it suddenly raining? Alice kept shouting at Ayn, her face a mixture of rain and tears. One hand desperately tried to stop Ayn's bleeding, but the wound was simply too large. No matter how hard Alice tried, blood still seeped through her fingers. Some of the other students couldn't bear to watch anymore. Some even turned their heads and silently wept. It could be said that Ayn had played a huge role in them being able to hold on until now. It was supposed to be just a sea drill, led by former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and no one expected such a thing to happen. As they sailed into a certain sea area, they encountered Whitebeard Jr., Edward Weevil, and Miss Backen. Upon seeing a ship full of new recruits, Weevil immediately attacked under Miss Backen's instruction, but was blocked by Zephyr. However, Zephyr was old and not in good health. He also had to protect the students behind him. He was momentarily careless and was injured by Weevil. It was Ayn who used her Devil Fruit ability to temporarily stop Zephyr's injuries and even regressed Zephyr's age by 8 years. It was Ayn's intervention that caught Miss Backen's attention. She immediately ordered Weevil to take a direct punch from Zephyr just to eliminate this female marine with special abilities. Ayn was severely wounded and fell unconscious in this situation, struck in the waist by Weevil's blade. Due to her unconsciousness, Zephyr's regression also became ineffective, and his battle with Weevil turned disadvantageous again. But Ayn stubbornly woke up, forcefully activated her ability to regress Zephyr by another 8 years, and then continued to support her consciousness until the remaining Marines brought her here. Hearing Alice's cry, Ayn opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Alice immediately cried even harder. Ayn tremblingly reached out and touched a package placed beside her, then took it and handed it to Alice. Alice, wiping away her tears, took the package and asked, "What is this? When we left the warship just now, you didn't forget to have Bridge hook it over for you. Is it something important?" Seeing Alice take the package, Ayn also breathed a sigh of relief and weakly said, "This is the devil fruit I got in the assessment. When you go back, give it to Chica. It was meant for him anyway. Why don't you give it to me personally?" A voice sounded, and a figure descended onto the ship. It was Chica, who had arrived. With Chiga's arrival, the dark clouds that had covered the sky just moments ago instantly dispersed, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, falling on everyone's faces. Imagine if I died, lol. Chapter 63, Chiga's arrival. It's Uchiha Chiga. Boss Chiga. Everyone on the ship was stunned when they saw Chiga suddenly appear. The students who recognized him, along with Chiga's roommates, quickly swarmed around him. Seeing Chiga at this moment was like seeing a savior, but he simply waved his hand, gently pushing the crowd aside, and made his way to Ain's side. Holding Ain's already cold hand, Chiga said softly, "I'm sorry I'm late." Ain forced a smile, her gaze fixed on Chiga. "It's not your fault. I'm still too weak. I'll never be able to catch up to you." Shaking his head, Chiga carefully took Ain from Alice's arms, letting her lean against him. Ain moved her head slightly, her consciousness beginning to fade. She took a few trembling breaths and raised her hand to gently touch Chiga's face. Using her last strength, she spoke, afraid that if she didn't now, she'd never get the chance. "I think, this is it, Chiga. Actually, I've always looked up to you. Don't say anything more. I understand. Just look into my eyes." Makes me remember that scene in the anime, Code Geass, when Lelouch used his Geass on Shirley to prevent her from dying. Sad though, 'cause she died. Even on the verge of unconsciousness, Ain instinctively obeyed his words. She forced her eyes open, looking into his. The 4 tomo in Chiga's right Rinnegan began to spin rapidly. Ishikorodome activated, and for a moment, 4 tomo briefly appeared in Ain's own eyes. A cool sensation surged through her body. Everyone on the ship stared in awe. Before their eyes, the severe wound on Ain's abdomen began to heal at a visible speed. Her pale complexion returned to a healthy glow. It was nothing short of a miracle. Ain, still in Chiga's arms, suddenly sat up, staring down at her stomach in disbelief. Though stained with blood, her skin was completely healed. "Save what you want to say until we return to Marine headquarters. Then, you can tell me everything in person." "Got it." Ain stared blankly at Chiga and nodded. Before she could respond, a loud explosion rocked the ship, drawing everyone's attention. Chiga turned toward the sound. Ain said urgently, "It's Teacher Zephyr. He's still fighting that pirate. That man is terrifying. I don't know how much longer Teacher Zephyr can hold on." Chiga patted Ain's shoulder with a calm smile. "The battle might reach this ship. You all need to leave quickly." Before Ain could reply, the others around them spoke up in alarm. "Boss Chiga, that pirate's insanely strong. Even Teacher Zephyr's struggling. We should call for reinforcements together." "That's right, Chiga. You're Teacher Zephyr's favorite student. He wouldn't want you throwing yourself into danger like this." Ain, hearing everyone else speak, stayed silent, only giving Chiga a pleading look. She had seen Weevil fight with Zephyr. She had a clear idea of how strong that monster was. More than anyone, she didn't want Chiga to face that kind of power. But Chiga had no intention of backing down. Helping Zephyr through this was something he had resolved from the beginning. How could he walk away now just because the enemy was powerful? For the Uchiha clan, who held emotion and resolve above all, retreat was never an option. Chiga turned his back to them and raised one hand to silence the crowd. His marine coat billowed in the wind, the bold kanji for justice on his back standing out clearly. "I'm leaving." With those final words, Chiga shot into the sky toward the source of the explosion. Elsewhere, a powerful boom split the sea as 2 figures crashed down onto the deck of a ruined warship. Zephyr gasped for air, sweat rolling down his battered face as he stared at the monstrous opponent in front of him. His thoughts drifted to Ain and the others, who he had helped escape earlier. Across from him, Whitebeard Jr., Edward Weevil, grinned blankly. "Mom, this guy's strong. A little tough to deal with." On a small boat next to the warship, Miss Bakken, short, hunched, and dressed in a leopard print coat, scoffed and shouted, "My precious son. He's a former admiral, after all, but don't worry. He's no match for you. You're the son of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world." "That's right. I'm Whitebeard's son. I'll definitely kill this guy." Emboldened by her words, Weevil pounded his chest and launched himself forward with explosive power, vanishing from sight. Zephyr braced himself, using observation Haki at full power to predict Weevil's movements. But he was already wounded from earlier, and although he had been temporarily boosted by Ain's Devil Fruit ability, his strength was waning. Puffed. Zephyr failed to react in time. Weevil's blade tore into his back, sending him stumbling. Gritting his teeth, Zephyr used Sora to retreat to the corner of the deck, barely staying on his feet. Miss Bakken cackled below. "That's it. Finish him now while he's weak." Weevil let out a wild roar and charged again, blade swinging down toward Zephyr. With no strength left, Zephyr dodged narrowly, dragging his wounded body. But Weevil had learned. His first attack had been light, no wasted motion. There was no cooldown. He instantly followed up, swinging again, this time aiming to sever Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr's pupils contracted. He knew he couldn't dodge twice. So this is how it ends. A twinge of relief passed through him. He could finally be with his family again. But there was regret too. He would never get to see Chica rise to become Fleet Admiral. Just as Weevil's blade closed in, a laser beam pierced through the air, slamming into the weapon. The attack was deflected, hitting the railing and blasting apart the warship even further. Miss Backen's expression shifted. A laser. Kizaru. We need to retreat. She knew full well that her son, idiotically strong as he was, couldn't stand against both Zephyr and Kizaru at once. Send power stones. Chapter 64, Heavenly Manifestation. Soon after the laser appeared, a whoosh sounded, and Chiga appeared above the deck. Chiga. Why are you here? Zephyr felt no joy upon seeing Chiga appear, only dread. He had just fought tooth and nail to protect some of his trainees and was already covered in wounds. Could he still protect Chiga in his current state? In his opinion, although Chiga had once injured Rayleigh, that had to be an exaggerated account. It was only an injury, after all. The monster in front of him was certainly not as strong as Rayleigh, but its tireless and pain-insensitive physique made it, in some sense, even more troublesome. Miss Backen, seeing that it was a young Marine who had arrived, immediately relaxed and mocked Chiga in the sky with a sarcastic tone. Oh. So it's a Marine brat. Young but already high-ranking. A genius of the Marines, I see. Today, you'll stay here with Zephyr. With him as company, you'll become famous across the seas. Chiga coldly glanced at Miss Backen on the small boat, instantly disgusted by her appearance and attire. He raised his hand and activated Almighty Pull. Miss Backen was immediately yanked upward, screaming in terror. Damn it, he's a devil fruit user. Son, save me quickly. Mom. Weevil, ever the devoted son, ignored Zephyr and instantly appeared in midair, extending a large, fat hand to catch Backen. After confirming she was unharmed, his expression twisted with anger. He turned to Chiga and shouted. You dare hurt my mom. I'll twist off all your limbs. Ignoring the threat, Chiga examined them both, mentally noting how much this duo resembled Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball. Except this Weevil was even dumber, completely obedient to Backen. Weevil couldn't fly, and after shouting, he dropped. Chiga followed him down. Zephyr was still wounded on the deck. Landing, Chiga tossed aside martial ethics and hit Weevil with another almighty push, sending him flying. He then helped Zephyr up. Teacher Zephyr, are you all right? I'm fine, but my combat effectiveness is limited. I took a knife to the back earlier. Chiga glanced at the wound, a deep, bone-exposing cut. Thankfully, people in this world had absurdly durable bodies. If it had been someone from Naruto, let alone being conscious, survival itself would be questionable. He had already used his Ishokubaimai once to save a dying Ein. It was worth it. After some thought, Chiga opened the door space, motioning for Zephyr to rest inside. Zephyr refused. How could he let his best student face such a monster alone? Chiga shook his head, showing a confident smile. Trust me, Teacher Zephyr. If I can't handle someone like this, how can I live up to your expectations? You can see everything from inside. If things get bad, you can just step out. Zephyr stared at Chiga. The Marine trainee he once knew now stood as a real soldier. All right. But if things go wrong, you must retreat. With your abilities, running won't be a problem, right? Chiga nodded. Zephyr patted his shoulder and stepped into the door space. Damn Marine. How dare you ambush me? Weevil had returned, still holding the unconscious Miss Backen. He had been blown away several miles by almighty push but was mostly unharmed, a testament to his monstrous physique. Nearly 7 meters tall and built like a mountain of flesh, Weevil dwarfed Chiga, who barely reached his waist. Chiga didn't waste words. Activating both Sage Mode and Armament Haki, he charged forward and punched. Weevil managed to shield Backen with one arm and countered with the other. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the battleship beneath them. After a brief stalemate, they separated. Chiga landed on the water, shaking his tingling arm. No wonder Kizaru said this guy had the strength of young Whitebeard, he was a true monster. In terms of physical strength. It wasn't exaggeration, Chiga now understood. Weevil gently laid Backen on a piece of floating iron and bellowed. You've got strength, runt. But now, it's time to die. Runt. Chiga raised an eyebrow. At over 2 meters, he wasn't short. This guy was just absurdly built. Still, the insult annoyed him. The fourth tomo in his right Rinnegan began to vibrate. Suddenly, a golden light engulfed him. Weevil shielded his eyes from the light. When he looked again, his jaw dropped. Chiga now stood over 20 meters tall. His cape and pants had grown with him. The word justice on his cape was plated in gold. His upper garments had torn open, revealing glowing golden inscriptions and 4 newly grown arms, all covered in golden armament Haki. Chiga opened his eyes. His Rinnegan shimmered. This was his power after absorbing the Ashura fruit, heavenly manifestation. It was his first time using it. Like Sengoku's Buddha fruit, it allowed gigantification. His 20-meter size was intentional, perfect for fighting Weevil. Drool dripped from Weevil's mouth as he stupidly pointed. "Who are you? Where's that other guy?" No one answered. A massive fist descended from the sky. Boom. The sea exploded into a bottomless crater. Water poured in. Miss Bakken disintegrated in her unconscious state. Weevil vanished with the sea. Man, he's dumb AF. Chapter 65, Ashura Wrath. In his Ashura form, Chiga floated in the air, silently gazing at the bottomless black hole below. He wasn't naive enough to believe that a single punch would be enough to finish off Weevil, who was said to possess the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. Sure enough, after a short while, 2 shadows, one large and one small, shot out of the black hole. Seawater quickly rushed in, filling the void and returning it to its original state. Weevil's sword was nowhere to be seen, but he was gripping a massive Sea King with wide, lifeless eyes. As he surfaced, he flung the Sea King aside as a stepping stone and stood firmly atop it. He looked around anxiously. "Where's my mom?" Chiga raised a brow. Despite everything, the man was still a loyal son. He offered a dry reply, "Your mom might have been sucked into your stomach." "What?" "Tui. Weevil, lacking the intelligence to detect sarcasm, immediately began spitting furiously, as if trying to eject Miss Bakken from his gut. Chiga sighed. "No need to spit. Your mom's gone." Weevil froze, then abruptly glared at Chiga. He ground his teeth. You killed my mom. I'll kill you." Weevil's body began to swell as thick muscles pushed out from under his fat. Within moments, he transformed from a mountain of flesh into a hulking beast, his size now reaching Chiga's chest. His voice deepened. "Die." He bent his legs, then launched himself like a cannonball at Chiga, shattering the Sea King below him into a mess of blood and bone. Boom. Chiga didn't take him lightly. All 6 of his arms moved at once to block Weevil's furious blow. The impact was enough to strain Chiga's Ashura body. No wonder this man had pushed Zephyr to such a state. While Zephyr's strength no longer rivaled the current Admiral's, he had once held that title. Still, Weevil had no natural flying ability. In the sky, that would always be a disadvantage. No matter how powerful he was, without footing, this was Chiga's domain. But then, Weevil's legs began kicking rapidly in the air. Popping sounds followed. Moonwalk. Weevil grinned. Surprised. That guy Zephyr used this move, and wouldn't you know it, I picked it up. Using the technique, he closed and fast. Muscles flexed. He punched hard, blasting Chiga from the air into the sea with a thunderous crash. Chiga, submerged, used Shinra Tensei to create a spherical space around himself, repelling the seawater. Weevil followed him into the depths and immediately attacked the vacuum boundary. The water sphere vibrated violently. Chiga weaved hand signs swiftly. Water Dragon. 2 massive dragons formed from seawater and surged at Weevil, their paths crisscrossing. What the hell? Weevil managed to destroy one with a punch, but the second slammed into him, knocking him into a spiral. Seizing the moment, the sublimation armaments on Chiga's 6 arms glowed gold. Ashura's Wrath. All 6 fists hammered into Weevil at once. Shockwaves ripped through the water, evaporating everything in the vicinity. A massive vacuum formed in the sea, surrounded by a mist of steam and pressure. As Chiga stopped, smoke rose from his fists, and the golden glow of his weapons dimmed. Weevil floated limply, bleeding for the first time. The water around him turned red. But then, he stirred. Straightening up, seemingly recovering at a rapid rate, Weevil opened his eyes. Chiga's expression darkened. Insane regeneration. A cyborg. Weevil had visible stitches on his neck and wrists. His neck looked like it had once been severed. Shaking his head, Weevil muttered, "You're strong." "I was almost dead." Chiga didn't respond. He just rushed in again. The sea exploded as the 2 giants broke through the surface. Both were injured and panting. Their high-intensity battle had worn them down. Chiga landed first, steadying his breath. His Rinnegan glowed purple. Bringing his 6 hands together in pairs, he formed a shape resembling 3 interlocking diamonds. Weevil tilted his head at the strange stance, unsure of what was coming. He readied himself. Chiga's hands parted slowly. Between each pair floated a small black orb. Then, the 4 arms behind his back reached forward and fused the 3 orbs into one larger, impossibly dark sphere. He held it in his palm, then released it. The black sphere floated upward. Weevil frowned as an eerie pressure washed over him. His instinct screamed danger. Without hesitation, he covered his right hand in armament Haki and leapt using moonwalk to strike it down. Just then, Chiga clasped his hands. Chibaku Tensei. Buzz. An intense gravitational force surged from the black sphere. Weevil's body froze midair. He was yanked toward the orb, unable to resist. Warship debris from the sea flew upward, slamming into him and forming an enormous ball of metal around him. The ocean itself began to rise. Seawater twisted into the sky, forming a massive water sphere, easily over 1,000 meters wide. The sky darkened beneath it. Sea kings trapped inside were crushed, their bodies floating limp inside the pressurized orb. Beneath Chiga, the sea had been completely displaced, exposing bare seafloor like a gaping crater. He narrowed his eyes. Something inside the water sphere trembled. Still alive. Golden light enveloped him. His body expanded to 50 meters tall. The 4 arms behind him twisted and transformed into glowing cannons. Mechanical clicking filled the air. Chiga took aim. 4 spheres of energy formed, sky blue and pulsing with power. Azura attack. The 4 cannons fired as one. The beams converged midair into a single titanic blast that tore through the center of the water sphere. Boom. The sky ruptured. The massive water orb collapsed, seawater crashing down like a divine waterfall from the heavens. From within the collapsing chaos, a limp, bloodied figure dropped like a stone. Weevil. Not a single part of his body was intact. Blood covered him from head to toe. He fell, lifeless. Was the fight boring? Someone said the fight scenes were boring. I need your thoughts on that. Chapter 66, Controlling Corpses. On the return journey to Marine headquarters, the lifeboat carrying Ain and the others encountered Admiral Akiji, who had arrived to provide backup. As soon as they boarded, Ain rushed over to Akiji and reported everything. Uchiha Chiga had gone to assist Zephyr and ended up battling Edward Weevil. Upon hearing the news, Akiji's usually relaxed demeanor shifted. His expression turned serious. He knew about Weevil, a brutal, ruthless man with a bounty of 400 million berries. His strength might even rival top-tier pirates. After nodding, Akiji asked for the general location, then gave orders for the warship to move at full speed. Once his subordinates were gone, Akiji paused, clearly dissatisfied with the ship's pace. Walking out onto the deck, he leapt into the air and released an intense burst of cold. The sea froze beneath him, forming a wide path of ice. Transforming into an icy form, Akiji slid across the surface, vanishing from view. Despite his cold exterior, Akiji was deeply loyal to both his mentor Zephyr and the promising marine rookie, Chiga. Some said he had the warmest heart despite eating the coldest fruit, and they weren't wrong. Emerging from the door space, Zephyr stared at Weevil's lifeless body floating in the sea. He had witnessed Chiga's entire battle from the other side of the portal, and he was still trying to process it. He always knew Chiga was strong. But this? After what he'd just seen, Chiga was easily Admiral candidate material. Chiga deactivated his Azura form, his body shrinking back to its normal state. His shirt had been torn to shreds by the additional arms from earlier, leaving him bare-chested for the moment. Letting out a long breath, Chiga muttered to himself. This was without a doubt the toughest battle he'd faced so far. Previous opponents were either too weak and taken down instantly, or the fights ended before reaching their peak. But this was a true, high-stakes life-and-death struggle. With a flash, Chiga stepped onto the water beside Weevil's corpse. Black flames gathered in his right palm, and he slammed it against Weevil's chest. Zephyr raised an eyebrow. Was Chiga desecrating the body? But what happened next nearly made Zephyr attack on instinct. Weevil's eyes snapped open, and his neck twisted unnaturally as he turned to look at Chiga. Chiga, look out! Zephyr shouted, ignoring his own wounds as he surged forward, armament Haki already coating his fists. Bang! Chiga crossed his arms and blocked Zephyr's punch. Pain shot up Chiga's forearms, and he let out a dry chuckle. He was still recovering from the earlier fight, this hit definitely wasn't needed. Sensei, calm down. He's dead, Chiga explained. Then why the hell did he move? Chiga sighed, rubbing his bruised arms. One of my abilities. I can control corpses. Control corpses. Zephyr blinked. He'd never heard of a marine possessing an ability like that. The only one he knew who could do something similar was Gecko Moria, a former warlord. Did you kill Moria and take his powers? Nope, Chiga said, shaking his head. It came from the fruit I got during the last assessment. It's part of my devil fruit ability. Zephyr didn't fully get it, but he nodded. Even if the power sounded a bit dark, coming from Chiga, it somehow felt reasonable. If anyone dared to say otherwise, Zephyr would be the first to punch them in the face. Meanwhile, Weevil's body began to move more fluidly, its joints no longer stiff. Chiga nodded, satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door space again and tossed Weevil's enormous body inside. Zephyr raised an eyebrow. What do you plan to do with him? Store him for now. Corpses I control only operate at 50% of their original strength. I'll need to modify him once we get back. So Weevil's going to be your weapon. Pretty much. Once I've got the authority, I'll assign him to a special unit under Marine Command. Zephyr glanced at Chiga. The young man then added, Sensei, don't you think the Warlord system is outdated? Zephyr stiffened. He had long believed that system was flawed. But even as a former admiral, he had never been able to challenge it directly. But now, Chiga was offering something better. A powerful force, loyal not to self-interest, but to justice. A force Chiga would lead. And for the first time in years, Zephyr felt something stir in his chest, hope. If anyone could pull it off, it was Chiga. Ha. I guess I'm getting old, Zephyr muttered, but his smile was genuine. If it's you, then maybe this rotten system really can be replaced. Then I'll count on your support, Sensei. At that moment, a lazy voice echoed across the ice-covered ocean. Wow, seems like I missed all the fun. A line of ice reached the duo, followed by a human-shaped ice sculpture forming at its tip. It slowly morphed into a Kiji. He looked around the battlefield in confusion. No explosions, no corpses flying, just Zephyr and Chiga chatting. Zephyr smirked. Kazan, slacking off again. Battle's long over. Come on, Sensei, Akiji said, a bit sheepishly. I rushed here with my ability. Didn't even take the ship. Zephyr chuckled and patted Akiji's shoulder. He could tell the Admiral had given it his all. He was just in a good mood and wanted to tease someone. If it had been Kizaru, he wouldn't have been so kind. Then again, Kizaru probably would have just shown up riding cannonballs. Chapter 67, Promotion. After a few words, Akiji suggested returning to the warship. Since the battle was over, his lazy streak returned, and he didn't want to stay a moment longer. All he wanted now was to lie on the deck and sunbathe. Knowing Akiji's personality, Chiga and Zephyr were a bit helpless. Zephyr even sighed. As his teacher, he clearly remembered that Akiji wasn't always like this. When Akiji first joined the Marines, he was a staunch believer in burning justice, full of passion. But after the O'Hara incident, he grew disillusioned with the Marines' concept of justice and gradually shifted to what he now called lazy justice. Zephyr had tried to guide him, but in hindsight, his own justice of not killing wasn't without flaws either. After much thought, he could only place his hopes on Chiga now. Seeing Akiji eager to return, Chiga didn't object. Since Zephyr still had injuries on his back, Chiga used the Deva Path's ability to lift him slightly and slowed down their pace as they made their way back. Akiji glanced over and gave a subtle nod. He admired Chiga's actions, though he didn't show it outright. As soon as they returned to Akiji's warship, a soft body threw itself into Chiga's arms. It was Ain. God knew how worried she had been. Seeing Chiga return safely, she couldn't hold back the emotions that surged in her heart. Gently patting Ain's back, Chiga said nothing. He knew it was best to let her calm down on her own. After hugging him for a while, Ain slowly stepped back and handed him a package. It was the unknown devil fruit she had received during the assessment. Chiga accepted it silently, opened the door space, and stored it inside. Seeing him take the fruit, a soft smile appeared on Ain's lips, like a girl next door, pure and serene. She looked at Chiga closely. Faint scars were still visible on his upper body. After all, Weevil's Haki was not to be underestimated. When trained to a high level, Haki-infused attacks could cause severe internal injuries. Even if they didn't look too serious outwardly, the body often suffered much worse internally. Chiga's recovery speed was already remarkable. During the Marineford War, even Marco, despite his phoenix fruit, needed multiple episodes to recover after being punched by Garp. Ain reached out slightly, wanting to touch the scars, but hesitated. Instead, she asked softly. Don't you have a healing ability? Why don't you use it? Chiga smiled, leaned closer to her ear, and whispered. Idiot. That ability can't be used endlessly. But if it's for you, I don't mind. Ain froze. She had forgotten an ability that powerful must have limits. Yet Chiga had used it for her. Was she really worth that much? Tears welled in her eyes, but she didn't want him to see her cry, so she turned around and quickly wiped them away. Girls could be easily moved. What Chiga saw as nothing hit Ein like a tidal wave. Rubbing his temples, Chiga gently placed his hands on Ein's shoulders and turned her around. He wiped her tears carefully with his fingers. All right, relax. We'll probably attend the graduation ceremony once we return. With your performance, you'll at least be a colonel. What do you say, Colonel Ein? Hearing Colonel Ein from his mouth, she couldn't help but laugh. She raised a tiny fist and lightly punched Chiga's chest. Chiga instantly put on an exaggerated expression of pain, pretending she had hit him hard. Despite his mediocre acting, it managed to fool her. Ein quickly leaned closer, examining where she hit him. She even blew on it gently, looking adorably serious. Chiga couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her smooth forehead. Ein, startled by the sudden kiss, jumped back like a bunny and stared at Chiga with wide eyes. Chiga's face flushed slightly but remained composed, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this calm and cheeky side of him, Ein puffed out her cheeks in frustration, looking even cuter. Chiga felt he might lose control if this kept up. With a sharp flick of his justice coat, he turned around and walked away, leaving only one line behind. Come find me after graduation. You, I want you. Ein wanted to retort, you want me just like that, but the words got stuck in her throat. What she ended up saying was, then you better keep your word. Back at headquarters, Zephyr was quickly surrounded by the medical team. The stretcher had been waiting for a while. Zephyr felt a bit embarrassed. He was once a Marine Admiral, and now he was being hauled off on a stretcher. How humiliating. But the people helping him were small nurses, and he couldn't exactly resist, so he reluctantly climbed onto it. Then several strong Marines rushed forward, hoisted him up, and dashed off, vanishing from sight in seconds. With Zephyr taken care of, the remaining stretcher team turned to stare at Chiga. Chiga pouted, then took off into the sky and disappeared in an instant. He headed straight to Sengoku's office. As soon as he entered, Sengoku asked anxiously, how is it? Are Zephyr and the cadets all right? Teacher Zephyr is injured, and about a third of the cadets were casualties. The attacker was Edward Weevil, Whitebeard Jr. Bang. Sengoku slammed his fist down on the desk. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared. Damn pirates. Chiga said nothing. His intervention had saved many lives, but it wasn't enough. This incident reminded him that his presence was changing the course of events. Sengoku took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself. He pushed a document across the desk toward Chiga. Chiga didn't take it and asked with a puzzled look. What's this? Your promotion to Vice Admiral. No one can overlook what you did this time. You saved the future of the Marines. The training camp's graduation ceremony is tomorrow. Your rank will be conferred then. Go prepare. Good heavens. Chiga had only been promoted to Rear Admiral yesterday, and now, Vice Admiral. In an era before Marineford and global conscription, this promotion speed was unheard of. I'm going to need to reduce the bonus chapters I drop after every 100 power stones. Seriously, 10 is a lot to drop at once. It'd be 5 henceforth. If we get another 100 power stones, I'd drop 5 bonus chapters. Chapter 68, 6 Path of Samsara. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Today, the Central Plaza was exceptionally lively. All the Marine Headquarters flag officers were present, with a dense crowd surrounding the area. A visual den mushi was aimed at the high platform in the center. This year's training camp graduation ceremony was arguably the grandest in history because of Chiga, a combatant who completely surpassed ordinary trainees. Moreover, the remaining trainees this year were fewer than in previous years due to the Whitebeard Jr. incident. To thoroughly introduce Chiga to the world and to inspire and comfort the remaining trainees, the Marines decided to broadcast this year's graduation ceremony live across the world. Sengoku, clad in his coat of justice, appeared at the top of the platform. He scanned the crowd below, cleared his throat into the microphone, and said, "Quiet." The crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone present was a soldier, obedience to orders was second nature. Once the scene was under control, Sengoku spoke a few brief words and then stepped down, handing the task of conferring ranks to Zephyr. After all, they were all his students, and this batch had truly experienced life and death under his training, so it was most fitting for him to officiate. One after another, the trainees led by Ein stepped onto the stage to receive their promotions. Bridge, Graves, and Binns received the rank of Lieutenant Commander. Ein, due to her outstanding performance in the battle against Weevil, was promoted to Commander upon Zephyr's recommendation. Most of the other trainees were promoted to Lieutenant or Lieutenant Commander. But when the last trainee stepped down, murmurs of confusion spread through the crowd. Where was Uchiha Chiga? Everyone knew that today's true protagonist was Uchiha Chiga. Consider his achievements, injuring Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, and killing Weevil. With just those feats, conferring the rank of Rear Admiral wouldn't have been excessive. Since Chiga had only been promoted to Commodore less than a day ago, many people still didn't realize he already held that rank. But even if they had, no one treated Chiga as just another trainee. At that moment, the men of the hour, Chiga, was backstage being fussed over by Guion. Chiga looked on helplessly as Guion repeatedly adjusted his clothes. All right, enough already. You're going to wear out my uniform. Guion shot him a glare and gave his chest a firm pat. Do you know how many people are watching you today? Your image represents the entire Marine organization. You can't afford to look sloppy. Okay, I get it. I should head out now. If I don't, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's going to stress himself into an early grave. With that, Chiga vanished in a flash. Guion sighed, she still wanted to fix his collar. Swish. Chiga suddenly reappeared beside Zephyr, startling everyone. Zephyr recovered quickly and spoke in a low voice. Where have you been? Don't you realize how important this ceremony is? Sorry, Teacher Zephyr. I'll be more careful next time. Seeing Chiga's sincere expression, Zephyr said nothing more. He took a specially made marine coat of justice from a nearby soldier and draped it over Chiga's shoulders. This coat was different from the standard issue. Most vice admirals had coats with red bands on the cuffs and standard epaulets. Only higher-ranking officers, like admirals, wore custom variations. Chiga's coat had deep purple cuffs, matching the hue of his Rinnegan eyes. The epaulets were rectangular with gold tassels bordered in purple. When the coat was seen through the visual den mushi, the entire audience was astonished. Those familiar with marine uniforms immediately recognized it as something far above the norm. They had their guesses, but it still felt too unbelievable. Then Zephyr confirmed it. Given trainee Uchiha Chiga's strength and accomplishments, Marine Headquarters has decided to confer upon him the rank of Vice Admiral. Gasps and exclamations swept the plaza. Even the admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, looked surprised. None of them had expected this. Sengoku stepped forward again. Silence. Uchiha Chiga's promotion has been approved by the world government. Everything is in full accordance with protocol. With those words, the audience quieted and applauded. Regardless of personal feelings, a Marine with Chiga's strength was an undeniable asset. Even the higher-ups had no objections. After all, Chiga had saved Zephyr's life, someone many of them respected deeply. Most of the vice admirals and admirals had been Zephyr's students. None of them wanted to see harm come to their mentor. So even if they didn't know Chiga well, they bore him no ill will. Sengoku quietly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Chiga's rise through the ranks had been meteoric. He had expected backlash, but things had gone surprisingly smoothly. And so, with the full view of the world watching, Uchiha Chiga, clad in his specially made coat of justice, turned to face the crowd as a vice admiral of Marine Headquarters. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the men on the screen. For the first time, he began to take the young Marine seriously. Across the seas, the other Yonko reacted differently. Big Mom, what strange eyes. This Marine brat must be from some rare bloodline. Mama. I wouldn't mind having a child with him. Shanks, so this is the one who clashed with Rayleigh. His growth is something else. Kaido smashed the den mushi in front of him with his club and muttered, boring. Meanwhile, in Kokoyashi village. Nojiko and Nami, Chiga and II is so cool. In the Holy Land Marie Joys, Saint Nerona was watching Chiga on the screen, her legs fidgeting. Charlos looked at her, confused. Sister, what's wrong? Nerona smiled coyly. Oh, nothing, brother. That Marine, Uchiha Chiga, is kind of something, don't you think? Huh? He's just a Marine, Charlos replied disdainfully. Nerona frowned and abruptly walked off, leaving Charlos dumbfounded. With the ceremony concluded, Chiga flew to inspect the battleship assigned to him. It was larger than Tsuru's vessel, and like hers, it bore a distinct emblem. Tsuru's had her personal character, Chiga's bore the crest of the Uchiha clan, a red and white fan resembling a ping-pong paddle. The ship's name. 6 Paths of Samsara. Naming it Uchiha would have been a bit on the nose. Chiga examined the ship for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. No more flying around the seas by himself. Over 1,000 soldiers were already lined up along the dock. Ein stood at the front of the formation. As Chiga approached, all the soldiers raised their voices in unison. Vice Admiral Chiga. Henceforth, I'd be dropping a chapter a day. I started posting this fanfic 5 days ago. And we're on our 68th chapter. We moving too fast. But you can join my Patreon for 20 advanced chapters. The chapters on the Patreon would increase over time. Chapter 69, OPOP Fruit, 1/. 1 year later, on the deck of the Six Paths of Samsara. Samsara is the name of his ship, I might call it Six Paths of Reincarnation. It still means the same thing. Chiga sat on a lounge chair, basking in the sun with a pair of black sunglasses. Ever since he got his own warship, Chiga had grown to love this relaxing routine. No wonder Akiji always enjoyed lying around like this, it really was comfortable. Ain wore a small justice coat over a dark blue short-sleeved shirt, denim shorts paired with black knee-high socks, and black high heels. She stood solemnly beside Chiga, looking every bit like a capable personal guard. Her dynamic with Chiga resembled that of Smoker and Tashigi from the anime, except Ain lacked Tashigi's clumsy tendencies. Her demeanor was sharper, more competent. Chiga opened his eyes and looked at Ain beside him. Seeing her serious expression, he smiled slightly and patted the empty seat next to him. You've worked hard. Come and rest for a bit. Ain shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but with so many soldiers present on the deck, she would be far too embarrassed. Chiga didn't press further and closed his eyes again, preparing to enjoy his sunbath. Suddenly, the click-clack of heels approached. Khalifa walked up to him holding a den mushi. Glancing briefly at Ain, Khalifa maintained her usual calm as she leaned down and whispered to Chiga, "Boss, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is looking for you." Chiga raised an eyebrow. Since receiving his warship, he had taken on various missions, mostly patrolling or eliminating pirate crews. But this was the first time Sengoku had contacted him personally. It must be serious. Chiga nodded, took the den mushi from Khalifa, and as soon as it connected, Sengoku's urgent voice came through. "Is that Chiga? Return to headquarters immediately. A major incident has occurred, we need you on it. This is Uchiha Chiga." "What's happened, Fleet Admiral?" "The OPOP fruit has appeared. This fruit is critical. I'll explain everything when you get back." "Understood." Hanging up, Chiga stood up at once. Khalifa quickly took his justice coat from where it hung nearby and draped it over his shoulders. Ain pouted slightly at the sight. Chiga gave Khalifa a faint smile, but his face quickly turned serious. With a single gesture, he ordered the warship to return at once. Marine Headquarters, High-Level Conference Room. The three admirals were absent from today's meeting, each tied up with their own matters. Akainu's absence made sense, Akiji was likely off terrifying some poor kids again, and Kizaru was probably slacking somewhere as usual. Gion wasn't present either. Vice Admiral Tsuru had assigned her a warship and sent her to sea with a squad of female marines for training. Gion's wish to serve under Chiga had to be postponed, and he had to appease her for quite a while. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his expression stern. Once most of the senior officers had gathered, he spoke. "I believe you're all aware of the importance of today's meeting. The OPOP fruit has resurfaced. The world government has issued a direct order, we must secure this devil fruit. It's currently in the possession of the Barrel's pirates." Tsuru nodded from her seat and asked, "So, what's the plan? Are we sending troops to take them down?" "That may be risky. Perhaps we should consider a more diplomatic approach." Sengoku agreed with her. In fact, he had been thinking along the same lines. Yes, their captain, Barrels, was formerly a marine. He's contacted us through an underground channel. He intends to sell the fruit. That's the most stable approach. What's the asking price? 5 billion berries. What? Several officers couldn't hide their shock. 5 billion berries. Most couldn't dream of earning that much even after a lifetime of service. If Kizaru were here, he'd probably leap up and declare he'd rather retire, open a kindergarten, and dance PPAP with toddlers instead. Well, wrong timeline. Even Garp, usually half asleep in meetings, whitened his eyes. 5 billion berries. How much senbei could that buy? Only Tsuru and Chiga remained calm. Chiga knew the fruit's worth. A doctor who consumed it could become world famous overnight, and the fruit's combat applications were exceptional. Most of all, the legendary immortality surgery made its value immeasurable. In truth, 5 billion berries was cheap. The world government is still stingy, Chiga mused, shaking his head slightly. Tsuru considered the price and said, "It's within expectations. I think it's acceptable." Garp immediately turned to her with wide eyes, as if she'd just thrown away 5 billion berries worth of senbei. Since Tsuru had voiced her approval, Sengoku finalized the deal. The next step was to choose someone to ensure the transaction went smoothly. His gaze swept the room and settled on Chiga. In Sengoku's view, Uchiha Chiga was the only one who embodied both power and trustworthiness. Those two qualities rarely appeared in the same person. Like how wealth and handsomeness seldom coexist, except, of course, among certain OP characters or web novel protagonists. Chiga noticed Sengoku's gaze and stood up voluntarily, raising his hand to accept the task. Sengoku gave him a fatherly smile. Look at this guy, this is the one I've pinned my hopes on. And then there's the clown next to me, he glanced at Garp with exasperation. Chiga sat back down, his thoughts already focused on the upcoming operation. His goals were clear: obtain the OPOP fruit, prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, and most of all, save Corazon. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Wondering if bro should use his Rinnegan on the OPOP fruit. Chapter 70, OPOP fruit, 2/. The meeting finally decided that Chiga would lead the team, accompanied by Tsuru, Onigimo, Doberman, and Dalmatian. As she walked out of the meeting room, Tsuru called out to Chiga. Chiga felt a bit numb, thinking Gion had told Tsuru about his secretary and royal guards. However, he maintained his composure and asked, "Is there something, Vice Admiral Tsuru?" Tsuru looked around, confirming that everyone had left, then walked up to Chiga and whispered, "I heard from Gion that you're very interested in devil fruits. Do you have any thoughts on this OPOP fruit?" Hearing Tsuru's words, Chiga was a bit confused. What did she mean? Was Tsuru testing him? Or did she have something else in mind? Seeing Chiga remain silent, Tsuru guessed what he was thinking. She pulled out a small projection den mushi from her coat and said to Chiga, "I know what you're thinking. Everything I say next will be recorded by this den mushi, so don't worry." As expected of Tsuru, known as the Great Staff Officer of the Marines, she instantly saw through Chiga's thoughts and even prepared a backup plan. Chiga could only nod, wanting to hear what Tsuru had to say. "Chiga, do you know why the world nobles are so eager to obtain this OPOP fruit?" Chiga shook his head. Of course, he knew, but it was best not to speak at such a time. Firstly, he had no reason to know such a secret, and secondly, the den mushi was still recording. Seeing Chiga's reaction, Tsuru secretly approved of him in her heart. She didn't dislike his cautious behavior, on the contrary, such prudence was necessary. Tsuru said in an extremely serious tone, "It is rumored that after the OPOP fruit is developed to a very deep level, it can grant others the immortality operation, at the cost of the user's life." Chiga had known this for a long time, but in the current situation, he still put on a surprised expression. Having anticipated his reaction, Tsuru continued, "I suspect the rumor is very likely true, because even I don't know how long the current 5 elders have lived. If these people continue to exist like this, including the world nobles, it can only become an increasingly heavy burden on the world." This time, Chiga finally couldn't hold back. Good heavens, what did I just hear? Are these words really coming from Tsuru? After saying this, Tsuru turned off the visual den mushi and handed it to Chiga. He silently accepted it, then looked at Tsuru, wanting to know her true intentions. Seeing Chiga take the den mushi, Tsuru's expression relaxed, and she said, "All right, I just wanted to say that this fruit is extraordinary, so you must protect it well." When she said, "protect," Tsuru deliberately emphasized the word, the implication was clear. With that, she walked past Chiga and left. Chiga stood rooted to the spot, organizing the information he had just received in his mind. To be honest, this matter greatly exceeded his expectations. He finally came to a conclusion: there were quite a few Marines who harbored rebellious thoughts against the world nobles. Garp was openly rebellious, and now, those operating in the shadows were beginning to show themselves. On the other side, Sengoku returned to his office, where the den mushi on his desk suddenly rang. He answered the call, and a voice came through, "Great Senpai, I'm Kiko." Hearing this voice, Sengoku's expression softened. This was the secret code between him and his adopted son, Corazon. Corazon then informed Sengoku that Doflamingo already knew about the OPOP fruit and was planning to seize it. He also told him about the transaction location. However, as the call was about to end, Sengoku reminded him, "Vice Admiral Chiga will be in charge of meeting with the Barrels pirates this time. You can completely trust him, do not act on your own." Vice Admiral Chiga. Hearing that name, Corazon immediately recalled the global broadcast from a year ago. Chiga's Rinnegan had left a deep impression on him. Moreover, Chiga had the terrifying achievements of injuring Rayleigh and killing Weevil. However, this did not make Corazon feel at ease, because he needed the fruit to cure Law's Amber Lead syndrome. It seemed he would have to act early, at least long before the transaction between the two parties, to obtain that OPOP fruit. At this moment, Chiga did not know that history had changed again because of his presence. He was mobilizing troops and preparing to head to the transaction location early. Upon arriving at the warship dock, Chiga scanned the warships anchored there. A total of 5 warships were participating in this mission, with Chiga's warship docked at the very center. To be honest, this configuration was almost comparable to a buster call. Since Tsuru's warship was temporarily lent to Gion, she was assigned another vessel. Onigimo, Doberman, and Dalmatian were already waiting there. Upon seeing Chiga, they all stepped forward to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, they each boarded their respective warships. Chiga narrowed his eyes, observing the backs of these three vice admirals, analyzing them based on the information he had gathered from the anime. Oniguma was a good man who cared deeply about the lives of his subordinates. In the anime, when he went to summon Boa Hancock, his men were all turned to stone, and he alone protected them for days, eventually pleading with Hancock to reverse it. In Film Z, he even shed tears upon witnessing Zephyr's death, a clear sign of his passionate and righteous nature. Doberman, on the other hand, always wore a friendly smile, giving off an approachable vibe. In the manga, he was described as committed to justice but somewhat lecherous. Later, during the siege of Boa Hancock, he was petrified, which could be considered a stain on his record. In short, Oniguma and Doberman were relatively easy to work with and would not obstruct Chiga's actions too much. The real concern was Dalmatian. This man had a ruthless personality and would even harm his own subordinates in battle, making him a staunch supporter of Akainu. Such a person couldn't be understood with normal logic. If he sensed something suspicious, it would become a serious problem. Fortunately, among the 4 participants in this operation, only Dalmatian required close attention. If he truly became an obstacle, Chiga would have to resort to less conventional methods. Of course, he wouldn't kill him, Dalmatian was still a Marine. But making him mysteriously injured or pass out in the chaos of battle. That seemed plausible enough. After all, in the heat of combat, fists don't have eyes. As for who struck him or why, well, that would remain a mystery. Send Power Stones and drop reviews. Chapter 71, OPOP Fruit, 3/3. We reached 200 Power Stones as promised. I'd drop 5 bonus chapters. North Blue, on the 6 Paths of Samsara. Chiga stood at the bow, arms crossed, frowning as if deep in thought. Khalifa, seeing his expression, softly asked. What's wrong, boss? Are you worried about this? It still doesn't feel secure enough. Never mind, I'll go ahead. You and I go inform Vice Admiral Tsuru and the others. With the previous incident involving Zephyr as a lesson, Chiga felt he couldn't rely too heavily on information from the anime. His arrival had already altered the course of events far more than he expected. With that, Chiga soared into the sky, flying toward Swallow Island. On a nearby warship, Tsuru narrowed her eyes, watching Chiga gradually disappear into the horizon. She quietly murmured. I hope you succeed, Uchiha Chiga. On Swallow Island. Corazon excitedly handed a heart-shaped fruit to Law. Things had gone smoothly so far, at least he hadn't been injured while stealing the fruit. Law. This is the OPOP fruit. The Marines are almost here, quickly eat it. Eating it will cure your amber-lead syndrome. Trafalgar D. Water Law, who would one day have a bounty of 3 billion berries and become a powerful rookie who fought Kaido and then Blackbeard, was now just a small boy around 12 or 13, his face covered in pale patches. Seeing Corazon more excited than himself, Law couldn't help but feel moved. However, with his usual cold demeanor, he simply reached out to take the OPOP fruit, what to him was a fruit of life. Just as Law's hand was about to touch the fruit, a blur shot through the space between them. The unseen force struck a rock behind them, splitting it cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as glass. Startled, Corazon and Law froze. Corazon quickly turned in horror, and Law followed his gaze stiffly. A tall man draped in a pink feathered coat approached with hands in his pockets, Corazon's brother, Doflamingo. At this moment, his stride was still human, not yet bearing that arrogant flair he would later be known for. He was accompanied by 9 members of the Don Quixote family, including a young baby 5 and others. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead. Normally he would be laughing with madness, but now his face was grim. He hadn't been this angry in years. Corazon had just mentioned the Marines were almost here. But how did he know they had set out early? Doflamingo himself only knew because of his spy, Virgo. That meant Corazon had been exposed. Indeed, one thing Chiga had overlooked was Virgo's presence in the Marines. It had been too long since he watched the anime, and oversights were inevitable. Although Virgo hadn't yet reached Swallow Island, he had already passed the information to Doflamingo. Doflamingo might have overlooked Corazon giving the fruit to Law. If Law had eaten it, Doflamingo could have simply brainwashed him into becoming a puppet. But if Corazon was truly a Marine, that was outright betrayal. Clenching his fists in his pockets, Doflamingo stepped forward. Law, quickly eat this fruit. Corazon shouted and was about to force the fruit into Law's mouth, but in the next second, Doflamingo appeared in a blur and stomped him into the ground, seizing the OPOP fruit. Mr. Corazon. Law screamed and charged at Doflamingo, punching his legs in desperation. Don't touch the young master, brat. A sticky substance appeared beneath Law's feet and wrapped up to his mouth, immobilizing him. Treble had used his sticky fruit to restrain him. Ignoring Law, Doflamingo stared coldly at his brother beneath his foot. You really are a Marine spy, huh? My foolish brother. Do you know what happens to traitors? Despite the situation, Corazon showed no fear. You've lost everything that made you human. Nothing good will come from following you. Doflamingo's expression darkened even further. Unlike in the anime, where he had his men torture Corazon, here he pulled out a pistol and aimed it directly at his head. MMPH. MMPH. Law struggled, desperately trying to scream, but he was completely restrained. Corazon glanced at Law, regret in his eyes. He hadn't been able to make him eat the fruit. He could only hope Doflamingo might force it on him later. But nothing happened. Law's eyes were wide, staring above Corazon. The older man looked up. Behind Doflamingo stood a marine in a justice coat. Chiga had arrived. Looking calmly at the flamboyant man, Chiga said softly, "You'd better not move." Doflamingo sensed someone behind him. Without turning around, he muttered, "A marine." Chiga said nothing. Doflamingo scoffed and pulled the trigger. Buzz. A violent repulsive force exploded from behind him. Doflamingo was launched away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The OPOP fruit dropped safely into Chiga's hand. Examining it, Chiga muttered, "I told you not to move. It's annoying having to control my power." The Don Quixote family members were frozen, stunned. Treble finally reacted and shouted in panic, You're that Marine Vice Admiral Chiga." Chiga turned and gave the snot-covered man a cold look. In a blink, he was above Treble and smashed a powerful punch down. Treble didn't even scream. His body was crushed into a compact, trash can-like shape. So noisy. Chiga landed, looked at the mess with disgust, and kicked the treble can far away. It vanished alongside Doflamingo. In less than a minute, 2 powerful Don Quixote officers were gone. The remaining members panicked and rushed at Chiga. Even Baby 5 turned her arm into a weapon and fired. Chiga didn't move. A terrifying aura burst from him, and everyone froze, then collapsed unconscious. With his ocular abilities, he could have used a Shinra Tensei and killed them all. But some had valuable devil fruits. Even if he didn't need them, his door space had plenty of storage. Corazon and Law were both speechless, especially Corazon. It was his first time seeing this mysterious new Vice Admiral in person. Before, he'd only seen him in the papers. Now he watched as Chiga made Doflamingo vanish and crush Treble in a single hit. This strength was beyond his understanding. After finishing off the enemies, Chiga approached Corazon, knelt, and checked his condition. Satisfied that he was still intact, Chiga smiled and extended a hand. "Nice to meet you, Lieutenant Commander Corazon. Well. Send Power Stones." Chapter 72, Yonko. Actually, you can call me Rosinante. Huh. Chiga paused, then remembered that Corazon was the codename used within the Don Quixote family. His real name was indeed Rosinante. I truly was negligent, haha. No, it's just that, if I'm to resume my Navy identity, I'd like to be called by that name. Please don't take it to heart. Corazon, still sprawled on the ground, waved his hands nervously. Chiga was his in-law's savior, his earlier behavior had been far too rude. In truth, Corazon could be a bit of a simpleton at times. We'll refer to him as Corazon going forward for familiarity. With that, Corazon took Chiga's hand and stood up. Looking at the OPOP fruit in Chiga's hand, Corazon's eyes shimmered with longing. That fruit was the key to saving Law. Noticing Corazon's gaze, Chiga gave a faint smile, placed the OPOP fruit into his door space, and said, "Stop staring. This fruit is a top priority request from headquarters. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." Corazon's shoulders slumped in disappointment. It seemed he'd have to find another way. But, did Law have the time to wait? Chiga stepped forward and patted Corazon on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I have a way to cure Law's illness. You don't need to dwell on the OPOP fruit." "What?" Corazon looked at Chiga in disbelief. Could Vice Admiral Chiga really handle something this serious? But then Sengoku's voice echoed in his mind. "You can trust Chiga completely." Yes. At this point, he could only follow Fleet Admiral Sengoku's words and entrust everything to Vice Admiral Chiga. The men really did inspire confidence. As Corazon slowly calmed down, Chiga gave a small smile and prepared to leave with Corazon and Law. Just then, an enraged voice rang out from the distance. "You damn Marine. What have you done?" Corazon and Law both froze. That voice was all too familiar, it was Doflamingo. Moments later, Doflamingo appeared, but the fear that had gripped Corazon and Law earlier now began to ease. Doflamingo didn't look good at all. His trademark pink feather coat was torn, a circular hole exposing his bruised back. One lens of his sunglasses was shattered, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He landed, panting, glaring at Chiga with a mix of fear and rage. He had been blasted thousands of meters away earlier by Chiga's almighty push. His internal organs had nearly ruptured. If he hadn't used his devil fruit ability to stitch himself up internally, he'd already be dead. But with the OPOP fruit and several key subordinates still in danger, he'd returned as soon as he could stabilize himself. And what did he see? His subordinates knocked out and the OPOP fruit gone. It drove Doflamingo to the edge of madness. He growled at Chiga. You must be the youngest Vice Admiral at headquarters, Uchiha Chiga, right? I didn't expect you to arrive this early. Chiga didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand. Universal pull. Damn it, not again. And now it's the opposite direction. Doflamingo was yanked forward by the invisible gravitational force, flying toward Chiga at high speed. Just as he neared him, another almighty push sent him crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Blood and bits of ruptured organs spilled from Doflamingo's mouth. This time, his injuries were far worse. He couldn't get up, he wasn't Luffy and couldn't just spring back with willpower alone. Swish. Chiga appeared before the fallen Doflamingo, gazing down at him indifferently. Earlier, I held back my strength to protect the OPOP fruit. And you still dared to return. I don't even know what to say. Doflamingo, though nearly unconscious, still glared at Chiga stubbornly. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you won't walk away unscathed. Heh. Chiga chuckled coldly. He knew what Doflamingo meant. Since he hadn't yet become a warlord of the sea, he was trying to lean on his celestial dragon lineage. I don't care who you are. All I know is, you're a criminal. With that, Chiga wrapped his fist in armament Haki and prepared to finish Doflamingo off. Wait, Vice Admiral Chiga. His identity is complicated. You shouldn't execute him here. Chiga raised an eyebrow, looking toward the voice. Behind him, Corazone's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the person instantly. It was Virgo, the original Corazon of the Don Quixote family. Virgo. You're here. You actually joined the Marines. Virgo paused mid-sprint, noticing Corazon behind Chiga. He cursed inwardly. Then, activating armament Haki, his upper body burst from his uniform, prepared for combat. He had followed Chiga secretly, swimming behind the warship to avoid detection. As a pure brawler, his speed in the water outpaced most ships. Chiga narrowed his eyes. He'd overlooked something, Virgo, the embedded spy. Still, he wasn't worried. He activated his ascending armament and met Virgo's strike head-on. Their fists clashed, and Virgo instantly recoiled. Pain surged through Virgo's arm. It was broken. I nearly forgot about you, rat. You can stay down too. Chiga's voice was ice-cold. Bang. He kicked Virgo squarely in the gut. The men collapsed, unconscious. Returning to Doflamingo, Chiga muttered. One pest down. Now for you. But just then, an oppressive force swept across the land. Corazon and Law fainted instantly. What is this? Chiga stopped and looked toward the sky. The heavens had gone dark. A massive figure loomed high above the clouds, a silhouette resembling a colossal dragon. Chiga's eyes narrowed. A Yonko. Kaido of the beasts. Yo, is bro gonna survive? Cos almighty push ain't doing shii. Chapter 73, Susanoo. The clouds above churned and spiraled, revealing the massive, menacing head of an azure dragon. You navy brat, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Heh, a mere pirate like you. You think you're worthy to speak to a marine like that? Kaido's enormous dragon face twisted into a scowl. His temper, already short, was ignited by Chiga's taunt. Without wasting another word, Kaido opened his massive jaws and unleashed a scorching torrent of dragon's breath from the sky. The blast deliberately avoided Doflamingo on the ground and engulfed Chiga and Corazon, who stood behind him. Virgo didn't even factor into Kaido's calculations, he was instantly reduced to a charred corpse. Chiga's pupils narrowed. He could dodge, of course, but to escape with both the unconscious Corazon and Law in such a short time was nearly impossible. No choice. Chiga sighed and, in a blur of movement, appeared beside Corazon and Law. His Rinnegan focused directly on the oncoming inferno. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion erupted. Flames surged upward, engulfing the trio. Humph, overestimating yourself, Kaido snorted, exhaling 2 plumes of hot air from his nostrils. He clutched Doflamingo in one claw and began to turn away. Suddenly. Leaving already? Isn't that a bit premature? Kaido looked down, surprise flashing in his eyes. The sea of flames below had been sliced apart by a single, tremendous slash. As the inferno died down, a towering half-giant cloaked in deep violet armor emerged from the clearing, standing a full 60 meters tall. What is that thing? Even Kaido, a legend among pirates, had never seen anything quite like it. His eyes narrowed. Inside the giant, Chica stood with Corazon and Law now awake and confused, glancing around at their strange surroundings. This was Chiga's Susanoo, its third form. Its dark purple hue was reminiscent of Sasuke's, but deeper, almost foreboding. During his time as a Marine Vice Admiral, Chiga had awakened this guardian of the Uchiha bloodline. And now, for the first time in the world of pirates, Susanoo had descended. I never expected to debut Susanoo against Kaido. But if anyone deserves it, it's him. Chiga didn't answer Kaido's question. His expression darkened. He raised his hand to his chest, fingers forming a familiar sign, and let out a low shout. The Violet Titan began to expand. Corazon and Law clung to each other in sheer panic, rising into the air within the protective space of the Susanoo. Finally, Susanoo took its full form, nearly 200 meters tall, comparable to Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Giant wings unfurled from its back, a prayer bead necklace hung from its neck, and a massive sheathed katana rested at its side. It was completely clad in ancient armor. Phew. Chiga exhaled, standing in the protective rhomboid inside Susanoo's head. He was satisfied. It wasn't as massive as the Six-Path Sage's Susanoo, but it rivaled Madara's perfectly. What is that? On the marine warship nearing Seagull Island, chaos erupted. Everyone saw the giant dragon in the sky and the massive violet warrior on the ground. Even the ever-calm Vice Admiral Tsuru paled. She recognized Kaido immediately, but that other giant. She could only think of one person. Chiga. Chiga. What kind of monster is this Uchiha clan? Without hesitation, she ordered the fleet to increase speed, sacrificing ships if necessary, to reach Seagull Island immediately. As Susanoo expanded, Kaido finally took the situation seriously. He focused on the figure within the giant's head. He vaguely recognized the face, something from a broadcast or newspaper. Brat, you look familiar. What's your name? Chiga calmly crossed his arms and replied. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Uchiha Chiga. Oh, so you're that new Marine everyone's talking about. Interesting. That move of yours just now, you're qualified to face me. Kaido soared into the sky. Susanoo crouched low, wings flexing, and with a single mighty flap, shot upward to follow. Ah! Corazon and Law screamed in terror, clutching each other in midair. Chiga stood calmly in front of them, clearly annoyed, but focused. He still had to protect these two. Though Susanoo was enormous, Kaido's full dragon form was even larger. When they hovered face to face, Susanoo looked only slightly bigger than Kaido's head. But size wasn't everything. Kaido glared coldly at the Violet Warrior. He hadn't yet shifted into his more agile hybrid form, he still held Doflamingo in one claw and couldn't risk him dying just yet. He acted first. Twisting his massive body, Kaido spun, creating a powerful storm that blew the clouds apart. Susanoo remained unmoved in the air. Kaido grunted and spun again, releasing razor-sharp wind blades in all directions. Susanoo crossed its massive arms and took the assault head-on. The inner chamber remained shielded. Kaido's interest deepened. Solid defense. But how's your offense? Susanoo's arms lowered. Its right hand reached across to the left hip. From its sheath, a glowing blade over 100 meters long was drawn. Gripping it tightly, Chiga narrowed his eyes. This sword cleaves mountains, cuts seas, and slays dragons. Buzz. The air trembled. Susanoo swung upward. A brilliant arc of energy burst forth, slicing through the very sky. It struck Kaido with overwhelming force, slashing deep into his enormous form. The residual energy slammed into the sea behind, carving open a massive trench. A nearby marine warship teetered dangerously at its edge. 3 vice admirals, Onigimo, Momonga, and Yamakaji, appeared near the ship, faces grim. Using Jeppo, they exerted all their strength to push the ship back from the brink. On another ship, Tsuru let out a breath of relief but remained tense. That terrifying slash had to be Chiga's doing. Her concern deepened. To her, Chiga wasn't just the future of the Marines, he was potentially her Uchiha brother-in-law. Not wasting time, Tsuru called out to the 3 vice admirals. They abandoned the ship and launched themselves towards Seagull Island using Jeppo, soaring at full speed into the heart of the battle. What 3 Vice Admiral Gon do against Kaido, LMFAO? Join my Patreon. If their name's inconsistency, just tell me. I'd improve, don't curse or vent your anger on me, 'cause I'd block you. Chapter 74, Uchiha Clan. Above the island. Kaido's massive dragon body twisted violently in the sky. The earlier strike from Susanoo had inflicted a deep, horrifying wound. Blood gushed out in torrents, falling to the ground like rain. Despite the injury, Kaido barely paid it any attention. His focus was on Chiga, on those eyes. He opened his massive jaws, his voice thunderous. Uchiha Chiga, those eyes, you're no ordinary human, are you? He asked this out of instinct. As a member of the Oni race, Kaido knew what it meant to be different, rare. His kind was powerful, and that's why Big Mom had valued him so highly back when they sailed on Rock's ship. Perhaps Yamato had inherited that same blood, who knew? Inside the diamond-shaped space atop Susanoo's head, the now silent Corazon-in-law stared at Chiga's back. They seemed to share the same question. Chiga, sensing their stares, rolled his purple eyes slightly and muttered calmly. You wouldn't know it even if I told you. I'm from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. Kaido dug through his memories. There was no such name among the countless races he'd encountered at sea. Perhaps a rare bloodline that preferred isolation. Still, the power Chiga had displayed was unquestionable. Kaido, a man who respected strength above all, gave a grin and said. You're impressive. Why not join me? With me, you'd rise far beyond what the Marines can offer. Chiga scoffed, ice cold. Don't insult me. Even being a Marine grunt is better than serving under you. Well said. A crisp voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the source, Vice Admiral Tsuru, soaring through the air using Jeppo. Behind her were Enigmo and several other officers. Kaido's eyes narrowed. He let out a cold snort, the thought of leaving crossing his mind. Not out of fear, Kaido feared no one, not even the admirals. But this situation had lost its value. There was no reason to stick around. Not to mention Doflamingo, still slumped in Kaido's claw, barely clinging to life. Kaido sneered and unleashed a stream of dragon fire, roaring. Uchiha Chiga. I'll remember you. Next time, you'd better be stronger. With that, his massive form turned and vanished into the clouds. His departing attack, a blazing wave of destruction, rushed toward the Marines. It was far too massive to dodge in the air. The only option was to withstand it. Yet, inside Susanoo's head, Chiga stood calmly. Corazon-in-law looked on in awe. Especially Corazon, Sengoku's words echoed in his mind, you can trust Chiga completely. Now, he believed it. The giant purple avatar wielded its blade again and cleaved straight through Kaido's attack. The blast split in two, dispersing into harmless streams. The Marines, Tsuru, Enigmo, and the others, could only stare in disbelief at the towering form that stood between them and obliteration. Tsuru's eyes were locked on the purple giant. She had suspected Chiga summoned it, but seeing it with her own eyes was still shocking. Chiga's voice cut through the silence. The mission's done. Let's return. Susanoo descended. Tsuru and the others, shaking off their awe, followed. Upon landing, the massive form dissolved into a fading phantom. Chiga stepped down, holding Corazon, who in turn carried Law. Tsuru approached, looking them over before turning to Chiga, voice filled with restrained admiration. So, you really were the one who summoned that thing. I can hardly believe it. Even the usually stoic Enigmo gave a firm nod. In his eyes, Chiga's Susanoo was on par with the catastrophic power of Akainu's magma. He recalled the earlier battle at sea, how the warship had nearly been lost. Now, he understood just how wide the gap in strength truly was. The most shocking part? That slash from Susanoo hadn't even been its full power. Chiga gave a relaxed smile. It's called Susanoo. You could say it's the god of destruction. But to the Uchiha clan, it's our guardian deity. So, anyone in your clan can summon that? No. Even in the Uchiha, very few can awaken Susanoo, let alone wield it at that level. I see. Then maybe never mind. Tsuru gave a sheepish chuckle. Chiga just raised a brow, already reading her intent. Tsuru, clearly embarrassed, turned and glared at the officers behind her, then returned to Corazon-in-law. You must be Lieutenant Commander Rosinante. And the child. Corazon stepped forward quickly. Yes, Vice Admiral. I was sent by Fleet Admiral Sengoku on an undercover mission within the Don Quixote family. This boy is Trafalgar D. Water Law, the only survivor of the Amber Lead Syndrome in Flevence. Tsuru's gaze softened as she looked at Law. The tragedy of Flevence was well known among the higher-ups. Her eyes lingered on the white spots on Law's skin, and she sighed deeply. Such a terrible fate. Chiga said nothing. He had already instructed Corazon-in-law to keep it secret that he could cure the disease. If that information got out, there would be no room for mercy. Chapter 75, Deception. Chiga pointed at a charred humanoid figure and said to Tsuru. That's Virgo. His true identity is a spy Doflamingo planted in the Marines. He was killed by Kaido in the recent battle. Corazon quickly stepped forward to confirm the truth in Chiga's words. Actually, there was no need for Corazon to prove it. Tsuru, Enigmo, and Yamakaji wouldn't doubt Chiga's statement. However, the somewhat aloof Enigmo stood in the back. It wasn't suspicion that drove him, but his overthinking nature. Clarity was always better. After introducing Virgo, Chiga pointed at the Doflamingo family executives lying nearby. He had specifically spared them earlier. During Kaido's dragon breath attack, they had somewhat regained consciousness, only to be knocked out again by Chiga's half-body Susanoo. It wasn't compassion that led Chiga to save them. That emotion barely existed within him. To him, they were just a few decent devil fruits. Those people are the Doflamingo family executives. When the other soldiers land, escort them onto the ship. Tsuru didn't question why Chiga, usually cold-blooded, spared them. She simply nodded. Seeing her cooperation, Chiga turned to leave but faltered and nearly stumbled. Tsuru rushed forward and supported him, letting him lean his head on her shoulder. The others gathered around him quickly. Looking at his pale face, Tsuru asked with concern. "Are you all right? Were you injured during your fight with Kaido?" Chiga shook his head weakly. "No, just used up too much stamina." "Oh, right, this is the mission objective, the OPOP fruit. I'm not in shape to protect it. I'll temporarily entrust it to you." A/N, some would complain about him getting weak so soon. Read this chapter finish before you drop your opinion on that. He took out the box from his door space and handed it over. At that moment, Enigmo stepped forward, offering to guard the fruit himself. He believed that with Chiga weakened, it was best he personally protected such a valuable item. Tsuru frowned. She disliked the idea of handing the fruit over to the celestial dragons and suspected Chiga had his own hidden plans. Would giving it to Enigmo ruin those? As she opened her mouth to argue, Chiga suddenly said, "That would be for the best. I believe Vice Admiral Enigmo will protect the fruit well." His voice sounded confident. Enigmo puffed out his chest, thinking, "See. It all comes down to me." Tsuru glanced at Chiga. Something felt off in his words, but she said nothing more. Soon, a large group of Marines arrived, detained the Doflamingo family, and under Tsuru's command, returned to the warship. Tsuru helped Chiga into a room, laid him on the bed, and sat by him. "Feeling better?" "Still tired, but I'll be fine after a good sleep. It might be deep, though. Hopefully nothing happens while I rest." "All right, get some rest." Tsuru gave him a final glance and left. After a while, sensing no movement nearby, Chiga sat up. Despite appearing weak earlier, he moved swiftly. Clearly, his exhaustion had been an act. He clapped his hands. Would release, would clone. In case you forgot, he have Hashirama cells in him. So he can use would release. A wooden figure formed behind him, eventually shaping into an exact replica. Chiga rarely used clones in the world of pirates. Their strength was usually limited. But this was a wood clone, stronger, more realistic, and durable. He opened his door space and let the clone in, then commanded it to activate the Shura Fruit's ability, Hodenzoki, Law of Heaven, Image of Earth. The clone's body expanded, though it didn't grow arms. Then it made a hand sign. With a puff of smoke, Kaido stood in its place. That's right. Kaido was Chiga's scapegoat. He originally considered Doflamingo, but the man was too crafty and weak to pull it off convincingly. Kaido, however, was a hot-headed powerhouse. Even if he denied involvement, few would believe him. And with his pride, he wouldn't explain himself. He'd fight instead. Even the world government would hesitate to confront him too directly. With preparations complete, the door space closed. The wood clone, now disguised as Kaido, opened a door to the sky above the warship and stepped through. Falling from above without slowing down, he crashed onto Enigmo's ship. A loud thud echoed as the deck cracked. Marines rushed forward, and then it hit, an overwhelming aura. Conqueror's Haki burst from the impact site. Soldiers around Enigmo collapsed. His eyes narrowed. This is Conqueror's Haki. Could it be? Before he could finish, a massive figure emerged and roared. Hand over the OPOP fruit, you bastards. Hee hee. Send power stones. Well, there you have it, 5 bonus chapters. Chapter 76, too weak, get lost. What happened? Whoosh. 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 3 figures arrived on Enigmo's warship simultaneously, the other 3 vice admirals participating in the mission. When Enigmo and his comrades saw Kaido leap out of the hole, their pupils constricted. They thought to themselves, this is troublesome. Only Vice Admiral Tsuru looked calm, though her thoughts were uneasy. She had just left Uchiha Chiga's quarters not long ago. He'd said he was going to take a nap. And now, Kaido just so happened to appear. The Kaido, transformed from a wood clone, didn't waste time. His fist, clad in Buso's Hoku Haki, smashed toward Enigmo, who was closest. Enigmo didn't dare be careless. He immediately drew his katana and blocked the strike. But the strike, bolstered by the Azura fruit's power, was too much. His sword shattered on impact, and Enigmo was sent flying, slamming into the ship's railing. Seeing their comrade fall, the other vice admirals exchanged glances, activated Soru, and charged together. Kaido laughed heartily. His muscles bulged as he swept his arm to the side. Bang. One vice admiral was knocked aside, following Enigmo. Another vice admiral launched a counterattack, utilizing his life return technique. With 6 swords held in his hair and 2 more in his hands, he slashed at Kaido's back. Clang. The metallic sound rang out, but Kaido remained unharmed. This wasn't mere invincibility, the clone only had half the strength of the original. But combined with the Azura fruit's formidable physique and the Azura path's temporary mechanization, it was more than enough. Kaido narrowed his eyes, grabbed one of the vice admiral's arms, and yanked him forward like a rag doll. Eyes wide with fear, the vice admiral barely reacted before he was slammed into the deck. Boom. A crater shaped like a man with 8 arms formed on the warship's surface. Kaido lifted him again, observing the pitiful sight, nose smashed, blood dripping from his forehead. His arm hung limp, likely broken, though he remained barely conscious. Damn, did I go too far? Kaido muttered, a bead of sweat trailing down his temple. Even if this guy was arrogant, he was still a vice admiral. Taking advantage of the moment, Kaido placed a hand on the vice admiral's head and used the human path's ability to extract the location of the OPOP no Mi from his memory. Meanwhile, the remaining vice admirals regrouped, preparing to strike again. Even Tsuru folded her arms, clearly readying her wash fruit ability. Kaido didn't want to keep this up. With only half his power, it was too easy to seriously injure them. And Tsuru. Chiga would never hurt her. Thinking this, Kaido roared. Too weak. Get lost. He flung one vice admiral back toward the warship and leapt after him. The vice admirals trembled. They knew the OPOP no Mi was still aboard their ship, but stopping Kaido now was beyond them. One turned to Tsuru. Let's go to Vice Admiral Chiga's warship. He's the only one who can stop this Kaido. Tsuru frowned. The more she watched, the more she suspected this wasn't Kaido. She'd just left Chiga's room. Could he have made this clone? And why wasn't she attacked? If this was the real Kaido, since when did he spare women and the elderly? Still, if this was Chiga, wasn't he off his ship? Vice Admiral Tsuru, please, we need Chiga. Even if he's not in good condition. But I'm fine. Let me handle it. A voice rang out. Everyone turned. Chiga's ship was nearby. On the bow, Khalifa and Ain supported Chiga between them. His face looked pale. Enigmo and the others felt ashamed. Ain had nearly activated her ability out of panic, purple flames ready on her hands, before Chiga stopped her. He feared her emotional spike might trigger an unwanted awakening or regression. He'd explained that he was faking it. She calmed down, now amused by his act. Chiga glared subtly at her, and she pouted, quieting down. Khalifa, on the other hand, remained steady. She knew her boss well. Whether or not she'd been told the truth, she knew Chiga wouldn't appear weak unless there was a reason. Tsuru said nothing, her eyes scanning the women before settling on Chiga's face. Noticing her stare, Chiga wondered, did I mess up my act? Isn't it convincing enough? Still, he committed to the performance. Releasing Ain and Khalifa's shoulders, he activated his Deva Path ability and slowly floated toward Tsuru's warship. Enigmo looked like he wanted to catch him in midair, worried he'd fall into the sea. Seeing this, he sighed. How about, we just hand over the OPOP no Mi? This is beyond our mission now, even Kaido's involved. Chapter 77, Getting the OPOP Fruit. A loud bang echoed in the sky as Kaido once again descended upon Enigmo's warship. Enigmo, having been flung earlier, was already embedded in a cabin wall and likely unconscious. The Marines on Enigmo's ship surrounded Kaido with weapons drawn. He didn't even spare them a glance. A burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, sending an entire ship's worth of men sprawling, unconscious. Scanning the deck, Kaido moved toward Enigmo's quarters. From the Vice Admiral's memories, he already knew the OPOP fruit was stored in a cabinet in the office. At that moment, Chiga, Tsuru, and several others arrived on the ship. Kaido raised an eyebrow, looking at Chiga with amusement. It's you again. Your strength's decent, but you don't look so hot right now. What, you want to try again? Chiga said nothing. His arm darkened with armament Haki as he charged forward. Kaido grunted in amusement and also coated his arm in Haki. Their fists collided. Boom. A powerful shockwave exploded outward, spiderweb cracks spreading across the deck beneath them. Behind them, Momonga and Yamakaji, who had intended to assist, were blasted back by the impact. They looked at Chica with growing awe. Momonga muttered, "Is this really Vice Admiral Chiga's strength? Even while he's clearly still recovering." Yamakaji nodded, impressed. "With power like that, I doubt he'll remain a Vice Admiral much longer." Momonga fell silent. Above Vice Admiral was Admiral, the top of the Marine combat hierarchy. There were many Vice Admirals, but only a few Admirals, each one a legend. Both Momonga and Yamakaji, despite not being old, had already acknowledged their own limitations. Becoming an Admiral was no longer in their future. Thinking of Chiga's youth, they could only sigh. The heavens really are unfair. Standing nearby, Tsuru folded her arms, watching Chiga battle Kaido. She suddenly called out, "Chiga, watch your body." Chiga, in the heat of battle, briefly paused. Truthfully, it felt surreal, fighting himself. Every clash was almost like testing a mirror image. But he couldn't keep this up. This clone only had half the strength of the original. Soon, it would lose. Chiga gave Tsuru a subtle thumbs up. Then, feigning a mistake, he left himself open. Kaido took the chance and sent him flying back toward Tsuru and the others. Before Tsuru could move, Momonga and Yamakaji rushed to support him. To them, Vice Admiral Chiga risking his already weak body to protect the mission, that was the ultimate sense of duty. Seeing their concern, Chiga's face flushed slightly. But he reminded himself, the OPOP fruit couldn't fall into the hands of those nobles in Mary Geos. "Momonga, Yamakaji, I'm sorry. This is for justice." Seeing the flush in Chiga's face, Momonga assumed it was internal damage and quickly asked, "Vice Admiral Chiga, are you all right?" "Cough cough, I'm fine. It's just, things got more complicated than expected." He turned his eyes to Kaido, now looming over Enigimo's fallen body. Kaido ignored Enigimo and instead scanned the office. Sure enough, the cabinet door had broken open in the earlier crash, revealing the sealed box, the OPOP fruit inside. Kaido exhaled with relief. He had deliberately hurled Enigimo toward the office to avoid wasting time, and it had worked. Had he not found it, he'd have had to start threatening lives, forcing Chiga and the others to hand it over. That would have caused too many consequences. Now that he had it, he smirked and looked over at Chiga and the others, their faces grim. "I'm taking the OPOP fruit. If you want it back, come find me in Onigashima." With those words, he activated the Deva Path ability and shot into the clouds, gone in seconds. Chiga and the others stared at the sky in silence. Finally, Tsuru spoke. "This changes everything. I didn't think Kaido knew about the OPOP fruit. It must have been Doflamingo. I'll report this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku when we return." Everyone nodded grimly. Just then, a marine rushed out of the ship's lower deck, clearly panicked. "Officers. 5 members of the Donkikisode family have lost all vital signs." "What?" Momonga and Yamakaji turned sharply to the marine, stunned. Tsuru, however, remained calm. They were criminals. Likely died from internal damage during Vice Admiral Chiga's earlier assault. "Let it be." "Who's still alive?" "Only Baby 5. And Senor Pink." "Understood. Keep them under watch." "Yes, ma'am." Once the soldier left, Tsuru gave Chiga a sideways glance. She didn't need confirmation, this was his doing. She was right. If she could access Chiga's door space, she'd find 4 devil fruits lying quietly, the Tun, Stone, Pop, and Art fruits. Their former users were dead. Chiga had deliberately finished them. As for Diamante and his fluttering Hira no Mi, Chiga didn't consider it worth the trouble. After defeating him, he simply walked away. Baby 5, still a young girl abandoned by her mother and sold into the Donkikisode family, hadn't committed unforgivable crimes. Chiga spared her. Senor Pink, the swim fruit user, well, his fruit wasn't exactly useful, you could swim through anything, except actual water. Still, the man was a romantic fool and something about him had earned Chiga's respect when he watched the anime. So, Chiga let him live. But he was still a criminal. Avoiding the death penalty didn't mean avoiding consequences. Impel Down would be his new home, maybe one day, he'd walk free again. Name inconsistency. Tell me, I'd keep note to avoid it. Chapter 78, Pop Fruit. Back at Marine Headquarters, Crane, Tsuru, reported the situation to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Upon hearing that Kaido had been involved in the mission, Sengoku couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He knew Kaido's strength all too well. To encounter Kaido, not once but twice in a single day, was a nightmare scenario. That any Marines returned alive was already worth celebrating. Thankfully, Uchiha Chiga had been part of this mission, otherwise, the consequences could have been catastrophic. The Vice Admirals were among the top-ranked Vice Admirals in terms of strength. Losing either of them would have dealt a heavy blow to the Marines. Crane was an even greater symbol of the Marines. If something had happened to her, Sengoku wasn't sure he could have stayed composed, or stopped Garp from charging into Onigashima alone for revenge. Fortunately, everyone returned safely. Compared to their lives, the OPOP fruit was of little significance. Thinking of this, Sengoku considered the mission's failure trivial. Chiga had fought until total exhaustion. All that was left was to argue with the 5 elders. Crane then asked with concern. What did Mary Gio say? You don't need to worry, Sengoku replied. I'll handle explaining the mission's outcome. You and Chiga should just focus on resting. Alright then, I'll leave the diplomacy to you. MHM. With that, Crane left Sengoku's office, and Sengoku proceeded to contact the 5 elders. As expected, the 5 elders were furious at the mission's failure, but the blame couldn't fairly fall on Sengoku or the Marines. A difficult opponent had shown up, Kaido. Intelligence about the OPOP fruit had likely been leaked to Kaido by Doflamingo. It was highly possible that Doflamingo had already told Kaido about the fruit's hidden power, granting immortality through the perpetual youth surgery. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't have acted so personally. And the reason Doflamingo knew such a secret likely stemmed from his former status as a celestial dragon. So in the end, the root of the issue was on their side, but they couldn't admit that. In the end, they simply chose not to push further blame and left the matter at that. As for Chiga, Sengoku had already granted him a week's vacation. Everyone knew he had blocked Kaido yet again. The others even suggested extending his break. Chiga's response? No, really. I'm fine. Back in his office with Califa and Ein, Chiga reached into his door space and pulled out 4 devil fruits, placing them neatly on the table. Califa and Ein stared wide-eyed, as if they were looking at vegetables instead of powerful fruits. Among the devil fruits was the one Ein had gifted him. He still hadn't had a chance to research it, but he figured he'd test it on some low-level pirate later. Chiga introduced the fruits to them, listing their names and powers, then asked Califa if any caught her interest. Ein had already eaten a devil fruit, this meeting was mainly to avoid excluding her. Califa hesitated, then shook her head. She wasn't particularly drawn to any of them. Although the fruits were strong in combat potential, she now preferred abilities with more auxiliary or support functions. After all, with Chiga around, she felt like the safest woman in the world. Seeing her disinterest, Chiga didn't push. There would be plenty of opportunities to gather more fruits later. Of the 4, 1 fruit did interest Chiga, the pop-pop fruit. As the name suggested, it granted explosive abilities. Not self-detonation like Mr. Five's bomb fruit, but rather the power to detonate inorganic matter, which made it more destructive and deadly. Unlike Mr. Five's bombs, which were, bizarrely, made from his own boogers, the pop-pop fruit was a more refined and dangerous ability. Thinking of booger bombs, Chiga involuntarily imagined Garp using them. That man loved picking his nose, especially in Sengoku's office. He shivered. That visual was cursed. Shaking off the thought, Chiga stared at the pop-pop fruit. It looked like a black watermelon with a vine-like fuse sticking out of it. At least, that's how it looked in his imagination. Placing his hand on it, Chiga closed his eyes and used the Pretapath. A few seconds later, a normal watermelon appeared on the table. Califa, pulling a knife from who knows where, sliced it and handed half to Chiga. Then she offered a slice to Ein and kept one for herself, munching contentedly. They watched Chiga quietly, as he absorbed the fruit's power. Once finished, Chiga opened his eyes to see both women holding watermelon slices and staring at him eagerly. He blinked. Califa leaned in, her pretty face close. Chiga tensed. What now? Ein standing right there. Califa stared at his right eye, then nodded. As expected, there's another Tomo. Incredible. That's it. Chiga muttered. Califa tilted her head. What else, boss? What were you thinking? Ein giggled beside her. Damn this insolent secretary, Chiga grumbled internally, but let it go. He focused on his new ability. After a few minutes, he reached out and touched a cup on the table. The moment he did, the cup rapidly expanded, then shattered into fine dust. Califa and Ein jumped in surprise. Chiga looked at the dust and grinned slightly. You two are getting way too bold. Then he turned his attention back to the fragments. His control over the explosion was far beyond that of Gladius. He could easily compress the blast's range and amplify its power. The fact that only dust remained proved it. Join my Patreon for 20+ chapters. All fanfic are under my collections. Chapter 79, Chapter 79:6 Magatama. After absorbing the power of the pop-pop fruit, Chiga put the remaining 3 devil fruits back into his door space, then took out a small black box. Inside the box was the heart-shaped OPOP fruit. Seeing it, Khalifa and Ein stopped their chatter and leaned in, their expressions curious. After all, the OPOP fruit was worth a staggering 5 billion berries. It had to be said, the fruit's appearance was striking. Shaped like a delicate red heart, it had an almost hypnotic allure. Even the usually composed Khalifa couldn't help but sneak a few extra glances before asking. "Boss, is this the one that can perform the immortality surgery?" Chiga nodded, lifting the fruit from its case. He examined it closely, recalling its lore from the anime. The OPOP fruit's abilities consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, so much that it could even shorten the user's lifespan. But for Chiga, that wasn't a concern. He had Hashirama's cells, which meant his regeneration and vitality were already inhuman. Combined with the Ishinagaheim ability in his right Mangekyo Sharingan, which granted near-limitless healing, he could maintain a room for a full day without flinching. OFC he have the MS, how else do you think he got the Rinnegan? Some said only doctors could use the OPOP fruit effectively, especially for the immortality operation. That reminded Chiga of his time with Orochimaru, back in the Naruto world. When he had lived outside of Konoha, he often spent days in Orochimaru's lab. He participated in experiments involving bloodline disorders, dissecting, and cellular research. In fact, to transplant Hashirama's cells into himself, Chiga had trained under Orochimaru and learned basic surgical procedures. In the One Piece world, Law was a surgeon rooted in Western medicine, whereas Chopper leaned more toward holistic and herbal practices. Either way, Chiga was confident, having learned from Orochimaru, the Vegapunk of the shinobi world, his own medical foundation was more than solid. With time, he'd undoubtedly unravel the mysteries of the immortality surgery. And with his Rinnegan, sacrificing his own life wouldn't scare him. How could the Rinnegan, an eye that governs life and death, fall short? Still, after consuming the OPOP fruit, Chiga knew better than to flaunt its power openly. People already suspected his arsenal of abilities was vast, but the OPOP fruit's techniques were too iconic. If someone from the world government spotted him using it, red flags would rise immediately. After all, the OPOP fruit posed a threat to the celestial dragon's interests. The five elders might even act personally if they caught wind of it. So subtlety was key. Besides, in actual battle, it wasn't hard to prepare ahead. As long as he expanded the room space before engaging an enemy, the ambient energy fluctuations wouldn't be noticeable. Once room was active, it was nearly undetectable inside the area it enveloped. Then came the fruit's combat power. Honestly, it was broken. Its range, versatility, and spatial manipulation were absurd. Within a room, the user was essentially God, able to cut, swap, or alter matter and consciousness at will. Thinking of this, Chiga shook his head and muttered, "This really is a top-tier fruit." Without further delay, he activated the Pretapath, absorbing the OPOP fruit's energy. Moments later, a sixth tomo bloomed in his right eye. Immediately, an oppressive aura surged from him. The walls and floors cracked as pressure burst outward. Khalifa and Ein dropped to one knee, gritting their teeth under the sudden force. Even some high-ranking Marines at Marineford felt it. In his office, Sengoku abruptly stood up, brows furrowed as he looked toward Chiga's quarters. "This pressure. Conqueror's Haki," he murmured. Then he shook his head. As a Haki user himself, he could tell, it wasn't that. "Chiga's strength has grown again," Sengoku muttered. Back in the room, seeing the two women struggling, Chiga quickly shut his right eye. The crushing pressure faded. Khalifa and Ein stood, pale and breathing heavily. Ein even gave him a small glare. Chiga chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected the six-tomo transformation to be so overwhelming. Even for him, the surge in ocular power was difficult to control. Clearing his throat, he slowly reopened his right eye. Seeing that, Ein and Khalifa instinctively stepped back. Chiga gave them a helpless look. "I've got it under control now," he reassured. His right eye opened again, revealing six tomo arranged like Sasuke's Rinnegan, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Room. Buzz. A vortex spun into existence where he snapped, rapidly expanding into a transparent, semi-spherical dome that enclosed them. Khalifa and Ein looked around curiously. Ein reached out, poking at the room's boundary, her hand passed through it easily. She looked at her fingers in surprise, then turned to Chiga. "So, what is this for, exactly?" Chiga gave a subtle smile. He extended a palm toward the women and gently slid it sideways in the air. The movement was slow and controlled, but still gave both women a strange, uncomfortable sensation. Ein frowned. "Why do I feel weird?" Khalifa nodded. "It's like something brushed past me." Chiga dropped his hand and spread his arms with a grin. "You asked what the OPOP fruit could do. I just used its skin function to check your physical condition. Good news, you're both perfectly healthy." Both women blushed. Khalifa opened her mouth. "Boss, you're..." "Stop." Chiga interrupted, making a firm T gesture with his hands. It's just like an X-ray. Professional. Clinical. Not what you're thinking. Send power stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 80, the best version of Amenodajikara. Chiga used the power of the OPOP fruit to finish X-raying Khalifa and Ain, locking his eyes on the two women as he said softly. Shambles. Swish. Khalifa and Ain instantly swapped positions. Both of them blinked in confusion, not realizing what had just happened. Since Chiga's OPOP fruit ability was activated through the Rinnegan, he didn't need to make any gestures, just eye contact to lock onto a target, which was extremely convenient. The room scan earlier was purely to play around with the ability he'd just acquired and, of course, to tease Khalifa and Ain a bit. Chiga's mischievous streak had only grown stronger with his increasing power. After savoring the stunned reactions from the two women, Chiga activated the OPOP fruit again. One moment he was sitting in his chair, and the next, he appeared directly beside Khalifa. Khalifa gave him a helpless look and said, "Boss, have you had enough fun? The OPOP fruit is really weird. Ain and I experienced it firsthand. Please don't keep experimenting on us." Chiga spread his hands innocently toward Ain, silently implying, "She's the curious one, don't blame me." Ain, catching Chiga's teasing glance, rolled her eyes and dragged Khalifa out of the office. Once they were gone, Chiga began testing teleportation and displacement repeatedly. His figure blinked around the office like a ghost, appearing and vanishing from one spot to another. Eventually, after swapping all the furniture in the office for fun, he returned to his chair. From the other room, Khalifa and Ain could hear Chiga laughing uncontrollably. Ain glanced sideways. "It's tough being Chiga's secretary, isn't it?" Khalifa responded. Not exactly. He once told me it's a tradition of the Uchiha clan, the stronger you are, the more you laugh like that. Is that really a thing? I nodded slowly, deep in thought. So it wasn't insanity, it was proof of power. Apparently. Back in the office, Chiga had calmed down. He tapped rhythmically on his desk, clearly in a great mood. Thanks to the OPOP fruit, which allowed free manipulation of objects within room and teleportation, Chiga recalled Sasuke's Amenodajikara, the Rinnegan ability that forcibly swaps the positions of people or objects within the user's field of vision. But compared to that, Chiga's room technique was vastly superior. Amenodajikara had limitations, distance and cooldown, as seen in Sasuke's battle with Madara. But in Chiga's room, those restrictions didn't exist. As long as the room was large enough, Chiga could appear anywhere within it and swap any objects. However, based on battles like the one on Onigashima, powerful enemies with strong Haki could resist forced swaps. Still, within room and with enough stamina, Chiga could execute unlimited operations. No cooldowns. No real limits. He had basically obtained a fully optimized version of Amenodajikara. What wasn't there to be excited about? But that wasn't all. Chiga's gaze landed on a potted plant across the office. A gray vortex formed from his right eye, spinning clockwise and enveloping the plant. As it turned, the leaves yellowed, dried, and crumbled. Eventually, the entire plant disintegrated into dust. Chiga knelt beside it, letting the brittle remains fall between his fingers, watching as they dissolved into the air. This was the ability he awakened after his Rinnegan evolved to 6 Tomo, a unique time-based power called Chrono Will. The power formed a time vortex at his line of sight, accelerating the flow of time for whatever it locked onto. Its effectiveness depended on Chiga's pupil strength and the target's resistance. At his current level, if he locked onto someone like Doflamingo with full power, he could potentially age him to death in 5 seconds. The ability was like a Mangekyo Sharingan's personal jutsu, awakened with the eye itself. Chiga theorized that the reason he reverted to a 6-year-old upon arriving in the One Piece world was that, in a moment of desperation, he had activated the Rinnegan at full throttle, unintentionally triggering Chrono Will in reverse. But now, Chrono Will could only accelerate time, not reverse it. He assumed the left eye's power had not fully awakened yet. The Rinnegan worked best in pairs. Madara, for instance, could only summon one Limbo clone with one eye, but gained 4 after recovering the second. So Chiga believed that when his left eye reached 6 Tomo, Chrono Will would be strengthened even further, and possibly, a new unique ability would awaken as well. For now, he was more than satisfied. This mission to Swallow Island had been a jackpot. After absorbing both the Pop fruit and OPOP fruit, his Rinnegan instantly reached 6 Tomo, and unlocked a powerful eye technique. It was everything he could ask for. Clenching his fist, Chiga felt the power of the sea itself surging within his right eye. If he fought Kaido now, it would no longer be a one-sided slaughter, he could truly challenge the Yonko, and maybe even take him down. And that was just with one 6 Tomo eye. If the left eye also awakened fully and gained its own 6 Tomo, who knows? Perhaps he would unlock 6 Paths mode, and summon truth-seeking orbs, sweeping all obstacles aside. But he couldn't afford to be careless. the world of One Piece wasn't done unfolding yet. The secrets of Mary Geos, the true power of him, and countless mysteries still awaited. For now, Chiga's goal was clear. Collect powerful devil fruits. Awaken the left eye. Create 6 Rinnegan puppets. Expand his force. Because in this world, strength was everything. Check out 30+ chapters on my Patreon for as low as $2. All fanfic are under my collections. I've drafted 60+ chapters and it'd be posted on Patreon soon. Also, One Piece won't be the only verse he'd settle in. For starters, he'd go back to the Naruto verse. Chapter 81, Curing Law. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku looked at Corazon, who stood before him, wearing a benevolent expression. He said softly, "Welcome back to the Marines, Roxanant." Corazon was touched. He had narrowly escaped death this time. Ever since his father was killed by his brother, he had become a complete orphan. Sengoku had taken him in, becoming a foster father in everything but name. To Corazon, Sengoku was like family. He taught him discipline, the meaning of justice, and gave him a second chance by allowing him to join the Marines. Through Sengoku's guidance, he gained strength and purpose. Thinking about it, Corazon opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice trembling. "Long time no see, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'm back." He had wanted to say father, but the weight of that word was too much. Every time he thought of it, the image of his real father's death flashed through his mind, too painful to bear. "It's good you're back. This time, it's all thanks to Chica. He's your savior, and mine. Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Corazon couldn't hold back any longer. Tears poured down his face, and his expression crumpled. Sengoku, too, felt a mix of emotions, and his eyes began to mist. Suddenly. Clack. "Sengoku. Got any senbei?" "Huh." Garp burst through the door and froze mid-step as he caught sight of the emotional scene. "Vice Admiral Garp, it's been a while, hee." Corazon quickly wiped his face and tried to act like nothing happened. A thick vein appeared on Sengoku's forehead, his fist clenched tightly. In a flash, he was right beside Garp. "You disrespectful fool. No, I don't have any senbei. And how many times have I told you, knock before entering my office?" Wham! Sengoku's punch landed squarely on Garp's head. Holy crap. It was obvious Sengoku had been waiting for this opportunity. The punch, though not reinforced by Haki or devil fruit, was fueled by years of suppressed irritation. Garp dropped to a squat, cradling his head with a grimace of genuine pain. Sengoku stood over him, a rare smirk on his face. That punch had been satisfying, he felt a decade younger. He even wondered, should I punch Garp before every battle to fire myself up? Raising his fist again and studying it, Sengoku had a thoughtful look. "You bastard. Sengoku, you actually hit me that hard. After all these years. I'll remember this." Garp stood up in disbelief, his face a mix of betrayal, frustration, and shock. Let that be a lesson." Sengoku returned to his seat. When he looked up again, Corazon was still staring at him, this time with a strange expression. "Damn it, I lost my composure again. Garp just makes it so hard to stay dignified. My image as Fleet Admiral, ruined." Clearing his throat, Sengoku said solemnly. "Anyway, don't ever forget Vice Admiral Chiga's help this time. He saved your life, and that child's. You owe him more than you can repay in a lifetime." Corazon nodded seriously. "I understand, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. My strength might be lacking, but if Vice Admiral Chiga ever needs me, I'll give everything I have, my life if necessary." "There's no need for that," Sengoku replied bluntly. "If there's something Chiga can't handle, your sacrifice wouldn't change a thing." "Ah." Corazon felt a little awkward. He knew Sengoku meant well, but the phrasing was rough. "Your undercover mission is complete. You did well. You've earned a promotion to colonel. Take some time and rest." "Yes, sir." Saluting, Corazon turned and exited the room, sneaking one last glance at Garp, who was still holding his head and silently reevaluating life. After Corazon left, Garp muttered. "So, what exactly did Chiga do this time?" Sengoku answered flatly. "Nothing much. At least he wasn't loafing around eating senbei in my office. I ran out, you got any?" "Get out. I told you already, not even the crumbs are left." The next day. On a barren stretch of land, Corazon stood silently, fingers interlocked, watching Chiga's back in the distance. In front of Chiga stood Little Law, too nervous to even look up. He had witnessed it all, how Chiga had single-handedly dismantled Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Virgo hadn't even lasted a single blow, it was more like he volunteered for defeat. Law had been knocked out by Kaido's overwhelming conqueror's Haki, but when he woke, what he saw next was something he would never forget. A purple giant looming over the sky. An azure dragon coiling across the heavens. It was like watching gods battle. From that moment on, Chiga became a divine figure in Law's eyes. Read it on Google that Law in the canon is 26 years, what TF that means he should be older than Chiga. But since we already limited his age we gonna stick to it, so as not to overcomplicate things. He ain't gonna appear much anyways. Nothing special about him anymore since his fruit is gone, womp womp. Now, standing in front of him alone, Law trembled with anxiety. Chiga glanced down at the boy and chuckled. Am I really that scary to him? Shaking his head, Chiga knelt slightly and reached out to pat Law's head. The boy flinched on reflex. Chiga sighed inwardly. In his softest voice, he said, "Don't be afraid. I promise, this won't hurt. It'll be over in a flash." "Yes, sir." Room. Buzz. A translucent dome formed around them. Corazon watched from a distance, curious. He didn't know much about the OPOP fruit or how its powers worked. He only knew it could cure diseases, but had never seen it in action. Through the scan, Law's body appeared like a mapped-out model to Chiga, highlighted with small, irregular white blocks. Those blocks were the source of amber lead syndrome. Without hesitation, Chiga narrowed his eyes, and those infected parts peeled away from Law's body. He retrieved a test tube, letting the white mass float into it, a paste-like substance that still radiated danger. Better safe than sorry. Join my Patreon to get 30+ exclusive chapters for as low as $2. Chapter 82, Golden Lion Shiki. The treatment ended, and Chiga deactivated the room space. He waved to Corazon in the distance, signaling him to come over. Corazon, seeing Chiga's gesture, quickly jogged over to Law, picked him up, and examined him carefully, over and over again. Seeing that the white patches on Law's face had disappeared, Corazon was overcome with emotion. He loudly shouted at Law, who was still in his arms. "Law. Your illness is gone. Your destiny has changed." Huh. Law was still in a state of confusion. From beginning to end, all he saw was Chica summoning a mysterious space to cover him, staring at him, and then Corazon running over, excitedly telling him that he was cured. Without looking at Corazon, Law stiffly turned his head to look at Chiga, his eyes filled with doubt. Chiga smiled and nodded. Law's expression gradually became exaggerated, twisted, even. He was so overwhelmed by the surprise that he was momentarily disoriented. Corazon tightly hugged Law, and the two of them knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chiga silently watched the two. When he had watched the anime, he had been deeply moved by the story of Corazon and Law. Both characters were incredibly well developed and left a profound impression. This time, he had thoroughly changed their destinies. Corazon survived, and Law would certainly join the Marines under Corazon's guidance, perhaps becoming a military doctor with strong combat abilities in the future. On the path to reaching the peak, why not make up for some of the regrets in the world of pirates? Not wanting to disturb the two in their emotional state, Chiga's figure vanished in a flash. Whoosh! Chiga reappeared in his office. Califa merely glanced at him this time and continued with her work. She had grown accustomed to her boss's unpredictable entrances and exits. Chiga stared at Califa for a while, then asked curiously. "Califa, are you happy working with me?" Hearing the question, Califa paused, finding him a bit strange today. However, she answered very seriously. "Happy? Happy about what?" "Because you're here." "Ah. Alright." Califa's ability to disarm him was still formidable. Chiga, who had wanted to say more, immediately lost his momentum. After a moment of silence, the den mushi on the desk rang. The moment it made a sound, Chiga immediately answered. Before he could speak, a rough voice rang out. Moshi, is that Chiga?" "I'm Garp. Are you free recently?" Hearing Garp's voice, Chiga was stunned. Garp usually shared an office with Sengoku and often had access to important intel. Was there something serious this time? Thinking that, Chiga's tone became serious. "This is Chiga. I'm free for now." "What's the matter, Vice Admiral Garp?" "Well, can you make a trip to the East Blue?" East Blue. Has a powerful pirate appeared? The first name that came to Chiga's mind was Shanks. But Shanks was already a Yonko, he had been to East Blue before. Had history changed again, and Shanks was making a comeback? No, I want you to go to Fusha village in the East Blue and help me educate my grandson. His name is Luffy. Oh no. Don't be like that, Chiga. I heard from Sengoku that you have your own unique approach to raising kids. That introverted boy listens to you like a little lamb. Introverted boy. Was he referring to Law? Chiga thought. He just let Law experience the thrill of a Gundam-like cockpit. Did Garp have a Gundam? Hearing Garp's plea, Chiga was speechless and was about to hang up. Garp, realizing Chiga hadn't responded in a while, quickly shouted through the den mushy. Don't hang up, don't hang up. That brat Luffy has been brainwashed by that bastard Shanks and keeps shouting about becoming the Pirate King. I've given him several fists of love, but it's no use. Can't you just treat it as a vacation to East Blue? Garp's tone was surprisingly sincere, like he was about to bow his head. Just then, another voice came through. Chiga, this is Sengoku. There are reports that Shiki has recently appeared in the East Blue. If possible, you should still make the trip. Shiki cut off his own legs to escape impel down, so his strength should be significantly reduced. If you can capture or eliminate him, it would be a strong accomplishment for your career. Sengoku's message was clear, this was an opportunity, defeating Shiki would be a major stepping stone toward Chiga becoming an admiral. As for whether Chiga could actually beat Shiki, Sengoku hadn't even questioned it. Given Chiga's past battle records and the overwhelming aura he had demonstrated just days ago, Sengoku firmly believed Chiga had the power to take down Shiki in his current state. Of course, whether Sengoku's decision to assign this task was purely professional, or partially to help out his old friend Garp, remained unclear. After all, Sengoku was still somewhat tsundere during his time as Fleet Admiral. Still, Sengoku's words made Chiga consider the trip seriously. His rise in Marine ranks had been rapid, but another promotion in the short term would be difficult. The biggest obstacle? His age. He was simply too young. This wasn't the post-war of the best conscription era, when powerful individuals could shoot up the ranks just by joining the Marines. Even Fujitora and Ryakujiu, who became admirals without climbing the ranks traditionally, weren't young. Fujitora was in his 50s, and even if Ryakujiu looked younger, he wasn't far off. Besides, Shiki wasn't just another achievement, he was also valuable material. Let's talk about the Fuwa no Mi, the float fruit. It allows the user to fly and levitate objects. In the movie, Shiki had shown incredible control, using it flexibly to float and maneuver all sorts of things. But Chiga believed that part of the reason it looked so strong was because it was featured in a movie. The other part was that Shiki had likely awakened the power of the Fuwa no Mi. In terms of ability alone, Chiga's Jikajiki no Mi, the gravity fruit, combined with his outer path abilities, would surpass the float fruit. So, Chiga had no plans to absorb the fruit. But he wouldn't waste it either. Shiki, with his abilities, would make the perfect outer path puppet. If he did kill him, he might leave the fruit inside Shiki's body and then project the outer path control onto him. A puppet like that could rival, or even surpass, Shiki in his prime. That would be a definite Yonko-level fighter. Don't be fooled by Shiki getting defeated by Gear 3rd Luffy in the movie. If not for the protagonist Halo, Shiki wouldn't have lost. Send Power Stones for bonus chapters. But I've drafted up to 140 chapters which would be posted on my Patreon tomorrow. Join for as low as $1. All fanfic are under my collections. Image. Chapter 83, Reminiscing. Since we reached 100 Power Stones, here's 5 bonus chapters for you light skin tone okay hand sign. On the 6 Paths of Samsara, East Blue. Uchiha Chiga ultimately decided to make a trip to the East Blue, intending to acquire the materials needed for his puppet and, while at it, give Luffy a good education. Of course, Chiga didn't believe he could truly change Luffy. The most suitable candidate for that task would have been Naruto, another protagonist from a different world. Never underestimate the power of talk no jutsu. Unfortunately, bringing Naruto here was impossible. When Chiga transmigrated, Naruto had only been born a few years prior. Now, he wondered how far the Naruto world had progressed. Speaking of Naruto, a figure with a similar spiky blonde hairstyle appeared in Chiga's mind, the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Chiga's existence had a limited impact on the Naruto world's development. Minato still died during the Nine-Tails attack. Recalling his past life in the Naruto world, a touch of sadness inevitably crossed Chiga's face. He had altered the destinies of many in the One Piece world, yet he couldn't change the fate of his own friend. Although Chiga knew what would happen in the Naruto world's future, he couldn't tell Minato everything. First, there was the issue of whether Minato would even believe him. Second, given Minato's trust in the system, it was highly likely the 3rd Hokage and others would find out. At that time, Minato held Hiruzen Sarutobi in high regard. And if Hiruzen knew, Danzo wouldn't be far behind. Danzo, who already harbored deep suspicions toward the Uchiha clan, would have jumped at the opportunity, using Chiga's disloyalty as an excuse to eliminate him. In the Naruto world, Chiga had no system or cheat abilities, only future knowledge. How could he help Minato when he was already living in danger? All he could do was leave subtle hints, but those were mere drops in an ocean. During the Nine-Tails attack, Chiga already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he dared not reveal it. By the time he arrived at the scene, Minato and Kushina were already dead. Even with the power of the Rinnegan, Chiga was powerless to change that outcome. He would never forget that night, standing helpless beside their lifeless bodies, Naruto's newborn cries echoing in the cold air. That night, he made a decision. He would leave Konoha. If only he had the ability to travel between worlds, then perhaps he could return to the Naruto world again someday. Chiga sighed at the thought. Kalifa and Ain, standing on either side of him, noticed his sigh and turned to look at him in unison. They were both stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen Chiga like this. To them, he was untouchable, someone capable of anything. What could make such a man look so crestfallen? Kalifa and Ain moved closer to him, each taking one of his hands in theirs. Feeling the warmth of their touch, Chiga glanced at them. He saw the concern and worry in their eyes. He gave them a soft, reassuring smile. What's wrong? Are you too suddenly worried about me? He asked. Boss, were you thinking about something sad? Was it about your family? Kalifa asked cautiously. She remembered Chiga once telling her he was the last surviving Uchiha in this world. She didn't know how such a powerful clan could be reduced to one person, but she assumed that was the source of his grief. Chiga waved a hand with a hint of melancholy. I'm fine. Just thinking about a friend. Is he gone? She asked softly. Yes, Chiga replied. But there's a chance we might meet again someday. Someone who was gone might return. Kalifa couldn't understand what he meant, but considering Chiga's abilities, it didn't seem impossible. Ain, who had been quiet, suddenly pointed toward the horizon. Chiga, look. There's an island over there. Chiga and Kalifa blinked at her, surprised by the outburst. Since leaving HQ, they'd passed by countless islands. Ain's excitement was like someone pointing at a car on a highway and yelling, look. A car. Noticing their expressions, Ain's face turned red. She realized how silly she sounded, but she had meant to distract him. Unlike Kalifa, Ain didn't always understand Chiga's mood. In moments like these, she felt clumsy and helpless. So, she did what she could, even if it was just making a goofy comment. Standing straight and stiff, she mumbled awkwardly, I just wanted to distract you. Chiga and Kalifa both chuckled. Kalifa quickly pulled Ain into a warm hug, cooing like a mother to a daughter. Ain, you're just too adorable. Ain mumbled, flustered. Watching the two, Chiga smiled. The gloom in his chest eased. He had already gained more in this world than he ever imagined. With the Rinnegan, some regrets might yet be undone. But for now, he would cherish what was right in front of him. Suddenly, the ship's navigator rushed over, pointing to the very island Ain had mentioned. Vice Admiral Chiga. Strange currents have appeared near the island. The warship's been caught, we might be pulled in any moment. Chiga frowned. They had already been dragged in before noticing the currents. That was late. Still, it wasn't the navigator's fault. The crew was handpicked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku for their skill, this must have been an unpredictable natural event. Even so, Chiga made a mental note, he needed a top-tier navigator. One who could help them avoid trouble like this altogether. He waved the navigator off calmly. I understand. You can go. Don't worry. I'll have the ship stop nearby. I'll go investigate the island myself. Yes, sir. As the navigator ran off, Chiga examined the island. There was something unusual about it. More and more currents had begun forming, pulling the ship toward the shore. And in the sky above the island, a flock of giant birds circled ominously. The ship shook violently beneath their feet. Chiga snorted, floating into the air. Hovering above the deck, he reached out and placed one hand on the warship. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A repulsive force erupted from his palm, engulfing the warship and blasting it safely away from the current's grip. His control was flawless, there wasn't even a scratch on the ship's hull. With the ship secure, Chiga turned midair and rocketed toward the mysterious island, propelled by his own repulsion force. He was going to uncover what secrets lay hidden there. Send more Power Stones if you want more bonus chapters, or you can join my Patreon for 50+ bonus chapters. Chapter 84, Animal Path. Successfully landing on the strange island, Chiga surveyed his surroundings. The area was littered with shipwrecks, likely merchant vessels or pirate ships swept in by the wild currents surrounding the island. Currents, giant birds, shipwrecks, these oddities concentrated in one place gave Chiga a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had heard of this place before. Yet, he couldn't quite place it. Shaking his head, Chiga circled the island a few times but ultimately found nothing of note. Returning to the shore, he felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially believed he'd stumbled upon some hidden dungeon, but it turned out to be just a slightly dangerous, uninhabited island. Still, Chiga remained unconvinced. Given the number of shipwrecks here, there had to be a substantial amount of treasure waiting to be recovered. He wasn't exactly rolling in berries, so why not scavenge what he could? With that thought, Chiga snapped his fingers. Room. Buzz. The room space expanded, enveloping the entire island. Scan. Within moments, the appearance of every object inside the wrecked ships materialized in Chiga's mind. He had to admit, the sheer volume of treasure was impressive. Reaching out, he opened a shimmering doorway in the air. With a thought, all the treasure aboard the ships instantly transferred into his door space. The interior sparkled with golden brilliance, practically blinding. Chiga smiled, satisfied with the mountain of treasure now in his possession. If not for a few hidden wealthy elites among the Marines, he might have just become the richest Marine of all. He wondered about Kizaru's finances. Once he became Fleet Admiral, perhaps he'd give Kizaru a raise just to test whether the phrase, with salary in place, Yonko laid to waste, held any truth. Finished with his treasure collection, Chiga didn't leave just yet. He used room, shambles once more. During the earlier scan, he had detected a life form inside one ship's cargo hold. Judging by the outline, it seemed to be a giant bird. Swish. Sure enough, a massive bird materialized before Chiga. It was nearly the size of a ship itself. How it had squeezed into a cargo hold was anyone's guess. The bird stood there, frozen. It had gorged on rotten food and even swallowed some treasure. Suddenly, everything vanished, then reappeared. Its brain, clearly too small for its body, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. It shook its oversized head vigorously, then noticed Chiga standing at its feet. A new snack. That's right, the bird knew humans. To it, the wrecked ships were just floating takeout boxes. Every time a new one washed ashore, more little chunks of meat like Chiga came along. Chirp. The bird chirped gleefully. It hadn't eaten meat in a while and was getting impatient. Chiga stared blankly at the oversized bird, then calmly dispelled the room space and casually threw a simple punch at its gut, as casually as one might swat a fly. Thump. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With its stomach hit, the giant bird squawked in pain, its beak opening wide as it vomited up a mix of debris, rotten food, coins, and a beautifully decorated small box. It then stared at Chiga in utter terror. Normally, the little chunks of meat would be injured, sometimes dying. This was the first time one of them had struck it down like this. Not willing to fight something it couldn't beat, the bird tried to flee. But the moment it spread its wings, Chiga's glare locked onto it. Under the chilling gaze of Chiga's Rinnegan, sweat beaded on the bird's massive head. Trembling, it folded its wings and curled up, shrinking into an egg-like shape as it tried to look harmless. Chiga ignored it, instead turning his attention to the small box lying in the sand. Did I just get a drop? He muttered. He raised his hand, drawing the box to him. A quick water-release jutsu washed off the slime. It had just come from a bird's stomach, after all. He didn't bother scanning it with room. He wasn't worried about traps or poison, he just wanted the thrill of opening it blind. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the lid. Inside was a fiery red fruit. Chiga blinked. A flicker of disappointment flashed across his face. It looked like a dragon fruit, with flame-shaped markings. Its identity was unmistakable, the Mera Mera no Mi, the flame fruit. Famously dubbed the fruit not even dogs would eat. Northwest wondered this place had felt familiar. Wasn't this the ant nest hell mentioned in Ace's spin-off novel? Ace had eaten the Mera Mera no Mi here. Starving, he'd split the fruit with someone else. He swallowed his half first, and gained his flame powers. As he suspected, this was just a mid-tier dungeon. The enemies weren't particularly strong, so he shouldn't have expected a high-tier drop. Chiga turned to glare at the cowering bird. Startled, it tried to disappear into itself like a turtle retreating into its shell. Sighing, Chiga examined the Mera Mera no Mi in his hand with a touch of exasperation. Objectively, it wasn't a bad fruit. A Logia-type, high-damage devil fruit. Despite the nickname, it held value. Doflamingo even used it as a tournament prize to lure powerful fighters. But to Chiga, it was more of a white elephant. He had no use for it himself, and he wasn't going to waste a valuable absorption slot. Besides, Akainu's magma fruit was its hard counter. Regardless of debates about whether magma could really beat fire, Oda had declared it canon. He's trying to say magma killed Ace, but we all know he did it to shield Luffy. I've seen many theories related to that actually. Chiga considered giving the fruit to someone close to him, but found no one suitable. And he certainly wasn't giving it to Ace. He owed Ace nothing. If Ace still chose the pirate path and crossed him, Chiga wouldn't need Blackbeard's help to handle it. Then a mischievous smile spread across his face. A wickedly fun idea came to mind. Placing a palm on the ground, Chiga let out a low growl. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A dog larger than even the giant bird appeared. It had 3 snarling heads. It was the most powerful summon of the animal path besides Medes, the Cerberus. Chiga tossed the Mera Mera no Mi toward the middle head. The fruit slid straight down its gullet. Moments later, flames burst from all 3 heads. The Cerberus snarled as fire wreathed its jaws. It had become a literal hellhound. Chiga looked at his masterpiece in satisfaction. Who said the Mera Mera no Mi wasn't fit for dogs? Yo, and I was excited for a sec. Also bro would get a Logia in the future. Join my Patreon, we got advanced chapters for all my fanfics there. Chapter 85, Windmill Village. Recalling the dog into the animal path summoning space, Chiga glanced at the giant bird trembling beside him, wondering how to deal with this creature. There was also a bird-type summoning beast in the animal path, but it wasn't as large as this one. Judging by the attack it had launched at Chiga, its strength was quite impressive. Perhaps it had grown stronger after devouring those pirates. The giant bird seemed to sense that its fate lay in Chiga's hands. A submissive look appeared on its avian face. It stretched its neck low and pressed its head to the ground in surrender. Seeing that the giant bird was unexpectedly sensible, Chiga found it amusing. Stroking his chin, he muttered. Very well, I'll let you become my summoning beast. He walked to the bird's head, examined it, and said. You're clumsy and foolish. From now on, I'll call you Rookie. Rookie chirped twice, apparently unbothered by the new name. Chiga stared into Rookie's eyes and activated the animal path's power. Rookie's massive eyes transformed into Rinnegan. From that moment on, Rookie had become Chiga's summoning beast. Patting Rookie's head, Chiga ordered it to ascend into the sky while he stayed behind. Looking back at the small island, Chiga bent down and pressed his palm to the ground. This place has no reason to exist anymore. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire island began to tremble. Cracks rapidly spread across its surface, glowing with blinding white light. With a thunderous explosion, the small island burst apart and vanished from the sea without a trace. Hovering upward, Chiga landed atop Rookie, who was already circling in the air. Letting out a high-pitched screech, Rookie flew in the direction of the 6 paths of Samsara. Meanwhile, on the marine warship, soldiers on deck noticed the giant bird approaching and quickly reported it to Khalifa and Ain. With Chiga absent, the 2 women were currently the highest-ranking officers on board. As Khalifa and Ain reached the deck, the bird had nearly arrived. Ain took a step forward, preparing to use Jeppo to engage it, but Khalifa stopped her. She shook her head, sensing that the bird was once again tied to their enigmatic superior. Sure enough, as the bird reached the warship, it burst into a puff of smoke. Chiga descended through the dissipating cloud and landed on the deck. Seeing him, Khalifa and Ain sighed in relief, then silently returned to their duties. They didn't ask where the bird came from. When it involved Chiga, nothing ever seemed ordinary. In a bar in Windmill Village, Makino stood behind the counter, absent-mindedly wiping a glass. Not long ago, Sabo's small boat had been destroyed on orders from a celestial dragon, and his fate remained unknown. Luffy and Ace had been crushed by the news, barely speaking for days. Makino had been deeply worried about the 2 boys. Yeah, I know the timeline is fucked up and shit. We all know Sabo should have died long ago and Luffy should be 12 plus or so don't give it a bad review cause of it. I'm just a TL, the book is purely for entertainment. After a while, she stopped wiping, sighed softly, and thought. Poor Sabo. I hope Luffy and Ace are feeling a little better. They're probably still training in the forest. A soft voice suddenly spoke. Bartender, a glass of orange juice, please. Ah. I'm sorry, I was distracted. I'll get it right away. Snapping back to reality, Makino smiled politely, until her eyes met the stranger's. She froze. His eyes were unlike any she'd ever seen. Purple, with concentric black rings and 6 strange tomo in the right eye. They pulled at her awareness like a whirlpool, threatening to draw her in. The man was Chiga. He had docked his warship nearby, changed clothes, and made his way to Windmill Village alone. Seeing Makino staring, Chiga gave a small, polite smile. Is something wrong? Do I look scary? Pulled from her trance, Makino quickly bowed her head. Sorry. It's just, your eyes, they're really unique. I didn't mean to stare. This one's on the house. Haha, no need. Just make it, I'll pay. All right. Makino quickly turned around and got to work. A short while later, she placed a large glass of orange juice in front of him. Seeing that it was almost the size of a bucket, Chiga chuckled and took a few sips. Surprisingly good. You're quite skilled. Makino's nervousness faded at the praise. Smiling warmly, she asked. Thank you, sir. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in the village? Yes. I'm here on someone's behalf to check in on his grandson. Oh. Who would that be? I know almost all the kids here. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy. Makino stopped wiping the counter. Then you must know Grandpa Garp. Are you a Marine? I am. May I ask your name? Of course. Uchiha Chiga. Her eyes widened, and she gasped, covering her mouth. She knew that name. Everyone did. The youngest vice admiral in Marine headquarters. A terrifying powerhouse whose rise was rumored to be only just beginning. Many said he would be an admiral before long. Some patrons nearby who'd overheard the name looked up in awe. Chiga was mildly surprised by her reaction. Given that Makino had known Shanks, a Yonko, her reaction seemed overblown. After all, he was still just a vice admiral. Curious, he asked. Do you know Shanks? Has he been here recently? Makino's face twisted in disgust. She replied coldly. Of course. That red-haired bastard. Luffy started dreaming of becoming Pirate King because of him. Huh? Chiga was stunned. In the anime, Makino had a close relationship with Shanks, some even speculated she had his child. Had history changed again? His supposed advantage of knowing the future was slipping further from his grasp. With a sigh, Chiga rubbed his temple. All right, can you tell me where Luffy is now? I'd like to see him. He should still be in the Eastern Forest. He's been really down lately. I hope you can talk some sense into him. Help him forget that ridiculous dream of becoming Pirate King. I'll try my best. Want more bonus chapters? Send Power Stones or join to get 50+ chapters in my Patreon. I post 5 to 10 chapters on Patreon daily. Chapter 86, Porgas D. Ace. Before leaving, Chiga asked Makino with a bit of reluctance, has Shanks or Luffy been here? Yes. A group of mountain bandits came that day and beat up Luffy. That's right. What's right? I mean, what happened to those mountain bandits in the end? Of course, they were caught by Mr. Garp. Garp? No way, was that when he was supposed to appear? Chiga felt a bit disoriented and continued, why did Vice Admiral Garp come back that day? He said he was coming to pick up a new recruit for Marine headquarters, so he stopped by to see Luffy first. Huh. At this point, Makino lightly tapped her palm with a small fist and realized that new recruit must be Mr. Chiga. What a coincidence. Luffy and I both owe you thanks. Without you, Mr. Garp wouldn't have come back. It really had something to do with me. Chiga felt his brain go numb. Didn't Garp usually just go wherever he liked? Wasn't it that Sengoku didn't give him leave in the original story? Pressing a hand to his forehead, Chiga muttered powerlessly, and then. Vice Admiral Garp couldn't have done nothing when he met Shanks, right? Mr. Garp and Shanks fought. They broke a lot of things here. Just broke things. It seemed like those two held back. Otherwise, the village might not even be standing. What happened afterward? Did Shanks still get away? Yes, but Vice Admiral Garp said he had to pick you up, so he left in a hurry. Not long after he left, Shanks came back and spent some time with Luffy. After he left, Luffy kept shouting about becoming Pirate King. Oh, and Luffy's body turned really weird, like rubber. After hearing the full story, Chiga nodded thoughtfully. He had thought Shanks becoming a Yonko around this time was a bit early. It seemed like another ripple caused by his arrival. Thinking that, he looked up and smiled at Makino. All right. Got it. I'll go see Luffy now. Make sure to come back for a drink when you're done. It's on me. Heh, then I won't be polite. See you. With that, Chiga gulped down the last of his orange juice, narrowed his eyes, and activated room. Sensing the direction of the forest east of the village, Chiga vanished from his seat in a flash. Makino stared blankly at the spot where he'd just been sitting, completely confused by his sudden disappearance. Then, noticing the berry he'd left on the counter, she frowned and grabbed it before rushing out of the store, shouting, Mr. Chiga. I told you not to pay. Standing at the door with her hands on her hips, she pouted for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. What a strange person. In the forest east of Windmill Village. Little Ace glared at Luffy, who was lying on the ground, and scoffed. That's all you've got? You should just stay in the village like a good kid. Provoked, Luffy yelled back, I'll definitely become stronger. For Sabo's sake too, I'll be the Pirate King. Hearing Sabo's name, Ace fell silent. His death still haunted them. For days now, he and Luffy had been sparring like crazy, trying to vent their grief, but it always came back to this. Damn Luffy, always bringing it up. Ace clenched his fists, about to say something when a deep voice interrupted. Kid, what kind of king did you say you wanted to be? Ace's eyes widened. He hadn't even noticed a shadow had fallen over him. Breaking into a cold sweat, he slowly turned around, only to find Chica standing there, his Rinnegan glowing faintly purple in the shadows. A powerful, oppressive aura radiated from him. Ace froze, unable to speak, but Luffy, ever oblivious, shouted. I said I'll be the Pirate King. Damn it. Ace immediately sensed danger and tried to strike first, but the moment his fist got close. Bang. A wave of invisible force exploded out. Ace was sent flying into a tree, then crumpled to the ground, groaning. Even so, he gritted his teeth and shouted, I can't move. Luffy, run. Chiga raised an eyebrow. Still conscious. Not bad. Roger's bloodline, after all. That Shinra Tensei was mild, but even an adult would have been bedridden for weeks. Yet this kid could still shout. He showed no emotion on his face, just warned flatly, try to attack me again, and you won't even get to speak next time. Damn it. Who the hell are you? A Marine. The moment he heard that, Ace froze. Everyone knew pirates and Marines were natural enemies. Luffy got up, looked at Ace who couldn't move, and his face twisted in anger. He began swinging his arms, muttering, gum gum. Ace saw what was coming. Panic flooded his face. Stop, Luffy. He'll kill you. Ah. But Ace, you. Luffy blinked, confused, but kept winding up his attack. Seeing that, Ace got desperate. A surge of unknown energy welled up inside him, and he roared. I said stop. Are you listening to me? Buzz. A shockwave burst from Ace's small frame, Conqueror's Haki. Wind howled. Chiga's black robe fluttered. Luffy's rubber face morphed into a weird, stretched-out blob. The pressure faded after a moment. Ace passed out. Luffy blinked in confusion. Ah. Something crazy just happened. What was that? Only Chiga remained standing, arms crossed, expression flat, but with the corner of his mouth twitching. He knew exactly what it was. Ace had just awakened Conqueror's Haki, unintentionally. But with both Luffy and Chiga being natural-born conquerors too, the effect had been null. So from their perspective, nothing really happened. Still, Chiga thought with amusement, wasn't I supposed to attack Luffy, and then Ace would unleash Haki in desperation? Instead, it happened just because he got too emotional scolding Luffy. Everything really is off script. Man, even though the timeline is fucked. The fanfic is still good. So just think of it as an alternate universe. Chapter 87, Who's Roger to you? Where am I? Luffy. After an unknown amount of time, night had fallen. Ace groggily opened his eyes, and Luffy's face appeared in his blurry vision. But when he fully processed the scene in front of him, his blood ran cold, and his body trembled violently. At that moment, Luffy was just a disembodied head, eyes closed, tied up along with the rest of his body and placed beside Ace. Luffy. Ace's eyes turned bloodshot. He struggled to move closer when suddenly, Luffy, just ahead, opened his eyes upon hearing Ace's voice and shouted. Ace. You're awake. Nanny. Ace froze in place, startled. He stared at Luffy's head in disbelief, shakily raising a finger to point at him. Luffy, you. Relax. He's fine. It was that Marine's voice again. Ace turned his head sharply and saw Chiga sitting calmly by the bonfire, roasting a large chunk of meat. Seeing that Ace had awakened, Chiga stood up, clapped his hands together, and looked at him. That guy was just too restless, so, well. Chiga made a chopping motion with his hand before casually biting into the meat. Tastes pretty good, though. Ace gulped nervously, speaking stiffly. Can Luffy return to normal? Who knows? Maybe after I finish eating. Chiga's casual tone eased Ace's panic slightly. But just as he began to relax, Chiga added. Or maybe not. Who told him to be so hyperactive? Luffy protested loudly, his face twisted with indignation. Damn it. When I get my body back, I'm gonna. Thud. Ace punched Luffy in the face, squashing it like a balloon. Pop. His face bounced back, returning to normal shape. Luffy looked at him, aggrieved. Ace, why'd you hit me? You idiot. Do you want to stay like this forever? Don't you want to go out to sea? Luffy's eyes widened. That's right. It was bad enough after eating a devil fruit, but this. How was he supposed to become king of the pirates like this? Not that young Luffy's thought process ever really connected logically. He suddenly puffed up his cheeks and held his breath, turning his head into a round balloon. Ace covered his face. What are you doing now? MMMPH. Speak, damn it. Luffy exhaled hard. I stopped moving around and talking, didn't I? Isn't that better? Ace resisted the overwhelming urge to punch him again. He walked over to Chica and stood silently, watching him eat, bite after bite. Ace hadn't eaten all day. The scent of the roasted meat was torture to his empty stomach. Chica glanced at him. Noticing Ace was barely as tall as him even while sitting, he tore off a big piece of the roast and handed it over. Then continued eating. Ace accepted it gratefully and dug in ravenously. Luffy, whose head was still tied up, drooled and shouted. I'm starving. Can I have some too? Ace paused and looked at Chica. Before he could speak, Chica casually waved a hand. Go ahead, share if you want. Thanks. Ace let out a deep breath of relief. Chica scared him, and he didn't want to push his luck. He rushed to Luffy and stuffed some of the roasted meat into his rubbery mouth. Delicious. That guy with the swirly eyes is a good person. Luffy's words sent a shiver down Ace's spine. He dared not look back at Chica and quickly slapped his hand over Luffy's greasy mouth. But Chica's voice echoed behind them, eerily calm. No need to cover it. I heard everything. Ace spun around and immediately bowed low. I'm sorry. Luffy's an idiot. Please don't take it seriously. Chica walked up to Luffy's head and stared into his eyes. For the first time in his life, Luffy felt real fear. He didn't even flinch when Garp scolded him, but now, under Chica's Rinnegan, he felt a pressure that made his skin crawl. It wasn't that Chica was necessarily stronger than Garp. Garp was his grandfather, after all. But Chica was a complete unknown, and that made the fear worse. Room. BZZT. The familiar hum of spatial energy filled the air as a room spread out around them. Ace, mistaking it for an attack, shouted. Don't. Join. Huh. Luffy blinked. His arms twitched. He bounced in place, then suddenly jumped with excitement. Ace. I'm fine. I'm back to normal. Ace blinked, stunned. Chica hadn't even moved, yet Luffy had recovered. It was baffling. Did you eat a devil fruit too? Ace asked cautiously. No. Don't ask so many questions. Just follow me. That was that. Ace closed his mouth, and even Luffy obediently followed as they returned to the fire. Chica sat down again and looked over at them still standing. He chuckled and patted the ground beside him. What's wrong? Weren't you two bouncing around all day? Sit. Okay. They sat beside Chica, breathing out a sigh of relief. After a full day of being tossed around by this guy, rest was a blessing. Ace especially. He'd taken a direct hit from Shinra Tensei, and the only reason he was even conscious was his monstrous endurance. Even dealing with Luffy's detached head earlier had nearly broken him. He just wanted to collapse and sleep. But Chiga's next words instantly wiped the sleep from his eyes and sent a chill down his spine. Do you know who Roger is to you? They aren't exactly kids, I mean he's older than them, so we thinking they're kids and all. Join my Trian Cos after this arc is Shiki then Skypia. Chapter 88, Revolutionary Army. I don't know who he is to me. All I know is he's a bastard. At the mention of Roger's name, Ace reacted like a startled cat. Chica showed no reaction to Ace's outburst, merely nodding in agreement and stating casually, he certainly is a bastard. This so-called Great Pirate Era is pretty much his fault. Now every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be a pirate. You can imagine how many lives and homes have been destroyed because of these so-called scourges of the sea. Chiga's words struck like a blade to Ace's heart. He already despised the blood of Gold Roger flowing in his veins, and now a wave of guilt rose up within him. Luffy, though a bit scatterbrained, had a good heart. He fell silent after hearing Chiga's words, but after a moment he mumbled, but pirates are the freest people on the sea. I still want to be a pirate. I'm going to be the Pirate King. The moment those words left his mouth, Luffy felt a strange force pull him violently toward Chiga. Chiga grabbed Luffy by the neck midair, his grip tightening just enough to turn Luffy's face red. MMPH. Let me go. Ace rushed forward to help, but Chiga shot him a glare that froze him in his tracks. Ace instantly understood, there was no way he could stop Chiga with sheer force. Chiga's eyes were cold, filled with a sharp, unsettling aura. Say, Pirate King, to me one more time, and you're never leaving this place. Luffy's face paled. The seriousness in Chiga's eyes shut him up immediately. Without sparing Luffy another glance, Chiga turned to Ace. And you? You hate Roger, yet you still want to follow in his footsteps. You still want to become a pirate. Ace hesitated. He couldn't deny that part of the reason he wanted to be a pirate was because of Luffy and Sabo. They believed pirates were free, and that idea had stuck with him. But another part of him wanted to become the Pirate King to surpass Roger, to prove he wasn't just his father's son. Now, after hearing Chiga's words, he was shaken. He knew why so many people hated Roger. Over the years, from rumors and stories he'd heard, he knew most pirates were nothing more than thieves and killers. He couldn't stand what they represented. Seeing Ace hesitate, Chiga gave a faint nod. There's hope, he thought. Ace and Luffy were fundamentally different. Unlike Luffy, Ace had always lacked a place to belong. That emptiness would one day lead him to join the Whitebeard pirates in search of a family. Ace's drive to become Pirate King wasn't weak, but compared to Luffy's unwavering conviction, it wasn't quite enough. Luffy would rather die than serve under someone else's flag. Ace. Not so much. Maybe I can actually steer him onto a better path, Chiga thought. If you want to prove you're stronger than your father by becoming some pirate and replacing him, then let me just say this, you're childish, and worse, boring. Ace's face darkened at the bluntness, but Chiga didn't care. He continued. You feel indignant. Fine. But to willingly become the very thing you hate, just to chase some shallow idea, isn't that just plain stupid? Chiga's words hit Ace like punches to the chest. His hands balled into fists as tears welled up. He couldn't hold them back. Then what do you expect me to do? I want to be free, I don't want to live in that man's shadow. What other path do I have besides becoming a pirate? Luffy looked at his brother in shock. He could feel something shifting inside Ace, but didn't know what. Chiga, meanwhile, remained calm as ever. Good. That's the reaction I wanted. He had struck deep enough. Now it was time to press further. Since when did freedom mean becoming a pirate? Lawless freedom will only lead to emptiness. And loneliness. Then what should I do? You want me to become a marine or something? Chiga shook his head. Forget it. Ace becoming a marine would be a disaster waiting to happen. With Ace's talent, he'd quickly rise through the ranks, and that would attract attention, dangerous attention. And Garp. He'd never ignore Ace if he joined the Marines. That would draw even more heat. If Ace joined the Marines, he'd become a ticking time bomb. And when he exploded, it wouldn't just affect him, it'd drag Garp, and Chiga too, down with him. No. The Marines were out of the question, for now. Maybe, after Chiga accomplished one thing, destroying Marie Joy's. Seeing Chiga shake his head, Ace's gaze dimmed again. Was there really no place in this world for someone like him? Would he always be trapped in Roger's shadow? Then, unexpectedly, Chiga asked, don't you have another brother? Sabo. The name hit Ace like lightning. He clenched his fists tightly. He's dead. Killed by a celestial dragon. Is that so? Did you see the body? No, his ship was blown up. He disappeared at sea. Then is it possible that he's still alive? Exclamation point. Ace and Luffy's eyes widened. Ace forgot all about how dangerous Chiga was and rushed forward, grabbing Chiga's sleeve with desperation. Why do you say that? Do you know something? You wouldn't joke about this, right? Please, tell me. If you tell me where Sabo is, I'll give up on being a pirate. I'll stay in Fuchsia Village for the rest of my life if I have to. Please. Luffy ran up too, eyes pleading. On one side was his dream. On the other, his brother. Chiga didn't answer immediately. Instead, he calmly shook off Ace's grip, his sleeve was already starting to tear from the force. Ace quickly let go and muttered apologies, then stood beside Luffy, both staring at Chiga with hope in their eyes. Chiga simply said. Maybe, you should look into the Revolutionary Army. Send Power Stones for bonus chapters. Also bro's gonna be like one of those Otsutsuki race, it's hella cool BTW. Chapter 89, Sabo's alive. Revolutionary Army. Ace looked at Chiga in confusion. He hadn't heard much about the organization and didn't understand why Chiga had brought it up. Without explaining further, Chiga glanced at Luffy and said calmly, Sabo was saved by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His name is Monkey D. Dragon, and he's this guy's father. Luffy's father. Ace turned sharply toward Luffy, shocked, only to find Luffy just as bewildered. He clearly had no idea who his father was either. In the original story, he only learned about Dragon after setting out to sea and meeting Garp, who casually mentioned it. Luffy had always been unique. Growing up without even being curious about who his father was. That was just classic Luffy. But Ace didn't dwell on that now. All that mattered was what he'd just learned, Sabo was alive. He didn't question whether Chiga was telling the truth. In Ace's eyes, someone as strong and composed as Chiga had no reason to lie to kids like them. Ace suddenly stepped forward and hugged Luffy tightly, tears spilling freely. His voice trembled with raw emotion. Luffy, did you hear that? Sabo's alive. He didn't die. Your dad saved him. Luffy blinked, still confused, but Ace's hug pulled him back to reality. In an instant, he broke down too, snot and tears running as the two cried their hearts out in each other's arms. Wah! My dad's actually a good guy. They hugged for a while, letting the emotions run their course. When things finally settled down, Ace wiped his eyes and stepped forward with a grateful look. Facing Chiga, he bowed slightly. Thank you, sir. Sabo means everything to us. Just knowing he's alive, there's nothing better. I won't chase the pirate dream anymore. I'll stay in Windmill Village forever. Chiga waved a hand dismissively. No need to throw your life away. Go find the Revolutionary Army like I said. You might discover your true purpose there. But don't mention me. Ace quickly nodded. He understood. Chiga had his reasons for pointing Ace toward the Revolutionary Army. They were the primary force opposing the world government, which worked perfectly in his favor. They'd divert attention from Chiga while he focused on his own goals. Besides, with Sabo there, Ace wouldn't be alone. Their bond would protect them both from repeating past tragedies. Among those idealists, Ace might finally find the belonging he'd always been missing. Chiga sighed softly. One problem child dealt with. Now only Luffy remained. He stared at the boy until Luffy shivered a little, then looked away. Chiga shook his head. With a personality like Luffy's, unless he planted Koto Emitsukami on him, it was better to let fate play out. Even after threatening him with dismemberment, Luffy had managed to fall asleep. How do you fix a one-track mind like that? Let him walk his own path. Let him stir up chaos in Marie Joy's. And besides, Chiga wanted the Summit War to happen. It would be the perfect chance to harvest powerful devil fruits. I'm wondering how the Summit War would happen if Ace didn't join WB Pirates. As for the breakout at Impel Down, killing a few high-profile prisoners while quelling the chaos would be completely justified. Stretching, Chiga felt strangely tired. Teaching reckless kids really was draining. Ace looked at him, then realized something. I don't even know your name, Ace said suddenly. What should I call you? Uchiha Chiga. With that, Chiga's figure vanished, disappearing right in front of their eyes. The world fell silent again, save for the soft crackling of the campfire. Luffy stared blankly. Ace, do you know that guy? Ace didn't answer immediately. He just kept staring at the spot where Chiga had vanished. He knew that name. Uchiha Chiga. A Marine Vice Admiral. Monster strength. The label reminded Ace of Garp. But Chiga didn't even look that much older than them. Even the proud Ace found it hard to grasp. A wild idea flashed through Ace's mind, what if he joined the Marines and followed Chiga? But no, Chiga had already pointed him toward the Revolutionary Army. There must have been a reason for that. And Sabo was there too. Luffy tugged on his sleeve again. Ace. Why aren't you saying anything? Ace came back to his senses and turned to Luffy with a soft smile, so warm it actually startled him. I'm fine. But becoming Pirate King, that's your dream now, Luffy. I'm going to find my own path. Huh? Where are you going? To meet your dad. I want to see what kind of group the Revolutionary Army really is. The next morning, Chiga returned to Makino's bar. When she saw him, Makino's face lit up with a warm smile. Some of the regulars stopped drinking and stared, mesmerized by the gentle aura she gave off. She walked over lightly, hands behind her back, and greeted him with a cheerful, "You're here. Come on, have a seat. What do you have today?" Seeing her like that, Chiga chuckled. "Orange juice, please." "Got it. Just a moment." Soon, Makino returned with a large glass of orange juice and placed it in front of him. Then she leaned on the counter, watching him sip slowly, a soft look in her eyes. After a while, she asked, "How are Luffy and Ace doing?" "They're fine. They've moved on. Ace is different now, stronger in spirit." "Really? You're amazing. I admire you more and more, and you're still so young. You're amazing too. This juice is perfect." "Hee hee, then you better come more often." "I will. I didn't bring any money today, though. Here, take this. If you're ever in danger, just call my name." He pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his coat and handed it to her. He genuinely respected Makino and wanted her to have a safeguard. Makino tried to refuse, she didn't even want to take money from him, let alone something like this. But Chiga insisted, and eventually, she accepted it and tucked it into her pocket. Seeing that, Chiga nodded, satisfied. With that, his last task in Windmill Village was complete. As he stood, Makino's expression shifted. "Are you leaving?" "Yes. I've stayed long enough. There are other things I need to take care of." "Is it dangerous?" "Not really. Just an old guy I need to catch. Might show up in the papers soon." Then I'll be sure to keep an eye on the news. After finishing the juice, Chica walked out of the bar. He paused at the doorway, glanced at the clear sky, and looked back at her. It's going to rain soon. Don't forget your umbrella when you head out. And with that, his figure flickered and vanished at the door. __. Every 100 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. __. By the way, I changed the cover art for all my fanfics, you can check it out. Chapter 90, Rain Detection. Some guests in the bar who heard Chica say it was going to rain in the next few days burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? It hardly ever rains in Windmill Village all year. How can he be so sure it's going to rain? Yeah, just say it's going to rain and it rains. Who does he think he is? Young people love to talk big. Makino listened to their discussion, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. In her eyes, Chica was young, capable, and humble. He even took care of both Luffy and Ace personally. Her impression of him couldn't be higher. So, the usually gentle Makino was uncharacteristically upset. She raised her voice at the guests in the bar. He's not boasting. He's Vice Admiral Uchiha Chiga of the Navy. After speaking, Makino turned and went into the back room, returning with an umbrella, which she placed beside the counter, her way of expressing faith in Chiga's words. The guests looked at one another in surprise. It was the first time they'd seen Makino get genuinely angry, and from her words, they now understood the identity of the young man. Uchiha Chiga, the youngest vice admiral in the Navy. Rumor had it that his most frightening quality wasn't just his rank or youth, but the mysterious and versatile abilities he possessed. It was said he could perform feats that bordered on the impossible, turning hopeless situations into miracles. Realizing this, the guests who had mocked him quietly finished their drinks, paid their bills, and some even apologized. Later, when they returned home, each of them, without any coordination, told their families. It's going to rain soon. Make sure to take an umbrella when you go out. Chiga rested for a day after returning to the warship. When he felt refreshed, he used the Den Mushi to report to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, I've done everything I could. I wasn't able to change Luffy's mind, but Ace probably won't become a pirate. Really, Chiga? That's incredible. You've done me a huge favor, this is already way beyond what I hoped for. Heh, glad to hear it. Chiga, I can't thank you enough. Garp's voice crackled with excitement through the Den Mushi. He knew his grandson's personalities well. Once they made up their minds, they were nearly impossible to sway. Sending Chiga to talk sense into Luffy had been a last-ditch effort. If it worked, great. If not, he hadn't expected much. As for Ace, Garp hadn't even asked Chiga to intervene. He never expected Ace would be swayed at all, so the result was an unexpected win. That said, if Garp ever found out Ace had chosen the path of a revolutionary instead of a pirate, he might respond with the armament Haki-infused slipper to the face. After hanging up, Chiga called in Ain and Khalifa. Notify the soldiers on deck to bring raincoats today. Khalifa didn't ask why. She turned and left immediately to pass on the order. Ain, however, tilted her head curiously. Chiga, when did you become a navigator? Are you unhappy with our current one after the last incident? If you want, I can start learning. You've got more important things to handle. Chiga smiled and stood up. He gently took Ain's hand and led her up to the deck. Under Ain's puzzled gaze, Chiga formed a few hand seals with one hand and whispered. Rain Tiger it will technique. As soon as he finished, the sky darkened noticeably. Ain looked up in shock. Moments ago, the sky was clear. Now, heavy clouds rolled in, and light rain began to fall. With his current chakra reserves, Chiga could make it rain over nearly the entire East Blue. As the raindrops began to fall, he closed his eyes to concentrate, searching for his target, Shiki. Ain reached out to catch the falling rain. Her thoughts drifted to the incident with Weevil, when she was badly injured. That day too, the sky had gone dark before it rained. Not long after, Chiga had appeared out of nowhere to save her. It clicked. This was another one of his abilities. Her eyes turned to Chiga. Just like back then, he was standing calmly in the rain, a reliable force amidst chaos. Chiga opened his eyes, having pinpointed Shiki's location. Found you, Shiki, he muttered. He prepared to dispel the technique when he suddenly felt Ain grab his hand, the one not forming signs. He turned to her, confused. Ain smiled softly and said, I like the rain. Can you let it stay a little longer, Chiga? Her voice was gentle. Chiga blinked, surprised. Was there something wrong with the rain he created? But since she liked it, there was no harm in letting it continue. He could just issue rain duty bonuses to the crew on deck. After all, he'd just acquired a sizable treasure from that small island. Seeing that he agreed to her small, somewhat selfish request, Ain felt her heart flutter. On impulse, she stood on her tiptoes and gave Chica a quick kiss on the cheek. Flustered by her boldness, she didn't wait for his reaction. She turned and ran to the other side of the deck, arms outstretched, enjoying the rain. Chica stood still for a moment, hand touching the spot where she kissed him, clearly stunned. After a while, he simply muttered, "Women really are complicated creatures." High above a remote part of the East Blue, an island floated hidden in the clouds. Damn it. It was sunny just a minute ago, how is it raining now? Shiki the Golden Lion scowled at the drizzle outside the window, taking a long gulp of sake. A subordinate nearby echoed nervously, "Yes, Captain. The weather at sea is always unpredictable." Shiki's expression turned dark. The sake in his cup rose into the air, forming a small lion's head that floated in front of the unlucky subordinate. "What did you say about the weather?" Unpredictable. Splurt. The subordinate's eyes widened as a hole the size of a fist opened in his chest. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless, blood soaking the wooden floor. The surrounding pirates froze in horror. I don't need someone like you stating the obvious." Shiki stared coldly at the corpse, but in his mind, memories of the battle against the Roger pirates surfaced. He had victory within his grasp, but a sudden storm turned the tide. His fleet suffered massive losses, and worse, a ship's rudder got lodged in his head, crippling his full strength ever since. Damn the rain. Damn the weather. He scowled, eyes narrowing. I need to find a reliable navigator. Become a wanderer of worlds or an overseer of realities. Unlock the secrets, get ahead of the crowd, and support the madness. Chapter 91, Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki glanced at the corpses of the small-time pirates scattered across the ground, then waved his hand, signaling for the bodies to be cleared away. Once the cleanup was complete, Shiki leaned back in his seat, eyes drifting toward the window where ferocious beasts prowled through the terrain below. Seeing those monstrous creatures lifted his mood slightly. These beasts were the result of his years of effort. One day, he planned to unleash them into the world and let them wreak havoc. Ever since his dream of ruling the world had been crushed, his heart had twisted into something darker than even these animals. All he wanted now was revenge against the world government. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. A wave of weightlessness washed over him. The floating island, named Veilhei, was suspended in the sky thanks to his Fuwa no Mi ability. Yet despite the power being active, the island had started to descend. Shiki instinctively touched the rudder embedded in his head, wondering if his strength had weakened that much. Boom. With another thunderous crash, the entire island tilted sharply, and its descent quickened. Pirates across the island lost their balance, tumbling to the ground. Those near the edge slid off, disappearing into the clouds below with screams that echoed into nothing. Shiki's expression twisted. He slammed both hands to the ground, pouring his energy into his ability in an effort to stabilize the island. But all he managed was to slightly slow the fall. The island continued to plummet like a meteor, racing toward the sea below. Damn it. Another devil fruit user must be interfering. Shiki's face darkened. He lifted off the ground, soaring into the air to see for himself. A marine warship had appeared in the distance, its sails bearing a unique insignia. Shiki's eyes narrowed as he spotted the marine standing at the bow, locking eyes with him. He immediately sensed a powerful presence. This wasn't an ordinary officer. Whoever this marine was, the Navy had sent him specifically to deal with Shiki. But how had they found his location? Standing on the bow was none other than Chica. With a calm smile, he raised one arm, aiming it at Shiki and the island. A swirling black vortex began to form in his palm, growing in size until it resembled a wash basin. Bancho 10 in. Buzz. The air trembled. Shiki and the island were abruptly yanked downward by an overwhelming gravitational force. Desperately, Shiki reactivated his devil fruit power midair, but to his horror, his ability was completely overpowered. He strained with all his might, barely able to shift his position from side to side. Just before slamming into the sea, he veered upward over the island, and then was slammed down, splayed out, crushed flat against the terrain. Seconds later, the island crashed into the sea with a deafening crash. Chiga stood at the bow, arms crossed, gazing out across the water. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Come out. Is that all your strength amounts to?" No reply came from the sea. It seemed like he was talking to himself. Shaking his head slightly, Chiga made a parting gesture toward the ocean. Instantly, the sea split open down the middle, revealing a spherical clump of earth about the size of a room. The soil peeled away, revealing Shiki inside, pale and drenched, glaring furiously. Just before impact, Shiki had wrapped himself in floating earth to avoid full submersion and the resulting paralysis. After hitting the water, he'd stayed hidden, hoping Chiga would leave so he could escape unnoticed. He hadn't expected Chiga to see right through his plan. The earth sphere around Shiki began to crack. 3 lion heads emerged around him, roaring as they charged toward Chiga. But Chiga's expression didn't change. With a simple thought, a room unfolded around him. The 3 lion heads vanished into thin air, then instantly reappeared right in front of Shiki. His pupils contracted. With a growl, he lifted his leg and unleashed several air slashes, obliterating the lion heads before they could strike. Though the threat was defused, he didn't relax. He still had no idea what Chiga's bizarre ability was. But Shiki wasn't just any pirate, he was a legend. He knew panic was fatal. He quickly composed himself. The sea below churned, taking shape once more. Several massive lion heads formed from water, each the size of a warship. Seeing this, the corner of Chiga's mouth twitched. He wasn't alarmed, just mildly annoyed. These oversized lion heads reminded him of someone from another world, a certain copy ninja named Kakashi, famous for his 50-50 gamble style. That guy was always low on chakra, yet insisted on using Raikiri while monologuing. And every time he used Earth Release, Earth Wall, he carved dog heads into it. Supposedly it was due to borrowing chakra from his summon. Shiki had no idea Chiga was thinking about Kakashi mid-battle. He raised his hand, commanding the giant seawater lion heads to surge forward and engulf the warship. To him, Chiga was young and untested. No matter how strange his powers were, if he was caught in seawater, he'd be finished. But once again, his expectations were shattered. Before the attack could land, an invisible repulsive force erupted from Chiga's body, shattering the massive lion heads into countless droplets. The mist scattered harmlessly across the deck. A single cold bead of sweat trickled down Chiga's cheek. He had nearly gotten everyone soaked. He wasn't worried about himself, he wasn't particularly afraid of seawater, but the others aboard the warship. They wouldn't have been so lucky. Join my Patreon for 60+ exclusive chapters. Become a patron, oh right. I'm currently working on a new fanfic. It's more of a crossover between DCU and Marvel, but the MC is an OC and has Kryptonian bloodline. I uploaded it on Patreon, I'd be dropping it on Webnovel soon. Rocket. Chapter 92, Shiki, a toy. Damn it, what kind of ability user are you? His attacks were once again ineffective, and Shiki finally couldn't hold it together. If he had faced someone with a superior devil fruit, that would have been understandable, but what was with all these different abilities? At Shiki's furious question, Chiga put on a thoughtful expression and answered solemnly, I ate the devil fruit family platter. Devil fruit family platter? What the hell was that? Shiki looked genuinely confused, not realizing Chiga was mocking him. Chiga smiled cryptically, his Rinnegan narrowing on Shiki. It means, this. A beat passed, then suddenly, Shiki's upper clothing erupted into a violent explosion, blood splattering across his skin. Caught off guard and without time to coat his body in Busosoku Haki, armament Haki, Shiki was clearly injured by the surprise blast. Chiga had just used a technique gained by absorbing the pop-pop fruit, detonating inorganic matter within his line of sight. With his Rinnegan, even something as subtle as a glance could trigger an ability. Panicked, Shiki hastily hardened his lower half with Haki. If his pants exploded like his top, he'd be utterly humiliated. How would the other legends of the old era even look at him? Chiga, for his part, thought the reaction was unnecessary. He hadn't targeted Shiki's pants out of decency, it was simply because he had no interest in seeing anything obscene. Khalifa and Ayn were still watching from the warship, after all. It's not over yet. Room, shambles. Shiki's body flickered for a second as if phasing out, then stabilized, but his expression turned ugly. Damn it. What was that just now? It felt like an invisible force tried to teleport me. Chiga crossed his arms and nodded. He had attempted to use shambles to directly toss Shiki into the ocean, but it had failed. As expected, opponents with strong Haki resist room manipulation without enhanced ocular power. Despite his decline, Shiki had once rivaled Roger. The foundation was still there. Chiga couldn't help but wonder where all this strength had gone when Shiki fought Luffy. Maybe the rudder stuck in his head really did mess with his brain. Shiki noticed Chiga wasn't attacking and instead looked lost in thought. Rage surged within him. This brat is seriously zoning out during a battle with me. With a roar, Shiki charged, swinging his leg in a deadly arc. Chiga calmly looked up, shaped his hand into a finger gun, and aimed at Shiki's chest. Room, shoot. Nani. Shiki's Kenbunchika Haki, observation Haki, screamed a late warning. He twisted to evade, but his left arm was hit. With a groan, he clutched his arm midair. There were no external wounds, but inside, muscle, bone, and nerves had been shattered. That arm was now completely useless. Room, shoot, a piercing internal damage technique, had once been used by Trafalgar Law. But Chiga had evolved it, fusing it with the explosive properties of the Bomu Bomu no Mi. If Law's version was an armor-piercing bullet, then Chiga's was that, plus an internal detonation. Shiki might have dodged it, but his precognition had dulled with age. He had taken the attack full force. Chiga casually flicked his hand. Interrupting someone's thoughts mid-battle, very rude, Shiki. You monster, what do you think this is? A fight or an experiment? That's right, Chiga replied coldly. Trash from the old era like you shouldn't be polluting the sea anymore. Those beasts on your island, you planned to release them into East Blue, didn't you? He scoffed. Using you as an experiment is doing you a favor. You brat. I'm the Golden Lion Shiki. Don't you know my name? Chiga spread his arms mockingly. Never heard of you. Rhea. You bastard. Lion, rend the valley. Shiki, now completely unhinged, unleashed a frenzy of golden air slashes with both legs. Chiga instantly moved in front of the warship. A surge of dark purple chakra erupted around him, and a towering spectral warrior formed, its wings spreading wide. Khalifa, Ain, and even Shiki were stunned silent by the oppressive aura radiating from the giant. This was Chiga's perfect Susanoo, standing at over 300 meters tall. He hovered inside the head of the giant, glaring down at Shiki. Oh, right, you're a swordsman. Try this. The Susanoo unsheathed its blade, glowing with crackling purple energy, and unleashed a massive horizontal slash. Shiki's golden waves of slashes clashed against the purple blade midair. The sky tore open with blinding light. Khalifa and the others instinctively shielded their eyes. When the light faded, the sea had split apart at the collision point. Twin waterfalls cascaded downward from a giant chasm, an unnatural fissure that refused to close. And all of it was just the aftermath of their clash. Ha, you really are a monster, Shiki panted. He was drenched in blood, clearly the loser of the exchange. Chiga hovered above him, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. To him, Shiki was no threat, just a relic of a failed era, a broken pirate clinging to faded glory. A toy. Damned Moai. __. Every. So let's do each other a favor by sending those power stones. Chapter 93, Shiki's death. I be dropping 5 bonus chapters since we reached 200 power stones yesterday. A big thank you to those that sent power stones. I never thought the East Blue would become my tomb. At that moment, Golden Lion Shiki had the same thought Brand once did. Chiga smiled faintly, saying nothing. Many believed the East Blue to be the weakest of the 4 seas, but had they forgotten that Gold Roger's hometown was there? That both Garp and Dragon came from the East Blue. The strength of East Blue natives varied wildly. The lower limit might be low, but the upper limit had reached the pinnacle. The pirates who had gone to sea in recent years were indeed weaker, perhaps because Garp visited home too often. Susanoo faded into a hazy outline before vanishing completely. Chiga descended gently onto the water. Extending his hand, Chiga activated Almighty Pull. At this point, Shiki was barely able to maintain flight with his devil fruit power. With a pull of gravity, his battered body was forcefully dragged toward Chiga. Snap. Chiga caught Shiki by the throat midair. The former pirate legend's eyes bulged, staring at Chiga in disbelief. He tried to speak, but with Chiga's grip crushing his windpipe, no sound came out. Chiga didn't let him finish. With a small twist of his wrist, a sharp crack echoed. Shiki's head slumped to one side. His lifeless eyes remained open, unwilling to close even in death. The infamous Golden Lion, once an overlord of his era, had died so abruptly, not even granted the dignity of last words. Without hesitation, Chiga placed his hand on the pirate's corpse and used the human path technique to extract his soul, which still lingered within his body. A swirling mass of black energy emerged, writhing, unstable, on the verge of dispersing. When a devil fruit user dies, their power detaches from their soul. Chiga had anticipated this. If the float fruit truly left Shiki's body, it would weaken the outer path puppet he intended to create. Most people had no way to deal with the intangible energy of a devil fruit, but Chiga was not most people. Coming from the shinobi world, he had learned countless sealing techniques, many from Minato. He levitated Shiki's body in front of him using the outer path, then formed hand seals with one hand and pressed his palm against the floating soul. 4 symbols seal. A swirling pattern encircled by arcane runes appeared over the devil fruit's energy. As it formed, the chaotic black mass suddenly stilled. In the Naruto world, this sealing technique was used to imprison even the Nine Tails. Designed by the Uzumaki clan to contain malevolent power, it now worked just as effectively on the essence of a devil fruit. With the float fruit successfully sealed inside Shiki's soul, Chiga shot a black flame into his heart, igniting the puppet transformation. Slowly, Shiki's body rose again, now able to float without relying on its original devil fruit power. Chiga focused, his Rinnegan glowing. A moment later, Shiki's vacant eye shifted into the same ripple pattern as Chiga's. He had completed the projection of the outer path onto Shiki's corpse. Now a puppet under his control, Shiki could be used freely without diminishing Chiga's own use of the outer path. After admiring his work for a moment, Chiga opened a door space. The reanimated Shiki floated through and arrived at a different location, alongside another hulking puppet, where he remained still, awaiting orders. Once the gate closed, Chiga returned to the warship. Khalifa stepped forward and draped his coat of justice over his shoulders. Golden Lion Shiki, has been taken care of, she asked softly. Chiga nodded with a calm expression. When Khalifa and the others heard this, they were stunned. That was Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate from the same era as Roger, and yet Chiga had eliminated him alone. Khalifa couldn't help but confirm again, so, boss, does that mean you can fight a Yonko now? One-on-one, I'd say I have a chance, Chiga replied. But if you count their full crew and territory, it'd still be difficult. That's already incredible. Everyone on the ship stared at Chiga with awe. To them, he had already reached Yonko-level strength. When had they ever stood so close to someone of that caliber? Seeing their reactions, Chiga waved his hand, a little exasperated. No need for all that. You make me sound like some kind of monster. Khalifa and Ein exchanged glances, their expressions clearly saying, aren't you? Chiga sighed and rubbed his forehead before issuing new orders. Send word to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the mission is complete. Golden Lion Shiki was neutralized on the spot. Yes, sir. Chiga then handed Khalifa a flying thunder god kunai, saying, take the ship back to base. If you run into trouble you can't handle, hold this and call my name, I'll come to you instantly. What about you, boss? Aren't you coming with us? No, I have somewhere else to go. Taking the warship would be a hassle. Somewhere else? Yeah, Chica replied. Have you heard of Skypia? Skypia? Khalifa blinked, thinking. She'd seen records in the World Government Archives, a sky island shrouded in mystery. Its location was never clear, only that it existed high above the sea. But after witnessing Golden Lion Shiki float an entire island, the idea of floating land no longer surprised her. If the boss wanted to go there, he must have a good reason. Maybe a devil fruit caught his attention. Khalifa's sharp instincts as Chiga's personal secretary didn't fail her. She had already guessed his purpose. Indeed, Chiga's next destination was Skypia, where he hoped to claim the Goro Goro no Mi. Among all Logia-type devil fruits, the Goro Goro no Mi was considered top tier. Some even believed it to be the strongest Logia. Its lightning powers delivered devastating attacks. Though it hadn't worked on Luffy, thanks to his Nika-granted rubber body, that didn't make it weak. What truly interested Chiga wasn't just the destructive force. The fruit expanded one's observation haki, attack range, and even allowed enhancement of the physical body through lightning. With all these advantages combined, it was a devil fruit worth pursuing. And with that thought, Chiga launched into the sky, headed for Skypia. Or join my Trian for 70+ advanced chapters. Chapter 94, God Enel, 1/2. Sky Island, Angel Beach. The young girl, Konis, sat quietly on the beach, gently plucking the strings of her harp. The melody drifted over the shoreline, peaceful yet tinged with unease. After a while, she stopped playing and sighed softly, setting the harp across her lap. That was beautiful. Why did you stop? A calm male voice startled her. Few people ever came to this beach, she usually played alone to soothe her nerves. Startled, Konis quickly stood up and turned around. A man in a white suit stood there, a pristine coat of justice draped over his shoulders and fluttering gently behind him. It was Chiga, who had just arrived on Sky Island. Seeing Konis frozen and uncertain, Chiga took a step forward and offered a soft smile. Did I startle you? Sorry about that. I just arrived and happened to hear your music. It was really beautiful. Oh. Thank you. Flustered but flattered, Konis's nerves eased slightly. But as she looked up at Chiga and saw his back, her eyes widened in shock. You don't have wings. You're not from Sky Island. No, Chiga replied with a faint smile. I came from below. You're from the Blue Sea. You got up here by yourself. Yes. But how? How did you even get up here? Faced with her rapid questions, Chiga looked slightly amused. Without answering, he slowly rose into the air, floating effortlessly. Konis watched in stunned silence, confirming again and again that he had no wings. Finally, she asked in awe. Can all Blue Sea people fly like this? No. Only a very rare few can. Indeed, only a handful in the world of One Piece had the power of flight. Techniques like skywalk had limitations, and most flight-capable abilities came from specific devil fruits, typically variants of the bird fruit. After hovering for a moment, Chiga returned to the ground. Konis was still staring at him, astonished. Changing the subject, Chica asked gently, "Why did you stop playing just now?" "I heard you sigh. Something troubling you?" Koni's smile faded immediately. Her thoughts turned to Sky Island's current ruler, Enel. Ever since the former god, Gonfall, had been overthrown, Enel had taken control of Sky Island. With his lightning powers, no one dared oppose him. From his palace, he could hear the voices of everyone on Sky Island. A single disrespectful word could bring divine punishment in the form of a deadly bolt of lightning. People lived in constant fear. He had also instituted the 11 sins, a set of harsh laws. The lowest among them was illegal entry. Thinking of that, Koni's face turned pale, and she suddenly grabbed Chiga's sleeve. "This is bad. You've committed one of the 11 sins. You're an outsider. You have to go, fly back to the Blue Sea." "God. You mean Enel?" The moment Chica uttered Enel's name so casually, Koni's trembled. Such open disrespect was unthinkable here. And as if summoned by that name, thunderclouds instantly gathered in the sky above them, electric arcs crackling and dancing in the darkening clouds. Koni's heart dropped. Her face went pale. She knew what this meant. Enel had heard them. Divine punishment was on its way. Resigned to her fate, Koni slumped against Chiga's abdomen and closed her eyes. If she had to die, then at least she wasn't alone. This Blue Sea person had made a kind impression. Chiga looked down at her small form leaning on him. With a gentle expression, he covered her ears to shield her from the sound of the coming storm. Moments later, a massive bolt of lightning streaked from the sky, striking them with a thunderous boom. Smoke exploded around them, swallowing them in an instant. "Am I dead?" After an uncertain amount of time, Koni slowly opened her eyes, glancing around with confusion. She was in a strange purple-hued space. The Blue Sea men from earlier stood beside her. Looking around again, she realized the world beyond the violet barrier was blackened and scorched. It took her a moment to recognize that this was the same beach, only completely transformed. Turning her gaze up, she saw Chiga's helpless expression. Only then did she realize she was still leaning against him. Embarrassed, a pink flush rose to her cheeks. She quickly pulled away, about to apologize, when her eyes shot upward. Floating above Chiga was a giant, ghostly purple skeleton. Startled by the enormous, otherworldly figure, Koni screamed and leapt back into Chiga's arms. "WWW, what is that? Have I died and gone to hell? I didn't do anything wrong." Chiga sighed softly, feeling the fabric of his coat dampen from her tears. He gently patted her back to calm her down. Then he held her shoulders and gently pushed her back. Using one hand, he wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "That thing's part of my ability," Chiga explained calmly. "You're not dead. Neither of us are." Oh, really?" Koni stared at him in disbelief. This Blue Sea person was truly something else. She had never heard of anyone surviving Enel's divine punishment before. Inside the grand palace of God Enel, the young lightning-wielding tyrant sat lazily on his throne, yawning as he picked at his ear with a finger. "That Blue Sea guy, interesting," he muttered. He actually blocked divine punishment. Below him, 4 priests quickly stepped forward with fawning grins. "Leave it to us, God," one of them declared. "We'll teach him the price of disrespect." Enel didn't even bother to glance at them. He waved his hand impatiently. "Go ahead, then." "Oh, and he's got a local girl with him. Deal with her, too." "Yes, God." Chapter 95, God Enel, 2 halves. Sky Island, Skypia. Koni's was still unaware that she had already been targeted by the 4 priests. Having narrowly escaped Enel's divine judgment, she joyfully led Chica to Gonfall, the former god of Skypia. Gonfall, with his white beard and clad in armor, looked at Koni's kindly before turning his gaze to Chica, who stood calmly beside her. At just a glance, Gonfall felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Chica. Especially after seeing the strange ripple pattern in his eyes, the Rinnegan, Gonfall was overcome by an almost instinctual urge to kneel. This pressure reminded him of someone. Roger. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Gonfall's brow. He quickly composed himself and greeted Chica cautiously. "Greetings. I am Gonfall. May I ask your name?" Chica gave a small nod and replied with a polite smile, "Uchiha Chiga." "Uchiha. What an unusual surname." Gonfall ran through his memories but found nothing. Well, perhaps he was someone new from the Blue Sea. Since Enel had taken control, Gonfall hadn't kept up with current events below. "Were you brought here by the knock-up stream, or?" "I came by myself," Chiga answered plainly. At this, Koni stepped forward eagerly. "Grandpa Gonfall, Brother Chiga flew up here on his own. Isn't that amazing? He doesn't even have wings, but he can fly freely in the air." Though she hadn't known him for long, Konis had taken a liking to Chiga. After all, he had saved her life, and his calm, gentle nature left a strong impression. She had started calling him Brother Chiga without hesitation. Chiga also found the winged girl endearing, reminding him of the two little ones from Kokoyashi village. He gently patted her head and said to Gonfall, "I understand your situation. Don't worry. I'll handle Enel." Gonfall's expression didn't brighten. He didn't doubt Chiga's words, he could tell the man was powerful, but he knew nothing came without a price. Even if Chiga defeated Enel, what then? Would he take Enel's place and become the new god of Skypia? Gonfall had no desire to reclaim the title. Over time, the Scypians and the Shandians had started to put aside their long-held grudges. If Enel were gone, Gonfall hoped to unify the island, share the land, and finally bring peace. But Chiga was neither Scypian nor Shandian. Would he allow that peace to happen? Konis, unaware of Gonfall's concerns, assumed he was worried about Enel hearing them. She stepped forward again. "Grandpa Gonfall, it's okay. Brother Chiga blocked divine judgment with a giant skeleton warrior and saved me. That's not what I. Blue Sea dweller who dares to trespass into Skypia, come out. God has deemed you guilty." The arrogant voice echoed through the area. Gonfall and Konis both froze. It was the voice of the four priests. Chiga looked toward the doorway. With a wave of his hand and a flicker of power, four figures were instantly dragged into the room and slammed to the ground at his feet. The four priests lay there, groaning in humiliation and pain. Chiga's voice was calm but sharp. "Who were you calling guilty just now?" "Me." Om, the strongest of the four priests, struggled to rise. Glaring at Chiga with seething fury, he shouted, "How dare you attack us? Do you know the punishment for this?" "Oh." Chiga raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead. Enlighten me. You've insulted God, and now you've assaulted his priests. You should be begging for death. In fact, you and that girl behind you should commit suicide before God strikes you down. Is that all?" "Of course not. Before dying, you must also pay the fine for illegal entry." Chiga laughed. Loudly. The kind of laugh that made even Om hesitate. "You really think you're untouchable," Chiga muttered, amusement fading into coldness. Enraged, Om drew his white iron-cloud sword, the blade extending toward Chiga like a spear. "Die, blue sea trash." The blade shot forward, but Chiga casually raised his hand and flicked it. The iron cloud shattered like glass, the fragments clattering to the floor. "Nanny." Om stared in disbelief. That wasn't dodging. That was complete annihilation. What was this man arm made of? Chiga calmly shook off the remaining fragments, as though brushing off dust. He hadn't even used Haki, his raw strength had been enough. The other three priests took a step back. If Om had been defeated that easily, what chance did they have? Chiga tilted his head. "You're all too noisy. Offer up your hearts." A moment later, all four priests clutched their chests in agony. Puff. 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 In a gruesome instant, four still-beating hearts floated from their chests into the air, dripping with blood. Chiga hadn't even used room. This was a simple application of his gravity fruit ability, deadly, direct, and terrifying. "My heart, give it back." The priests reached out feebly, eyes losing focus. One by one, they collapsed, twitching briefly before lying still. Chiga looked down at the corpses, then said without turning, "Room." A massive room space unfolded, covering all of Skypia. Though he sensed nothing abnormal, he turned to Gonfall. "Where's Enel?" Gonfall, still in shock, pointed silently toward the upper yard. With a glance, Chiga sent the four bodies away with shambles, a warning to Enel. "Wow. Brother Chiga, you're amazing. Those guys totally deserved it." Konis cheered. She wasn't disturbed by the violence. If anything, she was thrilled the priests who terrorized her home were finally dead. Chiga smiled slightly at her praise, then vanished into thin air. "My boy's getting the Goro Goro no Mi, wait Hollop. What if he did the same thing he did with Shiki? Anyone wants that." Chapter 96, Chidori. In the palace, Enel looked at the four additional corpses on the ground, his gaze unwavering. He raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, leaving four charred bodies where they lay. The acrid smell of burnt flesh permeated the grand hall. "Nice technique," a teasing voice echoed through the hall, "but the smell isn't very pleasant." Enel looked up toward the entrance and saw Chiga standing there with his hands in his pockets. "Blue Seaman, I have to admit you have some skills. But if you think this is enough to give you the illusion that you can challenge a god, then I can only say, your end won't be pretty." Still hearing Enel refer to himself as a god, Chiga couldn't help but chuckle softly. When he looked at Enel again, his gaze was calm and indifferent as he said, Before these eyes, no one can call themselves a god. Enel felt a strange discomfort under Chiga's gaze. Deep in his heart, he sensed something unsettling. Those eyes had the weight of divinity, as if looking down on all beings from above. He couldn't stand it. Die. You blasphemer. Inazuma. Enel's arm turned to lightning and fired upward. Chiga didn't move. A deep purple energy surged around him, and a spectral ribcage formed, his Susanoo. The lightning struck him directly with a deafening crackle, but aside from scorching the ground beneath his feet, it left Chiga completely unscathed. Enel narrowed his eyes, examining the skeletal defense with a serious expression. So this is how you block divine punishment, huh? Not bad. Perhaps, Chiga said coolly. He dispelled the Susanoo, raised an arm, and smirked. You're pretty good at playing with lightning, huh? Enel's brow twitched. He, who considered himself the god of thunder, found Chiga's words deeply provocative. He slammed one of the giant drums on his back, boom, and a massive thunderbird burst forth. 30 million volts, Hino. Enel looked at Chiga triumphantly. This wasn't like the earlier Inazuma attack, this was a powerful offensive born from his divine drums. He was confident this blue seaman would be reduced to a crisp. But the next moment made his eyes widen. Even a bit of snot slipped from his nose. Chiga raised his arm, lightning surging around it, accompanied by a sharp, bird-like chirp. As a rumble fruit user himself, Enel could clearly sense the power of the lightning gathered in Chiga's hand. But, he was the one with the rumble fruit. Why could this man from the blue sea use lightning like this? His brain buzzed with confusion. Chiga looked at the lightning in his palm with a trace of nostalgia. He had created the Chidori back in the Naruto world, reconstructing it from memory, a technique once pioneered by Kakashi. It had taken down many formidable foes. But ever since he'd come to the world of pirates, he hadn't had the chance to use it. With his fingers together, he pointed his palm at Enel and said with a grin. Come on. Let's see whose lightning bird is stronger, yours or my Chidori. Don't get cocky. I am the true god of thunder. Enel roared and swung his arm. The thunderbird behind him screeched and dived toward Chiga at blinding speed. But with the power of the Rinnegan, nothing could escape Chiga's sight. He thrust his Chidori-covered hand forward. Crackle. The Chidori and thunderbird clashed violently. The hall echoed with static and screeches. Then, a mournful cry rang out, Enel's thunderbird disintegrated into a burst of lightning. Only the Chidori's sharp screech remained, proclaiming its dominance. Enel's face darkened as he stared at Chiga's still glowing hand, feeling an unbearable sting, not from the lightning, but from the humiliation. If Chiga had used a different ability, he could have brushed it off. But lightning. That was his domain. It felt like a slap in the face. Chiga flicked his wrist, dissipating the Chidori, and asked lightly. What's wrong? Looks like our god of thunder isn't that great at using lightning after all. You bastard, you're just a mortal. Electric current surged across Enel's body. He vanished with a zap, reappearing at the center of the hall and spreading his arms. Discharge. ZZZZT. Lightning exploded outward from his body, flooding the entire hall in a chaotic storm. Chiga didn't back down. He also spread his arms. Chidori current. That piercing bird cry rang out again. Electric current surged around him, clashing directly with Enel's storm. In the blink of an eye, Enel's lightning was completely devoured by Chiga's. The electric field crawled toward Enel and engulfed him. Enel sneered. Even if he lost the clash, he was lightning itself, how could lightning hurt him? But then. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Arg. The moment Chidori current touched him, Enel's body convulsed violently, racked with pain. His form flickered, caught in a brutal storm of his own element. After several seconds of torturous spasms, he finally crashed to the floor, a wisp of smoke trailing from his open mouth. Chiga lowered his arms and walked toward him, occasional sparks still snapping around his body. Midway through, Enel's body twitched. Electricity flickered once again, and he croaked out. Electrotherapy. Thump thump thump. His nearly stilled heart kicked back into rhythm under the lightning's stimulation. Color slowly returned to his face. Enel stood up unsteadily, his eyes locked on Chiga. Why was I hurt by lightning? I'm the god of thunder. Heh, maybe, Chiga said casually, you ate a fake rumble fruit. Fake. Enel stood frozen. Normally, he would have laughed off such a ridiculous claim and blasted the speaker into dust. But after that last shock, a seed of doubt was planted. Seeing his reaction, Chiga couldn't help but laugh. Of course, the fruit Enel ate was real. The reason he could be harmed was because Chidori current was infused with chakra, a special energy that acted much like Haki, capable of striking Logia users when used properly. Naturally, no one in the world of One Piece would know what chakra was. which made fooling Enel all the more amusing. Send Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 97, Rumble Rumble Fruit. As Chica approached him step by step, Enel finally felt the emotion called fear. He stretched out his hand, and a golden staff flew from behind the throne he had been sitting on. He caught it in one swift motion. Rago. Lightning surged around the golden staff in Enel's hand. The heat of the lightning caused the staff to melt and reshape into a golden trident. Enel slammed it against the ground, as if trying to summon courage. Chica, however, looked at Enel's stance with a strange expression. A random thought popped into his head. Holy crap. Enel didn't know what Chica was thinking. He lunged, swinging the trident with a wild thrust. Clang. A black rod had silently appeared in Chica's hand. The tip of the trident struck the rod but couldn't pierce through. Chica's ocular power was far beyond what it had been during his days in the Marines. Back then, even Gion could break his black rod with armament Haki. But now, that level of force couldn't even scratch it. Chica batted the trident aside with the black rod, twisted his wrist, and drove it hard into Enel's abdomen. Poochie. The rod pierced through cleanly. Enel staggered back, clutching the rod with both hands. He looked up at Chica in disbelief. Once again, this so-called god had been injured, this time by a simple physical strike. Ever since eating the Goro Goro no Mi and gaining the power to elementalize, how long had it been since he was wounded by a mere physical attack? Chica looked at Enel's face and smirked, understanding his shock. Still think you're a god? Cough, cough. You bastard. I won't let a mortal mock a god. Enraged by Chica's disdain, Enel gritted his teeth, enduring the strange interference from the black rod. He pulled it out of his abdomen with trembling hands. Finally, blood staining the rod, Enel yanked it free and flung it aside. He glared at Chica, then transformed into pure electricity and burst out of the palace. Chica wasn't worried about him escaping. His room ability had enveloped all of Skypia. He could feel Enel's presence high in the sky, gathering power. In a flash, Chica appeared mid-air across from Enel, calmly facing the thunderous figure with a glint of pity in his eyes, pity for the weak. Lightning crackled wildly around Enel as he roared. These eyes, that look. I'll erase them forever. I am God. The Thunder God. Lightning swirled violently. Enel's form changed. He grew into a massive figure, dozens of meters tall, with a swollen belly and features only vaguely reminiscent of his original face, now made of lightning. Chica stood with arms folded, watching the self-proclaimed Thunder God. His eyes remained still, unmoved. Enel mistook his silence for fear and grinned arrogantly. Yes, he thought, he was the true god. He had just been caught off guard before, tricked by this blue seaman. The enormous lightning face sneered and spoke down to Chica like an ant. Scared speechless. Don't worry, I'll end your misery soon. Chica slowly dropped his arms and stared at him coldly. Purple energy surged around him again. Enel scoffed at the sight. He had already seen the skeletal version of Susanoo earlier. Compared to his Thunder God form, it seemed small and weak. But the purple energy didn't stop there. Under Chica's control, the skeletal Susanoo grew muscle, then skin. Its form expanded further and further. Armor formed, and enormous wings stretched wide. A 300-meter-tall Susanoo now loomed in the sky, with wings that blocked out the sun. Chica stood within the diamond-shaped space in Susanoo's head, gazing down coldly at the Thunder God below, who barely reached Susanoo's knees. What? Is a god's power really this insignificant? Enel didn't answer. He was stunned, staring up at the colossal dark purple giant. Just the aura radiating from it left him breathless. Below, the people of Skypia could see it too. Gonfall looked up, stunned. What is that? Konis was equally shocked, but something about it felt familiar. Then her eyes lit up with recognition. Grandpa Gonfall. That's Brother Chica. He once summoned a skeletal giant like that. It has to be him. Uchiha Chiga. Gonfall nodded slowly. In front of such overwhelming power, could Enel really win? Ah. How can this be? This is a joke. Enel's mind snapped. He charged at Susanoo, slapping at its leg with lightning-shaped fists. This isn't right. I'm God. I am God. But all his efforts did was cause slight ripples in Susanoo's energy. It looked more like he was giving it a massage. Susanoo casually lifted one leg and nudged him. Enel flew like a comet, crashing through the palace below, reducing it to rubble. He lay in the wreckage, dazed, eyes fixed on the sky. I am God. I am God. Chiga deactivated Susanoo and descended, floating calmly in front of him. Saying nothing, he reached out, grabbed Enel by the neck, and activated the Rinnegan, absorbing the power of the Goro Goro no Mi into his own body. A tomo appeared in his left eye. With his devil fruit ability gone, Enel's consciousness faded. His head tilted to the side. He was dead. Chica sighed and glanced once more at the fallen god. To be honest, Enel hadn't been weak. In the anime, his loss to Luffy was purely circumstantial, a matter of fruit matchup and timing. Had he joined the Marines, his top-tier Logia devil fruit, equal in strength to those of the Admirals, and his exceptional observation Haki would have made him a prime candidate for advancement. With proper training in combat and armament Haki, Enel could have easily reached the level of an Admiral. If he had become a pirate, he'd have ranked at least at Warlord level. Certainly stronger than the likes of the bloated Gecko Moria. But with a personality like his, joining the Marines was never going to happen, and he had no real interest in piracy either. His true obsession was with the moon and the endless sky. Womp. Bro got the DF. Henceforth, it'd be 100 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. 200 Power Stones for 5 bonus chapters. If you want to read 70+ chapters in advance, check or join my Patreon. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Are You Skypian Too? After creating a grave for Enel, this ambitious man who had once held the stars and the sea in his heart, Chiga used earth release to shape the mound. Suddenly, a pulse of lightning flickered in his left eye. Above Skypia, thunderclouds gathered, filling the sky as the continuous roar of thunder echoed overhead. Seeing the ominous display, Gon Fall and Konis exchanged uneasy glances. Had Chiga lost after all? Could Enel have truly been that terrifying? Boom. Thick, cyan lightning bolts crashed down from the sky, forcing Gon Fall and Konis to shield their eyes instinctively. The barrage of lightning continued for a moment before gradually subsiding. When they cautiously opened their eyes, they were surprised to find themselves completely unharmed. What was going on? Were those lightning strikes not aimed at them? Gon Fall quickly summoned his mount, Pierre, a Skypia bird who had eaten the horse fruit and could take on the form of a Pegasus. He climbed aboard, and Konis followed, mounting behind him. Together, they soared into the skies toward Enel's palace. Whatever had happened, they couldn't ignore it. Whether Chiga had won or lost, they were now deeply involved, and Enel's judgment awaited them if Chiga had fallen. They had to confirm the outcome of the battle. When they arrived at the palace ruins, they were struck speechless. What greeted them was a landscape of destruction. The once grand palace was now a heap of shattered stone and scorched earth. Sitting calmly beside a small mound of freshly turned soil was Chiga, wearing a faint smile as he looked up at them. Brother Chiga. Seeing him safe, Konis felt the weight in her chest lift. She leapt from the Pegasus and ran toward him without hesitation. This time, she didn't hold back, she threw herself into his arms. She looked up at him with teary eyes and sobbed, "It's so good you're all right, Brother Chiga. When all that lightning came down, I thought you had lost to Enel." Chiga gently patted her back and said softly, "It's okay. Enel is dead. He's buried in the mound next to me. That lightning earlier. I released it." "You released it?" Chiga's left eye flashed with brilliant light. A moment later, a bolt of lightning struck not far from where they stood, making Konis yelp in surprise. She stared at the crater left behind, then looked up at him in disbelief. "Brother Chiga, you can use electricity too." "Heh. Enel wasn't the only one capable of that. There are a few creatures in the sea that can discharge electricity." "Yeah, like Kaido." "Really? That's amazing. But I bet none of them are as strong as you, Brother Chiga." "Maybe. I wonder how I'd compare to Big Mom Zeus." "Who's Big Mom?" "A pirate." "Oh, right, I never told you. I'm a Marine." "A Marine? I've heard a little about them. For justice, right?" Hee hee. Chiga watched her playful smile and shook his head with a helpless grin. He picked her up and set her aside, then stood and dusted himself off. But Konis wasn't done. She tugged on his sleeve and asked excitedly, "Brother Chiga, you're actually a Skypian too, right?" "Huh?" A large question mark practically appeared above Chiga's head. When did he ever become associated with Skypia? Seeing his stunned silence, Konis became even more certain of her conclusion. She tilted her chin proudly and declared, "I saw that purple giant you summoned. It had huge wings, way bigger than ours. You must be a Skypian too, just hiding your wings because your power is too strong, right? Idiot." Chiga flicked her forehead, making her wince and hold her head with a pout. She stared at him with big, watery eyes, thinking he was upset she'd discovered his secret. Chiga sighed and explained, "I'm really not a Skypian. I'm from the Uchiha clan. That purple giant is the guardian deity of my clan, not my true form." "Ah. I see." Gon Fall, who had been quietly observing their interaction, finally stepped forward. He approached Chiga carefully and asked, "Lord Chiga, the lightning just now, who was it aimed at?" "Oh. Some of Enel's remaining followers." I didn't want them causing any more trouble. I see. Gonfall nodded, though inwardly he was shaken. This power, lightning that struck from the heavens, had once been Enel's most terrifying ability. Now it belonged to someone else, this quiet young man from the Blue Sea. He knew better than most how dangerous such an ability was. Against it, no one had a place to hide. It was terrifyingly absolute. Even as he struggled to keep his composure, Gonfall couldn't help but wonder what Chica planned to do with Skypia now that Enel was gone. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A group emerged from the forest, some dressed like primitives, others were Scypians. Leading them was the war-hardened Wiper and the young woman Haki, both from the anime. They had only just reached adulthood, and Isa, still a child, was cradled in Haki's arms. Despite his youth, Wiper's strength already surpassed most of his tribe, making him their de facto leader. Upon seeing Gonfall, he approached to ask what had happened. Gonfall glanced briefly at Chica and then explained that Enel had been defeated by the men standing beside him. Wiper's eyes widened. So did everyone else's. Haki looked at Chica, stunned. In her mind, Wiper was already the strongest warrior in their tribe, and Enel was an untouchable force of nature. But now someone even stronger had appeared, and he was so young. Chica, who had remained still this whole time, suddenly took a step forward. Thud. That single step caused the entire group to instinctively back away in fear. Konis giggled. What are you all doing? You're making Brother Chica look like a monster. Gonfall rolled his eyes at her. You're too carefree. Do you even understand what your Brother Chica is capable of? He's the one who just wiped out Enel. Still reeling, Wiper couldn't fully accept it. He had seen Enel's power firsthand, and yet this stranger had defeated him. He stepped forward cautiously and said, I mean no disrespect, but may I witness your power? Just once. It's hard to believe Enel was truly defeated like that. Chica glanced at him. With that single look, the hair on Wiper's body stood on end. He instantly regretted asking. The pressure alone nearly made his knees buckle. But Chica didn't hold it against him. Wiper had always been a headstrong warrior in the anime. He decided to satisfy the man's curiosity. Chica's left eye sparkled with light. In the next moment, a thick pillar of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the ruins behind Wiper. Boom. The already ruined stone was instantly reduced to scorched debris. Smoke curled into the air. Wiper stood frozen in place, jaw slack, as the blast heat washed over him. He got his answer. Join my Patreon to get access to 70+ chapters in advance. __. 100 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. So spam those stones. Chapter 99, Golden Bell. Since we reached 100 power stones, I'd be dropping 3 bonus chapters. After Chica briefly demonstrated the power of lightning, no one dared to question his strength anymore. Even the usually unruly Wiper stood silently to the side, glancing nervously at Chica, uncertain of what Skypia's fate would be from now on. Konis noticed the concern too, but she wasn't overly worried. In her heart, even if Brother Chica became the next god of Skypia, he'd still be far better than the tyrannical Enel. Besides, wasn't Brother Chica a righteous marine? Chica swept his gaze across the crowd. Gonfall and the others instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Chica sighed inwardly. Was he really that terrifying? After a brief moment, a door opened in the air beside him. From it, Shiki floated out, hovering beside Chica, his dull Rinnegan eyes wide open. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of Shiki. Noticing that his eyes were the same as Chica's, they assumed this man must be one of Chica's clansmen. But what did Chica intend by summoning him? Konis eyed Shiki curiously, then turned to Chica. Brother Chica, who is this? His eyes are the same as yours. Is he your clansman? Chica didn't respond. Instead, Shiki opened his mouth and spoke in Chica's voice and tone. No, this is one of my avatars. When I'm not here, he is me. He'll stay behind and act as the new god of Skypia. Konis tilted her head, only half understanding. Seeing this, Chica added. Have you heard of a Den Mushi? Just think of him as one of those. I've read a little about them. So, Brother Chica, are you leaving? Can you take me with you? I want to join the Marines too. Huh. Chica stared at her, a little speechless. She reminded him of Nami, curious, fiery, but she was still far too young. Joining the Marines wasn't an option right now. No, you're too young. Give it a few more years. If you still want to join by then, just tell this guy. Okay. Though disappointed, Konis didn't protest. She really was a sweet kid. Still, Chica could see the glimmer of sadness in her eyes. He stepped forward, gently took her small hand, and smiled. Alright, it won't be that long. Want to see something amazing in the meantime? Eh? Something amazing? What is it, Brother Chiga? Have you heard of the Golden Bell? How about I take you to ring it? Really? The Golden Bell is real. I want to see it. Of course. Let's go. As Chiga prepared to leave with Konis, Wiper and Gonfall quickly stepped forward. At this point, they no longer cared who became the new god. What mattered was the long-standing conflict between the two tribes. God, please forgive our intrusion, Gonfall said respectfully, but what will become of our two tribes? How do we move forward from here? Chiga turned back, recalling the deep-rooted grudge between the Scypians and the Shandians. This land had once been part of Jaya Island, the Shandians' homeland, until they were forcibly driven out 400 years ago. The two peoples had been fighting over it ever since. Gonfall, being the more benevolent of the two, had already begun easing tensions during Enel's reign. Perhaps today was the opportunity for true peace. After a brief pause, Chiga raised his hand casually. How you live together is your decision. I'll say one thing, don't cause trouble. Got it. As he spoke, lightning flickered in his Rinnegan eye, making both Gonfall and Wiper shudder. They quickly nodded. The message was clear. Chiga wanted peace between the tribes and would not tolerate any more conflict. Gonfall and Wiper exchanged glances, then both breathed a sigh of relief. Their respect for Chiga deepened. He hadn't just defeated Enel, he had also brought stability to Skypia. With the matter settled, Chiga looked down at Konis again and smiled. Still want to see that purple giant? I do. It's so strong and cool looking. Heh. Is that so? Then let's go. Everyone, move back. Earlier, Wiper had been too busy to look at the sky and had missed the sight of the giant. Now, hearing the others mention it again, he stood there blankly. Gonfall's expression changed immediately. He still remembered the terrifying, godlike figure from earlier. If that giant appeared here at full size, they'd all be flattened. Without hesitation, he called out. Everyone spread out. Lord God is about to display his divine power. Divine power? Wiper and the others were confused, but Gonfall's tone left no room for doubt. They quickly retreated, clearing the area. Gonfall himself moved back several hundred meters, then looked on with anticipation. He had only seen the Susanoo from afar earlier. Now he wanted a proper look at the majestic figure up close. After all, no matter what world you're from, Whatman doesn't like a giant mech. Chiga didn't keep them waiting. His Rinnegan eyes began to glow, and in an instant, a towering, 300-meter Susanoo appeared. The giant silhouette solidified rapidly, fully formed in the blink of an eye. Wiper, Haki, and the others were speechless. What is that? Is this the power of a god? Gonfall's eyes brimmed with tears as he stared at the winged Susanoo. This is the power of the gods. Look at those wings. I will make this the new totem of Skypia. Inside the diamond-shaped space at the head of the Susanoo, Konis stood holding Chiga's hand tightly. She looked down at the now ant-sized people below, her face glowing with excitement. Chiga chuckled at her reaction. Even girls got starry-eyed when stepping into a giant like this. He gently patted her head, making sure she didn't get too overwhelmed and pass out. Then, he controlled the Susanoo to spread its wings and take to the skies. So high. We're flying so high, Brother Chiga. They soared upward, punching through clouds one after another. Konis jumped around inside the cockpit-like space, her big eyes scanning the breathtaking view. Finally, a shimmering structure appeared in the clouds, a massive golden bell, shining with ancient beauty. Brother Chiga. Is that the golden bell? It's so beautiful. Chiga didn't reply. He calmly controlled the Susanoo, extending its hand toward the bell. Then, with a flick of its finger. This time. I'll ring the golden bell. Dong. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the sky. Not just Skypia, but even ships far below on the sea, heard the sound ring out. On that day, everyone remembered the silhouette of a purple giant soaring through the clouds, and the golden bell that tolled once more in the heavens. Chapter 100, Death by a Single Berry. The golden bell shattered. Even though Chiga had minimized the Susanoo's power, the golden bell still couldn't withstand a mere flick of the giant's finger. He stored the golden fragments inside his door space. Although he wasn't short on money now, who would complain about having too much wealth? Returning to the ground with Konis, they were instantly surrounded by the islanders. Led by Gonfall, they dropped to one knee and shouted in unison. Greetings, God. Chiga raised an eyebrow. He had only rung the golden bell once, and even broke it. What were they trying to do now? Gonfall looked up, eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Chiga. Ever since being driven from his position by Enel, he had scoffed at the idea of God. He no longer believed such beings existed. But everything Chica had shown today, especially those divine eyes, had reignited that belief. God, please allow us to adopt the purple giant you summoned as our totem. Oh, you mean the Susanoo? Sure, do whatever you want. Chica waved casually. With the Deva Path puppet stationed here, there wouldn't be any problems. And with a shared spiritual belief, they'd likely become even more obedient. Konis looked at Chica, reluctant to part ways. She knew he wouldn't stay long, otherwise, he wouldn't have left a puppet behind. Though they hadn't known each other for long, every event they'd shared was etched in her memory. She truly wanted to follow him to the Marines, but she wasn't old enough yet. For now, she had no choice but to stay. Chica noticed her hesitation. He crouched down, pinched her cheek, and said gently. All right. Even from here, you can contact me anytime. Once you're older, I'll take you with me. You're great with the harp, my ship's still missing a musician. I'll definitely join the Marines. Seeing how determined this little angel was, Chica couldn't help but extend a finger and tap her nose playfully. Konis pouted but didn't push him away. She only muttered. Humph, just wait, I'll grow up fast. After spending a few more moments with her, Chica stood. The coat draped over his shoulders fluttered in the wind, the word justice written boldly on its back. He scanned the crowd briefly, then gently patted Konis's head. Lightning flickered in his eyes. A low rumble echoed through the sky. And then, he vanished in a flash, leaving only crackling arcs of electricity behind. Not long after, Chica, transformed into a bolt of lightning, was already approaching the first half of the Grand Line. Thanks to his powerful physique and the Rinnegan spiritual amplification, Chica could maximize the speed of his rumble fruit. What's more, the electric stimulation enhanced his nervous system, making his reactions even sharper. For movement, it was more effective than teleporting with room, which required setup. Using the rumble fruit didn't need any preparation, letting him act freely and without hesitation. Chica didn't teleport straight back to Marine headquarters. Instead, he chose to travel slowly. He wanted to get used to his new Logia powers. The rumble fruit was the first Logia-type devil fruit he had absorbed. He had a soft spot for it. Back on Earth, lightning had always been one of the powers he dreamed of having. Closing his eyes, he released his observation Haki, amplified by electricity, across a massive radius. He could hear everything happening for thousands of kilometers. Even with that level of information pouring in, his mind remained calm. The electricity seemed to make his thoughts sharper, clearer. This advanced form of observation Haki, called mantra on Skypia, had evolved in his hands. At this point, calling it a heavenly net wouldn't be an exaggeration. Still, hearing everything at once was chaos. Chica narrowed the range of his senses. It was better to have a little peace and quiet. But just before doing so, something interesting caught his attention. Far off at sea, dozens of nautical miles away, a pirate ship drifted along. The crew's name was the Black Bear Pirates, and they were headed toward the Grand Line. Unfortunately for them, they'd been caught in Chica's net. Their journey was about to end before it even began. Chica thought for a moment and pulled a one-berry coin from his pocket. Truthfully, the distance wasn't a problem for him. He could summon a thundercloud above the ship and obliterate them instantly. But there was a move he'd always wanted to try, Misaka Mikoto's railgun. How could he not use it now, with the power of lightning in his hands? Chica had once been a full-on Chinibyo back on Earth. Grinning, Chica held the one-berry coin with his thumb, aimed in the ship's direction, and let arcs of electricity dance across his arm. With a sharp flick, the coin shot out, trailing a streak of blinding light. On the pirate ship, the crew was drinking and laughing, celebrating the great things they would achieve in the Grand Line. At the center of the rowdy group sat a burly man with black bear ears. His name was Pierre, from North Blue, with a bounty of 80 million berries and a zoan-type bear fruit. He slammed his mug down, flushed from drink, and shouted. Lads. Once we hit the Grand Line, we're gonna plunder to our heart's content. Riches, fame, you name it, we'll take it all. Yeah. Long live the Black Bear Pirates. But suddenly, Pierre's barriers twitched. His instinct screamed at him. That was the advantage of staying in half-beast form, he could sense danger better than most. Wait. Something's wrong. Huh? What is it, Captain? I feel it too. Boom. A colossal bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the ship directly. The celebration was cut short in an instant. The entire pirate crew was vaporized, reduced to black ash along with their ship. Only a one-berry coin floated gently on the water, protected by the electric charge. The Black Bear Pirates had been erased by the sea breeze, before their story could even begin. Back in the sky, Chica received the report through his heavenly net and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't bother retrieving bodies or chasing down merit, pirates at that level barely counted. Still, they were special to him in one way. They were the first enemies he had ever paid to eliminate. A whole one berry. Man, bro's def crazy. Join my Patreon for 70+ exclusive chapters. All fanfic are under my collections. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, News of Shiki's Death. Casually eliminating a pirate crew lost in their daydreams, Chiga scanned his surroundings. Pirates like the Black Bear pirates, who sought to enter the Grand Line, usually had to pass through Reverse Mountain, unless they possessed unique methods to navigate the Calm Belt. The sea where Chiga currently stood wasn't far from Reverse Mountain. The strength of pirates arriving here varied greatly. A few powerful ones retained some semblance of morality and refrained from attacking civilians. However, most of the weaker ones preyed on the helpless, committing atrocities to survive. After all, pirates didn't engage in production. Without strength or restraint, plundering civilians was the most direct way for them to live. The truth was, the threshold to enter the Grand Line was still far too low. Chiga lowered his head, deep in thought. Since he was already here, he figured he might as well do something worthwhile. After all, he was now a Marine, an Uchiha who had joined the ranks of justice. Every strong Uchiha seemed to share one trait, the desire to create a peaceful and beautiful world. Chiga didn't have such a lofty obsession, but he could still act within his means. As that thought settled in his mind, the 6 tomo in Chiga's right eye began to vibrate violently, and a terrifying Doryoku surged forth. In his left eye, a single tomo spun rapidly, its color shifting to a deep purple, crackling with electric light. Goro Goro no Mi Awakening. This was the power Chiga gained when his left eye first awakened, the ability to forcefully catalyze the devil fruit he had absorbed, pushing it directly into its awakened state using his existing Doryoku. And it wasn't just an ordinary awakening. Because it was catalyzed through the Rinnegan's Doryoku, it bore a trace of 6 paths power, imbued with Chiga's own will. Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia fruits all had different awakened forms. Logia awakenings, in particular, brought about devastating natural disasters and immense destructive power. The azure lightning that burst from Chiga had now deepened into a rich, violent purple, and the sea around him trembled under its aura of annihilation. The patterns and tomo in Chiga's Rinnegan vanished, replaced by 2 radiant bolts of purple lightning crackling in his eyes. Over thousands of miles of sea, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate the storm. The sky was swallowed by black clouds laced with arcs of purple lightning. 100-meter Sea King breached the surface, curiously surveying the weather, only for a bolt of purple lightning to crash down from above, instantly reducing it to ashes. This was no ordinary lightning. It had far surpassed anything Enel could produce. Without extraordinary defenses or a monstrous physique, anyone struck by it would be instantly incinerated. The sea within 1,000 nautical miles had transformed into a realm of purple lightning. This was a Logia awakening, complete environmental domination. And because the thunderclouds were infused with Chiga's will, they only attacked pirates. Unless Chiga altered them, marines and merchant ships would pass through safely. Soon after the storm formed, rumbling booms echoed across the sea, likely from unfortunate pirate crews still sailing within range. Each crash of thunder marked another group erased from the world. As Chiga gazed at the dark, roiling sky, the purple lightning in his eyes gradually dimmed, revealing the original Rinnegan beneath. Tiny arcs of electricity still flickered on the surface. This purple lightning domain was the perfect greeting for any pirate trying to enter the Grand Line. If they couldn't survive this, they had no business dreaming of the sea's most dangerous waters. Better to shatter those fantasies early. After one last glance, Chiga smiled faintly. His body dissolved into lightning and vanished into the air. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and a group of high-ranking officers sat around a large table. Nearly every top Marine was present. Tsuru stood behind Gion, and most vice admirals were accounted for. Among the 3 admirals, only Kizaru was missing. As for Kizaru, who usually found any excuse to slack off, he had recently been stuck helping Vegapunk with a new batch of experimental weapons and couldn't leave the lab. Akiji and Akainu sat across from one another, arms crossed, neither acknowledging the other. Akainu's hat brim shadowed his eyes, making his expression unreadable. Akiji looked like he was asleep. The room was quiet until Garp barged in, carrying a massive bag of senbei. To him, Sengoku's meetings were long-winded and unbearable without snacks. Sengoku's forehead twitched. Garp was the last to arrive, again. Did he think everyone else was here just to wait for him? Suppressing his frustration, Sengoku reminded himself this meeting was for good news. He wouldn't let someone like Garp ruin the mood. He cleared his throat and called the meeting to order. All eyes turned to him as he pulled out a newspaper and tossed it onto the table. The front page was dominated by bold, black headlines and a single striking photo. Vice Admiral Chiga creates another miracle, Golden Lion defeated on the spot. Beneath the headline was a photo of Chiga gripping Golden Lion's neck. His expression was calm and detached, while golden lions had hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The media in the pirate world was nothing short of miraculous. Last time, they'd somehow captured a photo of Chica with Silver's Rayleigh. Their reach was terrifying. Upon seeing the photo and headline, the room fell silent. Eyes widened. Chica, again. And this time, he'd taken down Golden Lion. Tsuru, Garp, Gion, and others who had witnessed the Sea Swallow Island incident remained composed. They had already seen Chica's power. While defeating a weakened Golden Lion was still shocking. Still, it was no small feat. Golden Lion was a legendary pirate from the same era as Roger. For someone like him to fall to Chica was astounding, no matter the condition he was in. Gion rested her hand on the hilt of Kenpyra. She needed to grow stronger, she didn't want to become a burden in Chica's future battles. Sengoku surveyed the room and nodded inwardly. This was the reaction he'd hoped for. Killing Golden Lion was a monumental achievement. Short of slaying one of the four emperors, few deeds could rival its impact. The timing was right. The next phase of his plan could begin. Placing both hands on the table, Sengoku made the formal announcement. After this battle, I believe there's no longer any doubt about Vice Admiral Chiga's strength. Taking into account his past merits, I have decided to designate him as an Admiral candidate. Chapter 102, Admiral Purple Kirin. After Sengoku announced that Chiga would be designated as a candidate for Admiral, the conference room fell silent again. Everyone looked at one another, feeling they ought to say something, but unsure of what. Zephyr, Tsuru, and Gion were the first to raise their hands in support. They expressed their approval without hesitation, clearly standing behind Chiga's candidacy for Admiral. Onigimo, recently returned from injury, and those seated near him shifted their gazes toward Akainu, who remained silent. Mamhanga and a few others turned their attention to Akiji. Given their age, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru already had one foot out of active duty and were slowly retreating to secondary positions. Meanwhile, Akainu and Akiji stood as leaders of the two largest factions within the Navy. Akainu finally broke his silence. He knew he couldn't remain neutral on this. After a brief pause, he spoke. I agree to designate Uchiha Chiga as an Admiral candidate. Both his strength and his sense of justice have earned my respect. With that, he fell silent again. Onigimo and the others, seeing Akainu's stance, had no further objections. They also voiced their agreement. Akiji cast a brief, surprised glance at Akainu. He hadn't expected the usually hardline and unyielding Akainu to endorse Chiga so easily. Truthfully, Akainu had always held a positive impression of Chiga. For someone to gain Akainu's approval, strength was a prerequisite. After all, how could one enforce absolute justice without power? And Chiga's strength had long been apparent. Akainu had taken notice of him back during the year-end assessment at the training camp. But what truly impressed Akainu wasn't just Chiga's strength, it was his growth rate. Back when Chiga defeated Cake, his potential was undeniable, though he hadn't yet reached top-tier levels. But now, he had managed to kill Shiki outright. Such progress made even Akainu acknowledge that Chiga's potential exceeded that of the current three admirals. Even more than his strength, it was Chiga's uncompromising attitude toward pirates that Akainu valued most. Power without resolve was meaningless. The image of Chiga twisting Shiki's neck in that photograph was, in Akainu's eyes, exactly what a Navy admiral should represent. There was no need to send pirates as despicable as Shiki to impel down. Execution on the spot, that was true justice. As for concerns about Chiga's age and seniority, Akainu dismissed them outright. In his eyes, dignity and rank were earned through power. Anyone without strength had no right to expect a title. The Navy didn't need more bureaucrats. Of course, Akainu bore no ill will toward Kizaru. The two had been classmates, and Akainu acknowledged Kizaru's strength. Even after Akainu became Fleet Admiral, Kizaru continued to step up during major incidents. Despite his stern exterior, Akainu wasn't heartless, just extremely principled. With Akainu having spoken, Akiji offered no objections either. In fact, his opinion of Chiga was even more favorable. In the incident with Zephyr, Chiga had left a strong impression. Although his style resembled Akainu's absolute justice, Akiji recognized a fundamental difference between them. Chiga had never harmed civilians. In battle, he prioritized their safety, and the pirates he killed were all irredeemable criminals. For those whose crimes didn't warrant death, Chiga would spare their lives. What Akiji respected most was how Chiga treated those around him. When someone close to him was in danger, Chiga never hesitated to step in. The most prominent example was when he saved Corazon, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's adopted son, and the boy he was protecting, even though they were strangers to him. Of course, Sengoku's influence likely played a part in that decision. But who wouldn't want someone like Chiga on their side? Even so, Akainu's quick agreement had caught Akiji off guard. He had actually been prepared to argue against him, only to find the usual fire and ice clash defused before it began. Sengoku, too, gave Akiji and Akainu a curious glance, noting that Chiga seemed to have gained unexpected popularity. That was just as well. It saved him the trouble of stepping in. As for Kizaru, there was no point even considering him. That guy was the very definition of two-faced. Now that both sides had agreed, he wouldn't go against the current. Gion, seated nearby, turned curiously to Sengoku. So, what's Chiga's codename? Being named an admiral candidate almost guaranteed Chiga's future as an admiral. And every admiral had a codename, usually a color paired with an animal. It was tradition. Not only Gion, but also Akainu and Akiji looked towards Sengoku, awaiting the answer. An admiral's codename carried weight and symbolism. It couldn't be chosen lightly. Sengoku nodded solemnly. We'll let Chiga decide for himself once he returns to headquarters. For now. A sudden voice interrupted him. Let's call him Purple Kirin. Crack. Electricity buzzed through the room. In the blink of an eye, Chiga appeared in the center of the conference room, crackling with arcs of lightning. His gaze swept across everyone before finally settling on Gion, and he smiled. Vice Admiral Chiga. Everyone gasped in surprise at Chiga's dramatic entrance. Akainu and the others stared in astonishment at Chiga, still sparking with energy. The same thought crossed their minds. Lightning. Was that elementalization? Did he get the Goro Goro no Mi? If it really was the Goro Goro no Mi. Akainu and Akiji immediately became serious. As experienced Logia users, they understood how dangerous and powerful that devil fruit truly was. Lightning offered the speed of the Pika Pika no Mi, the destructive force of the Magu Magu no Mi, and even the environmental control of the Hai Hai no Mi. It was one of the strongest Logia fruits in existence. With that fruit, even a weakling could wreak havoc. But Chiga wasn't weak. He was already powerful, and now he had this, too. Sengoku and Gion had already guessed it, Chiga had indeed acquired the Goro Goro no Mi. They were aware of Chiga's unique abilities, and seeing this only confirmed it. The Navy now possessed one of the best Logia fruits in the world. Sengoku felt a rush of satisfaction, and even Garp, cheerfully munching senbei beside him, seemed oddly adorable at the moment. In high spirits, Sengoku asked, "Why did you choose that codename?" Chiga smiled and answered. "My eyes are purple. And the Kirin is an auspicious beast for my hometown, it brings good luck to those around it. I like that. So let's go with Purple Kirin." Kirin is a mythical creature in case you're wondering. Still, everyone nodded instinctively. It sounded cool. And hey, if luck came with the name, maybe they'd get promoted, too. Gion stepped up, gently brushed a strand of hair from Chiga's forehead, and smiled warmly. Then, congratulations in advance. Admiral Purple Kirin. Is the nickname Kirin good? Or should I change it? Chapter 103, Warlord System. After Gion, the others stepped forward to congratulate him. Even Akainu gave Chiga a rare nod, to which Chiga simply returned a calm smile. There were very few people in the Marines that Chiga actually disliked. If he had to name one, it would be Kobe. Kobe wasn't a bad person, on the contrary, he was incredibly kind. But that kindness was excessive, almost naive. His performance during the Marineford War had left a bitter impression on Chiga. That was a battlefield. Freezing up at the start was understandable, but yelling like that in front of Akainu at the end. Did the Marines who gave their lives in that war mean nothing? That shout had felt like a slap to their sacrifice. It wasn't that Kobe didn't belong in the Marines, but in a war-torn sea like this, he was out of place. Maybe, in a peaceful time, he could grow into a decent local commander. Sengoku observed the interaction between Chiga and the others with deep satisfaction. He saw a bright future in this new generation. If the Marines could truly unite, they'd have no reason to fear even the most fearsome pirate crews. After all, the Marines were the strongest organized force on the sea. With the world government's approval, Chiga's appointment as an admiral candidate was now set in stone. But Sengoku couldn't help but frown as his thoughts turned to the world government. He still didn't fully understand why the five elders were so optimistic about Chiga. Their attitude had changed dramatically after Chiga's time in Sabaody. What had he done there? Now, they'd even requested that Chiga be summoned to Mary Geos for a personal meeting once this matter was over. Was that a good sign, or a dangerous one? Vice Admiral Tsuru, standing beside Sengoku, noticed his expression and asked quietly. "What's the matter, Sengoku? Is the world government being difficult again?" Sengoku shook his head. "No, on the contrary, they're extremely supportive of this. That's what worries me. Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Since he dismissed it, Tsuru didn't press further. Her gaze shifted to Chiga, her eyes filled with admiration. This young man had brought her one miracle after another. She recalled the incident with the OPOP fruit, where Enigmo had been utterly humiliated. Her eyes briefly flicked to Enigmo, who stiffened under the weight of her gaze. He had no idea what he'd done to deserve it, but he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Sengoku cleared his mind and, once everyone had returned to their seats, continued. Now that Chica has been officially confirmed as an Admiral candidate, there's one more matter. Don Quixote Doflamingo has somehow seized control of Dressrosa and reached an agreement with the world government to become a warlord of the sea. All 7 warlords have now been confirmed, and they'll be summoned to Marine headquarters for a formal meeting in the coming days. A wave of disdain passed through the room. Akainu didn't bother to hide his disgust, letting out a cold snort as black smoke curled from his shoulders. Few in the Marines liked the warlord system. Pirates were pirates, granting them legitimacy and inviting them to headquarters was a farce. Chiga, meanwhile, was lost in thought. So Doflamingo had managed to cling to power this way. Was he that shaken by their last encounter? Already afraid of what would happen next time they met. Sengoku shared the general dislike for the warlords, but as fleet admiral, his hands were tied. The system was pushed through by the world government. And truthfully, the warlords did relieve some of the pressure on the Marines. Still, these weren't people to be taken lightly, especially Dracul Mihawk, who acted independently and was notoriously difficult to control. With all 7 warlords gathering at headquarters, tight security would be essential. Sengoku's eyes rested on Chica again. The young man noticed and understood. He was being asked to step up once more. Fine. Let the warlords get a taste of what the future admiral of the Marines was like. Before Sengoku could even speak, Chica stood up and said. These pirates aren't exactly known for good manners. There's no telling what trouble they'll stir up when they arrive. I'll greet them. Make sure they behave. As he spoke, a faint purple lightning flickered in his eyes, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Akainu gave a rare nod of approval. This was the attitude a Marine should have. This was how justice should be upheld. Sengoku's face lit up with satisfaction. Yes. This is the one I chose. No regrets. With all major topics covered, Sengoku wrapped up the meeting. As Garp yawned loudly from the back of the room, Sengoku officially declared it adjourned. As the officers filed out, something unusual happened. Akainu paused as he passed Chiga, leaned in, and muttered. You're very good. Chiga met his gaze and replied in the way he knew would resonate best with Akainu. For justice. Akainu's body tensed at those words. He gave Chiga one last look, deep, thoughtful, then turned and left. After the room cleared, Gion appeared at Chiga's side and linked arms with him. Ignoring his helpless glance toward Sengoku, she dragged him off for a hearty meal. Fusha Village, at the bar. Makino held up the latest newspaper, reading aloud to Ace and Luffy, who sat at the counter. Ace listened carefully while Luffy chomped happily on a grilled skewer, seemingly unaware of what was being said. When she finished, Makino clutched her chest in excitement. As expected of Mr. Chiga. He said he was going to catch an old guy that day. I never imagined it was Golden Lion Shiki. He's a legendary pirate. Even Mr. Garp mentioned him before. Ace's eyes widened, admiration welling up. He couldn't help but feel inspired. When would he reach the point where he could casually take down enemies like that? He had to train harder. He needed to set sail soon, like Chiga advised, and find Luffy's father. That man must hold the key to becoming stronger. Luffy, still chewing on meat, mumbled through a full mouth. So good. Chiga. That name sounds familiar, oh. The swirly-eyed big bro. At an underground trading port. Don Quixote Doflamingo sat in silence, a newspaper clenched in his gloved hand. His face was expressionless. After finishing the article, he crumpled the paper and tossed it aside, face still twisted with suppressed fury. Monet approached quietly, noticing his mood. What's wrong, young master? Does this Marine named Chiga have some history with you? Doflamingo was silent for a long moment before he spoke in a low, cold voice. He's the one who killed one of the family's top executives, and even Virgo died at his hands. Monet's expression shifted. She remembered that incident clearly. After returning from Seagull Island, Doflamingo had been obsessed with consolidating power. He even struck some shadowy deal with the government to gain the Warlord title. And it all stemmed from this one man, Uchiha Chiga, the very Marine in today's headlines. He wasn't just powerful. He was terrifying. Even the infamous Golden Lion had fallen to him, and not in some drawn-out battle, he was utterly crushed. Monet felt a cold unease in her chest. But Doflamingo's gaze shifted, falling on the small girl beside Monet, his trump card. Thanks to her ability, he had full control over Dressrosa. If he could somehow use her power on Chiga. A low, twisted chuckle began to build in Doflamingo's throat. Fu. Join my Patreon to get access to 70+ chapters in advance. All fanfic are under my collections. Chapter 104, The Warlords. A few days after Chica was appointed as an admiral candidate, Khalifa and Ein led their fleet back to Marine headquarters. As soon as they arrived, the two women went straight to Chica's office, having already learned that he had returned earlier than them. However, upon reaching the office, they discovered it was completely empty. Everything inside had been cleared out. It looked as though the room had been vacated entirely. The two exchanged confused glances and double-checked the location, wondering if they'd come to the wrong place. Just then, they ran into a soldier who had come to clean. From him, they learned that Chica had relocated to a new office after being appointed as an admiral candidate. His new office was situated not far from Sengoku's. Upon hearing this, the two women felt a mix of emotions. They were happy for Chica's achievement, but also speechless. Clearly, he had kept it from them on purpose, probably hoping to surprise or annoy them upon their return. Pouting, Ein grumbled. Chica is getting more and more cunning. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, not saying anything. She was already used to her boss's antics. Led by the soldier, they soon arrived at Chica's new office. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by Chica's familiar smirk. Ignoring him for the moment, the two women stepped in and curiously examined the room. It was definitely more spacious than the previous one, with far more refined furnishings. The centerpiece was a large calligraphy scroll hanging behind Chica's desk that read, "Justice to defend peace." It had been custom-made at Chica's request. After all, what kind of admiral candidate would he be without a clear sense of justice? Although, in his case, that peace might sometimes resemble nuclear peace. After a brief tour, Khalifa walked over to Chica's desk and smiled. "Congratulations, boss." Ein echoed the sentiment. Chica returned the smile and said, "It's just an admiral candidate for now. Let's wait until I actually become an admiral before we celebrate." Khalifa and Ein exchanged silent glances. Just a candidate. If not for his ridiculously young age, he might have been promoted outright. More importantly, Chica was currently the only admiral candidate. That alone spoke volumes about his status. Despite the bravado, the two women couldn't help but feel emotional looking at his youthful face. He truly was a prodigy. Stretching with a lazy yawn, Chica added, "The 7 warlords will be arriving at headquarters in the next few days for their first meeting. You two can tag along. Some of them look pretty weird, you might as well treat it like a trip to the zoo." Ein, uninterested in appearances, perked up at the mention of strength. "I heard they're all extremely strong, especially Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman." Khalifa shook her head and glanced at Chica. "No matter how strong they are, they're not on par with the boss. Mihawk likes testing himself against strong opponents. Even if you don't use a sword, he might come looking for you. Hopefully, that doesn't cause too much trouble." Ein turned to Chica, curious. "So, will you fight Mihawk?" Chica shrugged nonchalantly. "If he wants to fight, I don't mind." Though he wasn't fond of swords, his Susanoo wielded a blade over 100 meters long. As the saying went, height matters. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Vice Admiral Enigmo stepped in. Khalifa and I nodded respectfully and moved to stand on either side of Chica, silent. Enigmo returned the gesture. He knew these two women were closely associated with Chica, so it was wise to show proper respect. Chica's status now surpassed that of even seasoned vice admirals. Besides, having previously worked alongside him, Enigmo held one of the highest opinions of Chica among the vice admirals. Facing Chica, Enigmo said, "Vice Admiral Kirin, all 7 warlords have arrived and are at the port. They're causing a bit of a scene. We'd appreciate it if you could take a look." Since Chica now had a code name, the other marine officers addressed him as such, highlighting his elevated status as an admiral candidate. "Oh. Already. All right. Thank you, Vice Admiral Enigmo. Let's go." Chica gestured for Khalifa and Ein to follow as they headed to the port, with Enigmo trailing behind. At the port, Don Quixote Doflamingo had a marine lieutenant commander by the collar, holding him up and sneering. "What, this is the level of welcome we get? Where are the admirals? Where's Sengoku?" Beside him stood the rest of the warlords of the sea. Boa Hancock gave Doflamingo a scornful glance. "Vulgar men." Mihawk stood silently, arms folded. He had no interest in this little drama. The only person in the Marines who intrigued him was that formidable young man. The one who had defeated Shiki. Shiki, a legendary swordsman, had reportedly been beaten by Chica, in a sword fight, no less. That alone made Mihawk eager to test him. Remember the Susanoo? Jinbe shared a similar sentiment. Hachi had told him what happened with Arlong. Though heartbroken over Arlong's death, Jinbe knew the outcome was deserved given Arlong's actions. In fact, the fact that Hachi had been spared earned Chiga a measure of respect. Jinbe hadn't come to seek revenge, he just wanted to see what kind of marine this man was, and what his stance on fishmen might be. The remaining warlords, Moria, Kuma, and Crocodile, were more detached, treating this visit like a sightseeing tour. The Marine Lieutenant Commander held by Doflamingo wasn't backing down. Even with his face turning purple, he glared up at the Warlord and said bitterly, "You're just a pirate. This is Marine headquarters, not a place for someone like you to throw their weight around." The other warlords cast glances at the defiant officer. Mihawk and Jinbe both gave him an approving look, not offended by the broad insult. It was just a matter of perspective. Doflamingo's grin faltered slightly. Then, with a strange laugh, he said, "Fu-fu-fu-fu. Still got some spine, huh? I like that." His other hand rose, and thin, sharp threads became visible between his fingers, clearly preparing to strike. Mihawk and Jinbe frowned. Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea, summoned a drop of water into his palm, preparing to step in. This was Marine headquarters. Logically and emotionally, he couldn't just stand by and let this officer die. Then a cold voice rang out behind Doflamingo. "Do I have to tell you to stop moving this time too? Bro's about to farm aura, lol. __. If you're reading, send Power Stones medium skin tone hand pointing right medium skin tone hand pointing left." Chapter 105, Doflamingo's Humiliation. As promised, since we reached 200 Power Stones. __. Hancock and the others watched in shock as Chiga appeared behind Doflamingo. A bead of cold sweat slid down Dracul Mihawk's forehead, even he hadn't seen when Chiga had moved. Doflamingo, on the other hand, froze instantly. Although he hadn't turned around, he recognized Chiga's voice immediately. This scene was eerily familiar, he had experienced it before, back on that island. That memory alone was enough to remind him how terrifying Chiga could be. He knew without a doubt that if he dared to lay a hand on this Marine Lieutenant Commander, Chiga would erase him in the next second. He hadn't expected Chiga to concern himself with the Warlord system. From Kaido, he had already learned that Chiga possessed Conqueror's Haki, and not just any level, but a formidable one. How could someone like that be bound by something like the Warlord system? But now, with all eyes on him, if he truly backed down, would they have respect for him? Chiga didn't care for his pride. Seeing Doflamingo remain motionless, he snorted coldly. A wave of intense pressure exploded outward as the ground beneath Chiga cracked inch by inch. It was Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo, also a user of Conqueror's Haki, instantly responded with his own. But the moment their Haki clashed, Doflamingo's was overwhelmed like paper against steel. He was thrown back by the sheer force of Chiga's presence. With a muffled groan, Doflamingo felt the backlash of Conqueror's Haki for the first time. He released the Marine Lieutenant Commander he was gripping, his knees buckling beneath him as he slammed to the ground, sinking into the earth. Under Chiga's control, the Marine Lieutenant Commander remained mostly unaffected. Seeing Chiga behind Doflamingo, he shouted excitedly, "Vice Admiral Kirin." Kirin. The warlords who heard this name were taken aback. Is that an admiral's code name? At that moment, Vice Admiral Enigmo and others arrived. Taking in the scene, Enigmo quickly stepped forward to assess the situation. The Lieutenant Commander reported everything that had just happened. After hearing the account, Enigmo nodded, glancing down at Doflamingo, who remained kneeling, a look of schadenfreude flickering across his face. A pirate daring to act so boldly at Marine headquarters, how laughable. Fortunately, it had been Admiral Candidate Kirin who stepped in. Only someone of his terrifying strength could subdue Doflamingo so completely. If it had been Enigmo himself, the outcome would have been questionable. Still, Doflamingo was a warlord. They couldn't go too far. Thinking of this, Enigmo adjusted his coat and stepped forward like a mediator. "This is the newly promoted Admiral Candidate, Vice Admiral Kirin. I believe his rank is high enough to receive you, isn't it?" Admiral Candidate. Just how old was this Uchiha Chiga? And he was already in line for Admiral. Hancock and the others looked at Chiga, who stood silently with a frosty expression. None of them could find the words. It was truly unbelievable. Doflamingo's lips twitched, trying to speak, but Chiga's presence had him completely locked down. He couldn't even make a sound. The humiliation was unbearable. Enigmo, however, continued pressing. "Doflamingo, why are you still kneeling? Get up. We have a meeting to attend." Doflamingo shot him a cold glare. He memorized Enigmo's face. He'd remember this moment. The atmosphere was tense. Just then, Corazon arrived after hearing the news. He saw Doflamingo kneeling and sighed with a trace of pity. He stepped up to Chiga and spoke hesitantly. Vice Admiral Kirin, he's already been punished enough. Would you consider letting it go, just this once? Hearing Corazone's voice made Doflamingo feel even worse. Since when did he need his soft-hearted little brother to shield him? Chiga, growing tired of the standoff, relented. As a favor to Corazon, he withdrew his Haki. Doflamingo slowly rose from the ground. Thank you, Vice Admiral Kirin. I truly was out of line. Corazon's eyes glistened with gratitude. He hadn't expected Chiga to actually show him that much respect. He bowed deeply, 90 degrees. It's fine, Chiga replied. I just don't want the meeting delayed. Come along. He gestured for Corazon to rise. Ever since returning to the Marines, Corazon's kindness had been impossible to hide. He was cheerful with everyone and highly respected within the ranks. Chiga had a good impression of him. Doflamingo glanced at his brother with a complicated expression. He said nothing, choosing instead to quietly merge back with the group, thoroughly subdued. The commotion had ended, but every warlord present would remember this admiral candidate's name. They all knew Doflamingo's strength, he was no pushover, even among warlords. But in Chiga's hands, he hadn't even been able to move. If it had been any one of them instead, the outcome wouldn't have been much different. Form a united front to oppose the Marines. If they had that kind of unity, they'd have formed their own organization already. They wouldn't need the Marines to keep them in check. Even the proud Boa Hancock looked at Chiga's profile with a hint of wariness in her eyes. What a terrifying man, she thought. Jinbe quickly abandoned any thought of confronting Chiga about the Arlong incident. Now was not the time. Crocodile clenched his fists. The Marines were growing too strong. He had to accelerate his plans. Mariah stood still, not even daring to move. Kuma remained silent as always. Mihawk narrowed his eyes, analyzing Chiga. Only someone like this is worth my time. Coming to Marine headquarters had indeed been worthwhile. Chiga didn't care what any of them thought. Seeing that the group had quieted down, he waved a hand. Let me say this one more time. This is Marine headquarters. I don't want to see another incident like this. If anyone refuses to listen. As he spoke, bolts of brilliant purple lightning danced around his body, and an aura of destruction swept across the harbor. Everyone's pupils shrank. Purple lightning. Was that the origin of Kirin in his codename? This power was overwhelming. Of course, they were mistaken. Kirin came from Chiga's Rinnegan, not the lightning. In the crowd, Crocodile began trembling slightly. He stared at Chiga. That's right, that had to be the power of the Goro Goro no Mi, the legendary lightning Logia. As a fellow Logia user, he was sure of it. And that level of mastery, Chiga had clearly taken the fruit to its upper limits. He had transcended the realm of ordinary Logia users. That devastating aura and overwhelming might. Was this guy a monster? Chapter 106, Boa Hancock. The purpose of deterrence had been achieved, and Chiga didn't want to waste any more time with these people. He called out to Califa and Ein, then walked toward the main hall of the headquarters. The people behind him exchanged glances, and finally, Mihawk was the first to follow. The others didn't linger and followed suit, leaving the port. Upon reaching the conference hall, Chiga sat directly at the head of the table, one leg crossed over the other, waiting for the 7 warlords to take their seats. Califa and Ein stood on either side of him. Normally, Chiga didn't mind this setup, having them stand while he sat, but today it felt off. It made him slightly uncomfortable. So, Chiga simply had them sit on the same chair as him. The seat at the head was wide enough for 3 people anyway. Califa and Ein looked a bit embarrassed, but under Chiga's firm insistence, they reluctantly sat beside him. When the 7 warlords entered and saw Chiga, the corners of their mouths twitched unconsciously. Doflamingo, however, found it quite normal, he often liked to lounge in strange ways himself. As for Enigumo, he acted like he hadn't seen anything. After all, what Marine Admiral didn't have a few eccentric habits? Once everyone was seated, Chiga lightly tapped the table with his finger. The people below sat quietly, waiting. No one dared speak first if Chiga hadn't spoken. After a while, Chiga's low voice rang out. From the day you joined the 7 warlords, you should have understood your responsibilities. The status of a legally recognized pirate doesn't come without obligations, right? The warlords nodded silently, but a hint of disapproval still flickered on some of their faces. Of course, they understood what Chiga was saying, but understanding and compliance were 2 different things. Even during the later Marineford War, when they were truly needed, most of them only pretended to fight and didn't give their all. Chiga scanned their faces and understood what they were thinking. To them, the warlord title was mostly symbolic. They did whatever they pleased regardless of the agreement. Aside from honorable exceptions like Jinbe and Mihawk, some even used their title to carry out greater crimes, some practically ruled over nations. Chiga was certainly planning to abolish the 7 Warlord system, but the timing wasn't right yet. Until then, the system had to remain in place. That didn't mean they could live comfortably in the meantime. Chiga intended to give them a clear warning: they had to earn the benefits they received. Thinking of this, Chiga spoke again. Starting this month, each of you must take down at least 4 pirate crews per month. Among them, one must include a pirate captain with a bounty of no less than 80 million berries. Fail, and you will voluntarily withdraw from the 7 warlords. Don't underestimate 80 million berries. This wasn't the era when bounties routinely exceeded 100 million. It's worth remembering that Crocodile's bounty had only been 81 million before joining the warlords, even though that figure severely understated his actual strength. In short, pirates with bounties exceeding 80 million berries were still considered a major threat. When they heard Chiga's demand, the 7 warlords frowned. This requirement hadn't been part of the original agreement. While hunting pirate crews was relatively easy, it would inevitably stir up more conflicts with other pirates. It would also tie them more tightly to the Marines, and the moment they lost their warlord title, they'd become prime targets for retaliation. Yet, remembering what had happened to Doflamingo, no one dared speak up first. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. A cold bead of sweat rolled down Enigimo's forehead. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had said nothing about this requirement. Chiga was deliberately poking at a hornet's nest. But Chiga sat there calmly, as though he weren't the one who just dropped that bomb. Seeing the lack of response, Chiga grew impatient. He said coldly, "All right. I've made my stance clear. Who agrees? Who objects?" This time, Moria couldn't hold it in. He preferred to stay in his gloomy lair working on zombies and hated leaving it. He finally spoke. He. Vice Admiral Kirin, this doesn't seem to match the original agreement, does it? We. Buzz. A powerful gravitational force yanked Moria from his seat toward Chiga. Then, in a flash, a repulsive force slammed him into the wall. The entire sequence happened so fast that, aside from Mihawk, no one even had time to react before Moria was embedded in the wall. Doflamingo's face turned pale. No one present was more familiar with that technique than him. Back on that island, he'd been completely defeated by that move. Seeing it again made his body tense up instinctively. Doflamingo, always well-informed, already knew that this ability stemmed from Chiga's eyes, his Rinnegan. He couldn't help but glance at Chiga's eyes, only for Chiga to meet his gaze. Chiga gave him a cold, indifferent look. In that instant, Doflamingo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He immediately lowered his head and dared not speak further. At this moment, Moria crawled out from the rubble, trembling. He stared at Chiga, completely unable to understand what just happened. He hadn't been able to resist at all. Chiga flashed forward. The next moment, he stood before Moria, looking down at him coldly. Any more objections? Moria shivered violently and shook his enormous head. He had no more objections. Moria had backed down, but Hancock could no longer stay silent. From the moment she'd arrived, she'd felt suffocated by Chiga's presence. Though his strength was undeniable, someone as proud as her couldn't tolerate being constantly pressured by a man. She suddenly stood up and snapped. "Did you call us here just to make such unreasonable demands?" Without turning, Chiga calmly replied. "Obviously. What else? You bastard. Perfume femur." Unable to take it anymore, Hancock leaped into the air and launched a powerful kick straight at Chiga's back. Crack! Her ankle was caught midair by Chiga's hand. Her expression changed instantly. How? How could you? Why isn't my hand turning to stone? That's what you want to ask, right?" Chiga slowly turned to face her, his gaze emotionless. Hancock's position was rather awkward, her leg extended in midair, caught by Chiga, exposing more than she intended. Fortunately, her long slit dress covered most of it. But being directly stared at by Chiga made her cheeks flush bright red. She yelled in embarrassment. "Let go of me. Now." Chiga didn't want to stay locked in that position either. Khalifa and Ayn, standing behind him, were already starting to give him odd looks. He released her ankle. Hancock swiftly retracted her leg and retreated a few steps, her face filled with anger and humiliation. She glared at Chiga, who remained composed. His lips moved silently. Hancock's face turned even redder when she realized what he'd mouthed. "You were wearing something after all. 100 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. _ Let's do each other a favor by sending stones." Chapter 107, I'm not your typical Marine. Hancock was completely enraged by Chiga's actions. She placed her hands on her chest, forming a heart shape and aiming it directly at him. Mellow. Heart-shaped ripples spread from her hands, radiating outward in waves that passed through Chiga. Hancock watched confidently, certain the technique had worked. In her mind, someone bold enough to say what Chica had just said couldn't possibly be without lust. As long as he was attracted to her beauty, he should have been petrified instantly. She had absolute confidence in the power of her Mero no Mi. But even as the pink ripples continued to wash over Chica, his body remained completely unchanged. Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief. Determined, she increased the output of her power, filling the air with even more shimmering heart-shaped waves. Yet no matter how much power she poured into the attack, the only visible result was a faint pink aura lingering around Chica's body. Eventually, she stopped. Even with all her pride, Hancock had to accept reality. Her ability had absolutely no effect on him. Not even her perfume femur, which could petrify non-living objects, had affected him earlier. There was no point in trying any other attacks. The onlookers behind them were stunned. Especially Khalifa and Ayn, who had a good understanding of Hancock's abilities. They knew how devastating the Mero no Mi was, especially against men. There was no way Chica had no feelings at all for Hancock. They were certain of that. Her beauty and figure were both world-class. It was hard to believe any man could be completely unaffected. So why had her power failed? Dracul Mihawk observed the situation with a serious expression. His sharp eyes noticed the black patterns along Chica's neck and the back of his hand. Although the form differed from traditional armament Haki, Mihawk, who himself possessed advanced Haki, could tell what it was. That form was undoubtedly armament Haki, cultivated to a level even beyond the norm. Possibly linked to Chica's own devil fruit abilities. Realizing this, Mihawk's heart sank. Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki. A devil fruit ability. And swordsmanship that hasn't even been revealed yet. Did this man have any weaknesses? Chica looked at the stunned Hancock and finally spoke. Have you finished your little show? His calm voice made Hancock's body tremble. She knew she wasn't his match, yet still asked stubbornly. I admit your strength is far greater than mine, but can you tell me why the Mero no Mi doesn't work on you? Chica tugged slightly at his collar, revealing two black lines running vertically along his throat. Don't you know? When armament Haki reaches a certain level, it can render some devil fruit powers completely ineffective. Hancock's pupils contracted sharply. She was aware that armament Haki could counter devil fruits, but in all her time wielding the Mero no Mi, she had never met someone whose Haki could nullify her powers. She had nearly forgotten such a possibility existed. Even if she had remembered, she wouldn't have cared. After all, she was practically made for a fruit. How powerful would Haki need to be to override her charm? But today proved it was possible. And worst of all, she could tell that armament Haki was only one part of Chiga's strength. Hancock stared at him, bewildered. Why? Why would someone this powerful be working for the Marines? If someone like Chica stood with the world government, the celestial dragon's grip on the world would only grow stronger. Their arrogance and cruelty would only get worse. Was she really destined to live her entire life beneath their shadow? Her heart sank. Hancock stood there, face pale and expression hollow. Seeing her in this state, Chica temporarily set aside the idea of punishing her further. Still, a warning was necessary. With a flash, Chica appeared beside her. Hancock didn't move. It was as if she had accepted whatever fate awaited her. Chica glanced at her and said in a low, steady voice. You've caused enough of a scene. Be smart. You wouldn't want your secret getting out, would you? What? Hancock turned sharply, terror flooding her face. That secret, the one she'd rather die than reveal, how did he know? She stared into Chica's strange, rippling purple eyes. A cold chill ran down her spine. It's your eyes, it must be your eyes. Just how many powers do you have? Chica blinked. Did she think the Rinnegan could see through secrets too? He didn't even know that himself. But it didn't matter. Let her believe what she wanted. Hancock's strength wasn't bad. She had Conqueror's Haki and real potential. Once the 7 Warlord system was disbanded, she could be a valuable ally. And making her submit would be easy. As long as she opposed the celestial dragons, she'd be on his side. Chica looked straight into her eyes. Stop resisting. I'll tell you something you'll definitely want to hear. Hancock didn't respond. She simply stood there, powerless to resist. She had no choice, not against his strength, not with her secret exposed. Chiga's Rinnegan pulsed, casting a purple light across her face. Hancock's eyes lost focus, and his voice echoed inside her mind. Behave. I'm going to take down the celestial dragons. The words hit her like lightning. What? This terrifying Marine was going to oppose the celestial dragons. But weren't the Marines loyal to them? Hancock stared at him, stunned. Her mind had been shaken again and again today by this man. Chica didn't say anything else. A mysterious smile tugged at his lips as a massive burst of Conqueror's Haki, laced with purplish-black lightning, exploded from his body. Everyone present was considered strong within the Grand Line. But under that overwhelming pressure, their bodies trembled and buckled. Grunts of pain escaped from many of them. Khalifa, Ain, and Corazon watched the others, confused as to why everyone was suddenly collapsing. They had no idea that Chiga had deliberately excluded them from the Haki's effects. If he hadn't, they'd already be unconscious. Hancock, closest to Chiga, bore the brunt of it. Sweat formed on her brow, but she understood what the message was. This man wasn't made to serve others. He was telling her, through pure force, that his ambitions far exceeded that of a typical Marine. As she thought about his strength and young age, Hancock's face flushed slightly. I hope he succeeds. To those that joined my Patreon and became patrons. Thank you, Redheart. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Fishmans and Mermaids. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Chiga walked toward his seat, brushing past Hancock. Hancock turned around and stared at the word justice emblazoned on Chiga's back for a moment, then silently followed him, appearing far more well-behaved than before. Moria, struggling to his feet from the rubble, looked at the two of them, wanting to cry but unable to. He thought bitterly, is that it? I only said one sentence and didn't even finish it, and I got beaten like this. That Boa Hancock even made a move, and she only got a few scoldings. Why the double standard? Is it because I'm ugly? Yemen. Moria lowered his head and glanced at his already bloated figure. Well, maybe that was the reason. He looked at Chiga with a mix of fear and frustration, then drooped his large head and returned to his seat without another word. Having witnessed both Moria and Hancock's humiliating defeats, the remaining warlords quickly quieted down. There was no other way, might made right. When Chiga returned to his seat, Khalifa immediately began massaging his shoulders attentively. Her pressure was perfect, and under her skilled hands, Chiga closed his eyes in satisfaction. Ain, meanwhile, stood watch beside him, eyes scanning the others below. In her eyes, none of them were to be trusted. Chiga was enjoying himself, and she wouldn't let anyone disturb him. It had to be said, Chiga's personal secretary and bodyguard were both quite dedicated. Hancock saw the two women flanking Chiga and felt a strange discomfort stir in her chest. She glanced at them briefly, then quickly lowered her head and stared at the table, as if trying to shut them out of sight and out of mind. Chiga looked at Hancock again and said coldly, I didn't like your behavior earlier. As punishment, the number of pirate crews you're assigned to eliminate this month will be doubled. Hancock trembled. She didn't mind the punishment itself all that much, but hearing the words didn't like somehow stung deeply. Still, she nodded silently, accepting the punishment. Moria also nodded along in agreement. In his view, anything was better than getting beaten again. He was a true shut-in at heart. Chiga swept his gaze across the room. Seeing that no one else had anything to say, he waved his hand. All right. If there's nothing else, then you're dismissed. Headquarters has been running low on supplies lately, so don't expect us to entertain you. As he spoke, Khalifa somehow produced an orange, peeled it skillfully, and held a segment up to Chiga's mouth. Sweat dripped down the foreheads of Enigmo and Corazon. Vice Admiral Kirin's intentions couldn't be clearer. He clearly didn't welcome this bunch. The warlords were already used to Chiga's blunt attitude, so no one reacted visibly. Crocodile, Mariah, Doflamingo, and Kuma slowly stood up, preparing to leave. If they stayed here any longer, they feared Vice Admiral Kirin might suddenly explode and trap them all here. Wouldn't that just be a suicide mission? Hancock remained seated obediently, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Mihawk unfolded his arms and was just about to speak when Jinbe suddenly stepped forward. Vice Admiral Kirin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Mihawk paused and stayed silent for now. Chiga looked at the serious-faced, blue-skinned man and said flatly. You want to talk about that fishman Arlong, don't you? He's already dead. What, are you here to demand justice? As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted and enveloped Jinbe. A layer of cold sweat formed on Jinbe's forehead as he quickly raised both hands and said. No. You misunderstand. Arlong got what he deserved. Honestly, it was merciful of you to spare Hachi. Chiga nodded slightly. You're quite reasonable. Then what do you want to say? The terrifying pressure disappeared in an instant, and Jinbe felt his body lighten. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief, then respectfully said. I wanted to ask about your attitude toward the fishman race and the mermaid race. Huh? Chiga raised an eyebrow. Why ask that? After a moment of thought, he replied. The mermaid race is fine. But as for fishmen, they seem to have a serious problem with humans. You should be aware of that. That is true, Jinbe admitted, but it's because more and more humans have been raiding and enslaving our people. That's created deep resentment among many fishmen. Still, there are many of us who wish to live in peace with humans. Then you should go ask Roger why this so-called Great Pirate Era began. And isn't Fishman Island currently under Whitebeard's protection? Why are you asking the Navy's opinion? Jinbe lowered his head, ashamed. Fishman Island was under Whitebeard's protection because King Neptune had a strong bond with him. Whitebeard was reliable, yes, but he was still a pirate. What the Fishman and Mermaid races truly needed was recognition from a legitimate world authority. That had always been Queen Otoheim's dream, even at the cost of her life. She had wished for her people to one day live on land, side by side with humans. If the residents of Fishman Island could really put aside their prejudice, how beautiful would that future be? And now, having seen Chiga's power and potential with his own eyes, Jinbe knew, this man was destined to lead the Navy in the future. His opinion of Fishman Island mattered more than anyone's. With this thought in mind, Jinbe took a breath and said carefully. I admit Fishman Island is weak, and we've had to rely on outside protection. But please believe that many of our people sincerely want to gain the world government's recognition, and to live peacefully with humans. Chiga nodded. I understand. I've got a general idea of what things are like over there. I'll personally visit Fishman Island in the future. As long as it's under Navy jurisdiction, I'll treat everyone equally. But if I come across any scum, don't expect me to go easy on them. Jinbe's eyes widened in joy. Though Chiga hadn't exactly promised anything, the fact that he'd personally visit was already a huge victory. Jinbe had heard of Chiga's exploits, he didn't tolerate evil, and those who crossed the line were completely eliminated. But unlike Akainu, Chiga had his own sense of morality. He did everything he could to avoid hurting innocent civilians. He was an Earthling once, don't blame him. Most of Fishman Island's residents were good, honest people. If Chiga saw it for himself, he'd understand, and his very presence would deter the criminals who preyed on the weak there. Jinbe also understood what Chiga meant by detestable people, not just pirates, but extremist fishmen like Arlong. But compared to the dream of peace, those individuals didn't matter anymore. Even if Chiga wiped them all out, Jinbe wouldn't object. If Queen Otoheim's dream could truly be realized, then all of it would be worth it. Without thinking, Jinbe rose from his seat and gave a deep bow. I am truly grateful, Vice Admiral Kirin. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, A Crush. Chiga looked at Jinbe, who was full of gratitude, and sighed inwardly. This must be the power that comes with strength and status. Those in high positions often only need to say a few words to change the lives of many. He planned to visit Fishman Island himself eventually, but that would have to wait until he became an admiral. The ancient weapons, so highly regarded in the world of One Piece, were still worth seeing in person. If his trip to Fishman Island left him with a good impression, then doing them a favor wouldn't be out of the question. Letting fishmen and mermaids live on land, was that really such a big deal? For something that trivial, there was no need to call sea kings to pull the island. Chiga alone could do it. With his current eye abilities, making Fishman Island float to the surface, or even connecting it to land, would be a simple task. At that point, the only issue left would be resolving the grievances between the island's residents and humans. As for the slave trade, once he destroyed Marie Joy's, those grievances would become solvable with a few strict bans. He waved his hand, gesturing for Jinbe to sit. The blue-skinned fishman was an honest, decent man, worthy of his title, Knight of the Sea. There was no reason to make things hard for him. Jinbe expressed his gratitude once more, then returned to his seat. He sat attentively, like a student eager to learn. Seeing this, Doflamingo and the others, who had planned to leave, sat back down. This Kirin isn't so unreasonable after all. If we stick around, maybe we can smooth things over with him a bit. Then maybe our monthly quotas will be relaxed. Kuma didn't think that deeply. He simply felt he was seeing another side of Chiga. As a high-ranking revolutionary, he was interested in learning more about this young Marine officer. Of course, the others were reading too much into it. The only reason Chiga had reacted that way earlier was because he found Jinbe somewhat endearing. Hancock was quietly moved. Until now, Chiga had always struck her as a cold, godlike figure. She never expected him to care about the residents of Fishman Island. She despised the slave trade that plagued the island. She knew there had to be celestial dragons behind it, where there's demand, there's always a market. Rare mermaids and fishmen were exactly the kind of slaves those scum preferred. Given the involvement of the celestial dragons, she understood better than anyone how hard it would be to interfere with that trade. But this man had actually spoken out in front of so many people. It seemed he truly had no regard for the celestial dragons, and that the things he told her before were genuine. As she thought this, Chiga's image in her eyes began to shift. His figure seemed to glow like a small sun. Hancock's gaze softened, admiration blooming in her eyes. A blush crept across her cheeks. Chica had no idea Hancock was lost in her own thoughts. Seeing her expression change, he asked. Hancock, is something wrong? Being addressed by Chica, Hancock's blush deepened. She stammered, barely forming words. In truth, she was thinking. He said my name, and so gently. Well, Hancock's internal narrative was almost complete. In the world of One Piece, Hancock was both the easiest and hardest woman to win over. Opposing the celestial dragons might sound simple, but in reality, very few in the world dared to do so. Aside from Luffy and a handful of others, how many truly had the guts? Among those who dared, most were too old, unattractive, or not interested in women at all. There's an old saying, if you're saved by a handsome man, you'll repay him with your life. If saved by an ugly one, you'd repay him in your next life. Chiga's progress with Hancock far outpaced Luffy's in the original. First, he earned her admiration through strength. Then he revealed his stance on the celestial dragons. Usually, to change an enemy's heart, one must first defeat them. Without strength, there's no stage for persuasion. Chiga waited for a response but got none. With a sigh, he turned away from the strangely flustered Hancock, preparing to leave with Califa and Ein. But someone wasn't going to let him walk out just yet. Mihawk, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke once the room had quieted. Vice Admiral Kirin. I've heard that you defeated Golden Lion Shiki using your swordsmanship. Would you allow me the honor of witnessing it firsthand? The other warlords were stunned. Was Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, about to challenge Kirin? This is going to be good. Califa didn't react outwardly, but inwardly she nodded. She had guessed right, Mihawk wanted to challenge her boss. Chiga didn't feel particularly excited. If anything, he felt helpless. Seriously? Were these people not afraid of him at all? Was this meeting ever going to end? He didn't actually want to fight Mihawk today. The challenge wasn't even personal, Mihawk likely just wanted to test his skills against someone he viewed as a fellow swordsman. But Chiga knew better. While he could wield a blade, he wasn't at the level of a true swordsman. Did he really have to summon Susanoo and draw a 100-meter sword just to have a so-called sword fight? Before he could answer, Hancock spoke up furiously. Mihawk, that's incredibly rude. Her outburst shocked everyone in the room. What was this? Was the pirate empress defending a marine? Even Chiga looked at her with a raised eyebrow. He knew Hancock admired those who opposed the celestial dragons, but he wasn't deluded enough to think she'd fallen for him already. He wasn't Luffy, after all. Hancock quickly turned her eyes away, embarrassed. To her, Chiga already looked exhausted from entertaining them all. She didn't dare ask for more of his time. But for Mihawk to challenge him now? Completely tactless. Mihawk ignored her. His eyes never left Chiga. Seeing this, Hancock became enraged. She leapt into the air and kicked toward Mihawk. Mihawk frowned and reached for his black blade, Yoru, only to suddenly stop. Splat. Hancock's ankle, mid-air, was gently caught by Chiga. This time, he tugged slightly and caught her in a princess carry as he descended back to the ground. With a tired expression, Chiga looked at Hancock in his arms and said, "He's here for me. Why are you getting so worked up?" Hancock, still held in his arms, stared at his face, eyes wide. Her voice trembled as she began to speak. "Key." But she didn't finish. Her face flushed redder than ever, and she suddenly went limp, fainting in his arms. "She's acting like Hinata, so cute." Chiga froze. When he finally registered what happened, he began to shake her gently. "Hey, Hancock. What's wrong with you?" Chapter 110, a challenge from Mihawk. Since we received additional 100 Power Stones as promised, I'd be dropping bonus chapters. It took a while for Hancock to slowly wake up after Chiga called out to her. When she realized she was still in Chiga's arms, she immediately pursed her lips and remained silent. Seeing that Hancock was awake but still looked a bit weak, Chiga called for Ein and Califa to help her. Since Hancock was already 1.9 meters tall, the two women looked quite petite next to her. Hancock suddenly rose from Chiga's arms, gave a slight curtsy, and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Admiral Kirin. This concubine is fine now." Chiga examined her briefly, confirming she was truly okay, then turned away, not dwelling on her any further. When he turned around, Chiga noticed everyone was staring at him and Hancock with strange expressions. Rolling his eyes, Chiga activated his Rinnegan and gave a sharp glare, causing the surrounding crowd to instantly fall silent. Given how things had unfolded, and knowing Hancock's personality, Chiga understood she had fully awakened her infatuation. Well, he supposed it wasn't a bad thing. For someone with such strength and beauty to be so loyal once smitten, it had its benefits. Hancock was, after all, a textbook love-struck fool once her heart was captured. With her situation handled, Chiga turned his attention to Mihawk. Mihawk, who had previously been eager for a fight, now hesitated. "Did I interrupt something?" he asked. "Would you rather continue that instead?" As soon as he said that, Hancock's face behind him flushed crimson. She stole a glance at Chiga, then quickly looked down, saying nothing. Chiga sighed and looked at Mihawk with mild exasperation. Who would have thought Mihawk could understand this kind of thing? Wasn't his one true love supposed to be his black blade, Yoru, and that tiny pendant version he always wore? There's no interruption. You wanted a fight, right? Then let's go to the open field in front of Marineford. He referred to the plaza used during the Summit War. From a bird's-eye view, Marineford resembled a plump crescent moon. The missing central section was filled with seawater, forming an inner bay, the perfect battleground. Once the location was decided, Chiga led the way out, followed by the other warlords of the sea. It turned out waiting a bit longer had been worth it. A battle between Mihawk and Vice Admiral Kirin was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Everyone present knew they were about to witness history. Enigmo and Corazon didn't follow. Instead, they exchanged glances and hurried off to find Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Mihawk challenging Vice Admiral Kirin, this wasn't something they could ignore. Meanwhile, Sengoku was enjoying a rare moment of peace in his office, sipping tea leisurely. Ever since Chiga arrived, Sengoku had entrusted more and more responsibilities to him, allowing himself to enjoy the kind of downtime that most men his age could only dream about. Compared to other worlds, the marine hierarchy in the One Piece world wasn't as plagued by internal backstabbing. Even when Akainu contended for the Fleet Admiral seat, he fought Akiji openly, no shady schemes. And after the Summit War, Sengoku never clung to power. If someone more capable came along, he'd step aside without hesitation. With Chiga's rise and growing power, Sengoku had gradually begun to delegate authority to him. Now that he had help, he could finally indulge in the simple pleasures of life, like drinking fine tea and imagining a peaceful retirement. The tea in his cup had cooled slightly, so he simply picked it up and drained it in one go. But before he could finish swallowing, the office door burst open. Enigmo and Corazon rushed in, visibly flustered. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Mihawk and Vice Admiral Kirin are about to fight. Puffed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Caught mid-sip, Sengoku spat tea everywhere, face turning purple as he choked. Glaring at the two intruders, he growled. What did you just say? Why are those two fighting? Mihawk heard that Vice Admiral Kirin defeated Shiki in swordsmanship and challenged him. Sengoku froze. That did sound like something Mihawk would do. And that was the problem. Mihawk was a unique case among the Shichibukai, solitary, independent, and nearly impossible to control. Unlike the others, Mihawk had no territory, no crew, nothing to lose. He was a wild card. Not only that, but he was also one of the rare few capable of forging a true black blade. A real black blade wasn't just armament Haki layered over steel. According to Kikamaru's explanation in Wano, it required infusing the sword with one's entire essence, power, Haki, aura, through years of battle until it became permanently blackened. Mihawk's strength was such that he could even go toe-to-toe with red-haired Shanks. He was the face of the Warlords, no doubt. And Chiga, well, there was no need to question his strength. Sengoku was certain, Chiga was admiral level, if not beyond. If those two actually clashed at headquarters, how much destruction would it cause? Who was going to foot the repair bill? Face turning pale, Sengoku looked at the two officers. Vice Admiral Kirin agreed to the duel. Yes. Where are they fighting? He said they'd head to the open field in front of the headquarters. Nanny. That's barely any distance from here. Exactly. They're going to level the place. You two, stop them. Now. Yes, wait, what? Enigmo and Corazon looked at each other, baffled. Did he just say they should stop those two? Was Sengoku losing his mind? How was sending them in any different from feeding them to lions? Was this Sengoku's roundabout way of laying them off? Sengoku immediately realized the absurdity of what he'd said. This wasn't something subordinates could handle. He needed to intervene personally. Just then, Corazon weakly added. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, didn't you say you could always trust Vice Admiral Chiga? Sengoku froze mid-step. Ah, that was true. He'd said that during the OPOP fruit incident. He hadn't expected Corazon to remember, and to throw his own words back at him. What a dependable little guy. Sengoku gave him a proud look. Then Enigmo chimed in. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you still going to stop them? That snapped Sengoku back to reality. Right. He was running out of time. If he didn't act now, the headquarters would be rubble. This wasn't about trust anymore, this was about saving his own office. Without another word, Sengoku glared at Corazon, ignored the door entirely, and leapt straight out the window. His figure vanished into the sky. Corazon and Enigmo stood there, stunned. After a long pause, Corazon whispered. As expected of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, always choosing the fastest path. Enigmo nodded solemnly. With skills like that, he could hold the position for another 20 years.